Chapter 1. On a sweltering summer day, Lin Tian, a newcomer up master in the anime section of a small platform, found himself in a rather dismal state of mind. The cause of his discontent was the abysmal performance of his previous video. Logically, it is quite normal for newcomers to struggle with video engagement. However, Lin Tian felt a twinge of bitterness. This particular video was the culmination of extensive research, a bold ambition he believed would catapult him to fame and garner a multitude of followers. Alas, reality dealt him a harsh blow, dragging him back to the ground. Indeed, success in this world cannot merely be achieved through effort. But then again, without effort, success is utterly unattainable. Shaking his head, Lin Tian steeled himself and made his way to the kitchen. He opened a refrigerator, retrieved a can of cola, and poured it into a glass, adding 2 slices of lemon for good measure. In this scorching summer, being able to enjoy such a refreshing drink was indeed a delightful prospect. Having quickly rinsed the glass, Lin Tian returned to his computer. Dreams must pay their dues to reality first and foremost. I must ensure I do not starve. As he browsed through the small platform, Lin Tian noted that various compilation videos in the anime section were garnering significant views. After some contemplation, he resolved to create a series of compilation videos as his next endeavor. Let's commence with the anime I am most familiar with, Naruto. After hours spent researching, drafting scripts, providing voiceovers, editing videos, and uploading to the site, Lin Tian glanced out the window to see the sun nearing its descent. With no groceries on hand, he decided to venture out for a meal. May this video bring me the surprise I seek. While the video continued to upload, Lin Tian left his computer on. At the moment he stepped out of his room, he failed to notice the screen flickering repeatedly. Coordinates have been set. The anomaly axis is beginning calculations. The calculation results exhibit slight deviations. Deployment time: Konoha, years 15 to 17. Target: Senju Tobirama. In the 17th year of Konoha, within the bustling Hokage office, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, stretched his limbs after a long day. This was during the First Shinobi World War. In the early stages of the conflict as the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama had dutifully fulfilled his role in protecting Konoha, personally heading to the front lines to stabilize the situation. Now, over 2 years had passed since the war commenced. Konoha's geographical advantages were unparalleled. Not only did it enjoy the most temperate climate, but it also possessed the richest resources in the entire shinobi world. Thus, the longer the conflict with Kumobikure dragged on, the more advantageous the circumstances became for Konoha. Considering the timeline, Kumobikure should be nearing its breaking point. Senju Tobirama held a firm confidence in the impending victory of the war. Even in the absence of his elder brother, the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, he believed that as long as he remained, Kumobikure would not dare to challenge them. The prolonged warfare had effectively exhausted Kumobikure. He was certain that soon, envoys would be dispatched from their end to negotiate. When that moment arrived, it would be Konoha's time to reap the rewards. With this thought, Senju Tobirama smiled with self-assurance and took a step forward. Yet, just as he moved 2 paces away from his desk, a rectangular light screen suddenly materialized before him, leaving Tobirama astonished. Whoosh! Before he could react, for Umbu Shinobi, tasked with his protection, appeared around him in the blink of an eye, their expressions grave as they focused intently on the mysterious light screen. There's no need for alarm. I do not believe any enemy could dare to act beneath my very eyes. Tobirama possessed this confidence. Not even his elder brother or Uchiha Madara could conjure such an anomaly before him. This sudden apparition did not instill fear, rather, it piqued his curiosity. Remaining motionless, Senju Tobirama scrutinized the light screen, which soon began to shift. A somewhat comical tune played, accompanied by a male voice. Hello, dear audience. I am a newcomer up, a Tion. With the disappointing performance of my last video, I have decided to follow the trend and start creating compilation videos. Since this is a compilation video, it is only fitting that I begin with the anime I know best, Naruto. In this inaugural episode, let us delve into the life of Konoha's first Hokage, the god of shinobi, the good friend of Uchiha Madara, and the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, Senju Hashirama. The pacing of the light screen's dialogue was not rapid, and some phrases left Senju Tobirama somewhat perplexed. However, upon hearing the introduction of Senju Hashirama, he instinctively dismissed the umbu surrounding him. You four, step outside and guard the entrance. No one is permitted to enter. Understood. Once the four departed, Senju Tobirama began to contemplate the information presented on the light screen. Though he was unfamiliar with the concept of compilation videos, he certainly recognized the term Naruto. So, this individual is quite familiar with our Konoha's Hokage, is he? Senju Tobirama sensed some incongruities but could not pinpoint them. What's with the numerous titles attributed to his elder brother? He acknowledged the titles of First Hokage and God of Shinobi, but what are the others? Uchiha Madara, does he truly qualify? The true number of Senju was merely a technique. How could that be deemed a title? Well, perhaps it could be. As for the final title of Ashura's chakra, reincarnation, Senju Tobirama was utterly baffled. Ashura? Who is that? Is my elder brother a reincarnation of this Ashura? Senju Tobirama pondered extensively, yet the video continued. Leaving him no room for further contemplation, he could only force himself to remember this information for later analysis. During the Warring States period, various mage clans were employed by others, lacking a fixed organization, resulting in a fragmented state of power. Old grievances remained unavenged, and new animosities arose. These mages, capable of moving mountains and adept in the art of elemental ninjutsu, chose to adopt a humble title, Shinobi. TSK, they could ascend to the heavens, yet they still cling to this notion of humility. Is this what being a shinobi entails? Senju Tobirama raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat offended. At that time, shinobi were compelled to keep their surnames secret for survival, with the average lifespan in the shinobi world barely reaching 30 years. Dragging down the average were the young children clad in armor. In an era of conflict, clans like the Senju and Uchiha were regarded as adept on the battlefield, often hired by various factions. Under the harsh conditions of their environment, these exceptional children often sought relief by skipping stones along the riverbank. After all, those who were not exceptional had already met their demise. Thus, our remarkable child, Senju Hashirama, met Uchiha Madara through the shared pastime of stone skipping. Was my elder brother introduced to Madara under such circumstances? Senju Tobirama mused, realizing that this indeed seemed plausible. However, why did the words of the individual on the light screen leave him with an impression of irreverence? Uncertain, let's observe further. In the Hokage office, Senju Tobirama fetched a stool and sat before the light screen, unperturbed by any potential danger. I am eager to see how you will introduce my elder brother. Due to the principle of surname confidentiality among shinobi, Hashirama was unaware that the charming figure before him belonged to a rival clan. However, the astute boy Hashirama, deducing from Madara's stone-skipping technique, suspected that Madara was also a shinobi. While the two enjoyed their playful banter, a corpse from the Yai clan drifted down the river. This alarming sight heightened Hashirama's alertness. He warned Madara to flee swiftly. This area would soon become a battlefield. Yet, Hashirama's instinctive act of walking on water revealed his identity as a shinobi to Madara. During their initial parting, they learned each other's names, yet their surnames remained unknown. Watching the images of his elder brother and Madara meeting by the river in the light screen, Senju Tobirama nodded in agreement. This was indeed typical behavior for his elder brother. However, did the young Uchiha Madara also experience troubles that required him to skip stones for relief? The Uchiha Madara he knew was proud and domineering. He had no idea Madara's childhood was akin to this. If only Madara were still alive, I could have used this incident to tease him. Imagining Madara's frustrated expression, caught between his desire to defeat him, yet unable to do so, brought great amusement to Senju Tobirama. Upon returning home, Hashirama learned that his younger brother, Kawurama, had met a tragic fate. Overcome with emotion, he lashed out at their father, Butsuma, leading to a fierce confrontation. After receiving a sharp reprimand, Hashirama stubbornly persisted, continuing to argue. Seeing his son so defiant, Butsuma prepared to deliver a severe reprimand to Hashirama. As the Buddha was preparing to unveil a grand scene of domestic violence, Senju Tobirama, who played the dual role of both brother and mother to Hashirama, stepped forward to offer him a way out. Before long, Hashirama's younger brother, Ban, also met his end amidst the brutal assault by the Uchiha clan. Overwhelmed by grief from the loss of two brothers, Hashirama found himself by the riverside once more. "What do you mean by saying I am both brother and mother? You truly have a way with words," he exclaimed. Indeed, given Hashirama's carefree disposition, had it not been for Tobirama's relentless protection, he might have perished at their father's hands during childhood. Simultaneously, he aspired to be a good older brother, yet Ban and Kane's untimely deaths thwarted that desire. The melancholic sentiment swiftly passed, and Tobirama resumed watching the video. Hashirama arrived at the riverside, where coincidentally, Ban was also present. The two young men, both plagued by the weight of their brotherly burdens, delved into an understanding of each other's pain. Ban believed that to halt the incessant conflicts among the clans, they must engage in sincere and heartfelt dialogue. Hashirama and Ban, however, held little hope that their respective clans would embrace such a notion. Embracing the philosophy that the strength of youth must be supported by the resolve of young women, the two lads resolved to diligently enhance their abilities and seize the reins of power at the earliest opportunity. Yet, as they practiced, their rendezvous under the guise of skill refinement gradually turned into clandestine meetings, leading to an intimate camaraderie between them. Isn't it strange? Isn't Ban's ideal to unify the clans? The notion of sincere openness seems to echo that of an elder brother, Tobirama pondered, sensing something amiss. Was it truly so naive for Ban to entertain such thoughts in his youth? No wonder he and my elder brother became such close friends. Their ideas are equally juvenile. One day, Hashirama met with Ban again, and they ascended to the mountain peak. Upon reaching the summit, Hashirama expressed his desire to establish a village in the sight of all, dedicated to safeguarding the young and nurturing their training, missions, and rankings, thereby keeping them away from the ravages of war. In essence, this statement was Hashirama's way of conveying to Ban that what lay before them was the foundation of the empire he wished to build for him. Ban, upon hearing this, expressed his wholehearted agreement with his elder brother Hashirama. Thus, the two found common ground, basking in the tranquility of their shared aspirations. Had they not been bound by societal constraints, they might have indulged in daily clandestine meetings, whispering sweet nothings to each other. Alas, fate took a different turn, as their daily escapades raised suspicions in both their fathers. Tobirama felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He disregarded the playful banter that raised eyebrows on the screen, instead engrossed in the unfolding scenes. Clearly, these images stirred a longing for his elder brother within him. He had come to terms with the veracity of the events depicted in the video. The evidence lay in the segment where Buddha struck Hashirama. At that time, only the four of them were present, no one else. Thus, it was impossible for the incident to leak. Even if it had, the precision of the visuals on the screen was unfathomable. It was as if someone had been beside them, meticulously capturing every detail of that conflict with a brush. Back then, both he and Hashirama were still relatively weak. Perhaps they were oblivious to the presence of someone lurking nearby. However, their father, Buddha, was among the strongest at that time. If even he had failed to notice anyone in hiding, it was safe to conclude that there truly was no one concealed around them. Given this, the emergence of this screen and the visuals displayed upon it became quite intriguing. Now, it seems we have arrived at the moment of confrontation, Tobirama mused, fully aware of the circumstances. Had my brother not intervened, I would likely have perished that day. Indeed, were Ban not to act, Izuna would have met the same fate. Tobirama bore no resentment towards Buddha's choices, for such occurrences were commonplace during the Warring States period. To eliminate a potentially formidable opponent's child, one would go to any lengths, even if it meant sacrificing their own offspring. Buddha had long orchestrated the covert surveillance of Hashirama's remaining brother, Tobirama, keeping a watchful eye on their secret meetings. One day, during a family gathering with only a few attendees, the head of the family, Buddha, informed Hashirama that the charming youth he met daily was from the Uchiha clan. He strongly urged Hashirama to eliminate Uchiha Ban during their next encounter. Hashirama, upon hearing this, dared not disobey, and set a date for action. On the day of departure, the sun shone brightly, marking an opportune season for farewells. To avert any unforeseen mishaps, Buddha and Tobirama discreetly trailed Hashirama. Coincidentally, Ban's father, Uchiha Taijima, also plotted to seize this opportunity to eliminate Hashirama. The leaders of these vibrant social factions could only aspire to such trivialities skilling the opposing clan's youth. Both fathers, leading their respective younger sons, laid ambushes in preparation for a confrontation to eliminate one another's firstborns. Upon their arrival, Hashirama and Ban commenced their scheming, secretly plotting against the expectations of their parents and siblings. They exchanged stones inscribed with messages, signaling their retreat. Upon witnessing their children's actions, both sets of parents immediately sensed that something was amiss. Subsequently, Hashirama led Tobirama as they charged towards the opposite shore, while Izuna's younger brother, Suena, mirrored Taijima's actions. As they urgently retreated, Hashirama and Izuna turned back, bewildered, and remarked, "We both have withdrawn, yet you still advance? Are the four of you preparing for a game of mahjong on water?" Naturally, the four paid no heed to Hashirama and Izuna, engaging in their own spirited exchange. Tobirama sighed in exasperation. Although the information displayed on the screen accurately reflected the situation at that moment, the phrasing was utterly perplexing. What did they mean by mahjong on water? What was intended by engaging in a spirited exchange? At that moment, he was engaged in a deadly duel with Izuna, harboring a mindset of mutual destruction. Yet, how could such a sentiment sound so awkward when expressed through the light screen? Shaking his head, Tobirama chose to disregard these trivial details and instead focused on observing the unfolding spectacle. During the battle, Hashirama and Taijima took advantage of Tobirama's engagement with Izuna, leaping into action to launch hidden weapons, intent on eliminating their opponent's progeny. Fortunately, their attack was thwarted by Hashirama and Madara, who deflected it with stones. As the two brothers faced near demise, they gradually converged before their respective siblings. Madara, driven by his desire to protect Izuna and the revelation of his dealings with Hashirama, was overcome with anguish and activated his Sharingan. Witnessing the scene through the light screen where his elder brother saved him, Tobirama couldn't help but smile faintly. Had it not been for the stone Hashirama had thrown, he would likely have fallen victim to Izuna's lethal strike. However, Madara's activation of the Sharingan indicated that the possibility of reconciliation between the two factions had vanished. If one were to determine who possessed the most profound understanding of the Sharingan's intricacies within Konoha, it would not be a member of the Uchiha clan, but rather Tobirama of the Senju clan. His research indicated that only during moments of intense emotional upheaval would an Uchiha activate their Sharingan. Clearly, the near loss of his brother and the exposure of his connection with Hashirama had left Madara in a state of emotional turmoil. To safeguard his brother and realize his ambitions, he required an even greater power. Thus, Madara's furious activation of the Sharingan was entirely justified. After Madara declared a severance of ties with Hashirama, Taijima remarked, "My son has spurned yours and awakened his Sharingan. This is a significant victory for us. Thus we shall retreat." Unfazed, Tobirama, who had moments ago contemplated annihilating Taijima's entire family, now wore a stoic expression, internally reflecting, "As long as this flamboyant scoundrel distances himself from my brother, I care not whether you choose to withdraw." Consequently, both fathers led their beloved sons away, contentedly retreating. Yet, Madara's actions left a profound impact on Hashirama, inflicting considerable emotional wounds. Time, relentless and unyielding, passed, and many years later, Hashirama and Madara emerged as the leaders of their respective clans, standing undefeated at the pinnacle of the shinobi world, their families evenly matched. Throughout this journey, one could observe the evolution of both Hashirama and Madara's abilities. Madara's mastery of the fire release was indeed a familial inheritance, while Hashirama's wood release was particularly intriguing. As the sole male of the Senju clan capable of utilizing wood release, Hashirama tirelessly developed his techniques, consistently innovating his skills. Now, as we witness the clash between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara on the light screen, even the typically composed Tobirama felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. His obsession with wood release was formidable, as his elder brother's prowess compelled him to conduct extensive research. Should he succeed in his endeavors and enable others within his clan to harness wood release, no family in the shinobi world would dare oppose the Senju, not even the Uchiha. In contrast to wood release ninjutsu, one would at least need to possess the Manjiki Sharingan's caliber to stand a chance. At that time, only Madara and Izuna among the Uchiha held Manjiki. Madara had Hashirama to contend with, while Izuna faced Tobirama. If the Senju could awaken another wood release user, the balance of power would be irrevocably altered, rendering the Senju clan invincible in the shinobi realm. Alas, mastering wood release proved to be an arduous endeavor. Even with Tobirama's expertise, he had yet to succeed, marking one of his most profound regrets. Would the light screen reveal the secrets of mastering would release? Hashirama's would release, devoid of any prior guidance, nevertheless flourished as his strength surged. Eventually, during a subsequent conflict between their clans, Tobirama seized an opportunity when Izuna was momentarily distracted. Wielding his sword to deliver a swift and lethal strike that pierced Izuna's body, the protective Madara, witnessing his brother's injury, immediately rushed to his side, lifting him up. Meanwhile, Hashirama, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, implored Madara for cooperation between their clans. Although Madara was momentarily swayed, Izuna vehemently opposed the notion, leading Madara to reject Hashirama's proposal. Hashirama retorted, "Madara, you are nothing but a coward." Following this, Madara withdrew with Izuna, observing their leader's retreat. The Uchiha shinobi surrendered to Hashirama and Tobirama. In this confrontation, Hashirama shifted the tide of battle from an evenly matched scenario to one where the Uchiha were outnumbered, securing a decisive victory for the Senju clan. Subsequently, due to the severity of Izuna's injuries, he became irreparably incapacitated. Madara inherited Izuna's eyes, awakening the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Empowered, Madara transformed into a proud and somewhat deluded individual. Mastering his new ocular abilities, Madara, accompanied by his dwindling number of allies, declared war on Hashirama. After a prolonged battle lasting a day and a night, Madara was ultimately subdued by Hashirama. One might ponder why Madara's strength had surged so dramatically. It turns out the Manjiki could indeed evolve into the eternal variant. However, regardless of the prowess bestowed by his eyes, Madara could never prevail over his elder brother. The mere thought of his brother caused Tobirama to sigh. Hashirama was exceptional in every regard, powerful, noble, and unpretentious. Alas, his intellect was somewhat lacking, leading to overly naive notions. Nevertheless, Hashirama's presence was overwhelmingly beneficial. Following his demise, the shinobi world erupted into chaos. Thus, I opposed the notion of distributing tailed beasts to other great nations. In Tobirama's view, the idea of sharing those tailed beasts to balance power among factions was utterly foolish, prompting his vehement dissent. Yet, Hashirama remained resolute, stating, "I shall not listen. I shall not listen." As Tobirama prepared to deliver a final blow to Madara, Hashirama's eyes widened in shock, causing Tobirama to tremble. Subsequently, Hashirama beseeched the fallen Madara for cooperation between their clans. Upon hearing the proposal for collaboration, Madara immediately presented a series of unreasonable demands. Either Hashirama must take his own life or eliminate Tobirama before he would consider accepting the offer. Tobirama, upon hearing Madara's stipulations, panicked, fearing his brother might sacrifice him for an old flame. Hashirama, undeterred, began to disrobe, brandishing a kunai as he prepared to inflict harm upon himself, shedding a theatrical tear in the process. Ultimately, Madara was swayed by Hashirama's tears, and the two clasped hands once more. Thus, the most formidable clans united to establish Konoha village. Other factions hastened to consolidate their powers, bringing an end to the era of small-scale territorial disputes and ushering in a new age of unity across the shinobi world. Reflecting on the events, one might wonder whether Hashirama truly acted as the light screen depicted. Logically, Senju Hashirama was indeed formidable. Not only was his physical strength remarkable, but his regenerative abilities were astounding. Despite the intensity of the battlefield, he emerged unscathed, yet he contemplated self-harm with a kunai. At that moment, I was indeed flustered and utterly failed to consider this aspect. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara back then was also a rather naive individual, influenced by his elder brother's emotions. He too overlooked this detail. This perhaps marked one of the rare occasions where his brother showcased his cunning. Why hasn't he the teacher emerged yet? He promised to impart a formidable water-release jutsu today. Outside the Hokage building, the youthful Sarutobi Hiruzen was beginning to feel a touch of impatience. He had long coveted Master Tobirama's water-style jutsu, and finally, the latter had agreed to teach him a particularly powerful technique today. However, he found himself waiting beneath the Hokage building for nearly half an hour. In his recollection, Master Tobirama was typically punctual in his departure. Unless there were matters of great significance, he would never linger to work overtime. Presently, while Konoha remained in a standoff with the hidden cloud, the war was nearing its conclusion, and no significant events were anticipated. So, what could Master Tobirama possibly be occupied with? Sarutobi Izashi grew tired of waiting idly and decided to ascend to the office to inquire. After all, as a disciple of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, he possessed the right to enter the Hokage's office freely. However, he did not expect to be intercepted at the office door by several members of the Umbu. Apologies, Hizashi, but the Hokage has instructed that no one is to disturb him. These Umbu members recognized Sarutobi Hizashi and felt compelled to inform him. What? Am I not included in that? The Hokage's words seemed to encompass everyone, including himself. Very well, I understand, Sarutobi Hizashi replied, resigned. He merely wished to ascend and observe what teacher Tobirama was engaged in. Since the teacher had matters to attend to, he would not recklessly intrude. Is it a monkey? You may enter. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was poised to descend and continue his wait, The voice of Senju Tobirama resonated from within the office. Heh, I knew the teacher held me in the highest regard. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled faintly, opened the door, and stepped inside. Before he could fully comprehend the situation within the room, a voice emerged from the doorway. Close the door. Understood, master. Once the door was shut, Sarutobi Hizashi finally discerned that his teacher, Tobirama Senju, was seated before a desk. Upon the desk, a large luminous screen, approximately 3 meters long and 2 meters high, materialized. The scenes depicted on the screen struck a familiar chord within Sarutobi Hizashi. Was this not the visage of the village during its nascent days? When Konoha was established, Sarutobi Hizashi had already graced the world for 9 years, possessing memories of that time. Indeed, the imagery displayed was reminiscent of his elder brother's endeavors during the foundation of Konoha. Initially, Sarutobi Hizashi intended to pose further inquiries. Yet a man's voice resonated from the screen. Tobirama, in a timely manner, advised, refrain from speaking for now. We shall address your questions shortly. Sarutobi Hizashi nodded in acquiescence, remaining silent and fixated on the luminous screen. The revelation that Hashirama had originally intended for Madara to assume the role of Hokage, only to be met with Tobirama's opposition, prompted Sarutobi Hizashi to suppress an urge to inquire further. He was genuinely unaware that, as the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage of Konoha, would entertain the notion of allowing Uchiha Madara to become Hokage. He glanced at Tobirama, hoping to glean an answer from his facial expression. Clearly, Tobirama, as a teacher, was aware of his disciple's thoughts. He said nothing, merely nodding calmly in acknowledgement of the events depicted in the light screen. Upon receiving this affirmation, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but think, this truly is an extraordinary piece of news. Given Uchiha Madara's ruthless nature, should he ascend to the position of Hokage, chaos would undoubtedly reign throughout the ninja world. In contrast to Madara, the villagers' sentiments favored Hashirama for the role of Hokage. This was evident from their shared appearances in public, which highlighted Hashirama's immense popularity. With his broad, white smile and the aura of a strong leader, the villagers eagerly sought his affectionate pat on the head. After all, a ninja who diligently maintains their dental hygiene exudes an irresistible charm. However, despite Hashirama's support, Madara found himself increasingly isolated. Later, during a conversation between the brothers Hashirama and Tobirama regarding the Hokage position, Madara overheard them, sowing the seeds of eventual discord. In the ensuing days, surrounded by the various clans and the villagers, Hashirama was inaugurated as the first Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Sensing his growing isolation, Madara contemplated leaving the village, only to be fervently persuaded by Hashirama, who promised him the title of second Hokage. Yet, Madara was acutely aware that upon Hashirama's demise, Tobirama would inevitably assume the Hokage position. He understood that no one, save for Hashirama, could converse with him candidly. Subsequently, Madara inquired whether Hashirama would choose to part with Tobirama or himself for the sake of the village. Upon observing Hashirama's hesitant expression, Madara resolutely departed from Konoha, fully aware of the hidden motives behind his departure. As Tobirama spoke, Hiruzen found himself torn between speaking and holding back, causing Tobirama considerable discomfort. If you have something to ask, please do so, he urged. Within the light screen, Hiate's voice was narrating the distribution of tailed beasts to the 5 great nations by Hashirama. This segment was a personal experience for Tobirama. Thus, conversing with Hiruzen and addressing his inquiries should not omit any crucial details. Teacher, is everything this person in the light screen is saying true? Tobirama shook his head, then nodded. I cannot say for certain. I can only attest to the events I have personally witnessed, which align with what this individual has stated. In truth, Tobirama had already concluded that the information relayed by the figure in the light screen was likely accurate, but he refrained from sharing his judgment with Hiruzen to avoid influencing him. His age is no longer young. After a few more years as Hokage, he will abdicate once the new generation has matured. To occupy the esteemed position of Hokage, one must possess independent thinking rather than simply acquiescing to others' opinions. This applies even to the retired second Hokage. Among his students, Sarutobi Hiruzen and a few others stand out as the elite of their generation. He estimates that the third Hokage will choose from among these students. First, he excludes Mito Uzumaki, T-Sun Kosuka, Uchiha Kagami, and Akimichi Torif. The first 2 possess commendable strength and temperament, yet without familial support, they are unlikely to ascend to the role of Hokage. The latter 2 hail from families that could provide assistance, and their personal strength is formidable. However, Senju Tobirama would never permit a member of the Uchiha clan to become Hokage, even if that individual were his favored disciple. Members of that clan are prone to emotional volatility. To be blunt, they exhibit traits of potential insanity, making their behavior unpredictable. Dealing with ordinary individuals afflicted by mental illness is already troublesome, let alone those of the Uchiha clan, whose strength amplifies the risks associated with any such episodes. Akimichi Torif himself is commendable, yet the traits of his family are not suited for the role of Hokage. After careful consideration, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo remain. Firstly, their prowess is exceptional, marking them as the foremost of their generation. Secondly, their families are relatively well regarded within Konoha, providing them with considerable support. With the backing of his position as their teacher, they should be able to secure their roles as Hokage, provided they succeed in their endeavors. Among the two, he holds Sarutobi Hiruzen in higher esteem. Thus, he will seize every opportunity to nurture his potential. Of course, nothing is definitively settled. After all, several years remain. And Sarutobi Hiruzen currently holds a slight edge over Shimura Danzo. The discussions at the Five Kage Summit were rather sparse. In essence, Hashirama proposed to gift the remaining tailed beasts to the other four nations, while Tobirama argued that such a gift should be compensated with monetary exchange. The Wind Shadow expressed a desire for land rather than tailed beasts, which displeased the other three shadows. As tensions escalated, Hashirama, leveraging his formidable charisma, pounded the tables several times, subtly indicating that he was the most resolute among them. He warned that should they fail to establish a peace agreement, he would not hesitate to deal with them. Thus, for the first time, comprehensive peace was achieved on this land. As for the teacher, did the first Hokage secure the peace treaty through his immense charisma or his personal strength? I find myself somewhat perplexed. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiry, Tobirama's lips twitched once more. He did not directly explain to the monkey, but rather hinted, if the first Hokage lacked formidable strength, do you think they would heed our words? Indeed, it seems that in this ninja world, power is paramount. To spare his elder brother from criticism, Tobirama hastily added, yet, it cannot be said so simply. If the first had no charisma, would he not be akin to Uchiha Madara? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered this and found it to be true. It was precisely because the villagers recognized the difference between the first and Madara that they chose the former over the latter. Allow me to remind you, the first's methods are not ones you can emulate, for you lack his unparalleled strength. Every situation possesses dual facets. Whether to be firm or to compromise must be your own decision. Hiruzen nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Years later, Madara suddenly returned to launch an assault on Konoha. To protect the village and its inhabitants, Hashirama stepped forward to engage in a fierce battle with Madara, utilizing the formidable power of his Sharingan. Madara manipulated the Nine Tails to duel with Hashirama. Our Hashirama, in turn, countered with his would-release techniques in Sage Mode. With a dramatic display of his prowess, he unleashed the true Thousand Hands, striking down half of the Nine Tails Susanoo with a single blow, and then, as if cradling a chick, lifted the Nine Tails effortlessly before soothing it to sleep with gentle strokes. This battle raged on for 3 days and nights, culminating in Hashirama deceiving Uchiha Madara with a wood clone, landing a decisive attack that vanquished Madara and secured peace for Konoha. At that time, both Tobirama and Hiruzen were aware of the moment when Madara returned to Konoha to confront Hashirama. However, they did not merely observe. They could only glean the intensity of the battle from the aftermath. Now, the luminous screen vividly displayed the spectacular moments of this clash. The two watched, captivated by the fierce confrontation between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Tobirama remained somewhat composed, having always held confidence in his elder brother's strength, having witnessed his gallant presence on the battlefield. Hiruzen, however, was different. He had never seen the first Hokage unleash his full power in combat. He had never contemplated that battles among ninjas could be so intense. Is it truly possible to control the Nine Tails, the most formidable of the tailed beasts, merely by will? Can a colossal wooden figure and a gigantic Buddha with 1,000 hands truly be summoned by a mere mortal? Can Uchiha Obito and Senju Hashirama genuinely be deemed ninjas? Should they not be referred to as deities? Contemplating the existence of Hashirama's brother, he swiftly directed his gaze towards his mentor. Master, you. No. I do not possess the formidable strength of my elder brother. Clearly, Tobirama recognized what Sarutobi Hiruzen was pondering and shook his head repeatedly in negation. How perplexing it is that despite being siblings, the disparity in their prowess is so vast. You insolent brat, dare you mock me? Tobirama delivered a swift chop to Hiruzen, reminding him that a teacher shall always remain a teacher. Ouch! Cradling his head, Hiruzen cast a slightly displeased glance at Tobirama. He merely spoke the truth. Is it now a fault to speak the truth? At that moment, the atmosphere in the office remained relatively pleasant, unaffected by the emergence of the luminous screen, until Lin Tian's voice once again emanated from the screen. In the days of his life, the title of the God of Ninjas bestowed upon Hashirama was indeed well-deserved. In fact, the limits of Hashirama's power have always been described with great ambiguity. Even during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Uchiha Madara expressed relief that the Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobirama, were in a reanimated state. Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Fourth War? Teacher, is it the Fourth War I am thinking of? If the speaker is not intentionally misleading, then it must indeed be the Fourth War you are contemplating. Upon hearing Teacher Tobirama's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately felt a surge of anxiety, his throat dry and breathing rapid, while beads of cold sweat adorned his youthful visage. Senju Tobirama also wore a grave expression. He contemplated more than Sarutobi's expectations. The state of impure reincarnation mentioned by this individual on the screen particularly caught his attention. The higher-ups in Konoha were well aware that Senju Tobirama was a master of ninjutsu invention. However, despite the immense power and practicality of the techniques he developed, their side effects were equally significant. Such ninjutsu were collectively referred to as forbidden techniques. Tobirama devised numerous forbidden techniques, among which the most renowned were the Flying Thunder God technique and the Multiple Shadow Clone technique, while countless others remained lesser known. Among these, one forbidden technique was called Impure World Reincarnation. The function of this technique is to summon the souls of long-deceased ninjas back to the mortal realm and revive them in a tangible form. However, the individuals revived in this manner do not truly experience resurrection. They are devoid of senses such as smell, taste, and touch. Thus, those resurrected through the Impure World Reincarnation are referred to as impure bodies. Even Uchiha Madara, who was brought back to life during the Fourth Great Ninja War, lamented, "At last, I can truly experience the thrill of battle." Senju Tobirama remains unaware of Madara's grievances from that period. He is only cognizant of the fact that the forbidden technique he devised seems to have caused considerable trouble for future generations, to say nothing of others. The mere existence of impure Uchiha Madara poses an enormous challenge. From the images of the Fourth War displayed before him, he perceives that the shinobi of the future possess formidable power. However, this is not a matter of Tobirama underestimating these shinobi. Rather, it is a recognition that Uchiha Madara's strength exists in an entirely different realm. He firmly believes that the only one capable of thwarting Uchiha Madara is none other than his elder brother, Senju Hashirama. Fortunately, both he and his brother have been summoned from the realm of the dead to confront Madara. Otherwise, he would likely become a pariah in the entire shinobi world. The first Hokage, Hashirama, single-handedly wielded would release to bring peace. In his lifetime, he was said to be evenly matched with Madara, yet he consistently managed to outshine him. Even his successor, Yamato, could only utilize wood release for mere landscaping. As the reincarnation of Shura, the son of the Sage of Six Paths, Hashirama is exceptionally unique. Teacher. This. Tobirama did not heed Sarutobi Hiruzen's astonishment. He merely furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. So Shura is indeed the son of the Sage of Six Paths, reflecting on the beginning of the projection, which stated that his elder brother was the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra. He had previously questioned the significance of Ashura. Now, upon hearing the projection's words, he comprehended that Ashura is, in fact, the son of the Sage of Six Paths. If his brother is the reincarnation of the Sage's chakra, and he is the brother of that brother, then, by a stretch of logic, he too is a son of the Sage of Six Paths. Truly a cause for celebration, or not? If Ashura could reincarnate through chakra, what of the sage himself? Might he be lurking somewhere in the shinobi world, observing all in secrecy? The mere thought of an ancient sage peering from the shadows left Tobirama feeling quite unsettled. Ashura, a second-generation sage, was a lackluster student who relied heavily on his father's and the villagers' support to overcome his brother Indra. There are many reincarnations of Ashura, yet only Senju Hashirama can be aptly termed a genius. Even without standing upon the shoulders of his predecessors, he has made remarkable advancements in wood-release techniques. With the advent of the flower tree world, techniques such as the wood dragon jutsu and wood binding technique allow him to handle various situations adeptly. Furthermore, Hashirama secretly mastered sage techniques, combining wood release with sage abilities to vanquish his foes effortlessly. Years later, the Nine Tails reminisced about the most absurd encounter, which was when Hashirama proclaimed that his power would bring calamity upon the world, only to be subdued with a single hand pressed firmly against the ground. Alas, due to time constraints, we shall conclude our discussion of Hashirama's exploits during his lifetime here. As for the events following his death and his summoning to participate in the Fourth Great Ninja War, that shall be reserved for future recounting. In the next episode, we will explore the second Hokage of Konohagakure, Senju Tobirama, who was destined to elevate the village to greatness but met his untimely demise during a peace negotiation with the Cloud Village. By the way, remember to press like and subscribe. Your support is truly vital for the creator. Surely, you wouldn't want to see the creator abandon video making due to financial constraints, would you? I am the newcomer creator, Ation. See you next time. Thus concludes our first episode on Senju Hashirama. Tobirama had initially thought that with the conclusion of the recounting, the projection would likewise dissipate. What shall we do, teacher? Tobirama pondered for a moment before rising to stand before the projection. Initially, he placed his palm atop his thumb, as Lin Tian had suggested. After approximately 2 seconds, the thumb illuminated and Tobirama's hand was withdrawn. In the office, there lay several gold bars that he had set aside for quite some time. These bars were originally intended as rewards for deserving civilian ninjas following the conclusion of the war. Upon activation, a circular platform with a diameter of 50 centimeters materialized in the void before the luminous screen. Without further contemplation, Tobirama placed the gold bars upon this small platform. 5 seconds later, amidst a flash of white light, the platform along with the gold bars vanished from sight, leaving no trace behind. Simultaneously, the luminous screen also disappeared. This luminous screen was truly remarkable. Whether it was the introduction to the original purpose by the newcomer named Guang, or the recent disappearance of the gold bars and platform, it left Sarutobi Hiruzen in awe and astonishment. However, despite his amazement, Hiruzen felt a deep concern regarding Guang's final statement that Tobirama would meet his demise during the peace negotiations with the Cloud Village. Yet, there was no cause for alarm. Having foreseen his own fate, he would undoubtedly take every measure to avert it. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. He understood that the thoughts and wisdom of his teacher were beyond his comprehension. He also recognized that his mentor likely wished to reflect quietly on the matters discussed in the recent projection. Thus, he wisely refrained from pestering Tobirama for instruction on new water release techniques and promptly took his leave from the Hokage's office. As anticipated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tobirama indeed required solitude to contemplate, for the revelations from the projection were overwhelming, and he needed to organize his thoughts. After a considerable time, as darkness enveloped the day and his stomach began to grumble with hunger, Tobirama rose from his chair, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, in NJ City, the heat remained oppressive. As one of the hottest cities in Sichuan province, Lin Tian found little motivation to venture outdoors during the summer months. Why endure the discomfort of the outside world when he could relish the cool air conditioning, immerse himself in novels, play games, or create videos at home? However, today he had no choice but to step outside, as a fan had sent him a gift that required him to retrieve it from the delivery station. The notion of having it delivered to his door? A fanciful thought. This marked the first occasion a fan had sent him a gift, and he felt compelled to document the moment. First times always hold a special significance. Lin Tian considered recording the event on his phone. Whether to later share it on his platform with other fans or to keep it as a personal memento, either option seemed delightful. He pondered what the fan might have sent him, hoping it was not something trivial. With this thought, his initial excitement began to wane. He was aware that a certain host on a small platform had excitedly received gifts from fans, only to discover upon opening the package that it contained a rather unsavory surprise. Lin Tian did not desire extravagant gifts from his fans. He merely hoped he would not suffer the same misfortune as that host. While he knew the first experience might be somewhat painful, he still wished to challenge this unwritten rule. However, he found it curious that he had not disclosed his home address online. So how could a fan possibly know where to send something? Unable to make sense of it, he decided to dismiss the thought. The delivery station was not far from his apartment complex. After exiting the community, he walked approximately 100 meters west to reach it. Along the way, he followed his plan and turned on his phone to record the entire process of retrieving the package. The pickup code was A123456. Upon arriving at the delivery station, Lin Tian provided the code and quickly received his package. Once home, he eagerly tore open the outer packaging and was greeted by the sight of glimmering golden bars. Could it be that this was actual gold? At that moment, Lin Tian felt a rush of panic. By his estimation, if this indeed was gold, it would be worth a considerable sum. Alongside the gold was a small note that read, "From Tsunade Senju, the second Hokage." A fan who was a devoted cosplayer, perhaps? Shaking his head, he knew this was not the time to speculate about the fan's true identity. The foremost priority was to ascertain whether the item was genuinely gold. If it were not, he could simply display it as a decorative art piece in his home. However, if it were real gold, he would be at a loss as to how to proceed. Should he keep it as a collectible or sell it? Given that this was his first fan gift, selling it for money seemed somewhat improper. After all, with a monthly income of over 3,000 yuan, he felt he had no right to possess such a substantial piece of gold. Regardless, it would be wise to seek verification from Brotherly. He repackaged the item and descended once more. This time, he headed to a small gold shop not far to the east of his community. The shop's owner, Li Guding, was a distant relative of Lin Tian. Living in the same neighborhood allowed them to maintain a cordial relationship. "Brotherly, could you help me determine if this is genuine gold?" Lin Tian was fortunate to find Li Guding in the shop, sparing him the need to call for assistance. "Let me take a look." Without hesitation, Li Guding accepted the package from Lin Tian and began examining it. After half an hour of careful scrutiny, touching, observing, weighing, and even applying heat, Li Guding confidently informed Lin Tian that it was indeed a piece of gold, not brass or any other metal resembling gold. Having received this confirmation, Lin Tian found himself in a quandary, not out of pretentiousness, but genuine indecision. Li Guding, unfazed by Lin Tian's turmoil, spoke up. "The current price of gold is approximately 500 yuan per gram. If you can prove the origin of this gold, I can offer you 430 yuan per gram. If you cannot provide proof, then I can only offer 400 yuan per gram. This piece weighs 664 grams, so you could sell it here for over 200,000 yuan." Lin Tian understood that Li Guding was not trying to deceive him. Selling unverified gold elsewhere would likely result in a far lower price. Li Guding's offer at an 8% discount was indeed considerate. As for proving the gold's origin, well, that was a question for the second Hokage, Tsunade Senju. "All right, Brotherly, let us go with the 400 yuan per gram price." "Very well, that amounts to 265,600 yuan. I'll transfer you 270,000 yuan. "Thank you, Brotherly. Haha, mutually beneficial. Shall we dine together tonight?" "No, I must leave for a business trip shortly. We can celebrate properly when I return." "Agreed then." In the Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade Senju had just finished processing all her paperwork yet remained in the office. For the past 2 weeks, she had been staying late, hoping to witness a miraculous event. Alongside her, Sarutobi Hiruzen occasionally joined her, waiting as well. However, Hiruzen's presence irked Shimura Danzo, who suspected Hiruzen was merely trying to curry favor with Tsunade, seeking to monopolize her attention. Ambitious as ever, Danzo resolved that wherever Hiruzen went, he would follow. It happened that both were present in the office today. Teacher, do you think the moment will arrive today? The sun has yet to set. Let us wait a bit longer. Danzo was baffled by their conversation. No matter how he inquired, Hiruzen remained reticent about what they were waiting for. As for questioning Tsunade, Danzo lacked the courage for that. After a while, as the sky darkened, Tsunade stood and said, "Well, today." Before she could finish her sentence, the familiar luminescent screen reappeared on the desk. Tsunade quickly glanced at the time. Perfect, it was exactly 8 o'clock. Hello, everyone. This is a bonus video. The situation unfolded as follows. This morning, a delivery person had called to inform me of a package arrival. The issue was, I had not ordered anything online recently, prompting me to check my shopping app, which showed no purchases. It was only after inquiring with the delivery person that I discovered the recipient listed on the package was my username as a UP host. It dawned on me that a fan had sent me something. I never expected that, as an inexperienced UP host, I would receive gifts from fans. In the Hokage office, Danzo stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Hiruzen, what is this? This is the miraculous screen that we have awaited for half a month with Teacher Tsunade. Can you explain it to me in detail? Let us watch for now. We can discuss it afterwards. Upon receiving the response from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo fell silent. However, his mind was racing, contemplating the extraordinary scene before him. Senju Tobirama had paid no heed to the actions of the two students, as he was utterly captivated by the spectacle on the light screen. The neighborhood where Lin Tian resided was merely a modest one, yet the several towering buildings, each over 30 stories high, left a profound impression on the trio. As the most prosperous village in the shinobi world, Konoha may not rival the grandeur of the capital where the Fire Country's feudal lord dwelled, but it certainly did not fall short. Throughout the entire shinobi realm, buildings of 5 stories were exceedingly rare, let alone those reaching 30 floors. Upon exiting the neighborhood, the sight of the iron contraptions racing along the roads equally astonished the three. Upon witnessing individuals disembarking from these metallic vehicles, their perceptive minds quickly deduced that these contraptions served as the means of transportation in that world. With prior knowledge of Senju Hashirama's life and the astonishing high-rises coupled with the iron vehicles, it became evident that this youth named Lin Tian did not inhabit the shinobi world. He hailed from an entirely different realm. Such a revelation was indeed astonishing, albeit not entirely unexpected. A fortnight prior, after viewing the initial compilation, Senju Tobirama had already harbored doubts regarding the origins of the video creator Lin Tian. Today's video merely confirmed his suspicions as truth. That world must be quite peaceful, Tobirama mused softly to himself. Perhaps, he replied quietly, continuing, if there were no peace, such advancements would not be possible. A glimpse reveals the entirety. Without the establishment of peace, towering structures could not have been erected, nor could the bustling vehicles be accessible to ordinary citizens. Moreover, the pedestrians depicted on the screen exhibited a vibrant demeanor, devoid of any signs of hardship, clearly well-fed and well-rested. Peace, he sighed. When would the shinobi world ever attain true tranquility? With a deep breath, Senju Tobirama ceased his musings and focused intently on the light screen. When he witnessed Lin Tian's astonishment upon discovering gold in his delivery, Tobirama recognized that gold held significant value in that world. Simultaneously, he commended himself for the gesture of gifting gold. After all, a timely gift is far more valuable than mere embellishment. While the shinobi world lacks such a phrase, it embodies a similar sentiment. The outcome appeared quite favorable. Gratitude to this esteemed fan for the gift, Tobirama thought. Ideally, I would cherish gifts from fans, but alas, I find myself in dire financial straits. Poverty often breeds impatience. Thus, I resolved to sell the gold, hoping the generous fan would not take offense. Lin Tian did not record the process of selling the gold at the shop. The scene shifted, revealing him in a supermarket after having sold the gold. Finally, I can enhance my meals, he declared. For over a week, I have subsisted solely on instant noodles, and I can no longer endure that fare. As Lin Tian completed his statement, he embarked on a grand shopping spree, collecting an array of delectable items such as beef jerky, milk, cereals, and canned fruits. As he queued at the checkout, he aimed his phone's camera at himself. That concludes today's video. If you enjoyed this special episode, feel free to press the like button and subscribe, he encouraged. Next up will be the official compilation video. I must wrap this up now. It's my turn to check out. Until next time, dear viewers. Unlike the previous occasion, the screen vanished abruptly after the video ended, leaving Senju Tobirama feeling a sense of loss. The light screen, indifferent to his sentiments, disappeared in an instant. If it is gone, so be it, Tobirama thought. He estimated that the light screen would reappear at the same time in half a month. Whether or not that would be the case remained to be seen. Danzo, if you have any inquiries, feel free to ask Hiruzen directly. I require a moment of quiet contemplation. You may return now. Understood, Sensei. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo departed, leaving Senju Tobirama alone in the Hokage's office. His contemplations were rather straightforward. The vision of another world presented through the luminous screen led Senju Tobirama to believe that it was a realm of tranquility. Subsequently, he beheld the plethora of goods displayed in the supermarket. This not only reaffirmed his convictions, but also piqued his interest in the agricultural, culinary, and production technologies of that world. Thus, he pondered whether it might be possible, through the screen or through Lin Tian himself, to enhance food production in the ninja realm. Perhaps after the next video, he would pen a note to explore this idea further. On the following day, Senju Tobirama arose early, as was his custom. After breakfast, he proceeded to the Hokage office. Before he could immerse himself in his work, a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared before him. Hokage-sama, the envoy from the Cloud Village has arrived in Konoha. Oh, please arrange for their rest. I shall meet with them this afternoon. Yes, Hokage-sama. A week prior, the Cloud Village had issued a notice to Konoha. The message conveyed that, for the sake of both the Cloud and Leaf villages, and indeed for the peace of the ninja world, they would be sending a delegation to discuss a suitable time and place for the highest leaders of both sides to convene and negotiate a peace treaty. Having watched Lin Tian's previous video, Senju Tobirama understood that his original self would meet his demise during this negotiation. The specifics of his death would remain unknown until the second official review video, due in a fortnight. However, regardless of the circumstances of his passing, it did not deter Senju Tobirama from wishing to present a grand gesture to the Cloud Village. As for the discussions with the Cloud delegation, he resolved to employ a strategy of delay. He would wait until the next video from Lin Tian was released, gaining clarity on his fate before determining the precise time and location for the meeting. Although he was scheduled to meet with the Cloud delegation in the afternoon, Tobirama chose not to follow through with this plan. He merely dispatched Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo to attend to the situation, simultaneously informing the other party that he had urgent matters to resolve and suggesting they reconvene at a later time. This maneuver by Senju Tobirama was, in essence, a strategy to buy time. As long as he was resolute in his intention to delay, the task proved to be quite simple. The following day, he had his people escort the envoy from the Cloud Village around Konoha, indulging in whatever they desired to eat or purchase, with all expenses covered by Konoha. This tactic delighted the not-so-wealthy members of the delegation, who eagerly entered a shopping spree. However, this ruse could only prolong matters for 3 days. The individuals dispatched to Konoha were of a notably high caliber. After 3 days, realizing that Konoha showed no intention of negotiating, the delegation members ceased their leisurely outings and began to grow anxious. While the vast land of the Fire Country could afford to delay, the Cloud Village could not. The leader, Tetsubai, felt that the situation was untenable and resolved to wait along the route commonly taken by the second Hokage, determined to obtain a definitive answer. Fortunately, Senju Tobirama had anticipated their actions. He employed the body flicker technique for his commutes. In the blink of an eye, he would find himself in the Hokage's office. In another blink, he was home. Senju Tobirama thought to himself, if you're able, continue waiting for me on the road, you fools. Thus, 2 more days passed in this manner. Tetsubai was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, pacing anxiously. Each day Konoha delayed meant another day of suffering for the Cloud Village. Leader, shall we escalate the situation and force the second Hokage to meet us? There were indeed capable individuals within the delegation. Seeing that Senju Tobirama persistently avoided them, they resolved to pressure him into a meeting. Oh, what is your plan? We could approach it this way, and then that way. All right, I entrust this matter to you. No problem. On the 6th day of the Cloud Village delegation's visit to Konoha, rumors began to circulate from some obscure corner of Konoha, suggesting that the village was indifferent to the plight of the frontline shinobi. The Cloud Village had come in the name of peace, yet Senju Tobirama, the so-called cunning one, was evading them. To secure his position as Hokage, he turned a blind eye to the deaths of frontline shinobi and shunned the prospect of peace. Was the life of a Konoha shinobi truly so insignificant? Indeed, the method chosen by the Cloud delegation was to spread rumors. It must be said that the tactic of rumor-mongering is consistently effective, irrespective of the era. At this stage, Konoha had not yet amassed the number of civilians and shinobi that would characterize later periods. Most of those heading to battle were from Konoha's clans. Some astute individuals recognized the rumors as the handiwork of the Cloud delegation, yet the majority believed that where there was smoke, there must be fire. They would think that after weakening the ninja clans, Senju Tobirama, the second Hokage, would be able to sit comfortably in his position. If one were to assign blame, it would be due to Senju Tobirama's strength not being as formidable as that of his elder brother. Had he possessed such immense power, would he have needed to concern himself with the thoughts of these ninja clans? If there were discontent, let them number the Senju. Aside from mere rumors, the delegation from Kumogakure also resorted to emotional appeals, disseminating leaflets everywhere, proclaiming that once a peace agreement was signed, the ninja could return home. The cherry blossoms in Konohagakure are about to bloom, and the leaf ninja yearn to return to witness the cherry blossoms. These fellows truly exert themselves to meet me. In the Hokage's office, Senju Tobirama gazed at the leaflet in his hand and smirked disdainfully. So, Sensei, when shall you meet them? It matters not. Let us delay for another couple of days. We must make them believe that they are compelling me to meet them, rather than my voluntarily seeking an audience. This way, we can assert ourselves at the negotiation table, prolonging the time. Understood. 2 days passed, and the prominent families of the village began dispatching individuals to gather intelligence. Aware that these individuals were becoming restless, Senju Tobirama reluctantly agreed to meet with the Kumogakure delegation. First, I must clarify our bottom line. The timeline will be dictated by us, and the location must be within Konohagakure. Only upon the acceptance of these 2 conditions can we proceed with discussions. As soon as he took his seat in the conference room, he was met with the absurdity of such demands from the Leaf side. Naturally, the Kumogakure representatives were opposed. You dictate the timeline? This is negotiable. However, to hold the negotiations within Konohagakure is absolutely unacceptable. Let us consider it from another perspective. The Leaf would certainly not feel comfortable sending the second Hokage to Kumogakure. Would you? Thus, both parties began to argue vehemently over the location of the negotiations. The Leaf side transitioned from an initial hardline stance to a gradual softening, ultimately leading to a compromise. They spent 10 full days deliberating over the location alone. At this rate, tomorrow should see the negotiation site confirmed. This is undoubtedly thanks to the leader's eloquence. The credit does not belong to me alone. Upon our return to the village, I shall commend each of you. Laughter and cheer resonated within the inn where the Kumogakure delegation resided. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was equally relaxed. They must be feeling quite pleased, having secured a compromise on the negotiation site in merely 10 days. That said, Shimura Danzo's expression was one of disdain. They achieved the results they sought, and we executed our plan to delay. This is what one would call a win-win situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained composed, even finding the humor in the situation. When did you become so hypocritical, Hiruzen? Is this truly a win-win? Danzo, you are too rigid. How can this not be a win-win? Senju Tobirama also believed this was a win-win, albeit for reasons distinctly different from those espoused by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He believed that, in addition to successfully stalling for time, he had also discerned certain unsettling elements within the Konoha ninja clans. Every family that had come to him seeking information in recent days had been duly noted in his little ledger. Once matters were resolved, he would settle the score with each of them. You see, he had triumphed twice over Senju Tobirama. How could that not be considered a double victory? He did not explain anything to the two, and upon witnessing the escalating argument between Hiruzen and Danzo, he promptly raised his hand and said, "All right. Let us refrain from speaking for now. If all goes as anticipated, the light screen will soon be here." Just as the words of Hashirama Senju left his lips, the light screen materialized before the 3 of them in the next instant. It seems my conjecture was indeed correct, he mused. The official review video within the light screen is released once a month. Should there be any supplementary videos, the light screen would reappear a fortnight after the official review. Hashirama felt a sense of satisfaction in having deduced the pattern of the light screen's appearances. Fortunately, he was quick to adjust his mindset. After a brief smile, he began to attentively observe the images displayed on the light screen. Hello, dear audience. I am the newcomer, Ation. In our last episode, we discussed the life of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju of Konoha Village. This time, we shall delve into the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. During Tobirama's youth, the ninja world was embroiled in relentless conflict, with ninja typically acting in family units. However, judging by their attire and the overt nature of their skirmishes, it resembled a round of combat among warriors rather than ninja. What is this person saying? How could we, as ninjas, be likened to such antiquated warriors? Danzo Shimura could hardly contain his frustration upon hearing Lin Tian compare ninjas to warriors. Do not be hasty. This is merely one individual's opinion and should not be taken to heart. Tobirama remained silent, while Hiruzen Sarutobi endeavored to soothe his good friend. The frequency of battles, coupled with the involvement of children as combatants, had drastically lowered the average lifespan of ninjas to around 30 years. In times of war, the most formidable ninja clans represented the principal fighting force on the battlefield. This was not only true in war-torn eras but also reflected the current dominant power in the ninja world, which consisted of the clan's ninjas. Nevertheless, Tobirama believed that this situation would inevitably improve in the future. Among these clans were the Yuhi, from the manga, Senju, and Uchiha, regarded as formidable players on the battlefield. On one occasion, the Yuhi clan, alongside the Uchiha, boldly confronted the Senju in battle. During this encounter, the youngest son of the Senju clan leader, Butsama, named Kawarama, tragically lost his life at the tender age of 7. Kawarama's demise sparked within Butsama's elder son, Hashirama, the profound desire to create a harmonious ninja world and establish a beautiful homeland. It was evident that the first Hokage harbored such grand aspirations even at a young age. In the previous review video, Hiruzen Sarutobi entered the Hokage office midway through, at a point when the video had already transitioned to the founding of Konoha. Danzo's situation was even more dismal. He was entirely absent from the previous video's audience. The two could not help but feel a surge of respect upon witnessing the first Hokage's immense ambition at such a young age, recognizing him as the true embodiment of Konoha's spirit. Yet, Tobirama, upon seeing the footage of his brother's death once more, felt a tinge of sadness. Thus, at Kawarame's funeral, Hashirama confronted Butsuма regarding his brother's death and his disdain for war. Butsuma furrowed his brow, realizing that his son was being quite obstinate, and struck Hashirama with a serious punch. Undeterred, Hashirama continued to challenge Butsuma. There was no way around it. Hashirama was a resilient force, akin to an indomitable walking tree. A tree? What is this? Tobirama pondered, sensing that matters were more complicated than they appeared. However, there was little time for contemplation at that moment. He could only quietly note whether the subsequent videos would mention the divine tree again. Just as the domestic violence scene was set, Tobirama positioned himself between the two, skillfully diffusing the tension. Although the immediate crisis seemed to have reached a resolution, the loss of their kin imparted a profound shift in the remaining three brothers' perspectives on war. Instead of engaging in card games, they convened to discuss the dynamics of the ninja world. Tobirama proposed that ninjas should suppress their emotions, establish rules, and enforce them rigorously to avert needless conflicts. His words, to some extent, inspired Hashirama's vision of forming a ninja alliance. However, Tobirama's suggestion to restrain emotions inevitably set him at odds with the Uchiha clan, known for their volatile sentiments. The Uchiha clan, indeed. Tobirama Nara nodded in agreement with Sarutobi Hiruzen's remarks. Haha, this Lin Tian fellow certainly possesses a charming wit, he mused. Humph, I dare say this individual is inherently reckless, oblivious to the concept of reverence. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, choosing not to engage in a dispute with Danzo. Soon after, the youngest brother, Atama, was brutally beaten to death by the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan deserved their fate. Tobirama was perplexed by Danzo's intense animosity towards the Uchiha, and he interjected, Danzo, the Uchiha are now our comrades in the village. Yes, sensei, Danzo replied, bowing his head with an appearance of sincere remorse. Yet, neither Tobirama nor Hiruzen noticed the subtle smirk that crept across Danzo's lips as he lowered his gaze. His statement was merely a strategy to deepen Master Tobirama's favorable impression of him. It is no secret within Konoha that Senju Tobirama held a strong animosity towards the Uchiha clan. As for Uchiha Kagami, being a fellow teacher and student, it was presumed by Danzo that he was accepted for the sake of the village's stability. In Danzo's mind, he had already concluded that Master Tobirama harbored a profound hatred for the Uchiha clan. After all, did not the image displayed on the screen reveal that the death of Master Tobirama's brother was at the hands of the Uchiha clan? If I make my stance clear against the Uchiha, Master will surely acknowledge me and allow me to become the third Hokage. Hizashi at that time. You shall become the shadow who acts on my behalf. Casting a sidelong glance at Sarutobi Hizashi, who was intently observing the screen, Danzo could not suppress a cold smirk. At that moment, Tobirama's elder brother, Hashirama, often clandestinely met with Uchiha Madara from the neighboring clan, and the two quietly reached a consensus on fostering peace among ninjas in the future. Unfortunately, the long-standing enmity between their families meant neither would yield easily. The secret meetings of Hashirama and Madara were soon detected by their respective parents. Adhering to the principle of dismantling any potential unions, and faced with a tense adversarial relationship, both sets of parents seized the opportunity during Hashirama and Madara's encounter to engage in a minor skirmish. The combatants included Uchiha clan leader Taijima and Madara's younger brother, Izuna, as well as Senju clan leader Butsuma and Hashirama's steadfast brother, Tobirama. Upon spotting Izuna, Tobirama cast a sharp, menacing glance and remarked, "So Izuna is here as well." This remark, based on Tobirama's demeanor, could be interpreted as, "What is that little schemer doing here?" At this juncture, Hizashi could not help but burst out laughing. Cough, cough. My apologies, ha ha ha. Master, I have lost my composure. Hizashi did not intend to, but Lin Tian's words were simply too amusing. It's quite all right. Tobirama replied with a hint of exasperation. He glanced at Hizashi and thought his overly lively disposition was not necessarily advantageous. Then he turned his gaze towards Danzo, acknowledging that an excessively grim demeanor was also undesirable. If only their personalities could be blended. From this, it is evident that Tobirama was aware of Izuna and had harbored intentions of eliminating him on more than one occasion. The screen displayed the youthful Tobirama and Izuna engaged in a fierce duel. Lin Tian's voice continued to narrate the unfolding events. As the two siblings clashed, their battle reaching an impasse, their respective parents, entertaining the notion that they could always have another child, hurled shuriken at each other's offspring. Hashirama and Madara quickly intervened, using stones to deflect the projectiles and rescue their respective brothers. After the skirmish concluded, the parties exchanged words in a light-hearted manner, bringing the encounter to a pleasant end. For a considerable time thereafter, the Uchiha and Senju clans were embroiled in relentless conflict. Hashirama and Madara ascended to the leadership of their respective clans, while Tobirama, wary of the Uchiha's powers, developed numerous jutsu that would significantly impact future generations, establishing himself as a prominent figure within his clan. It was absurd to claim that my motivation for developing various jutsu stemmed from fear of the Uchiha strength. My initial aim was simply to enhance the capabilities of the Senju clan, not out of trepidation towards the Uchiha. Danzo's reaction was notably quicker than Izashi's. As soon as Tobirama finished speaking, he immediately interjected, "Indeed, how could Master Tobirama possibly fear the Uchiha? This individual is merely engaging in baseless speculation." Tobirama regarded Danzo with an expression that suggested he was a teachable child, which delighted Danzo as he realized he had successfully flattered him. Meanwhile, Hizashi instinctively rolled his eyes. He harbored a modicum of skepticism towards the words of teacher Tobirama. Among the elite shinobi of Konoha, who was unaware of the long-standing discord between the second Hokage and the Uchiha clan, had it not been for the underlying apprehension, there would have been no necessity to situate the Uchiha's clan territory on the village's periphery. Although their territory boasted the largest expanse among all clans, they were nonetheless excluded from the epicenter of power within the village, relegated to overseeing a mere security division, with no influence over other departments. Throughout the passage of time, the two clans maintained a delicate balance, neither overpowering the other. The decline of either side would inevitably sway the future trajectory of the entire shinobi world. Ultimately, during a certain battle, this equilibrium was shattered. The formidable Tobirama faced off against Izuna. To contextualize the scene, at that moment, Izuna, younger brother of Uchiha Madara, activated his Sharingan and charged towards Tobirama with remarkable speed. Upon glimpsing Tobirama's handsome visage, Izuna fixed him with a fierce glare through his Sharingan. Fearing the potential transmission of the red-eye disease, Tobirama promptly shut his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Izuna delivered a swift kick to Tobirama's midsection, followed by a powerful strike known as the breaking face punch, and then unleashed a rather ineffective fire release technique, the Great Fireball technique. Tobirama quickly regained his footing and countered with a water dragon bullet technique, which collided with the fireball, generating a cloud of steam. Utilizing this moment, Tobirama hurled several shuriken. Although Izuna, with his Sharingan, saw through the ruse, it ultimately proved futile. With the prowess of the Flying Thunder God technique, Tobirama felled Izuna to the ground. After inflicting grievous injuries upon Izuna, the fiercely protective Uchiha Madara swiftly extracted his brother from the battlefield, leaving the remaining Uchiha clansmen in a state of bewilderment. With their leader absent, the clan had no choice but to surrender. Indeed, teacher Tobirama surpassed Uchiha Izuna, having incapacitated him in mere moments. This time, Senju Tobirama did not align with Danzo but instead shook his head and remarked, "Strictly speaking, my raw strength and Izuna's are evenly matched. Had I not reserved my Flying Thunder God technique during that battle, it would have been improbable for me to inflict such severe injuries upon him in such a short span. Had he survived and encountered the Flying Thunder God later, the outcome of a subsequent confrontation would be uncertain." Senju Tobirama harbored a profound disdain for the Uchiha clan, not solely due to the excessive casualties resulting from their conflicts, but also due to their unstable mental states. Particularly after establishing the village and assuming the mantle of Hokage, Tobirama's vigilance towards the Uchiha clan intensified. After all, one could never predict when a member of the Uchiha clan might succumb to their afflictions. Dealing with ordinary individuals grappling with mental illness is already challenging, let alone when those afflicted are endowed with such formidable strength. The presence of such a volatile element within the village would be intolerable for anyone. Thus, following the death of his elder brother, he cleverly employed the police department as bait to facilitate the exchange of clan territories between the Uchiha and several smaller clans on the outskirts. This maneuver was indeed a dual triumph. Firstly, he entrusted the contentious duties of the police department to the Uchiha. Secondly, he positioned their territory on the outskirts, gradually excluding them from the village's core of power. He was unaware that decades later, Konoha village would flourish remarkably, with its land area significantly expanded, rendering the Uchiha clan's territory no longer peripheral. Unfortunately, the outbreak of the Nine Tails incident forced the Uchiha clan once again to the outskirts, a testament to the whims of fate. Naturally, these events were still unbeknownst to Senju Tobirama. At this moment, he remained vigilant towards the Uchiha clan but did not seek their total annihilation. After all, they were members of the village, and their combat prowess was indispensable to its needs. As for Izuna's strength, he acknowledged it was indeed formidable. Having engaged in countless battles since their youth, he was well qualified to assess his rival's capabilities. Nevertheless, deep within, he still believed himself to be superior to Izuna. He possesses the ability to invent various ninjutsu, a skill that Izuna lacks. In their final battle, his self-created Flying Thunder God technique enabled him to vanquish his opponent, demonstrating his superiority. Subsequently, before Uchiha Madara removed Izuna's eyes to acquire the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, the Uchiha clan had already reached a truce with the Senju clan. During this period, several members of the Uchiha clan surrendered and pledged their allegiance. Logically, when Uchiha Madara returned, it was not far from the time of his utter defeat. However, our earnest and straightforward Hashirama resolutely engaged Madara, who had awakened the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, in battle for an entire day and night. After Madara fell, Tobirama prepared to deliver the final blow. At that moment, Tobirama aimed to eliminate this thorn in his side, while Madara was weakened. Hashirama, however, was incensed and promptly intervened. This unexpected maneuver astonished Tobirama. Under Hashirama's imposing presence, Tobirama refrained from striking. An imposing presence? The corners of Tobirama's mouth twitched, yet he remained silent. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo could not suppress their laughter, covering their mouths in amusement. They found Lin Tian to be particularly intriguing, possessing an audacity and speech that was quite remarkable. The term licentious power not only mocked Hashirama but also playfully teased Tobirama. Could this be considered a twofold achievement? Taking advantage of Hashirama's indulgence, Madara continued to present unreasonable demands. Indulgence? Indeed, this time even Uchiha Madara was not spared from Lin Tian's sharp tongue. The two felt that the video was exceptionally entertaining. The content of the demands was that either Hashirama or Tobirama must perish for Madara to reconcile with the Senju clan. Upon hearing this ultimatum, Tobirama's mindset began to shift. He genuinely suspected that Hashirama might resort to fratricide for Madara's sake. My brother might actually kill me over a childhood friend. What can I do, dear friends? I'm anxiously awaiting your counsel. This time, rather than twitching at the corners of his mouth, Tobirama supported his forehead with his right hand and let out a deep sigh. Surprisingly, he found himself genuinely concerned that his elder brother might turn against him. Fortunately, Hashirama's intelligence prevailed in the end, employing a strategy of self-inflicted hardship to subdue Madara. Otherwise, even if he were not slain by his brother, he would likely endure great suffering. Thankfully, Hashirama chose not to harm his brother directly. Instead, he resolved to sacrifice himself to safeguard his brother and his dear friend. You think you can fool anyone with your self-sacrifice while wielding a kunai? In the end, the uninitiated Uchiha Madara was moved by Hashirama's actions, leading both parties to collaboratively establish Konoha. Tobirama, ever steadfast, remained unyielding beneath the shadow of these two fraternal titans. Truly, Tobirama was as solid as iron, while his brothers were ever-changing. Puffed, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. The video had just mentioned ironclad Tobirama, and he had not initially grasped its significance. Now, upon hearing it again, the meaning struck him. Ironclad brothers, he chuckled heartily. If only Tobirama-sensei were not present, he would have laughed uncontrollably. Feel free to laugh, no need to hold back. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi indeed let out a few hearty laughs, which inexplicably brought a smile to Danzo's face as well. Have you finished laughing? Once the video concludes, do not leave. I wish to assess your current strengths. Wait, sensei, what does this have to do with me? Danzo exclaimed, taken aback at the prospect of testing their abilities alongside Hiruzen. It was Hiruzen who had been cackling away. Why was Tobirama-sensei including him? Alas, it was truly an unwarranted misfortune. I simply feel it has been a while since I evaluated your strengths. Thus, there is no time like the present. After we finish watching, we shall head to the training ground. Do not misconstrue this. I am not seeking to reprimand you for earlier events. Truly, I am your teacher, and you must trust me. I trust you as much as I would a ghost. Helplessly, they could only roll their eyes in response to Tobirama's formidable presence, suppressing their indignation. With the two most powerful clans joining forces, the ninja world gradually stabilized. The prolonged conflict with the Uchiha had enlightened Tobirama about the true nature of the Sharingan. Consequently, he remained ever vigilant against the Uchiha clan and often disrupted Hashirama and Madara's meetings like a protective mother, leading to many awkward situations. After the establishment of Konoha, Hashirama proposed that Madara assume the role of Hokage, to which Tobirama immediately objected, explaining the essence of the Sharingan to Hashirama. He also conveyed to Hashirama that the position of Hokage must be elected by the people, and at that time, the prevailing public sentiment favored Hashirama for the role. The Uchiha clan's influence within Konoha was, in fact, not comparable to that of the Senju. Even among the Uchiha, there were few who placed their trust in Madara Uchiha. After overhearing this conversation, Madara decided to leave home. Upon his return, Madara, who had been aggrieved, brought with him the Nine Tails and engaged in a fierce battle with Hashirama at the Valley of the End. By that time, it seemed that Hashirama had already developed a close bond with Mito. Following a confrontation where Hashirama inflicted a wound upon Madara, Konoha naturally seized control of the Nine Tails, which was subsequently sealed within Mito's body. Inadvertently, Konoha had gathered several tailed beasts and convened the first 5 Kage summit. During the discussions, Hashirama, witnessing the prospect of peace, became so exhilarated that he adopted an unusually humble demeanor at the gathering. He even proposed the free distribution of the tailed beasts. In a striking scene, Hashirama bowed before the leaders of the other 4 villages. Observing this, Shimura Danzo instinctively furrowed his brow and let out a cold huff. He recognized that the first Hokage was an individual of remarkable innocence and simplicity. Yet, one might question whether such traits could be described as overly forthright, honest, or perhaps even naively oblivious. None seemed entirely accurate. Nevertheless, regardless of the terminology, Danzo believed that the first Hokage, as the leader of Konoha and the most formidable ninja of his era, had no need to adopt such a subservient demeanor. It was an embarrassment to the village. In truth, Senju Tobirama also held reservations regarding his elder brother's humble disposition. However, what could he do? After all, he was his brother. Apart from indulging him, what other course of action was available? Therefore, in response to Danzo's disdainful snort, Tobirama refrained from voicing any objections. He merely resolved, in secret, to apply a modicum of pressure during the upcoming strength assessment, intending to instill a sense of reverence in Danzo. Tobirama mused, "How could a mere traitor like you dare to scoff at my brother?" Danzo was taken aback, wondering about Tobirama's disconcerting negotiation tactics and his lackluster ability to engage in discourse, which he found utterly distasteful. Consequently, he promptly proposed a monetary exchange for the tailed beasts. This maneuver exemplified Tobirama's diplomatic prowess. Even while discarding tailed beasts, he was keen on reaping substantial rewards. Ultimately, the meeting concluded flawlessly in alignment with Hashirama's vision. Thus, the ninja world existed in harmony under Hashirama's imposing influence, with no one daring to act recklessly. Indeed, with an elder brother suppressing the entire ninja realm. Who would dare to emerge and provoke chaos? As Tobirama reflected on the peace that prevailed during Hashirama's lifetime, he could not help but recall how, immediately following his passing, the ninja world erupted into warfare. These two stark realities made it abundantly clear to Tobirama that his brother's ideals were utterly unattainable. He wondered how peace had manifested in Lin Tian's world. Peace gradually dissipated with Hashirama's demise. On the eve of the First Great Ninja War, shortly after Hashirama's passing, Tobirama ascended as the second Hokage. He garnered immense renown throughout the ninja world for his remarkable combat prowess, the strategic acumen of a military advisor, and his extraordinary and audacious maneuvers. During the Warring States period and the First Great Ninja War, he was bestowed with the illustrious title of the First God of Speed. Following his succession to the position of the second Hokage after Tobirama, he demonstrated exceptional political finesse to address both internal strife and external threats. He first established the Konoha police force, with key positions predominantly occupied by members of the Uchiha clan, thus granting the esteemed Uchiha family their due recognition while simultaneously monitoring their every move. Tobirama also instituted the Umbu, directly commanded by the Hokage, to consolidate the authority of the leadership. Furthermore, he founded the Konoha Ninja Academy, aimed at cultivating the future combatants capable of safeguarding the village. Tobirama's initiatives were emulated by other ninja villages across the nations, leaving an indelible mark on the ninja world. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to him as the patriarch of the shinobi realm. My goodness, it turns out that you are so formidable, teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen was only aware of Tobirama's exceptional strength and his remarkable governance of the village. He never anticipated that many of the concepts from other ninja villages were mere imitations of his mentor's ideas. Those despicable individuals, particularly from the Cloud Village, not only appropriated our techniques without compensation, but also dared to wage war against us. What a bunch of scoundrels. Danzo shared a similar perspective with Hiruzen. After watching this video, he realized how truly remarkable his mentor Tobirama was. The other villages, however, were exceedingly shameless. They learned from Konoha yet had the audacity to engage in conflict with it, both shameless and vile. Tobirama remained silent, merely smiling calmly, clearly content with the title of Father of the Ninja World bestowed upon him by Rindian. As time passed, during the First Great Ninja War, Tobirama, serving as the second Hokage of the Land of Fire, stood alongside the second Raikage of the Land of Lightning. Upon reaching this point, Tobirama's smile faded, and he thought to himself, here it comes. At the alliance ceremony, they were ambushed by the rebellious brothers, Kin and Jin. At that moment, Tobirama retreated to his small grove with a few students, totaling only 7, including himself. He assessed that the enemy comprised 20 elite members of the Cloud Village's Kin and Jin squad. To create an opportunity for his students to launch a surprise attack on the enemy, he resolved to act as bait to distract them. Before taking action, he entrusted the position of the third Hokage to Hiruzen Sarutobi and proceeded alone to confront the adversaries. Here, I find a somewhat contrived narrative that seems to undermine the character's intelligence. It feels as though it was predetermined that, Tobirama, it's time for you to meet your end. To which Tobirama would respond, very well, but my demise shall not be at the hands of nameless foes. Ultimately, Tobirama met his fate at the hands of the 2 attendants of the Supreme Lord in the journey to the west. In truth, Tobirama could have escaped, however. In the world of ninjas, one is often bound by circumstances beyond their control. His mission was to safeguard the group of students under Danzo's tutelage, while simultaneously promoting the will of fire, preserving the flickering flame of Konoha's future, and selecting a new Hokage. Thus, for the sake of the narrative, he was inevitably destined to perish. So this is how I met my end. Upon witnessing the manner of his demise, Tobirama felt no inexplicable emotions. He felt that the image of himself on the screen was excessively arrogant. The villages of Yunin and Konoha had never been on amicable terms. To sign a peace treaty with an enemy, he absurdly brought only a few of his students. What about the Umbu? Where were Konoha's ninja forces? None were present. Such hubris and arrogance bordered on the foolish. Tobirama refused to acknowledge the fool depicted on the screen as himself. As Lin Tian remarked, It bore the flavor of a narrative contrivance, forcing a reduction in his own intellect. In his view, one should either go alone to sign the treaty, allowing for a quick escape using the Flying Thunder God technique if trouble arose, or lead a formidable army to intimidate the radicals within Union Village from harboring any malicious intentions. Yet, the version of himself on the screen brought only 6 students. To speak bluntly, these 6 students were merely a burden. They could neither flee nor confront an enemy. Under such circumstances, it would be unreasonable for him to survive. I'm sorry, Sensei, we have burdened you. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He blamed his own inadequacy for forcing his teacher to hold the rear, ultimately resulting in his sacrifice. Tobirama's gaze flickered for a moment before he spoke. It's all right, Sensei will not blame you. As for Danzo, upon hearing that Tobirama had passed the position of the third Hokage to Hiruzen, he remained in a state of silence. At that moment, he yearned to ask Tobirama where he fell short in comparison to Hiruzen, why the title of third Hokage was bestowed upon him and not himself. Was it due to strength? Danzo believed that he and Hiruzen were evenly matched. In a fight, either could triumph. Was it intellect? Don't be ridiculous, with Hiruzen's foolish demeanor. How could he be more astute than Danzo? So what was the reason? Danzo clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he gazed at Hiruzen's back. He dared not confront Senju Tobirama, and could only redirect his frustration towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo thought to himself, just wait, Hiruzen. This time, I shall prove that I am more astute and formidable than you. Sarutobi Hiruzen, still engulfed in the guilt of having caused his teacher's demise, remained oblivious to Danzo's transformation. However, Senju Tobirama, well acquainted with his student, had been observing Danzo in silence. Upon witnessing Danzo's demeanor, Tobirama could not help but sigh inwardly, recognizing that Danzo's rather grim disposition was indeed ill-suited for the role of the third Hokage. Similarly, the somewhat naive Sarutobi Hiruzen was also unfit for the position. Yet, if compelled to choose between the two, Hiruzen would be the more appropriate candidate. Of course, this was merely a portrayal of history as depicted in the visual projection. In reality, Tobirama did not believe he would meet his end there. Since he could not perish in the immediate future, the selection for the third Hokage was not pressing. However, the narrative requirements mentioned by Lin Tian prompted Tobirama to ponder deeply. Astute as he was, he had discerned from numerous clues that he might be a character within a certain work. Indeed, at the outset of the video, Lin Tian had stated that he was most familiar with Naruto. It seemed he had become a character in this Naruto universe. Acknowledging this fact, Senju Tobirama felt a mix of dejection and joy. He felt dejected because everything about him and the ninja world was but a creation of another's imagination. His thoughts, his talents, and his strength are merely constructs within the narrative. To claim he is pleased is to acknowledge that with the emergence of the light curtain, he has the opportunity to transcend his predetermined fate. The ability to alter his destiny signifies his complete liberation from the grasp of the individual who created this narrative. The brothers, Jincho and Jincho from Union Village, they should prepare themselves for a reckoning. Tobirama smirks as the light curtain persists. After Tobirama's demise, the 6 surviving students returned to Konohagakure, among whom Sarutobi Hizashi, adhering to the second Hokage's final wishes, seamlessly ascended to the position of the third Hokage. Concurrently, Hizashi formed an alliance with his close companion, Danzo, becoming the dual forces of light and shadow within Konohagakure, maintaining an illusion of tranquility. However, what does illusion of tranquility truly signify? Does it imply that beneath the surface of our governance lies a shroud of darkness? Hizashi struggles to accept Lin Tian's notion of superficial peace. Yet, he does not contest the term good friend. Deep within, he has always considered Danzo his cherished friend and brother. Not only Danzo, but also Tsunade and Mito are among his dear confidants. In his vision, as the third Hokage, he would undoubtedly invite these close allies to assist him. With their united efforts, Konohagakure would surely flourish. Nevertheless, the commentary from the light curtain has instilled a sense of doubt within Sarutobi Hizashi. Can he and his companions truly govern the Hidden Leaf Village effectively? This lad must be speaking nonsense. I could never assume the role of a scapegoat. Sarutobi Hiruzen is engulfed in self-doubt, while Danzo remains equally incredulous. He could not fully accept the moniker of the Scapegoat King. Wait a moment, a light and a shadow? Scapegoat? The light must surely refer to Hinata, the Hokage. So does that mean I am the shadow? In his younger days, Danzo's mind was still quite sharp. The Hokage serves as the leader of the village, and thus would rarely engage in menial or unpleasant tasks. However, such duties must be attended to. This implies that he is responsible for the dirty work. Consequently, it follows that he would bear the burden of blame. With this realization, Danzo shot a fierce glare at Hinata, exclaiming in anger, "You wretched monkey. The rewards are yours while the blame falls upon me. Is this how you treat a good friend?" Danzo, enough of the bickering for now. Let us discuss this later. Lin Tian's explanation was comprehensible to both Hinata and Danzo, and naturally, it was also understood by Tobirama. He is merely a bit peculiar. Logically speaking, Hiruzen possesses ideals and boundaries, while Danzo, though formidable, harbors somewhat sinister thoughts. The two of them embody the light and darkness of the village. forming an intriguing configuration. As long as Hiruzen can restrain Danzo, their combined efforts should lead the village to greater prosperity. So where does Danzo, whose title of King of Blame suggests anything but a commendable reputation, originate from? Could it be that Hiruzen frequently assigns blame to Danzo? The question seemed too convoluted. Tobirama decided to watch the video first and ponder later. At the age of 69, the third Hokage found himself confronted by his ambiguous and treacherous student, Orochimaru, who orchestrated an alliance with the Sand Village under the guise of participating in the Chunin exam, while secretly plotting an attack on Konoha. Upon witnessing this, Tobirama raised an eyebrow, glancing at the self-doubting Hiruzen, yet remained silent. However, Danzo seized the opportunity to jest, exclaiming, "Ha! You, old monkey, have a rogue student who brings the Sand Village to assault Konoha. After your demise, what face will you have to meet the first Hokage and the ancestors of our village? If I were you, I would never aspire to be the third Hokage. You lack the capability, do you not realize that?" In response to Danzo's words, Hiruzen regained a semblance of composure, retorting with a cold laugh. "I lack the capability? And you possess it? I will never consent to your becoming Hokage. You will surely regret this, you old monkey," Danzo shot back. "Silence, Danzo. I am the light, while you merely dwell in darkness." Shortly thereafter, Danzo resumed his incessant chatter. This time, Hiruzen did not indulge him. Instead, he offered a sharper rebuttal, creating an invisible rift in their camaraderie. Tobirama, uninterested in their quarrel, chose not to intervene, feeling apathetic as long as he remained unscathed. The two would not cause significant turmoil. At that moment, he focused intently on the images displayed on the screen, seeking to discern the differences in the village decades hence. Following the abrupt suspension of the Chunin exam, Orochimaru clashed with the third Hokage. During this confrontation, Orochimaru employed the still imperfect reanimation jutsu to summon Tobirama and Hashirama, former Hokages, to aid him in battle. Orochimaru inscribed seals upon the heads of these two Hokages, obliterating their wills entirely. Thus, Tobirama and Hashirama became emotionless puppets, poised to mercilessly confront their former student, the third Hokage. This marked Tobirama's inaugural appearance in Naruto, although Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu was not yet fully realized at that time. Tobirama remarked, "What is this so-called reanimation jutsu of Orochimaru? This ninjutsu was my creation." Nevertheless, it was evident that this Tobirama, bound by a pact with the sea, showcased remarkable prowess. Before the old settings faded, during the early days of Naruto, the most memorable figures emerging from the Mist Village were none other than Zabuza and Kisame. They all reveled in the waters, sharing delightful moments with Kakashi. During their initial confrontation, Zabuza and Kakashi engaged in a fierce exchange of a 44-hand seal water dragon jutsu, a display of skill more profound in the presence of water. Likewise, when Kisame faced Kakashi with the water shark bullet technique, they utilized the waters of the Konoha River. Even amid such strict adherence to the setting, Tobirama's exceptional ability lay in his capacity to create a pool in the absence of water. He envisioned a grand wooden villa complete with a swimming pool, aiming to market it to the feudal lords of the 5 great nations, turning the narrative of Naruto into a tale of ninjas re-entering civilian life. This audacious fellow truly had the gall to suggest such a thing. Upon reading this, Tobirama could not help but smile. If he and his elder brother had been born into a world of peace, devoid of war and bloodshed, it would not have been impossible for them to become foremen on construction sites. However, the shinobi world has never known lasting peace throughout its history. He and his elder brother's strength must continue to strive for peace in the ninja world. As for the aforementioned first appearance, the old and new settings have become inconsequential to Tobirama. With the aid of the light screen, he has attained a rebirth, no longer a mere puppet character from a certain work. On the other hand, Orochimaru, the rogue ninja, has captured Tobirama's attention. His ability to learn the reanimation technique and contemplate using seals to control both himself and his elder brother demonstrates considerable talent. Yet, it remains a mystery why such a gifted individual would choose the path of a rogue ninja. Returning to the narrative, Tobirama confronted the aging third Hokage, devoid of any self-awareness. On a rooftop, the third Hokage, facing his former teacher, recalled the beatings of his student days. Momentarily flustered, filled with nostalgia for his two elders, he unhesitatingly unleashed a wave of fire dragon bullets, intending to set ablaze the two figures before him. The reanimated Tobirama, greeted by the third's heartfelt welcome, used a water barrier to neutralize the third's assault. At that moment, seeing their teacher and the elderly Hiruzen engaged in combat on the light screen, Danzo and Hiruzen ceased their quarrel and began to watch intently. Nearby, 2 bystanders gasped in astonishment, exclaiming that the second Hokage could generate a large volume of water even without a source. They were eager to support him. It is worth mentioning that while the reanimation technique possesses a positive enhancement for returning to a previous state, it ultimately pales in comparison to the strength of the living individual. Moreover, at this juncture, the reanimation technique remains in an incompletely developed state. After countering the fire dragon bullets, Tobirama unleashed a water jet resembling a human fountain, aiming to drench the third Hokage. In response, The third Hokage promptly expelled a mouthful of dark phlegm and erected an earthen wall to successfully block the attack. The rooftop was thus transformed into an open-air swimming pool. The daily tales of ninjas embarking on new careers now included the third Hokage. As the rooftop became awash with water, Tobirama stealthily submerged, pulling the third Hokage down by his head. The third Hokage, momentarily overwhelmed by the water, found himself at a loss. However, upon realizing that it was his beloved teacher embracing him, he struggled to escape, quickly retreating to the earthen wall above. Observing this, Tobirama shot several high-pressure jets of water, causing the water barrier to collapse. The ensuing moments became a mutual exchange of blows among the three, while Orochimaru lounged at the periphery. Hiruzen, it seems age has not diminished your strength. You can still hold your own against Tobirama's reanimated form. Watching the battle between Hiruzen Sarutobi and Tobirama Senju unfold on the light screen, Danzo could not suppress a cold smirk. On the surface, he appeared to be praising Hiruzen Sarutobi, yet in reality, he was belittling him. How could a legitimate third Hokage, who couldn't even defeat a weakened second Hokage puppet, have the audacity to assume the mantle of Hokage? Hiruzen understood the implications of Danzo's words. However, he chose to disregard them and instead focused on the mesmerizing sight of himself battling the first and second Hokages on the screen. Danzo, on the other hand, witnessed himself being overwhelmed by the resurrected forms of the first and second Hokages. Yet, he took solace in the fact that even at the age of 69, he could still exchange blows with them, a testament to the immense power he once possessed at his peak. With clenched fists and a resolute expression, Hiruzen silently vowed to double his training efforts from that day forward. During the fray, Danzo lost a hand due to an explosive tag set by the third Hokage. But thanks to the effects of Edo Tensei, his severed limb quickly regenerated. As the battle escalated, Danzo employed a Jinjutsu, darkness technique, obstructing the third Hokage's line of sight. The third Hokage, feeling the pressure, began to crumble mentally, pondering whether divine intervention had obscured his view without a chance to lift the veil. After enduring several blows, the third Hokage realized that the body resurrected through Edo Tensei could not be defeated by conventional means. Thus, he resorted to the Shiki F-Gene technique, sealing the souls of the two Hokages along with Orochimaru's hands. Before the souls were pulled away, Danzo, with a hint of regret, uttered, "I apologize for the trouble." Yet, the slight smirk that curled his lips suggested an expression of, "Disciple, I have caused you trouble, but what can you do about it?" Senju Tobirama retorted, "I am not. I have not. Do not speak falsely." Ultimately, the third Hokage met his demise due to the effects of Shiki F-Gene. According to the timeline, Tobirama reappeared during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Hence, similar to the previous recap of Hashirama's video, we shall refrain from further elaboration. This concludes the content of this episode. As always, I encourage you to long press to like and engage fully. Until next time, let us not be absent. As Lin Tion's words faded, the imagery on the screen vanished. Senju Tobirama unhesitatingly clicked the like button and swiftly opened the drawer of his desk, pulling out a sheet of paper to jot something down. He whispered to himself, "I hope you can bring me a method for peace." Turning his gaze towards his two disciples, Hiruzen and Danzo, he noted Danzo's displeasure directed at Hiruzen. Conversely, Hiruzen seemed to have emerged from the blow, even wearing a faint smile. Tobirama nodded approvingly. Hiruzen was indeed his top choice for the third Hokage. Meanwhile, Danzo was still engulfed in jealousy over Hiruzen's ascension to Hokage. In contrast, Hiruzen had already clarified the path he intended to pursue. The competition between them was evident. With the video concluded, it was time for the master to care for his disciples properly. Upon hearing this, Danzo was taken aback. It was then that he recalled that teacher Tobirama intended to assess the prowess of both himself and Hisashi. Although it was termed an assessment, it was evident that the true motive was to find an excuse to give them a good thrashing. On this point, Danzo was utterly certain and assured. He hastily signaled to Risen, suggesting that he speak favorably to teacher Feijian, hoping that he would be gentle in his approach later. What was the outcome? He observed that Hiruzen's, far from uttering any conciliatory words, gazed at Tobirama with a fierce determination. Hey, Hiruzen's, are you so muddled at such a young age? Do not assume that just because you can exchange blows with Tobirama on the screen, you will find an equal footing in reality. If you seek a beating, do not drag me into it. Noting the resolute expression on Hiruzen's face, Danzo initially felt discontent, but upon reflection, he considered this situation might be advantageous. With Hiruzen serving as a shield, he would likely endure fewer strikes. At least, that was the hope. The outcome of the battle among the three was evident. Tobirama effortlessly subdued both of them. While both were brought down, their reactions differed greatly. Danzo appeared dejected, whereas Hiruzen's wore a look of satisfaction. Were it not for Danzo being a direct participant in the confrontation, he might have suspected that Hiruzen's had indulged in some form of revelry. The expression on his face was simply too peculiar. It was the first time he heard of someone displaying pleasure after being beaten. Suddenly, a thought struck Danzo, prompting a sense of disdain and caution in his gaze towards Hiruzen's. Well, I have a rough idea of your current abilities. There has been some progress, but not much. You both must strive harder. Yes, sensei, replied Danzo and Hiruzen in unison. Tobirama had already discerned the reasons behind his demise. So he no longer intended to prolong the presence of the hidden Cloud Village's envoy. With his consent, the negotiations proceeded smoothly. To express the sincerity of the Hidden Leaf's desire to establish a peace treaty, the signing location was chosen to be within the Land of Lightning. Moreover, to keep the opponents off guard, this site was not far from the border, allowing for a swift escape should any unforeseen circumstances arise. The members of the envoy were certainly aware of this detail. They seemed indifferent, for the Second Hokage genuinely sought to establish a peace treaty. Even if the venue were to be situated within the Land of Fire, he would willingly make the journey. As long as both parties reached a consensus, no unforeseen incidents would arise. As for the timing, let us propose the morning of 10 days hence. Upon hearing this, the envoy delegation conferred amongst themselves and found no objections. Returning to the village will require some time, and the preparations within the village will take additional time. Reaching the signing location will also necessitate further time. To be candid, 10 days feels rather tight, and if possible, they would prefer to extend this period by 2 days. However, Tobirama's stance is unequivocal. It must be 10 days, not a moment more. The envoy does not comprehend why an extra day cannot be afforded. Yet, given the circumstances, they do not insist too vehemently. As long as they can successfully complete the task entrusted to them by the Second Hokage, 10 days will suffice. Teacher, why not grant them an additional day or 2 for preparation? After the delegation from the Hidden Cloud Village departed, Sarutobi Hizashi voiced his curiosity. Because I do not wish to miss the moment when the light curtain appears, Tobirama replied plainly. In half a month, or rather, on the night of the 15th day, the light curtain is expected to manifest. According to Rinshin, this will coincide with the release of an additional episode of the side story. This upcoming episode, barring any unforeseen circumstances, should address the inquiries inscribed on the note he left. Thus, Tobirama must ensure ample time to return to the village. If it were solely his own concern, it would not pose much of an issue. With the Flying Thunder God technique, he could swiftly return. However, Sarutobi Hizashi is not afforded such luxury and must journey on foot. He has certainly not relinquished his efforts in nurturing Sarutobi Hiruzen, at least at this juncture. No one seems more suited for the position of the Third Hokage than the monkey. If the Flying Thunder God technique of Senju Tobirama could be further advanced, perhaps he could whisk Hiruzen and his fellow students back to Konohagakure in an instant. Unfortunately, his mastery of the technique has not yet reached that level. It can only be applied to himself. After bidding farewell to the envoy from the Cloud Village, Senju Tobirama hurried back to the Senju estate. This was the ancestral land of the Senju clan, which should have been bustling with life and activity. However, due to Hashirama's desire to integrate the clan into the village, he ordered the members of the Senju clan to abandon their surname and disperse throughout the village. In present-day Konoha, apart from Senju Tobirama, no one bears the Senju surname any longer. Even Tsunade and SH Dai's names in the official records do not carry the Senju name. They are merely noted as members of the Senju clan. Tobirama is uncertain whether his elder brother's intentions are right or wrong. He merely perceives from the footage displayed on the screen that there seems to be an issue with this idea. Is it not a significant concern that a rogue ninja could lead the Sand Village's shinobi to subvert Konoha? Had the Senju clan not disbanded? Tobirama believes that even with tenfold courage, the Sand Village would not dare to attack Konoha. Yet, the Senju clan has been disbanded. What of the Uchiha clan? Will they too have withered away in a few decades? Even if the Uchiha clan were to decline, what of the other ninja clans? The thought of other villages' shinobi breaching Konoha is utterly inconceivable to Tobirama. Furrowing his brow, he grows increasingly concerned about the challenges Konoha may face in the decades to come. Fortunately, the passage of time is still lengthy, and he possesses ample opportunity to avert such circumstances. Shaking his head, Senju Tobirama calms his thoughts and steps into the residence where his elder brother once lived. He did not come here to commemorate his elder brother, but rather to seek out his sister-in-law, Uzumaki Mito. Tobirama, it has been a while since you last visited me. I apologize, sister-in-law. I have been rather occupied lately. Despite nearing 50 years of age, the presence of the Een seal ensured that Mito bore not a single wrinkle upon her visage, appearing as youthful as a blossoming maiden. Pray tell, what brings you to me? Mito poured a cup of tea for Tobirama. She possessed some understanding of him as the younger brother of Hashirama, realizing that he seldom sought her out without cause. His visit today surely indicated a matter of significance. Without unnecessary delay, Tobirama took a sip of tea and stated, I hope you will take action 10 days hence. Take action? Is it the kind of action I am thinking of? Indeed. Upon seeing Tobirama nod, Mito felt a tinge of curiosity, but refrained from probing further. If the Hokage requested her assistance, she would oblige. It had been quite some time since she had engaged in combat. This opportunity would allow her to stretch her limbs. The situation unfolded thusly. I understand now. Very well, sister-in-law, I shall take my leave. Exiting the Senju residence, Tobirama proceeded to the territories of several ninja clans. Judging by his demeanor afterward, his discussions with the clans had gone relatively smoothly. The grand ceremony has been prepared for you. It remains to be seen whether the Cloud Village can partake in it. Meanwhile, in NJ City, with over 200,000 in savings, Lin Tian had been enjoying a comfortable life. Today, he intended to gather with a few friends for a delightful reunion. Just as he was about to make calls to invite them, he received a call from the delivery service instead. Tian, right? I have a package for you, and I've placed it at the delivery station. All right, thank you. Good sir, just leave it there. As with the last occasion, he had not ordered anything online. Upon receiving the notice of his package, his first thought was that yet another fan had sent him a gift. The previous gift had been a piece of gold. He wondered what this one might be. With curiosity regarding the gift piquing his interest, Lin Tian swiftly descended to retrieve his package. Upon returning to his room and unwrapping the parcel, he found yet another piece of gold, momentarily taken aback. What is going on? Does this fan have a gold mine? Observing the sender's name, Lin Tian could not help but twitch his lips. This admirer, who was fond of cosplaying as Tobirama Senju, was indeed quite affluent. This marked the second piece of gold he had received. Based on the price of the previous piece, this similarly sized ingot was likely valued at over 200,000. Little did Lin Tian anticipate that merely producing 2 episodes featuring character reviews from Naruto would yield over 400,000 views. This was not merely video creation. It was akin to effortlessly gathering wealth. What does this note say? With a sense of excitement and anticipation, Lin Tian extracted a gold ingot from the package and discovered a note pressed beneath it. Upon unrolling the note, he encountered some text in Japanese, which he could not decipher. This individual must be quite immersed in the theme, even opting for Japanese on a simple note. After a moment of jest, Lin Tian utilized the translation app on his phone to scan the text. Tian, what must the ninja world do to achieve peace? How intriguing. This resembles a question that Senju Tobirama might pose after watching the video. Yet, what does the peace of the ninja world have to do with me? I am merely an ordinary creator of character review videos. Strangely enough, there was a time when he indeed pondered how to bring tranquility to the entire ninja realm. I shall carefully contemplate this side video. Meanwhile, in the ninja world, Senju Tobirama had already arrived alone at the location designated for signing the peace treaty. Truly, as the second Hokage of Konoha, his audacity to come alone is commendable. Tobirama did not wait long before the second Hokage, appeared with several guards at his side. Among the guards, he cast a notable glance at 2 individuals with golden and silver hair, Kinkaku and Ginkaku. After all, in the historical narrative, he had perished at their hands. So, do you intend to eliminate me here? Upon hearing this, the second Hokage burst into hearty laughter before replying. How could that be? Since you have shown such sincerity. I, the second Hokage, am not a petty man capable of such base actions. Afterward, he clapped his hands, signaling his subordinates to present the pre-drafted contract. Simultaneously, Tobirama produced a scroll containing the terms of the peace treaty. The 2 exchanged scrolls and examined their contents. Before long, Tobirama addressed the second Hokage, saying, I'm not particularly satisfied with the compensation clause. This was a falsehood, for regardless of the terms presented, he would never find them satisfactory. This tactic served merely to further convince the other party of his genuine intent for negotiation, rather than harboring any ulterior motives. Oh, Hokage, would you care to share your conditions? The second Hokage maintained a composed demeanor, betraying no signs of surprise. He understood that this contract indeed favored his village. After all, it was a contract he had drafted, and it was only natural for it to lean in favor of his own community. Of course, it was equally reasonable for the opposing party to express dissatisfaction. As long as both sides were willing to sign a peace treaty, the conditions were never truly problematic. I believe Tobirama had been engaged in prolonged discussions with the second Hokage here. His grievances were not solely regarding the compensation clauses, but also the sum for the ransom of captured individuals. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, he feigned dissatisfaction with every aspect. The second Hokage, faced with Tobirama's discontent, patiently explained and negotiated. The negotiations stretched from morning into the afternoon. Finally, an accord was reached, and they were ready for the formal signing of the treaty. The Cloud Village representatives moved swiftly, finalizing the revised contract in no time. If there are no issues, we may proceed to sign, stated the second Hokage. No problems here, replied Tobirama, taking the pen handed to him and inscribing his name on the contract. The second Hokage followed suit. Once signed, they exchanged the contracts, signifying that the agreement was now in effect. Ha. Now that the contract is signed, Lord Hokage, would you care to visit our Cloud Village? No, I have matters to attend to, Tobirama replied. Is that so? What a pity, the second Hokage sighed, though it was unclear whether his lament was genuine or feigned. Behind him, Kin and Jin also sighed, expressing their own regret. Then, without warning, the 2 plunged their hands into the Hokage's chest, with Kin crushing the heart with a swift squeeze. TSK, the esteemed second Hokage met such a pitiful end here. With the Hokage dead, the contract was rendered void. Jin seized the freshly signed document, and, before the ninjas of the Cloud Village and Tobirama, tore it apart. Lord Hokage, wouldn't it have been better if you had acquiesced to the Hokage's request? Then my brother and I wouldn't have had to resort to violence here. Tobirama couldn't help but chuckle at their shamelessness. So, you believe my refusal to visit the second Raikage makes me the cause of his demise? Certainly. Qin and Jin nodded without a hint of shame. Indeed, had I accepted the invitation, the Raikage would not have perished here, but rather within the village. Enough talk. Now, I invite you, second Hokage, to join the Raikage in death. Onward. At the moment Qin and Jin spoke, a multitude of cloud ninjas emerged from the rocky outcrops to the east of the negotiation site. Clearly, their assassination of the Raikage was a premeditated act, not a spontaneous decision. The second Raikage had misjudged the character of those around him. As Tobirama observed the throng of cloud ninjas charging towards him, he did not flee immediately, but instead remarked on the situation. He was well aware that the Qin and Jin brothers were proponents of war, opposed to signing a peace treaty with Konoha, yet he had brought them to the signing location. While he brought them, he had not taken adequate precautions. Was he foolish or merely overconfident? Regardless, it was of little consequence now. He needed to retreat. With that, Tobirama formed hand seals and unleashed a powerful water-style jutsu towards the advancing cloud forces. Water-style, water dragon jutsu. A colossal dragon of water surged into the air, hurtling towards the enemy. Earth-style, earth flow wall. The cloud village was renowned for its lightning techniques and body techniques. But that did not mean they lacked practitioners of other natures. Just as the Hokage of Konoha were not solely defined by their fire techniques. Quickly pursue him. Tobirama's water dragon delayed the cloud ninjas momentarily, and seizing this opportunity, he turned and sprinted towards the land of fire. Observing this, the Qin and Jin brothers waved their hands and urged the cloud ninjas to give chase. It is no wonder that Tobirama held the title of the swiftest. Aside from the flying thunder god technique, his body flicker technique was exceptionally proficient. At full throttle, he was unmatched by the vast majority of the shinobi world. Fortunately, his aim was not to escape but to lure the Qin and Jin forces into pursuit. To ensure they did not lose his trail, he occasionally slowed his pace or unleashed a jutsu in the opposite direction. Qin and Jin, this situation seems a bit off. One astute member of the pursuing party remarked after successfully countering Tobirama's water barrage and tracking his movements. What seems off? Qin and Jin were exhilarated. Having successfully slain the Raikage, they knew that the village's ninjas would not accept their rule. However, if they could eliminate the Hokage, the situation would shift dramatically. First, it would be a case of silencing a witness. By killing the second Hokage, they could frame the narrative that the Raikage had been slain by the Hokage. Second, after dispatching the Hokage, they could return to their village as heroes. At that point, their prestige would silence all opposition. Thus, if they could kill the second Hokage, the Cloud Village would henceforth be under their command. This line of thinking led the brothers to become overly zealous in their pursuit of Tobirama, neglecting to ponder why he dared to confront them alone or why he did not utilize the famed flying thunder god technique to flee, instead opting for the body flicker technique. Moreover, they consistently managed to locate him just before losing track of him, giving the impression that Tobirama was fishing. Fishing? Alright, you needn't say more. I believe I understand now. At this moment, Qin's intellect regained the upper hand. He and his younger brother, Yin Jiao, were merely a bit irritable and not truly foolish. With a reminder from his subordinate, he immediately grasped the situation. It seemed that Senju Tobirama's fate was not yet sealed. Sighing, Jin Jiao took the lead in halting his steps and declared, "Everyone, hold on, and be wary of traps." "Elder brother, what traps?" Upon hearing his brother's inquiry, Jin Jiao relayed his earlier thoughts, causing Yin Jiao to break into a cold sweat. Humph, this second Hokage is indeed despicable. What a joke. If I were despicable, wouldn't you both be utterly shameless? Just as Yin Jiao's words fell, Senju Tobirama's voice resonated nearby. The people from the Cloud Village turned to the source of the sound, and, upon spotting Senju Tobirama, they also noticed the Leaf Village ninjas behind him. Particularly, when they saw Uzumaki Mido, even Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao involuntarily narrowed their eyes. "Apologies, but it seems you won't be returning." Both parties understood that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. Then let's not waste words. Let's fight. Fire style, dragon fire technique. With Sarutobi Hizashi's release of a ninjutsu attack, the battle between the two factions officially commenced. In order to maintain stealth, Senju Tobirama had not brought many people along. Aside from his 6 students and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mido, he was accompanied only by a few clan leaders. Do not underestimate these clan leaders. Their positions were not merely due to esteemed reputation but also formidable strength. If we were to categorize their abilities akin to those in fantasy novels, these individuals, while not quite at the level of a Kage, were undoubtedly elite jonin at the peak of their prowess. Among the 6, Sarutobi Hizashi and his companions were the weakest in this assembly. Fortunately, the opposing force was not overwhelmingly strong either. Aside from the formidable Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, their ranks included only a handful of veteran jonin, alongside some newly promoted jonin and shunin. Sarutobi Hizashi and his companions were no fools. They recognized that the veteran jonin were the quarry of the clan leaders, and their task was merely to contend with the newly promoted jonin. As for Uzumaki Mido, her target was quite clear, the Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao brothers. Filthy woman, swiftly eliminate those two. The Nine-Tails harbored vivid memories of the Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao brothers, before it was captured and sealed within Uzumaki Mido by Hashirama. The young Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao had foolishly sought to prove their strength by attempting to slay it. Naturally, the Ninetales did not indulge them, swallowing them whole. Its intention was to digest them directly. However, within its belly, the two managed to consume some of its flesh, thus acquiring a portion of its chakra. The Ninetales regarded this incident with deep shame. Though it had not been given another opportunity, being sealed within Uzumaki Mido left it with nowhere to escape. Now, having finally encountered these two wretches again, it was imperative to eliminate them. Ninetales, do not be so rash. In response to the Ninetales' urging, Uzumaki Mido remained remarkably composed, showing no inclination to kill. What? You dare say I am rash? The Ninetales exclaimed incredulously, then roared, do you even hear yourself? I was once living freely, eating and sleeping at will, yet your husband sealed me within you, claiming I was too dangerous. I see far more danger in him than in me. Continuing in its tirade, the Ninetales raged, you are no saint either. I merely wished for a bit more space to move. Yet you used that so-called diamond seal to restrain me. I am the Ninetales, not a mere dog. And now you tell me to calm down? If I were to strike you a few times when I am at ease, I assure you, you would be far more agitated than I. Sensing the Ninetales' grievance, Uzumaki Mido felt a bit awkward. Upon reflection, it did indeed seem that her husband had unnecessarily provoked the creature. Initially, she had held a preconceived notion that the Ninetales could not communicate. It was only when she had used the diamond seal against it several times that she realized the Ninetales possessed normal reasoning and could engage in dialogue. However, by that time, the animosity between them had already deepened beyond reconciliation. Your resentment runs deep, does it not? Indeed, it is profoundly deep. Very well. Then I shall harness your power to eliminate these two. As soon as the words left her lips, 9 crimson tails manifested behind Uzumaki Mido. This was the initial form of the Ninetales transformation, its outer cloak. In this state, Uzumaki Mido experienced a significant enhancement in speed, strength, and perception. However, with every advantage comes a disadvantage. Due to the volatile nature of the Ninetales chakra, Uzumaki Mido was unable to utilize any ninjutsu or sealing techniques in this form. Originally, she had intended to use her strength to vanquish the Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao brothers, but upon sensing the Ninetales' deep resentment, she opted to draw upon its power instead. In doing so, she hoped to alleviate some of the Ninetales' bitterness. Brother, be careful. Understood, elder brother. Seeing Uzumaki Mido transform without hesitation, the Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao brothers' expressions turned grave. To reassure the second Raikage, they had not brought the 6 paths ninja tools this time. The disparity in their power with or without the ninja tools was not an insurmountable chasm, yet it was significant enough to be felt. Are you prepared? I am coming. Before launching her attack, Uzumaki Mido kindly warned her opponents. However, it appeared they did not appreciate her courtesy. Unperturbed, Uzumaki Mido swung her right hand forcefully, unleashing a claw formed from Ninetales chakra towards them. The Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao brothers reacted swiftly, dodging in opposite directions. Observing this, Uzumaki Mido smiled slightly, simultaneously moving her hands to send 2 claws in pursuit of the brothers. The power of the Ninetales chakra was formidable, as the Jin Jiao brothers attempted to evade. Loyal Cloud Village ninjas sought to intercept the claws. Regrettably, whether through ninjutsu or physical techniques, their efforts proved futile. The ninjas who intervened to assist the Jin Jiao brothers unwittingly exposed vulnerabilities, which the Leaf Village took advantage of, launching a relentless assault. How audacious! You dare to be distracted while facing me? Sarutobi Hisashi muttered, seizing the opportunity to unleash a fire dragon flame bomb. Faced with flames approaching from the front, left, and right, the opponent had no time to employ defensive ninjutsu and could only leap upwards to escape the fiery onslaught. Sarutobi Hisashi had anticipated this reaction. As the opponent found themselves airborne and unable to evade, he unleashed a powerful fire-style, Great Dragon Fire technique. This time, there was no escape, and the opponent took the full brunt of the ninjutsu. The power of fire-style ninjutsu ranked among the most formidable of the 5 elemental natures. And the individual who endured the Great Dragon Fire faced a particularly dismal fate. Allow me to grant you relief. Witnessing his opponent, clad in charred remnants of clothing and suffering grievous burns, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly dispatched him with a kunai, granting him a merciful release. In the shadows, after observing Hiruzen's fierce struggle, Senju Tobirama nodded in acknowledgement before diverting his gaze elsewhere. There was little of interest among the clan leaders, given their formidable strength. It was inconceivable that they would falter. His primary focus lies on his elder sister-in-law and several of his disciples. His concern for his sister-in-law stems from the fear that her excessive use of the Ninetales chakra may lead to her body being corrupted by these energies. As for his disciples, he aims to prevent any loss of life among them. The intention behind bringing 6 disciples along is to enhance their contributions to the village, broaden their horizons, and refine their skills, not to lead them to their demise. Among the 6 students of Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, and Akimichi Torafu navigate their encounters with the Hidden Cloud ninjas with remarkable ease. In contrast, Mido Gate and Tsurugi Koharu find themselves in perilous situations. Mido Gate's primary ability revolves around the manipulation of ninja tools. His combat style bears a resemblance to that of Tian Tian at the onset of the narrative, summoning a variety of ninja tools from scrolls to assail his foes. However, T-Rin Shun excels in medical ninjutsu, ranking as the least formidable among the six. When confronted with the onslaught of the cloud-hidden ninja, her priority is to ensure her own safety, seizing fleeting moments to launch minimal counterattacks. Yet, to her adversaries, these retorts appear utterly inconsequential. Absent any external interference, the duels between Mito Gate-in and T-Rin Shun are likely to culminate in defeat. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hizashi has managed to eliminate his opponent. He did not first rush to rescue Mito Kato and Tsuya Koharu. Instead, he prioritized aiding Danzo. Although their relationship had experienced some friction after Danzo learned of his ascension to the position of the Third Hokage, they had been long-standing friends, and with Danzo's formidable strength, their combined efforts could more swiftly vanquish their adversaries. Danzo, go assist the others, he urged. I do not require your guidance. After they efficiently dispatched their enemies, Danzo, displaying a hint of pride, turned to lend his support to Akimichi Choza. As time progressed, the ninjas from Konoha successfully overcame their respective foes and began to converge towards Senju Tobirama. Lord Hokage, shall we offer our assistance to Lord Mito? At that moment, the battlefield was still fraught with the arduous resistance of the brothers Kin and Jin against the relentless onslaught of Uzumaki Mito. The other cloud they brought have all perished at the hands of the Leaf Ninjas. To avoid prolonged uncertainties, the leader of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga, suggested sending assistance to Uzumaki Mito. No need, let my sister-in-law enjoy herself. Due to her status as a host of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mito's social circle was quite limited, with hardly any friends. During her usual days, she could only tend to plants and flowers at the Senju residence, leading a rather monotonous existence. This rare opportunity to leave the village was a chance for Senju Tobirama to allow her to indulge in some fun. You foul woman. Do you even know how to fight? Silence. Nine Tails, I don't need your instruction. The Nine Tails watched in exasperation as Mito flailed her arms and legs, wishing fervently to corrupt this insufferable woman so that it could take control of her body. Stop playing. You won't kill anyone like that. The brothers Kin and Jin, while not weak, were indeed difficult to defeat with mere physical techniques. Yet Mito was merely toying with them. Why rush to end their lives? If they were dead, what amusement would remain for her? Having finally ventured out, she had no desire for a swift conclusion. Brother, I'll hold her off. You escape first. No, you run ahead. I'll keep her occupied. The battle continued for a while, and the Kin and Jin brothers began to realize that this obnoxious woman was merely toying with them, showing no urgency to eliminate them. They felt that the situation was untenable. The opposing party's Nine Tails chakra surpassed that of the two brothers combined. Before her, they found themselves utterly powerless. Contemplating this, the brothers considered fleeing. Each wished to grant the other the chance to escape, but a glance at the battlefield filled them with profound despair. They realized that their subordinates had been completely annihilated by the forces of Konoha. Surrounding them were Konoha ninjas, encircling them with no apparent means of retreat. Truly, they were trapped with no avenue of escape. Vortex Mito was no demon, and upon seeing the despair in the hearts of the Jin and In brothers, who had already begun to relinquish their resistance, she merely curled her lip and entered the second form of the Nine Tails transformation, which entailed enveloping her body in a layer of chakra exoskeleton. This transformation was reminiscent of the moment in Shippuden when Naruto faced pain in his tailed beast form. What was Mito's intention with this form? Undoubtedly, it was to deliver a swift end to her opponents. As her exterior morphed into that of a petite Nine Tails, she opened her mouth, gathering an immense surge of chakra before her. In a brief moment, this energy coalesced into a small sphere. Witnessing this, Senju Tobirama felt a sense of foreboding. He wished to advise his sister-in-law to refrain from excessive actions, as the two brothers, Kin and Jin, possessed the Nine Tails chakra, which served as exceptional experimental material. However, his timing was slightly off, and the tailed beast ball, conjured by Mito, was quicker still. Left with no other choice, he called out loudly, "Everyone, disperse. This is a tailed beast ball." As soon as he uttered these words, Tobirama scanned his surroundings only to find that this group had already begun to flee. The patriarch of the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Sasuke, muttered as he ran, "Is our Hokage-sama out of his mind? Why isn't he running?" "Running from what?" replied Akimichi Jisen, who was also fleeing alongside Sasuke. "He has the Flying Thunder God technique. He can return to Konoha in an instant. Can you, old monkey? Hurry up and stop being a nuisance." Akimichi Jisen intended to say more, but at that moment, a violent explosion erupted behind them. Turning to look, they saw a mushroom-shaped cloud rising into the sky, followed closely by a fierce gust of wind. Fortunately, they had fled quickly. Otherwise, they would have been left in a precarious situation. "Sister-in-law, are you all right?" As Akimichi Jisen had mentioned, Tobirama indeed utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. However, he did not return to Konoha, as the distance was still too great, and doing so would require a significant amount of chakra. Thankfully, he had buried several Flying Thunder God coordinates in the vicinity and found one nearby to evade the aftermath of the tailed beast ball. "I'm perfectly fine now," Mito replied. having exited her nine-tails form and stretching her body, indicating her current state of bliss. Observing Mito, Tobirama hesitated before speaking. Sister-in-law, I can't shake the feeling. What feeling? After a moment of contemplation, Tobirama finally responded, you seem a bit too lively. Mito tilted her head and calmly inquired, is that not a good thing? Not necessarily, Tobirama pondered. He had only witnessed such a vibrant sister-in-law during his elder brother's lifetime, after his brother's passing. It was as if she had transformed into a different person. From a spirited young woman, she had become a tranquil and gentle soul. It wasn't that this transformation was negative. Tobirama simply preferred the cheerful and lively demeanor she once had. It had been a long time since he had seen that joyous side of her, and he felt slightly out of place. Sister-in-law, once we return, you shouldn't confine yourself to the house. You ought to spend more time with your friends. Mito rolled her eyes. Did she not wish to seek out her friends? It was simply due to her status as a Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. Back when Hashirama was still around, even if she went on a rampage, he could suppress her, allowing her to frolic freely in the village. But now, what if she lost control while playing in the village? Did Tobirama possess Hashirama's ability to easily subdue the Nine-Tails? No, he did not. So why was he suggesting this? After resolving the situation with Kin and Jin, the journey back to Konoha went smoothly for the villagers. When Tobirama returned to Konoha, only 2 days remained until the appearance of the light curtain. Within the span of 2 days, the shinobi world was tumultuous. Tobirama received news that the second Tsuchikage, Mu, and the second Mizukage, Kageyama H. Getsu, had perished in a mutual demise on the battlefield. Coupled with the recent death of the second Raikage, 3 Kage had already fallen in the First Shinobi World War. Furthermore, Kumogakure sent a letter demanding to know why their second Raikage had met his end. Tobirama was aware that they had likely discerned from the second Raikage's corpse that his death was not the fault of Konoha. At that time, Tobirama had not brought back the second Raikage's body primarily to absolve Konoha of suspicion. It is important to note that the body contained a wealth of information. At the very least, the ninjas from Kumogakure could determine from the wounds of the second Raikage that he was attacked from behind and had his heart extracted, leading to his death. This clearly indicated that the assailant was someone from their own village. Additionally, the disappearance of the Kin and Jin brothers ninja squad, along with the massive pit at the border, painted a vivid picture of the true identity of the murderer. If they continued to assert that the culprit was from Konoha, it would be an insult to everyone's intelligence. Was it feasible for Tobirama to have appeared behind the second Raikage and successfully ambushed him? The answer was almost impossible. Even if Tobirama possessed the Flying Thunder God technique for instantaneous movement, the second Raikage was formidable in his own right, and their lightning release body technique heightened his reflexes significantly. In the original narrative, even Minato Namikaze, who had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, could not ambush the fourth Raikage, and could only gain a slight advantage in battle. Tobirama's proficiency with the Flying Thunder God was not on par with Minato's. Achieving a decisive stealth attack on the second Raikage was virtually impossible. Moreover, the feeling of being attacked from behind by an ally was entirely different. Even the mighty Madara was not spared from being betrayed by allies like Black Zetsu. Thus, Tobirama was certain that Kumogakure was attempting to extort Konoha. After all, there was no cost to them in trying. If successful, Kumogakure could gain some advantage. If not, they would suffer no loss. Bring in the people, Tobirama commanded. Yes, Hokage-sama. Addressing the Umbu ninja before him, Tobirama stated, inform Kumogakure that the death of their second Raikage bears no relation to Konoha whatsoever. Furthermore, urge them to fulfill the terms of the agreement promptly. Otherwise, we will consider their unilateral breach of contract, and they should not blame us for the consequences. Understood, Hokage-sama. As the Umbu ninja departed, Tobirama turned to gaze out the window, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Teacher, are you attempting to coerce Kumogakure? Indeed. But why? If they are truly cornered, the hard-won peace between the two villages may once again plunge into war. Did Tobirama not comprehend this? He is acutely aware of the circumstances. Under the duress of Konoha, the Hidden Cloud Village is presented with 2 courses of action. The first option entails acquiescing to the peace treaty signed by the second Raikage and expeditiously fulfilling the compensation obligations. The breach of contract by the brothers Kin and Jin is inconsequential. Tobirama possesses the original document and can simply provide them with a copy. The second option allows the Hidden Cloud Village to disregard Konoha's demands and declare the peace treaty signed by the second Raikage null and void. Should such a scenario arise, even if the Hidden Cloud Village refrains from initiating hostilities, Tobirama himself would be compelled to wage war. The Hidden Cloud Village has already lost the second Raikage and the elite ninja forces of the Kin and Jin brothers, rendering them exceptionally vulnerable at this juncture. To be candid, Tobirama harbors a flicker of hope that the Hidden Cloud Village might reject the agreement signed by the second Raikage. Should war be rekindled, he would send those clan ninjas documented in his little book to the front lines. How audacious are these individuals to dare test my resolve? Monkey, remember this. Konoha does not desire war, yet it is not afraid of it. However, observing that Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to interject further, Tobirama raised his hand to silence him, stating, one must be resolute when the time calls for it, and pliable when the moment necessitates softness. As for discerning when to be firm and when to be accommodating, it depends primarily on oneself and secondarily on the cooperation of the other party. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, Sensei, I have reason to suspect you are being cryptic. Step aside for now and contemplate the wisdom of my words from today. Yes, Sensei. Hiruzen, feeling resigned, took his leave. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a wondrous light screen was poised to appear in the operational office. Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived punctually at the office. But they were not alone this time. Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Torafu, Mito Kamen, and Nara Shikaku had all gathered as well. What is this? As they entered the office, they were immediately captivated by the luminous screen atop the desk, rendering them momentarily speechless. Let us observe for now. If any questions arise, we can inquire with Danzo or Hiruzen later, Tsunade suggested, waving his hand dismissively. He was not surprised by the presence of the other 4 students. It was entirely reasonable for them to accompany Hiruzen to the office, especially since even Danzo had followed without prior notice. Let us hold off on questions for now and focus on the screen. With Danzo's unexpected presence, Hiruzen had already gained some experience in handling such situations. Regardless, the priority was to observe. Greetings, esteemed viewers. I am the newcomer content creator, Ation. Today's video is yet another side episode. Indeed, I have received a gift from a fan once more. The generous sender is none other than the esteemed second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the thoughtful present. It has been immensely helpful. Now, without further ado, let us delve into the main topic. The reason for this episode is that Tobirama posed a question to me. I must acknowledge that he is quite committed, even resorting to writing notes in a neon script. By the way, why didn't you just message me directly on the platform? Sending notes feels rather nostalgic. Ahem, everyone, take a look at the note written by Tobirama. In the frame, Lin Tian held up the note for all to see. To ensure comprehension, I have translated it for you using a translation tool. How thoughtful of me, right? Indeed, the note reads, Please tell me, Ation, what must the shinobi world do to achieve peace? To be honest, upon grasping the meaning of this inquiry, my mind was flooded with questions. After all, I am merely a humble content creator. Such a profound question ought to be directed to Kishimoto, as Naruto is his creation. After all, first and foremost, I must clarify that absolute peace is unattainable. Wherever there are humans, conflicts will inevitably arise. The approach of Shinja Hashirama, who sought to win others over through virtue and sincerity, is simply impractical. What do you mean? On what grounds do you assert that the first Hokage's vision of peace is unfeasible? Within the Hokage office, Senju Tobirama and his 6 disciples reacted to Lin Tian's remarks about Hashirama. While Tobirama, as the younger brother, remained silent, Tsunade Haruno vehemently countered. Tsunade, remember, your words cannot be heard by him. Tobirama reminded her. Stay calm, Tsunade. Lin Tian has indicated that this is merely his personal opinion. Do not let it upset you. Everyone understood Tsunade's sentiments, given her idolization of the first Hokage. After some coaxing, they managed to calm Tsunade down. Although her gaze towards Lin Tian on the screen remained rather hostile. Furthermore, the peace I speak of excludes external threats like the Otsutsuki clan. If we factor them in, true peace in the shinobi world would be an impossibility. What is the Otsutsuki? What do you mean by external threats? Tobirama harbored many thoughts, but chose not to express them, maintaining a serious demeanor as he gazed at the screen. Under these 2 premises, if the shinobi world is to achieve peace, I believe we can draw lessons from our own national history. It is well known that our country is one of the 4 ancient civilizations, the only one without a cultural discontinuity. Over 2,000 years ago, Emperor Qin Shi Huang elucidated that unity is the sole path to peace. Absurd. It sounds simple, but does he even comprehend the bloodshed required to unify the shinobi world? The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging Tsunade's point. After all, mere declarations of unity do not compel others to capitulate willingly. War is often the necessary means to force surrender. War inevitably leads to casualties. Senju Tobirama, having lived through the Warring States period, may not know the exact number of lives lost among the ninja clans in the Land of Fire before the establishment of Konoha, but it likely numbers in the tens of thousands. And this is merely the toll in the Land of Fire. If we consider the entire shinobi world during that era, the death toll would undoubtedly exceed 200,000. 200,000, a staggering figure. The individuals in the office shook their heads, deeming Lin Tian's proposition impractical. However, with the screen before them, they could hardly return home to sleep. They had no choice but to endure and watch. Lin Tian's subsequent words shocked them. According to historical records, during Qin Shi Huang's unification, over 1 million soldiers were executed, and tens of thousands of his own troops perished, culminating in a total death toll exceeding 2 million for the sake of unification. What? So many lives were lost. That's outrageous, utterly preposterous. It can't be true. This person must be deceiving us. Witnessing the commotion among his disciples, Tobirama swiftly admonished them, calm down. Look at how you're behaving. Is this appropriate? His reprimand succeeded in restoring some semblance of calm. Teacher, is it truly worth sacrificing so many lives for unification? Sarutobi Hiruzen's question resonated with the others. Tobirama chose not to respond, as he too pondered whether such sacrifices truly justified the outcome. Had Qin Shi Huang's unification ushered in lasting peace? In truth, it did not, for it represented an unprecedented consolidation that no one had previously experienced. Fortunately, Qin Shi Huang was a visionary, achieving cultural unification through standardized writing and transportation. This initial unification laid the groundwork for future dynasties, where regardless of how many nations fragmented, a formidable leader would invariably emerge to reunite the land. Lin Tian took a sip of water and continued, with all that said, my point should be clear. Imagine if Hashirama and Madara had unified the shinobi world, establishing a single nation where everyone belonged to one entity. Of course, animosities cannot be easily erased. However, if Hashirama and Madara had maintained stable governance for several decades, by the time a second or third generation was born devoid of hatred, even if these two were to pass away unexpectedly, the shinobi world would likely not descend into chaos. After all, the second and third generations, born in an era of peace, would lack comprehension of the grievances of their predecessors. Provided that Hashirama and Madara's successors were competent, peace could endure. Teacher, do you believe what he says is valid? Upon hearing this, the group found themselves inexplicably persuaded by Lin Tian's reasoning. Indeed, wars claim far too many lives. Nonetheless, if enduring peace could be achieved, then some sacrifices might be deemed acceptable. After all, these individuals are willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of peace. Perhaps, Tobirama still refrained from directly answering Hiruzen's question, as he had yet to fully contemplate whether unification could truly foster peace in the shinobi world. He still recalls the time before the establishment of Konohagakure, when his elder brother would often say to him, to confront violence with violence will yield nothing but more violence. He has always believed that his elder brother was right. I kill you, and your friends and family come to kill me. Then those who have killed me must face the revenge of my own loved ones, creating an endless cycle akin to a Russian nesting doll. However, here, he received a different perspective from Lin Tian. The notion that violence begets violence does not necessarily hold true. It could also lead to unification, as long as the second and third generations are born. Even if those from the first generation harbor animosities and seek vengeance, it will not be an easy task, for the first generation will have aged. The more he contemplated this, the more convinced Senju Tobirama became that the idea of unification was indeed quite plausible. He yearned to instigate a war against Yunin immediately, wishing to incorporate Yunin village into the dominion of the Fire Nation. Wait, the Fire Nation? It dawned upon him that the ruler of the Fire Nation was the daimyo, not himself, the Hokage. Thus, prior to initiating a unification war, would he need to depose the daimyo? Or perhaps eliminate him? Tobirama wiped the cold sweat from his brow and took a deep breath to regain his composure. Assassinating the daimyo? Such a notion was unfathomable. Without the daimyo, who would allocate funds to the Hidden Leaf village? Who would govern the common folk? Rely on the ninjas? They were ill-equipped for such tasks. Their sole expertise lay in the art of killing. Otherwise, his elder brother would not have entrusted the governance of the nation to others. The more he pondered, the more despondent Tobirama became. Coincidentally, the figure on the screen, Lin Tian, also spoke of the inherent limitations of ninjas. With merely a single word, he rekindled Tobirama's fervor. That word was learning. No one is born with knowledge. Take the ninjas, for instance. Were they endowed with prowess from birth? Certainly not. Ninjas undergo rigorous training from a young age, mastering various techniques, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, which culminates in their formidable capabilities today. Therefore, if they can learn the ways of a ninja, why can they not learn the art of governance? This illustrates the limitations of the era. If no one articulates this, Tobirama would never conceive that ninjas could indeed learn such matters. At the conclusion of this discourse, I shall reiterate my perspective. For the ninja world to attain peace, it must unify externally, while internally abolishing the antiquated officials and aristocrats, such as the daimyos, and vigorously enhancing agriculture to boost food production. If this remains unclear, envision the ninja continent as akin to the Land of Fire during the Warring States period, when Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha established Konoha and rallied numerous ninja clans. Did the Land of Fire cease to experience warfare? Similarly, if the ninja world were unified and a grand Konoha village were established, would conflicts no longer persist? As for the daimyos and officials, their abolishment is imperative. A nation does not require two leaders. Others may voice opinions, but decisions must rest with a singular authority. Thus concludes my interpretation of how peace can be established within the Naruto universe. Should anyone possess insightful thoughts, feel free to share in the comments. Let us engage in discussion. And do remember to show your support with a prolonged press of the like button. Until our next video, may we meet again. This episode is concise, yet the information conveyed to Tobirama and his companions is substantial. Teacher. As the light faded, Konoha's students brimmed with inquiries for Tobirama. Yet, he found himself disinclined to converse at that moment. Nidame, Danzo, I leave the four of you to them. I must return and ponder these matters deeply. Understood, teacher. That night, Tobirama contemplated extensively. Some of Lin Tian's assertions resonated with him, yet others eluded his understanding. Why must the unification of the ninja world entail the disbandment of the daimyos? Would it not be preferable to maintain the current structure? Furthermore, Once unification occurs and hostile nations cease to exist, what fate awaits these ninjas? These considerations demanded Tobirama's careful reflection. Regrettably, even one as astute as he possesses limitations, Lin Tian's propositions left him momentarily confounded, unable to reach a decision. Fortunately, he had rewritten his own history of demise. Now, he possessed ample time to contemplate these issues. Hence he felt no urgency. As the Tsuchikage, Mizukage, and Reikage departed from the world, the first great ninja war that swept across the ninja realm neared its conclusion. In the Hidden Cloud Village, the newly appointed Third Hokage, listened with growing ire to the reports from his subordinates regarding a letter from Konoha. What was Konoha's intention? Did they seek to ignite another conflict? The letter conveyed Tobirama's position with utmost clarity: either fulfill the commitments made by the Second Hokage or prepare for renewed hostilities between the villages. There was no option for feigned ignorance, nor was there any necessity for further negotiations. Only these two choices remained: war or peace, contingent upon the Third Hokage's decision. This was a source of great frustration for as the Hidden Cloud Village was undeniably at its most vulnerable point in history. Not only had the Second Hokage perished, but the elite forces led by Kininai and Jininai had also met their demise. They truly cannot bear the burden of engaging in battle with Konoha once more. Lord Hokage, what should we do next? What shall we do? Also yearns to understand his course of action. The present circumstances are far removed from the past. Previously, he was merely a ninja within the village, and his words held little weight. But what of now? He is the third generation Hokage of the village. Every decision he makes will profoundly impact the future of the village. Under this immense pressure, he must deliberate with great care. As for the letter you are to compose, my sole intention is to delay. Delay? The secretary appeared somewhat perplexed by the Third Hokage's words. Indeed, to prolong the timeline. We must convey to Konoha that we are financially constrained, unable to provide such a substantial sum of money and resources, and request an extension of the deadline. If we could arrange for an installment plan, spreading the repayment over 4, 5, 6, 7, or even 8 years, it would be even more advantageous. The secretary scratched his head, where no beads of sweat existed, and remarked, Konoha is unlikely to acquiesce, I fear. That is precisely why I advocate for a delay. Once Konoha grows impatient, we can gradually return the funds and resources to them. With these contributions, their tempers will cool, and they will refrain from making impulsive decisions. Do you comprehend my reasoning now? The secretary nodded, genuinely understanding this time. If the reparations owed by Kumogakure amount to 100, then when Konoha reaches their limit of patience, we can repay them a few coins to help them regain their composure. After they calmed down, the village continued to delay matters. Until their impatience resurfaced, the village would offer them a few or a dozen pieces again. This cycle could potentially stretch out for a considerable time. As long as there was time to buffer, it would not hinder the village's development. Having realized this, the secretary regarded the Third Hokage with admiration. Many claimed the Third Hokage was merely a brute, devoid of intellect aside from his formidable strength. However, it now seemed that such rumors were largely unfounded. If he were truly lacking in wit, could he have cultivated his might to such an extent? If he were truly dull-witted, could he have conceived this strategy? With clarity, he set out to make arrangements, stating his intention to engage in physical training. However, Lord Hokage, there are still numerous documents awaiting your approval. No rush, we shall discuss it upon my return. Lord Hokage, the secretary, who had just begun to believe the Third Hokage was not a mere brute, found him disregarding document approvals in favor of some peculiar exercise. Never mind. I shall focus on my own responsibilities. Several days had passed by the time Tobirama received a letter from Kumogakure. In those days, the situation in the shinobi world had become increasingly stable. Although no peace treaty had been signed between Owagakure and Kirigakure, their ninja forces had retreated significantly from their respective borders, indicating that conflict was unlikely. Tsunade had been quietly consolidating its strength. In short, it would not be long before the First Shinobi World War could be declared over. Teacher, has a letter from Kumogakure arrived? Indeed. Tobirama generously handed the letter to Hizashi. After reading it, Hizashi inquired, what do you believe Kumogakure intends to achieve? The letter expressed their grievances without mentioning compensation. Are they attempting to evade their debts? Tobirama shook his head, responding, they cannot simply evade their debts. They must be aware of this. Given that they understand they cannot escape, their sending of this letter is quite comprehensible. Do you mean precisely, they likely wish to stall for time, postponing their payment as much as possible? Then what shall we do, teacher? What shall we do? Tobirama scoffed, addressing Hizashi. Inform the heads of the various ninja clans to convene here immediately. Understood, teacher. Tobirama summoned the clan leaders for a meeting with a straightforward purpose. Kumogakure wished to stall and avoid payments, so he would amass forces to pressure them and see if they dared to evade their obligations. Everyone, Kumogakure seems inclined to avoid their debts. I propose we send troops to the border of the Land of Lightning to exert pressure. Who is in favor and who is against? Tobirama's prestige was incomparable to that of the Third Hokage. During the Third's tenure, he had to explain his actions to various clans, and if they did not cooperate, he would need to offer various compensations to persuade them. Why was that? It was simply due to his insufficient prestige. Moreover, with Danzo stirring trouble. While no one dared to openly oppose him, many secretly resented the two. Thus, when Orochimaru attacked Konohagakure, the third Hokage stood alone on the rooftop to confront him. Aside from a few Umbu acting as commentators in the Four Purple Flames formation, no one came to his aid. The only one who attempted to assist him, Might Guy, was pulled away by Kakashi. Tobirama was different. Although he framed the meeting as a chance to gather opinions, it was essentially his unilateral decision. Dare anyone voice dissent? Well, since no one opposed, let us proceed with a grand mobilization. At that moment, a leader from a smaller clan asked, somewhat perplexed, a grand mobilization? Indeed. Tobirama nodded, explaining, our primary aim is to compel Kumogakure to fulfill their contractual obligations for compensation. We do not genuinely seek war, rather. We wish to create a significant commotion to apply pressure. What if Kumogakure stubbornly refuses? Then it would be all the more favorable for us to initiate conflict. Casting a glance at the one who had just spoken, Tobirama blandly inquired, are you perhaps afraid? Uchiha clan leader, afraid of what? If Kumogakure dares to refuse, then we shall go to war. Hyuga clan leader, indeed, we of Konoha fear no enemy. Shimura clan leader, a bunch of brutes from Kumogakure do not instill fear in me. Very well, since no one fears war, what are we waiting for? Return and prepare. In 3 days, we shall officially dispatch our forces to the border of the Land of Lightning. Yes, Lord Hokage. Konoha was consolidating its military strength for an impending offensive against Kumogakure. The commotion significant enough that spies from Kumogakure managed to relay intelligence that very night. By the time Tobirama personally led the Konoha ninja to the border of the Land of Lightning 3 days later, the Third Hokage had already received reports from his spies. Smash. Upon seeing the contents of the intelligence, the Third Hokage, AI, could not contain himself and smashed his desk to pieces. Those rascals from Konoha are truly intolerable. AI was furious. Not only had Konoha disregarded his script, but Tobirama had also taken the lead to the Land of Lightning. Was this not forcing his hand? Observing the enraged Third Hokage, the secretary attempted to soothe him. Lord Hokage, Konoha may not necessarily engage in battle with us again. I know. But I cannot afford to gamble. The recent war had inflicted severe losses on Kumogakure, yet Konoha had not fared well either. If war were to erupt again, would Tobirama not be concerned about other nations taking advantage of the chaos? With Kirigakure and Iwagakure now completely at peace, and Tsunade having quietly developed its strength for so long, would the second Hokage truly be unconcerned? Yet, the fact remains, Kumogakure cannot afford to gamble. Should war resume with Konoha, the losses could be catastrophic. Damn it, that old fox Tobirama has impeccable timing. The Third Hokage cursed. Turning to his secretary, relay the order to prepare the compensation outlined in the contract immediately. I shall not allow Konoha the opportunity for war. As Tobirama led the Konoha ninja forces with a measured pace toward the border of the Land of Lightning, the Third Hokage had been waiting there for quite some time. Lord Hokage, what brings you here? Kumogakure had also dispatched a considerable number of personnel. Should Konoha disregard martial ethics and demand compensation while also preparing to fight? Kumogakure would not be defenseless. Would you believe me if I said I came for a vacation? What a ridiculous notion. Who travels to another country with a retinue of subordinates? Anyone who believes that is a fool. I do not believe it. Since you do not believe me, why not hand over the compensation? Do you expect me to retrieve it in person? The Third Hokage clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead nearly bursting with anger. He constantly reminded himself to endure, for the consequences of giving in would be borne by the village of Kumogakure. After gritting his teeth and uttering 3 words to his secretary, AI fixed his gaze intently on the Leaf Village representatives. Soon enough, the secretary instructed several other Kumogakure shinobi to hand over the prearranged compensation and supplies to the Leaf. Once the items were received, Senju Tobirama decisively gestured for his subordinates to return home. Just a moment before, both parties had appeared as vibrant factions ready to clash over territory. In the next instant, with the Leaf's departure, Kumogakure also made a swift exit, leaving no trace behind. Leaf, you shall await your reckoning. This humiliation will be avenged by the Third Hokage. With the so-called compensation delivered, life in Kumogakure had become rather challenging in recent years. Observing the low spirits of his subordinates, he, as the Hokage, felt an urge to uplift their morale. Unfortunately, since the first Hokage, none had excelled in oratory skills. While they could engage the enemy in battle, inspiring them with words was another matter entirely. Fortunately, he had a capable secretary. Matsuri, your eloquence is commendable. After we dine, I need you to rally the spirits of our people. Me? Matsuri was taken aback by the Hokage's unexpected request. He is merely a clerical secretary. His daily tasks consisting solely of assisting the Hokage in managing documents and conveying certain orders. To inspire morale among these merciless ninjas? He longed to exclaim, I cannot do this. Yet, he was acutely aware that uttering such words would undoubtedly lead to his dismissal by Hokage, who would promptly appoint another in his stead. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, he refrained from a direct refusal and instead spoke delicately. Lord Hokage, I am merely his secretary. They are unlikely to heed my counsel. That can be easily remedied. I shall promote you. From this moment forth, you shall serve as the chief secretary of the Raikage's office. Upon hearing of his elevation, Mealy's eyes brightened, and she inquired, "May I ask, Lord Raikage, what exactly does this chief secretary position entail?" "Well," Raikage AI pondered momentarily before responding. "It is still a secretary, Mealy. The intent of the Konoha faction was to exert pressure on the Cloud-Hidden Village, compelling them to fulfill the reparations agreed upon in the presence of the second Raikage. Consequently, their journey to the border was deliberately slow, affording the opposing side ample time to assemble funds and resources. The return journey, however, was markedly different, with their remarkable pace even burdened with substantial supplies. They managed to return from the Land of Lightning's border to Konoha in merely 4 days. Do not dismiss the duration as excessive. The original manga mentioned that the distance from Konoha to Tsunade takes approximately 3 days to traverse. This distance is quite comparable to that from Konoha to the border of the Land of Lightning. However, given their detachment from supplies this time around, taking only 1 additional day to return to Konoha is indeed commendable. By the time Tobirama led the Konoha forces back to their village, only a few days remained until the third phase of the video assessment would commence. "Ijan, please summon the head of the Nara clan. I have matters to discuss with him." "Understood, teacher." Seated in the office, Tobirama found himself reflecting once more on the peace issue raised by Lin Tian. During the journey, he had come to a realization. Lin Tian's assertions stemmed from the understanding that peace in their world had been achieved through similar means. Given the precedent of such success, he deemed it worthwhile to give it a try. The reason he summoned the leader of the Nara clan was quite explicit. He intended to dispatch several young members of the Nara family under the guise of safeguarding the officials of the Land of Fire, allowing them to learn the art of urban governance in the presence of these individuals. As for the feudal lord, he still needed to make a journey to the capital of the Land of Fire to confer with the lord regarding the selection of suitable protectors. The second Hokage accorded the necessary respect to his counterpart. Surely the latter would not refuse the protection of Konohagakure. As for the candidates, they would be selected from the 6 students. Ultimately, regardless of who the daimyo chose, that individual would be dispatched to the Land of Fire. The ostensible purpose of protecting the daimyo was, in fact, to clandestinely learn the art of governance. Given his somewhat radical disposition, it was decided that Danzo would not be included in this endeavor. Contemplating Danzo's rather aggressive nature, Tobirama resolved to reduce the list of 6 to 5. After all, Danzo would be none the wiser. They could merely claim that the daimyo did not favor him. Would he dare to question the daimyo? "Hokage-sama, you summoned me?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was efficient, and it wasn't long before Nara Shikaku, the head of the Nara clan, arrived at the Hokage's office. "Please have a seat. I have matters to discuss with you." Still the same question. "Discussion? What discussion? Do you have the audacity to refuse?" "Hokage-sama, please proceed. I require your assistance." Tobirama explained the tasks he needed the Nara clan to undertake. Initially, Shikaku thought it was a trivial matter, merely sending some clan members to protect the lords of various cities in the Land of Fire. However, upon hearing that the role of bodyguards would also involve clandestinely learning how to govern the cities, his astute mind quickly grasped the implications, and he was soon drenched in cold sweat. "Indeed, it appears you have understood, Nara clan leader." Shikaku nodded with difficulty. "Hokage-sama, are you seeking to upend the status quo of the ninja world?" "No, I seek not to overturn anything. I merely desire peace for this continent." "Then how do you intend?" Tobirama raised a hand to halt Shikaku, saying, "Listen carefully. I speak of peace for this continent, not for the ninja world. Do you comprehend?" Whereas Shikaku had only been sweating before, now he found himself trembling uncontrollably at these words. "Do not frighten yourself." Seeing Shikaku's terrified expression, Tobirama gently patted his shoulder to encourage calmness. "Rest assured, I will not take that step until I am completely certain. You need only to trust me and follow my directives." What more could Shikaku say? This clan, both in terms of scale and strength, is merely a mid-tier ninja family within Konoha. Ranking above the Nara clan are the now disbanded Senju, along with the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, comparable to the Inuzuka, Namanaka, and Shimura families. Their ability to establish a foothold in Konoha does not solely rely on strength, but rather on their astute intellect. It can be said that every member born into the Nara family possesses a remarkable intelligence. It is precisely because of the cleverness of the Nara clan that the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans have chosen to associate closely with them, even giving the trio of clans the playful moniker of boar, deer, butterfly. On the battlefield, the boar is responsible for control, the butterfly for offense, while the deer devises tactical plans. The Nara clan is indeed a family of true intellectuals. Tobirama Senju recognized this quality, which is why he entrusted Nara Shikaku with the arrangement of their family members to serve as bodyguards. However, considering the somewhat underwhelming strength of the Nara clan members, he also decided to include the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans in the endeavor. Naturally, there was no need for him to personally intervene with these 2 clans. He simply had Nara Shikaku negotiate on their behalf. The undertaking of providing bodyguards for the lords of various cities progressed smoothly behind the scenes. The Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans each dispatched 30 members, forming 10 groups to protect the lords, while the remaining 20 groups were assigned to safeguard other officials, such as those in finance, metallurgy, and logistics. Upon learning that Konoha had sent individuals to protect them, the lords and officials did not refuse the offer. After all, receiving the renowned protection of the boar, deer, butterfly without having to pay for it was an unexpected boon. It was merely an addition of a few extra pairs of chopsticks that they could easily afford. Tobirama also utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to visit the Land of Fire, engaging in amicable discussions with the daimyo for an entire afternoon. Ultimately, the daimyo selected Sarutobi Hizashi and Uchiha Kagami from the 5 candidates presented. The choice of Sarutobi Hizashi is quite understandable. He is proficient in ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu, capable of handling almost any situation. However, the daimyo's selection of Uchiha Kagami surprised Tobirama somewhat. His feelings towards Kagami, a disciple of the Uchiha clan, are rather complex. Due to his lineage, Kagami is destined to be ineligible for the position of Hokage. Yet, Kagami possesses an extraordinary character, one that seems almost uncharacteristic of the Uchiha. Tobirama often muses that if Kagami were not of Uchiha blood, he might very well be the finest candidate for the position of the Third Hokage. Alas, his heritage confines him. It is said that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan is remarkable. Having previously been unable to witness it, he is now finally able to satisfy his curiosity. Noticing Tobirama's expression of surprise, the daimyo spoke up to clarify. Rest assured, esteemed daimyo, I shall summon them to report here immediately upon my return. Tobirama eagerly anticipated the arrival of the 2 promising students of the Hokage. Upon returning to Konoha using the Flying Thunder God technique, Tobirama did not immediately seek out Uchiha Kagami and Sarutobi Hizashi to explain the situation. Today marked the reappearance of the light screen, and he thought it prudent to wait until they had viewed this episode before discussing matters further. At precisely 8 o'clock that evening, the light screen descended upon the Hokage's office. Lin Tian, as usual, uploaded the prepared video to a small video sharing site. After completing the upload, he noticed a small red dot in the background, indicating that he had a new message awaiting his attention. Without hesitation, Lin Tian maneuvered the mouse cursor to click on the dot. What on earth is this deviation value? He mused, bemused by the increasing chaos. Is the admin so careless as to neglect announcing new website features? Observing the deviation value of 2 points and the phrase new audience connecting on his screen, he couldn't help but scoff. Just as he was about to join the small video sharing group's chat to inquire about the meaning of this deviation value, a phone call interrupted him. Hello? I'm on my way out. You all order first, and I'll be there shortly. His friends had already arrived at the restaurant, prompting Lin Tian to disregard the deviation value, shut down his computer, and head out. In the 61st year of Konoha, the Third Hokage was now 69 years old. Standing at the window of the Hokage's office, gazing out at the brightly lit and thriving Konoha, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Tobirama-sensei, I have not let your expectations down. The residents of Konoha live happily now. Reflecting on the past, the Third Hokage recalled the moment when Tobirama had covered their retreat. Had it not been for Tobirama's selfless resolve to stay behind, allowing him and the other 5 companions to escape, perhaps the position of Hokage would not have been his. At the very least, Danzo, that old comrade, had always harbored ambitions for the role. Given the circumstances at the time, either he or Danzo could have become Hokage. Fortunately, his courage had touched Tobirama, earning his approval and ultimately securing his position as the Third Hokage. How wonderful it would be if Tobirama could see the current state of affairs. It is a natural inclination to wish to showcase one's achievements to a mentor. Regrettably, he knew that Tobirama had passed away many years ago, and it was impossible for him to witness the flourishing Konoha of today. I should return to rest. Tomorrow marks the final phase of the Chunin exams, and I cannot afford any missteps. With thoughts of the Chunin exams, he recalled his disciple, Orochimaru. Recently, he had caught wind of Orochimaru's presence in the Forest of Death. To be cautious, he had summoned Jiraiya, who was traveling abroad, back to Konoha. He believed that with both himself and Jiraiya present, Orochimaru should not be able to stir up much trouble. The man had grown old, rendering him more susceptible to sentimentality. Shaking his head, the Third Hokage turned to begin his exit from the room. Just as he took his first step, a brilliant light curtain suddenly appeared on the desk. What is this? The Third Hokage reacted swiftly, leaping to the door with a serious expression fixed on the light curtain. Simultaneously, the 4 Umbu members assigned to protect him materialized around him. The 5 of them stood in silence for a considerable time, observing that the light curtain exhibited no response. Until a bolder Umbu member suggested, Lord Hokage, shall I take a closer look? Without a moment's hesitation, the Third Hokage acquiesced. Be careful. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Umbu member cautiously approached the light curtain. Upon reaching the desk, he extended a hand to touch the curtain, discovering that it possessed no tangible form. His hand easily passed through it. When he withdrew his hand and turned to inquire how to proceed, the radiance of the curtain began to swirl. Soon, a scene that the Third Hokage was well acquainted with began to materialize upon the curtain. Alongside the image, a strange voice emerged. Hello, hello, hello. In the 21st year of Konoha, Tobirama and his 6 disciples have already taken their seats, awaiting the appearance of the curtain at 8 o'clock. Hizashi. According to the pattern of the curtain's inventory, it should be your turn as the third Hokage this time. After all, Shimura Danzo was a companion of Sarutobi Hizashi. He did not wish for their friendship to be severed over the position of Hokage. Therefore, during this recent period, under the deliberate efforts of Sarutobi Hiruzen to mend their relationship, the two reconciled and returned to their former camaraderie. Well, at least on the surface. That is how it appeared. Don't tease me, Danzo. I know you also wish to stay back and cover our departure, but I merely spoke faster than you did. Humph. It's good that you understand. Judging by my demeanor in the video, it seems you were taken aback by Master Tobirama's words, which prompted you to speak first. Observing the proud demeanor of the leader, Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily and remarked, Danzo, you are indeed quite amusing. Humph. Today I shall witness how you, the third Hokage, manage your responsibilities. In their exchange, Tobirama chose not to interject. Would he really tell Danzo that even if he had expressed the desire to stay behind first, he would likely allow him to do so, rather than assume the mantle of Hokage himself? Under ordinary circumstances, in the presence of numerous clan leaders, Danzo might have been able to assume the role of Hokage with some stability. However, on the battlefield, without the endorsement of other clans, they would never accept Danzo's claim. Ultimately, Danzo was merely a talented but ordinary member of the Shimura clan, unlike Hiruzen, who was the young clan leader of the Sarutobi clan and its rightful heir. With the support of the Sarutobi clan, at least in the initial stages, other clans would not voice significant objections. As for the other four, the Akimichi clan was too closely allied with the Nara and Yamanaka clans. Meanwhile, the families behind Tsubaki and Mito were rather insignificant. Uchiha Kagami, with his surname, was destined to never become Hokage. Thus, at that time, only Hiruzen could shoulder this great responsibility. Such thoughts would never be shared by Tobirama with Hiruzen and the others. At this moment, he was exceedingly curious about what Konoha would look like decades hence. In his previous review, he had caught but a fleeting glimpse of the village's entirety, knowing only that it would be quite prosperous. His curiosity was mirrored by the other disciples, who were equally eager, excluding the previous special video. This was their first time watching the review video. With hearts full of excitement and trepidation, the clock struck 8, and the screen appeared punctually. Hello, dear viewers. I am the new Tion. Today, let us discuss our third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Here it comes. Upon seeing the images on the screen and hearing Lin Tion's voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen adjusted his attire, sitting upright and gazing sternly at his younger self on the screen. The youthful Hiruzen possessed a captivating visage, backed by the Sarutobi clan. Adept in nature transformation, secret techniques, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and forbidden arts. He was regarded as the first-generation technician of Konoha, affectionately dubbed Little Kakashi. At 69 years of age, the third Hokage observed that the Umbu had engaged without suffering harm. Simultaneously, the images and sounds on the screen piqued his curiosity. Soon after, he made a decision akin to that of Tobirama 37 years prior. You four, guard the entrance. No one is permitted to enter without my command. Yes, Hokage-sama. The four Umbu were equally intrigued by the screen. However, the Hokage's orders were absolute, and they dared not defy the third Hokage's command. Once the four exited the room, the third Hokage overheard Lin Tion proclaiming himself as Little Kakashi. Instantly, a multitude of questions arose in his mind. This logic seems off. Kakashi is my junior. How could a senior resemble a junior? This screen truly spouted nonsense. Nonetheless, the third Hokage continued to watch the screen with utmost seriousness. From the first volume of the Book of Ninjas, where he was referred to as the strongest Hokage and the God of Ninjas by Orochimaru, to the professor in the Book of Battles, his reputation had diminished with each version update. Coupled with the controversial portrayal of his character in the Edo Tensei, it seemed that even at his advanced age, the third Hokage remained a prominent figure in the ninja world. In Tobirama's office, the expressions of those present were somewhat complex upon reading the aforementioned remarks, especially Danzo, who could not contain his laughter. Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. The strongest Hokage and the so-called God of Ninjas. Are you attempting to deceive even yourself? How shameless. Danzo's unabashed laughter irked Sarutobi Hiruzen. Did you not hear what Lin Tion mentioned about the Book of Ninjas and the Book of Battles? Clearly, he is merely patching up the inconsistencies in later settings. Those words were certainly not spoken by me. Is that so? I find it hard to believe. Believe it or not, the individuals in Tobirama's office had already come to understand that Naruto was merely a work of fiction in that world. Since it was a creation, it was only natural for there to be oversights and inconsistencies. Issuing supplementary materials to address previous gaps was a perfectly normal occurrence. Thus, the reactions of those in Tobirama's office toward the two volumes were rather subdued, aside from Danzo's raucous laughter. Conversely, in the third Hokage's office, the third Hokage's expression fluctuated upon witnessing these two volumes. Fortunately, both the first Hokage and Tobirama were no longer present, and Minato had sacrificed himself to seal the Nine Tails. Thus, in reality, he was the strongest Hokage. This much was indisputable. However, why did certain aspects of his life appear in those two books? The third Hokage longed to uncover the answer to this question, but the video on the screen would not pause for his contemplation. Before Naruto transitioned into its tumultuous phase, it was not an issue for Hiruzen to claim the title of the strongest amidst a throng of blade-wielding rogue ninjas. At that time, even the Umbu under his command would boast, "The Hokage truly is remarkable." Therefore, whether in the manga or the official guidebooks, the early portrayal of the third Hokage was that of the strongest Hokage. What? I'm actually a character in the manga. Upon seeing his image in the manga and the official guidebooks, the third Hokage's mindset exploded in disbelief. He found it perplexing that, despite his capability for independent thought and possessing his own ideas, he had become a mere character in a comic. Fortunately, his advanced age and extensive experiences allowed him to regain his composure after a brief lapse. However, his expression was undeniably grim. Before the Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobirama attained their legendary status, the embodiment of the third Hokage's prowess was represented through the unparalleled confrontation between the Hokages of old and new. As an esteemed elder of the Hokage lineage, Hiruzen Sarutobi originally aimed to convey the benevolent and charitable essence of the Konoha Hokage. Yet, the evolution of the protagonist's character, from an initially downtrodden figure to a prince of sorts, combined with the pivotal Uchiha incident, led to a portrayal that diverged from his original conception. This transformation illustrates an unconscious creation by the author, intertwined with the audience's interpretations, resulting in Hiruzen being redefined and endowed with a new character arc. Given Hiruzen's status as the Hokage, having served the longest tenure and encountered numerous challenges, the focus narrows to his past and present battle against Orochimaru. The key figures in this narrative are Hiruzen and Orochimaru. In the third Hokage's office, Hiruzen's already troubled countenance darkened further upon witnessing the confrontation between himself and Orochimaru on the rooftop, with the first and second Hokages in attendance, evoking a semblance of the grief he felt when his eldest son perished. Should the projections be accurate, tomorrow Konoha would brace for an assault led by Orochimaru. Simultaneously, he would have to contend with the first and second Hokages, as well as the traitorous Orochimaru. Merely contemplating this made the third Hokage shudder with trepidation. The current generation of Konoha shinobi may lack awareness of the formidable might of the first and second Hokages, but he was certainly not oblivious to it. The sole solace lay in the fact that the first and second Hokages had been resurrected through Orochimaru's forbidden jutsu, the impure world reincarnation, which significantly weakened their abilities. If Jiraiya were to join him in this confrontation, it might indeed be possible to overcome the first and second Hokages. As for any notions of character design, he would never concede to such ideas. He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konohagakure, is undoubtedly not merely a character from a comic. He is a living, breathing individual. In contrast to the third Hokage, who remains entangled in his own identity, Tobirama displayed a look of sudden realization upon reading those few lines. After the conclusion of the previous retrospective video, he pondered why Hiruzen, despite his advanced age and worn appearance, had yet to abdicate his position. It was only after watching the video that he discovered Hiruzen had served 2 terms as Hokage. This implies that prior to Hiruzen's second term, the village had indeed seen the emergence of a 4th Hokage, perhaps due to the untimely demise of the 4th, and the lack of prominent figures in the village at that time. Hiruzen felt compelled to continue in his role as Hokage. Tobirama understood this sentiment well. He held no resentment towards Hiruzen's decision to reclaim the position. After all, he was unaware of the circumstances of that era, whether it was during a time of war or peace. Regardless, he believed that Hiruzen's return to leadership must have been underpinned by compelling reasons. In stark contrast, Danzo's motivations were quite different. He had long coveted the position of Hokage. It was undeniable that Hisashi had been the first to express the desire to stay behind, a fact he had to concede. However, having already stepped down, was it not excessive to assume the role of Hokage once more? What about me? What about Danzo Shimura? Am I to perish in the process as well? Danzo's resentment was palpable, prompting Hisashi to shake his head and let out a bitter laugh. After all the effort to mend their relationship, it now appeared to be in vain. During his time as a ninja, Hisashi was in the same class as Tobirama Senju, Mito Uzumaki, and Kohara Utatane, making a remarkable debut. The dynamic of 2 males and 1 female in the class foreshadowed future reforms, a topic to be elaborated upon later. Upon becoming a Jonin instructor, Hisashi guided Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. At this point, Tobirama suddenly recalled that Orochimaru was indeed a prodigy. He had been so preoccupied recently that he had entirely forgotten about him. To avoid any misunderstandings, he quietly inquired of Sarutobi Hisashi, "Is this Orochimaru truly the student you accepted last year alongside Tsunade and Jiraiya?" Sarutobi Hisashi sighed and replied, "It should be him." "Very well. Once we have finished watching the video, take me to meet him." Oh no, was Tobirama-sensei considering eliminating Orochimaru prematurely? Of course, Tobirama would not take such drastic measures due to events decades in the future. He merely holds a certain admiration for Orochimaru. The technique of impure world reincarnation is not something that just anyone can master. His mastery indicates that he possesses a talent for forbidden techniques. Konohagakure is not a place that can be breached by just anyone. He allied with the Sand Hidden Village, which signifies his astuteness in persuading them. In light of this, while Orochimaru has yet to stray from the path, he intends to take him under his wing for proper guidance. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, "Alas, my student is about to be taken away." After becoming a guiding jonin, Hiruzen took on Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Among the trio, particularly the orphaned and homeless Orochimaru, who constantly lamented his plight while simultaneously displaying astonishing talent, captured Hiruzen's attention. This led Hiruzen to believe that a prodigy ought to receive more care. Thus he adopted Orochimaru as his godson. In the forthcoming Second Great Ninja War, these three students would rise to prominence as the legendary Three Ninjas. Was Hiruzen's talent truly so exceptional that it warranted such a recognition? When Tobirama posed this question, Hiruzen promptly responded, "Orochimaru's talent is indeed formidable. Whether in Shuiken throwing techniques or various ninjutsu I have taught, he grasps them with remarkable speed. As for adopting him as a godson, that notion was never mine. It is likely an exaggeration from Rinshin." Nodding, Tobirama chose not to pursue the matter further. They are all well aware of Lin Tian's distinctive style in his videos, where even trivial matters can become subjects of his playful mockery. It appears that among the three students, Rijan particularly favors Orochimaru, which has led to his being teased about having acknowledged him as a protege. However, with the corroboration from both Rijan and Lin Tian this time, his interest in Orochimaru has intensified significantly. Simultaneously, he has also developed a certain curiosity towards Jiraiya. Together with Xiaojing, the two of them achieved the esteemed title of the Three Ninjas during the Ninja War, undoubtedly representing the exceptional talents of the Hidden Leaf Village. At this juncture, Hiruzen Sarutobi held the position of a bodyguard to the Hokage. The role of a bodyguard, however, is fraught with the uncertainties akin to SCHR Dinger's cat. In a somewhat lackluster manner, Danzo Shimura failed to protect the Third Hokage, ultimately ensuring his own survival until the era of Boruto, where he ascended to a higher rank. In contrast, Hiruzen Sarutobi, having failed to safeguard Tobirama Senju, returned to the village and was subsequently appointed as the Third Hokage, an elevation in status that was quite remarkable. Both Hiruzen and the future Third Hokage found their expressions rather disconcerting upon hearing this. Particularly, the Third Hokage was perplexed. How could Danzo, who had served as a bodyguard to the Fourth Hokage, be held accountable for his demise? This notion seemed utterly absurd. Indeed, Danzo had been entrusted with the protection of the Fourth Hokage during the attack of the Ninetales, a failure that resulted in the use of the dead demon consuming seal to imprison the Ninetales within Naruto's body, leading to his own demise at the hands of the Shinigami. However, the Third Hokage believed that this incident bore little relevance to Danzo's actions. After all, it was the Ninetales. Even he, as the Third Hokage, approached the Ninetales with utmost caution, let alone the highly esteemed Danzo. During this Chunin exam, it was due to the pressing need for personnel within the Leaf Village that he recalled several of the Fourth Hokage's bodyguards and assigned them to his side. The implication from the light screen suggested that his death was a consequence of having Danzo as his protector. As the exam commenced the following day, he planned to assign Danzo to accompany Kamizuki Izumo and Kotetsu in guarding the entrance. Although the Third Hokage was skeptical of the light screen's assertions, he could not dismiss the possibility. What if the claims were indeed true? He believed it would be better to keep those who are overly similar to him at a considerable distance. He is determined not to tread the path of the Fourth Hokage. Throughout the three ninja wars, although Konoha emerged victorious, it was only through concessions that the conflict with the Wagakure was brought to a halt. The final terms dictated an acknowledgement of a Wagakure's activities and a relinquishment of reparations. At this juncture, Hisashi had already led Konoha for many years, alongside other high-ranking officials. Dans, masquerading as a champion of justice, vehemently criticized Hisashi as a coward, accusing him of sacrificing allies and subordinates, rendering what should have been a victory akin to a defeat. Under the immense pressure from Dans, Hisashi felt compelled to resign in disgrace. In terms of candidates for the position of the Fourth Hokage, the only ones who met the criteria of mentorship, experience, and age were the legendary Sannin. However, at that time, only Orochimaru remained in the village. Thus, the only contender for a smooth succession to the Hokage was the ever-ambitious Orochimaru. Hisashi found himself in a quandary, perplexed by the immense transformation he had undergone over the decades. Had it been his current self, he would have never contemplated compromise with a Wagakure. Dans reveled in his triumph, for Lin Tian had deemed him a righteous ally. In stark contrast, Hisashi, despite winning the war, stood as a coward, willingly conceding reparations, a clear delineation of superiority. He was tempted to point an accusatory finger at Tobirama and exclaim, "Is this truly the Third Hokage you have chosen?" However, he could only harbor such thoughts in silence, for he lacked the courage to take action. Yet, this did not prevent him from casting a superior glance at Hiruzen. "Don't become too complacent, Danzo," he mused inwardly. "For Lin Tian has already stated that you dwell in shadows while I stand in the light. Your so-called sacrifices are merely for the greater good of the village. Be wary of inflating your own significance. You might find yourself swiftly disillusioned." He was all too aware of Shimura Danzo's true nature, narrow-minded, lacking in generosity, driven by jealousy, and harboring sinister thoughts. Such a person, one must question, could they truly make sacrifices for the village? It was laughable. He would only sacrifice others. Having relinquished any hope of reconciliation with Danzo, Hiruzen's thoughts were remarkably clear. Stepping away from the influences of friendship and observing Danzo as an outsider, he realized how foolish he had been to ever consider him a friend. I, Shimura Danzo, stand firm and unyielding. I shall never be humiliated. Danzo proclaimed with a sense of self-righteousness, as if he were a paragon of justice. Regrettably, Lin Tian's next words struck him like a resounding slap. Danzo had long since allied himself with Orochimaru, acquiring the secrets of wood-release technology, and his ambitions were spiraling out of control. Danzo, do you dare to defile the first Hokage? Hiruzen's expression was filled with fury. Not only he, but even Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Chofong, Mito Gate-yen, and Nara Shikomo, who had remained silent and merely played the role of bystanders, glared at Danzo with indignation. Who in the ninja world was unaware that wood release was the exclusive ninjutsu of the first Hokage? Danzo and Orochimaru's intentions to study wood release surely meant they would tamper with the first's remains, a notion they could never permit. Impossible. I hold the first Hokage in the highest regard. How could I ever desecrate his legacy? Master, I am wronged. Danzo protested desperately. His demeanor now fraught with anxiety as he cast a wary glance at Tobirama. He understood quite clearly that as long as Master Tobirama did not pursue the matter, the accusations from these individuals held no significance for him. Let us refrain from further commotion. The image displayed is that of Danzo decades hence, not the present version of him. After speaking, he turned to Danzo and inquired, "You haven't tampered with the remains of the first Hokage, have you?" With a demeanor of utmost seriousness, Danzo nearly swore an oath. "No, Master, I have not desecrated the remains of the first." "Very well, that is reassuring." With Tobirama's approval, the dissenters, including Hayashi and others, fell silent. This brought a profound sigh of relief from Danzo. It was evident that this individual was indeed a source of misfortune. Serving as the fourth's bodyguard, the fourth perished. During the Chunin exams, he served as the third's protector, and the third also met his demise. When he was tasked with guarding the fifth, she nearly fell victim to pain. This person was truly a harbinger of calamity. In stark contrast to the outrage displayed by those in Tobirama's office, the third Hokage's reaction was markedly subdued. He was well aware of the alliance between Danzo and Orochimaru, and he was also cognizant of the experiments involving wood release. That period was one of significant vulnerability for Konoha. The suicide of Shimura Danzo provided Tsunade with an opportunity to strike. They launched an offensive against Konoha, citing the assassination of 3 generations of Wind Shadows as justification. Shortly thereafter, Humogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure also declared war on Konoha. Despite the odds, Konoha triumphed in battle, albeit at a grave cost of lives. In light of this, Danzo sought to research the first Hokage's cells to replicate wood release techniques, and the third Hokage, aiming to bolster Konoha's combat capabilities, turned a blind eye. After expending considerable resources, they ultimately succeeded only in producing Yamato. The disparity between Yamato's wood release and that of the first Hokage was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. While the first Hokage wielded power to conquer nations, Yamato's abilities were limited to mere greening efforts. Such limitations naturally failed to satisfy the third Hokage. However, subsequent experiments proved excessively burdensome, and the war-torn Konoha could not withstand further depletion. After securing Yamato and assigning him to his personal ANBU, the third Hokage commanded Danzo to shutter the laboratory and seal all related documents. "I have done nothing wrong. All actions were for the sake of Konoha." The third Hokage rationalized, realizing he was alone in the Hokage office and owed no explanations to anyone. In the shadows of their collusion, Danzo staunchly supported Orochimaru during high-level meetings. It remained unclear whether Hiruzen was opposed to Orochimaru becoming Hokage or simply wished to undermine Danzo. He vigorously backed his disciple, Minato Namikaze, for the position of fourth Hokage. Thus, Minato emerged as a candidate, counterbalancing the disadvantages brought about by his youth with his accomplishments from the Third Shinobi War. Simultaneously, Minato was indeed within the favor of the daimyo. With the daimyo's endorsement, Minato was officially confirmed as the fourth Hokage. Is the fourth Hokage truly named Minato Namikaze? Upon observing the young man on the screen, Tobirama nodded in approval. He was strikingly handsome and bore a resemblance to Tobirama's own youthful self. One could only wonder how many accolades he had amassed to outweigh the disadvantages of his age. Hiruzen felt a deep sense of satisfaction regarding this disciple. Orochimaru was his student, and Minato was his disciple's pupil. Regardless of who ascended to the position of fourth Hokage, he would take pride in their achievements. Yet, he pondered, was he truly a disciple of Jiraiya or Tsunade? Lost in thought, Hiruzen failed to notice Danzo's envious and resentful gaze. Even if he had, it was likely that he would remain indifferent. Hiruzen ignored him, yet Danzo took the initiative to speak. No wonder Orochimaru eventually became a rogue ninja. It seems there is a lack of fairness in handling matters. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen scoffed, retorting, "I cannot speak to fairness. But I am well aware that someone will desecrate the first Hokage's remains decades hence. You, Danzo was left speechless, his anger manifesting in an accusatory finger pointed at Hiruzen. Realizing the shift, Tobirama understood that the bonds of friendship had been severed. Hiruzen would likely no longer show Danzo any leniency. While Minato, as a junior, had risen to the position of Hokage, Orochimaru, as a senior, had not even secured an advisory role. This was primarily because Hiruzen believed Orochimaru failed to grasp the will of fire, showing a disregard for life. This sentiment eventually reached Orochimaru through Danzo, who felt humiliated and sought his surrogate father's approval, thus initiating a grand plan to astonish everyone. When Danzo learned of this plan, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "Orochimaru, do not act rashly. Others conduct experiments with funding. You are risking your life." Despite his words, Danzo allowed Orochimaru to pursue his desires. Unsurprisingly, Orochimaru's ambitions spiraled out of control as he captured ninjas of various ranks from the village to use as test subjects. The intelligence collected by Hiruzen's ANBU gradually pointed towards Orochimaru. Upon receiving this information, he swiftly mobilized ANBU to rectify the situation. Hiruzen, despite his advancing years, summoned the summoning creature, Monkey King Enma, to confront his wayward disciple. Orochimaru, in a moment of defiance, retorted, "How could you turn against your own kin?" Chaos ensued as the sound of destruction reverberated, shattering the materials of the experiments and attacking the Third Hokage and his companions. The Third Hokage, having survived the onslaught, sat immobilized on the ground, his eyes reflecting a sense of abandonment. Enma glared at Hiruzen with disdain. Upon understanding the look in his surrogate father's eyes, Orochimaru made a hasty retreat. To shield his beloved disciple, Hiruzen feigned diligence, publicly ordering ANBU to pursue Orochimaru in front of Danzo. Internally, Danzo scoffed at the theatrics, having already dispatched operatives to assist Orochimaru's escape from the Land of Fire. Thus, Orochimaru was left to wander, abandoned by his surrogate father for over a decade. In the Hokage office, the gathered individuals were left in awe by the display on the screen. Had Hiruzen truly become so indecisive in his old age? And what of Shimura Danzo, who covertly supported the now rogue ninja, Orochimaru? What was his aim? "Teacher, it seems I am truly unfit to hold the position of Hokage." Hiruzen sighed. The more he scrutinized this assessment, the more he felt inadequate for the role. The previous absurd contract that required no compensation could still be justified with numerous excuses, such as the immense pressure on Konoha necessitating the release of manpower from the conflict with the Wagakure. However, this time, knowing full well that Orochimaru had erred, he not only failed to rectify the situation but instead allowed him to escape unscathed. Does he truly deserve the respect of the inhabitants of Konoha and the loyalty of those who support him as Hokage? Fear not, for I am still alive. You may take your time to learn. Upon hearing Tobirama's words, Uchiha Kagami and his companions exchanged glances. With the statement, it was nearly confirmed that the third Hokage would be Sarutobi Hiruzen, unless an unforeseen tragedy, such as Hiruzen's untimely demise, were to occur. It was certain that the Hokage position would ultimately belong to him upon Tobirama's retirement. On this occasion, Danzo remained unusually silent, as his own misdeeds were far from innocent. Engaging in clandestine would release experiments and aiding rogue ninjas in their escape were both grave transgressions, coupled with a noticeable shift in Hiruzen's attitude towards him. He wisely chose to refrain from further provocation. Hiruzen, on one hand, perceived himself as a failure in his role as Hokage, while the third Hokage regarded his tenure as quite successful, save for the regret of having let Orochimaru escape. He lamented that he should have dealt with him decisively to prevent his return to Konoha to sow chaos. With a disgruntled murmur, the third Hokage's brow furrowed as he encountered the phrase, "Please love me once more, dear father." Although he did not grasp its full significance, given Orochimaru's nature, he surmised it likely implied revenge. If revenge it was, then he would not show leniency this time. Thus, Orochimaru, abandoned by his figurative father for over a decade, seized the opportunity presented by the joint Chunin exams hosted by Konoha and Tsunade. Therefore, the plan to dismantle Konoha, translated into "Please love me once more, dear father," was not without merit. Hiruzen, despite his meticulous planning, never anticipated that Orochimaru would disguise himself as the Kazekage and sit beside him. What? Orochimaru dares to act tomorrow? As he gazed at the scene displayed on the screen, the third Hokage could scarcely believe his eyes. Tomorrow. Numerous officials and nobles from both the homeland and abroad would attend the event. There could be no casualties. At the very least, nothing could occur within Konoha. In fact, even prior to this revelation, the third Hokage had sensed something amiss. However, witnessing it firsthand left him utterly astonished. What was even more shocking was that Orochimaru had managed to impersonate the Kazekage. It was essential to recognize that the Kazekage represented the highest authority of their village. Would the Kazekage so readily allow Orochimaru to assume his identity? The third Hokage pondered. If he were in the Kazekage's position, he would certainly refuse to permit such a dangerous rogue, especially one from Konoha, to impersonate him. Moreover, who knew what mischief he might engage in while masquerading as him? Any wrongdoing would inevitably reflect poorly on himself. Thus, the third Hokage concluded that the fourth Kazekage would undoubtedly reject Orochimaru's impersonation. This raised a critical question. If the fourth Kazekage did not consent, how could Orochimaru still take on his guise? Could it be, the third Hokage contemplated, that if the fourth Kazekage were to perish, Orochimaru could impersonate him without consent? Orochimaru, I never imagined you would go to such lengths for revenge against me and Konoha. At that moment, the third Hokage felt an overwhelming urge to strike himself in frustration. He should have heeded the words of the monkey sage and dealt a decisive blow to Orochimaru. Had Orochimaru perished, countless troubles would have been averted. Once the plan commenced, Orochimaru adeptly deployed a myriad of sound and sand ninjas, catching Konoha off guard. Hizashi found himself ensnared on the rooftop by Orochimaru's subordinates using the four purple flames formation. Refusing to remain passive, Hizashi ingeniously utilized the surroundings, launching tile shuriken attacks. However, Orochimaru evaded effortlessly, countering with a shadow snake hand. Yet, Hizashi cleverly deceived Orochimaru with a dirt clone, retaliating with a combination of earth style, mud river and fire style, fire dragon bullet. Orochimaru, unscathed, proclaimed his desire to showcase his growth to his mentor, revealing his research by lifting the coffins of the first and second Hokage. In Tobirama's office, this segment of the narrative had previously been observed by Tobirama, Hizashi, and Danzo during the last review of the second Hokage. Viewing it again, Tobirama suddenly posed a question. Monkey, do you believe the four purple flames formation can contain the ninjas of the village? The four purple flames formation is a diluted version of the four crimson flames formation. In terms of strength, the latter dwarfs the former by several magnitudes, capable of restraining tailed beasts. Although the four purple flames formation possesses its own potency, claiming it could obstruct the numerous ninjas of Konoha seems absurd. Even if a few techniques fail to breach the formation, repeated attempts would surely suffice. Maintaining such a formation is exceedingly chakra-intensive. Teacher, the four purple flames formation cannot naturally hinder the ninjas of the village. Yet, why did no one come to your aid? Hizashi felt a wave of discomfort. How could he possibly know the events of decades later? Furthermore, he was not yet Hokage, even if he wished to think with the mindset of a Hokage. It was beyond his capacity. Noticing Hizashi's troubled expression, Tobirama refrained from further inquiry. Danzo, seizing the opportunity, interjected, it must be that during his tenure, he lacked the people's support, hence no one came to his rescue. Tobirama cast a glance at Danzo, offering an ambiguous acknowledgement. Perhaps. Upon hearing this, Danzo revived with vigor. Addressing Hizashi, did you hear that? Even teacher Tobirama concurs with my assessment. Tobirama hesitated, wishing to clarify that was not his intention. However, considering the day's numerous blows to Danzo's ego, he chose to remain silent. Even if I lack popularity, I am the one seated in the Hokage's position, not you. Such words struck Danzo speechless. Uchiha Kagami and the others observed the unfolding drama with shaking heads, disinterested in intervening. In the office of the third Hokage, watching the scene of himself ensnared in the four purple flames formation with no one coming to his aid, the third Hokage could not help but sigh. Even a not yet Hokage like Sarutobi Hizashi recognized that the strength of the four purple flames formation could not withstand the onslaught of Konoha's ninjas. How could he be unaware? It seems I have disappointed them all. Orochimaru had overturned the coffins of the first and second Hokage. The third Hokage was now being mercilessly assaulted by his former student and two masters. Hashirama and Tobirama charged at Hizashi, who retaliated fiercely. A fire dragon bullet erupted in gratitude for Tobirama's teachings. Tobirama conjured a water barrier, summoning a tsunami-like wall of water to counter the flames while simultaneously directing a water wave to sweep over Hizashi. Hizashi erected an earth wall to block, yet was battered by Hashirama and dragged underwater by Tobirama. After several trials, he managed to return to the ground. At that moment, Hashirama unleashed would release, for his creation, ensnaring Hizashi. Hizashi summoned the monkey sage, who, witnessing Orochimaru's antics, mockingly recounted Hizashi's past failures. Nevertheless, it transformed into a proud figure, severing trees to aid Hizashi's escape. Orochimaru, eager to display his prowess, unleashed a formidable sword attack. Hizashi's staff technique surged like the wind, but the serpent's swordplay faltered, compelling him to command the brothers to repeatedly assault Hizashi. Hizashi's clones affixed explosive tags to the two but were sent flying. Sensing the danger, the monkey sage grasped Orochimaru. Orochimaru transformed into mud to evade, while Hizashi seized the opportunity to detonate the brothers. Yet, the reanimated bodies could mend themselves, and Orochimaru began to mock the once revered god of shinobi, now aged. Upon hearing the title god of shinobi, Tobirama instinctively frowned, then recalled. The god of shinobi referred to Sarutobi Hizashi. He turned his head to gaze at Razan's only to find that Razan's was simultaneously looking at him as well. However, Razan's expression appeared quite helpless. He truly never contemplated becoming a god of ninjas. Every time Lin Tian mentions it in the video, he feels a wave of embarrassment, particularly because seated beside him is the actual brother of the legendary ninja god. Sarutobi Hizashi, one would hardly suspect that, despite his age, he could still spar with the first Hokage and Tobirama sensei. While Tobirama and his companions have witnessed this fierce battle, Uchiha Kagami and his group have not. Upon witnessing Sarutobi Hisashi valiantly take on 3 opponents, they were left in utter disbelief. Although praised by Uchiha Kagami, Hisashi appeared somewhat flustered. Ahem. The first Hokage and Sensei are in their reanimated forms, which significantly diminishes their strength. Nonetheless, that is still quite impressive, he replied modestly. Let us continue to observe the light screen. In truth, I review each chapter one complete to correct any typographical errors. However, there are instances where I may overlook some. And I hope for your understanding. Should you notice any mistakes, please point them out, and I shall rectify them immediately. After mocking him for a time, Orochimaru shed his facade and revealed his true nature, claiming to have taken possession of the female ninja's body. The next vessel will be Sasuke, which left Hisashi in shock for an entire year, as he mused. The woman before him is no ordinary individual. She is a hermaphrodite. It seems his experiment has succeeded. The third Hokage gazed at the light screen, now displaying Orochimaru transformed into a woman, and could not help but exclaim in astonishment once more. He has always been aware of Orochimaru's desire for immortality, an aspiration to prolong his existence. To achieve this, Orochimaru has engaged in numerous forbidden experiments, sparing no effort or cost. During his time in Konoha, the watchful eyes of the third Hokage often hindered his progress. However, once liberated from Konoha's oversight, it did not take long for his experiments to bear fruit. Harnessing the power of the soul to inhabit another's body, Orochimaru, you have truly descended into greater depths of malevolence. The mere thought of Orochimaru now setting his sights on Sasuke Uchiha ignited a resolve within the third Hokage. He must ensure that nothing befalls Sasuke the following day. Otherwise, his deranged elder brother may spiral into utter madness. With Orochimaru lurking menacingly over Konoha, the addition of Itachi Uchiha would be a grave burden for the village in its current state. In contrast to the third Hokage's contemplations regarding Sasuke and Itachi, the expressions of those in Tobirama's office were far more captivating. They could never have anticipated that Orochimaru would transform into a woman. This forbidden technique is profoundly sinister, devouring the opponent's soul and usurping their body. Even Tobirama could not refrain from voicing his disdain for such a malevolent jutsu. He can indeed be regarded as a figure devoid of taboos. Otherwise, he would not have developed so many forbidden techniques. If one were to believe that the study of forbidden arts is a simple endeavor, they would be gravely mistaken, as it demands immense human resources, material efforts, and even lives. Risen, as the teacher of Orochimaru, what do you suppose motivates his desire to inhabit the bodies of others? After a moment of contemplation, Risen replied, It must be a longing for immortality. Please elaborate. Yes, Master Tobirama. Risen took a moment to gather his thoughts before continuing. Orochimaru's parents perished in the First Great War, and having witnessed the death of many, he became acutely aware of life's fragility. Thus, he has long pondered the significance of existence. Is this the root of his quest for immortality? Indeed, he once confided in me that he believes the human body harbors untapped potential throughout one's lifetime. Consequently, he seeks eternal life to master all ninjutsu and attain the truths of the world. I see, Tobirama nodded. It is commendable to have ideals. He once believed that decades hence, Orochimaru would be a person consumed solely by the desire for immortality, devoid of any understanding of why he sought such a dream. While the aspiration to grasp the truths of the world may seem absurd, it nonetheless constitutes a legitimate ambition. In pursuit of this dream, Tobirama found some merit in Orochimaru's desire for eternal life. After all, who in this world does not yearn for longevity? At the very least, Tobirama himself sought to extend his life, hoping to find a means to achieve peace in the ninja realm. However, the method of seizing another's body is undeniably unethical. Furthermore, from his perspective, such a forbidden technique must harbor significant side effects. Considering the compatibility between body and soul, it is likely that the repercussions would manifest primarily within the realm of the soul. In this domain, Tobirama is an expert. The impure world reincarnation technique summons the souls of deceased ninjas back to the mortal realm, reviving them in physical form. However, this revival merely utilizes the bodies of the living as vessels. As time passes, the souls of the resurrected individuals weaken, ultimately rendering them incapable of sustaining the technique, forcing them back to the underworld for recuperation. Thus, in Tobirama's eyes, Orochimaru's forbidden art would undoubtedly inflict harm upon his own soul. To eliminate such side effects, one must thoroughly resolve the issue of compatibility between body and soul, a task that is no small feat. Perhaps it would be wise to consult with Lin Tian after this video concludes. On the screen, the third Hokage continued his battle against the first and second Hokage, while Lin Tian's words resounded fittingly once more. At that moment, Hashirama ensnared Izashi with wood release, and Inma transformed into the diamond prison to block the attack. Tobirama employed the illusion technique, darkness walking, obscuring Hizashi's line of sight. After all, at the age of 69, Hizashi's physical condition was deteriorating. He could only muster his resolve and risk his life to unleash the forbidden technique, the dead demon consuming seal. 2 shadow clones sealed the brothers of the pillar, while the original sealed Orochimaru. Attempting to show off, Orochimaru became agitated upon witnessing Hiruzen's desperation. With a mere flick of his index and middle fingers, he wielded the great sword to inflict severe damage upon Hiruzen. In pain, Hiruzen found himself unable to drain Orochimaru's soul. Yet he was determined to strip the ambitious Orochimaru of all his techniques, painstakingly severing the latter's hands with the dead demon consuming seal. Ultimately, Hiruzen firmly believed in Konoha and the enduring will of fire. Before his demise, he smiled and forgave his adopted son. The unparalleled battle of ancient and modern culminated in a tragic human drama, where the third Hokage resolved to deliver a final blow to his wayward son. So, this was how I met my end. Observing the scene of himself smiling while taking Orochimaru's hands, the expression of the third Hokage was quite complex. Initially, he had doubted the words spoken by the light screen before the video commenced. It was only upon witnessing his own death that he truly came to believe. For if he were to face the situation depicted on the screen, he would indeed make the same choice. There was no alternative. Outside the four purple flames formation, there was no rescue, while inside, he was being besieged by the first and second Hokage along with Orochimaru. Moreover, this rebellious disciple sought to target Sasuke, making mutual destruction with Orochimaru the best option to prevent Itachi from going mad. In summary, during the early stages of the story, when the protagonist was still a pitiful underdog seeking sympathy, Hiruzen represented the goal for him to strive towards and surpass, an unassuming elder with a kind heart, deeply caring for everyone in the village. Indeed, let us extol the will of fire. Now, having praised the good side of the kind-hearted Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is time to delve into his bad side. Beginning with Shippuden, Hiruzen gradually transformed into a figure reminiscent of Danzo. What is this wolfish rhetoric? What does it mean to become like me? Originally, Danzo was quite pleased to hear about Hiruzen's bad side, but was taken aback upon hearing that Hiruzen had taken on his form. If Hiruzen were a delicate beauty, Danzo would not mind such a transformation. But the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen was a robust man was intolerable to him. Monkey, you and Danzo? Tobirama also found this hard to bear. He had previously thought that Hiruzen's feelings for Danzo were merely platonic friendship. Even though Hiruzen was particularly accommodating towards Danzo, he never considered it further. Now, hearing Lin Tion's words, he suddenly realized the nature of Hiruzen's feelings for Danzo. However, as their teacher, he would not intervene in their private matters. Yet, he seemed to reconsider the selection of the Hokage. Impossible. That little brat Lin Tion is definitely speaking nonsense. Hiruzen rose, visibly agitated. It was no wonder he was stirred. As an unmarried young man of good repute, if this matter were to spread, would he ever find a bride? For the sake of his future wife, he had to sever ties with Danzo. Danzo, you disgust me. Danzo? Disgust you? Danzo felt he had been unjustly accused. He clearly lacks any inclination in that regard. The way he speaks makes it seem as though he is being compelled by his own desires. With his prowess, could he truly impose himself upon another? No, that cannot be the case. He could never possibly force a daylight cut. It is truly despicable. As I nearly fell into the trap set by the other party, daylight cut, it would be best for you to keep your distance from me in the future, as I find your presence exceedingly distasteful. Very well, it is indeed preferable for everyone to maintain a certain distance. Daylight cut acquiesced to the proposal put forth by Danzo. He originally had no desire to remain in the group led by Danzo, and this definitive breakup fulfilled his wish. Why are you so far apart? In order to express his determination, Risen was preparing to move his chair further away from Danzo when he suddenly realized that his four companions, including Uchiha Kagami, had already relocated their chairs to a distance of 2 meters behind him. The actions of his four friends left Risen speechless. Risen, don't overthink it. I merely believe that sitting too close to the light screen could lead to nearsightedness. What nonsense, nearsightedness. You are an Uchiha with 3 tomo. Does that little distance truly matter? Indeed, Risen, you know my eyesight has never been great. Otherwise, I wouldn't need glasses, spoke Mito Gate-en, supporting Uchiha Kagami's statement. Kaze and Kaspring, are you two also influenced by this? Noticing Risen's somewhat grim expression, Tru Kaspring sought to avoid aggravating him by offering an alternative rationale. I just feel that sitting side by side is a bit cramped. If we move back a little, it will be more spacious. Risen nodded in acknowledgement of Kaspring's words. He then turned his gaze towards Akimichi Kaze, eager to hear what excuse this hefty fellow would conjure. Upon noticing Risen's gaze fixed on him, Akimichi Kaze hesitated briefly before retrieving a bag of chips from his ninja tool pouch. As a member of the Akimichi clan, it is quite reasonable for me to carry chips. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, quite reasonable, Risen replied. Then you must understand that eating chips produces a rather crisp sound. I do not wish to disrupt your viewing of the light screen with Danzo and the teacher, so you must appreciate my good intentions. Fine, Risen relented. The reasoning provided by his four companions was sound. Even if he wanted to lose his temper, he found no justification. As he resumed his seat, the more he contemplated, the angrier he grew, resolving to wait for a moonless night to confront Danzo, lest the resentment in his heart remain unresolved. As for Teacher Risen, while he was indeed a good old man, astute and strategic, serving as the village head, ever since the introduction of Danzo and Shippuden, Rizen's persona as the caring elder of Konoha had been forcibly entwined with Danzo. Following the earlier foreshadowing, after becoming the third Hokage, Rizen, having trained the legendary Sannin, believed that male ninjas would progress through the influence of their female counterparts. He reformed the lower ninja classes, diligently promoting a policy of 2 males and 1 female in the classrooms, although the shortage of female students posed a challenge. He contemplated the prospect of a future where the lower ninja class could evolve to the level of the legendary Sannin, providing opportunities for romance to the underage ninjas who were perpetually engaged in life and death struggles. Uchiha Madara, with tears in his eyes, expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Hiruzen for sending him Obito, the finest actor in this unfolding drama. As this realization dawned, Tobirama and his 6 students rose simultaneously. Teacher, could it be that Uchiha Madara is not dead? Lin Tion's words struck them like a thunderbolt. If their understanding was correct, it was due to the reforms of the third Hokage regarding the lower ninja class that Uchiha Madara had received a ninja named Obito. This implied that Madara had not perished during the third Hokage's reforms. Impossible. I personally collected Madara's remains. He cannot still be alive, Tobirama said. His brow furrowed in deep concern as he gazed at the image of Madara on the screen. Kagami, do you believe the Uchiha possess any secret techniques capable of deceiving me into thinking he is dead? Uchiha Kagami pondered for a moment before responding, I'm sorry, teacher, but I do not know. Then be sure to thoroughly search for information tonight. I too shall visit Madara's grave. As a legendary ninja, renowned alongside Senju Hashirama, Tobirama could not afford to risk misplacing Madara's remains. The burial site was known only to him. The truth of Madara's fate would be revealed once I opened the coffin. In the office of the third Hokage, upon witnessing Uchiha Madara on the screen, Hiruzen was equally astonished. However, his surprise was fleeting. Calculating the time, he reasoned that even if Madara had been alive back then, he should have long since succumbed to death. He was most astonished to discover the name of Obito. In his memory, this bright and cheerful youth possessed noble qualities akin to those of his comrade, Uchiha Kagami, and did not resemble a member of the Uchiha clan in the least. This revelation implied that, during the events at the Kanobi Bridge, Obito had not perished but was instead rescued by Uchiha Madara. If he had indeed survived, then why had he not returned to Konohagakure? The third Hokage found himself perplexed. The Uchiha clan, which had nurtured him, was now no more. Beyond the Uchiha, there was his dear friend, Hatake Kakashi. Moreover, at that time, his mentor was still the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Thus, it seemed illogical for Obito to refrain from returning to the village. Should he convey this news to Kakashi? Surely, upon learning that Obito was alive, he would be overjoyed and would likely place even greater trust in me. The loss of Tsukumo Hatake had profoundly impacted young Kakashi. He devoted considerable effort and time to restore Kakashi to his usual self. However, he was acutely aware of the unspoken rift that existed between them. The reason he still obeys his commands primarily lies in the fact that he is the Hokage. As a ninja, it is his duty to comply with the orders of his superiors. Should danger arise, Kakashi would undoubtedly risk his life to rescue him. However, to foster a deep bond of trust with Kakashi, to the extent of sharing his innermost thoughts, is a challenge, especially since the death of Shumo is virtually impossible. At this moment, he has resolved that as long as he survives the morrow, he will disclose to Kakashi the truth that Obito did not perish as believed. If Kakashi is skeptical, he can wait for the moment the light curtain appears to reveal the truth together. As one of the most exceptional figures of the younger generation in Konoha, Kakashi deserves such consideration. Whether Obito is alive or not is no longer his concern. During the Ninja Wars, Hiruzen Sarutobi, by appropriating Tsunade's innovative ideas, implemented a policy of equipping medical ninjas in squads, significantly reducing the mortality rate. Following the conclusion of the Third Ninja War, Konoha narrowly triumphed over Iwagakure, yet Hiruzen took responsibility and resigned. At this juncture, the narrative unfolds through Orochimaru's words, suggesting that Hiruzen intends to support Minato as a puppet Hokage. The third Hokage, amidst his impotent fury, exclaims, Orochimaru is slandering me. Is there no one to address this? Additionally, a revision is necessary for the timeline regarding Tobirama in Chapter 25. The end of the First War should be marked as year 21 of Konoha, rather than the year 37 indicated for the conclusion of the Second War. This minor adjustment to the timeline will not affect subsequent events. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi in his office feels an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He never anticipated that decades later, he would not only possess a soft heart but also a profound desire for power. The village had already elected its 4th Hokage, yet he clung to authority with unwavering tenacity. Nevertheless, one could argue that reducing the Hokage to a mere puppet was an accomplishment surpassing even those of the 1st and 2nd Hokage. With a sigh, Hiruzen gathered his thoughts and continued to observe the luminous screen. In the first part of the series, Orochimaru lacked any persuasive power. However, as his backstory became more intricate, he had shed blood on the battlefield as one of the legendary 3 ninjas, contributing to Konoha's scientific advancements, thus earning the status of a hero before leaving the village. Consequently, due to the passage of time, an intriguing dynamic emerged between Orochimaru and Hiruzen, shifting from the evil serpent confronting the benevolent elder in the first part, to the scientific Orochimaru meeting the cunning Third Hokage in Shippuden. Ironically, Orochimaru ultimately returned to Konoha to continue his contributions, a rather absurd twist. The Third Hokage pondered, would Orochimaru truly return to Konoha? Among his 3 disciples, the Third Hokage held Orochimaru in the highest regard. Witnessing Orochimaru's descent into darkness pained him deeply, and he repeatedly expressed his intent to eliminate him. Now, learning that Orochimaru would eventually return, he felt an overwhelming joy. He was acutely aware of his disciples' talents. With Orochimaru's return, it was certain that Konoha's strength would rise accordingly. Thus, he found himself in a dilemma. Should he eliminate Orochimaru tomorrow to rectify his past mistake of letting him go, or should he spare him to preserve some foundation for Konoha's future? Alas, he could only take one step at a time. In Tobirama's office, witnessing Orochimaru's impending return to Konoha brought him a sense of comfort. As a fellow researcher, he had always admired Orochimaru. However, the latter's status as a rogue ninja, though unspoken, still left him somewhat unsettled. It was inevitable for the young to stray from the path, but if one could turn back from the brink, there remained a chance for redemption. He certainly did not wish to have someone monitor Orochimaru 24 hours a day, lest he inadvertently nurture a monster within Konoha, only to have it escape. Upon learning that the opponent would also return to Konoha, it became evident that Orochimaru was not inherently malevolent. With proper guidance, there would be no need for surveillance. Before long, the educational outcomes of the 2 men and 1 woman, led by Hisashi, were put to the test. As Obito presented Konoha with a grand gift, a chaotic bounty from the Nine-Tails incident. The package contained nothing but boxed meals, and the 4th Hokage received one, which led to his immediate demise. With a resounding clap, the 3rd Hokage slammed his hand on the table in a fit of rage. At that moment, he glared at the masked man on the screen, his anger palpable. How delightful. He had initially contemplated sending Kakashi to retrieve you from the village, only to discover that you were the very masked man responsible for the demise of the 4th Hokage. The 3rd Hokage had since abandoned the idea of sending Kakashi to bring Obito back. He is now consumed by a singular thought, to eliminate Obito. In tribute to those who perished in the past, particularly the 4th Hokage and his wife, what grievance did they hold against him that led to the unleashing of the Nine-Tails during Kushina's childbirth? The 3rd Hokage, reflecting on this, could hardly fathom the transformation of the once cheerful and benevolent Uchiha Obito into such a figure. Could it be the influence of Uchiha Madara? After much contemplation, the 3rd Hokage concluded that this was indeed the only plausible explanation. Obito was undoubtedly swayed by Madara's machinations, fostering his animosity towards Konoha and causing the demise of the 4th Hokage and his spouse. However, this did not absolve Obito of his sins. I shall uncover your whereabouts and avenge those who fell victim to that calamity. In Tobirama's office, the absence of knowledge about Obito and his past events left Tobirama and his associates with a sense of indifference as they listened to this narrative. They merely noted that Konoha had endured considerable tribulations over the decades. The village had not only faced 2 more ninja wars, but had also suffered the loss of the 4th Hokage to the Nine-Tails and the 3rd Hokage at the hands of Orochimaru during the Chunin exams. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the village's lack of strength. Tobirama sighed, pondering whether the Nine-Tails would have posed a problem had the village been sufficiently powerful. His elder brother, Hashirama, could have easily subdued the beast. Even Tobirama himself could exert control over the Nine-Tails for a brief period, with the assistance of the Sealing Team. Vanquishing the Nine-Tails would have been a trivial task. It appeared that the 4th Hokage's abilities were somewhat lacking. After voicing this thought, Tobirama unconsciously glanced at Hisashi, as if questioning the choice of the 4th Hokage. Fortunately, he was not entirely oblivious to the circumstances. Recognizing that Hisashi had yet to reach the level of the 3rd Hokage, let alone that of the 4th, since Obito was capable of unleashing and controlling the Nine-Tails, it was evident that he belonged to the Uchiha clan. This realization prompted another sigh from Tobirama. The Uchiha clan was indeed a challenging entity to manage. Engaging them could be risky due to their unstable mental state. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic outcomes. Conversely, their formidable strength made it wasteful not to utilize them. Thankfully, there had not yet been any individuals among the Uchiha as dangerously extreme as Obito. As for future matters, Tobirama entrusted them to Hisashi, believing he would handle them adeptly upon witnessing the unfolding events. Meanwhile, deep within Hisashi's soul, an unexpected chill surged through him, causing him to shudder. After the 4th Hokage's demise, during a high-level meeting to discuss the 5th Hokage's selection, Kakashi's generation was suggested by Jikyu. However, the advisors, Narashikaku and Mido-Gaiden, deemed Jikyu's suggestion rather foolish. As tensions rose in the room, Hisashi waved his hand dismissively and declared, "Let us not quarrel over the mere title of Hokage. I can endure a bit longer and serve for another century." Hisashi's return was fitting, given his familiarity with the role. Unfortunately, during the 4th Hokage's tenure, he had offended Orochimaru, and now he had also alienated his childhood friend, Danzo. Danzo shot a glance at Hisashi and snorted derisively, to which Hisashi paid no heed, choosing to ignore him. Consequently, following Orochimaru's departure, Danzo leveraged the situation to malign Hisashi, suggesting that his resurgence was motivated by a thirst for power. Thus, the audience could only find amusement in the conspiracy theories surrounding him. True criticisms would emerge later in the Shippuden series. With the addition of Obito, Itachi, Fugaku, Shursui, and Danzo, Hisashi's later life took a bizarre turn. Amidst the Nine-Tails incident, Hisashi, influenced by Danzo's collusion with the higher-ups, began to isolate the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kagami twitched at the corner of his mouth but ultimately refrained from speaking. Akimichi Choji patted him on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Uchiha Kagami shook his head in response, indicating that he was fine. He had always been aware of the Uchiha clan's precarious situation. He initially believed that with his existence, the Uchiha clan would experience a brighter future. However, it has become evident that both Danzo and Hiruzen would not treat the Uchihas with any kindness out of respect for him. Events will unfold as they are destined to. Ambitious Fugaku is not one to be trifled with. He has already begun to rebel, taking advantage of the situation. At this revelation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Danzo, in a chilling tone, remarked, "Teacher, you have shown far too much mercy towards the Uchihas. They do not deserve to reside in Konoha." It was only then that Danzo recalled there was indeed an Uchiha present in his office. He quickly turned around and said to Uchiha Kagami, "Kagami, I'm not targeting you." Kagami nodded expressionlessly and replied, "I understand." He understands that Danzo is not specifically targeting him, for this individual is actually aiming at the entire Uchiha clan. Fugaku asserts, the stability of Konoha is determined by the Uchiha. Should Uchiha Fugaku seek rebellion, Hiruzen would undoubtedly intervene to thwart his intentions. His approach is rather straightforward. It involves infiltrating spies within the Uchiha clan. He searched high and low and eventually found Uchiha Shursue's little admirer, the son of Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi. One day, Hisashi encountered Itachi, ruffled his hair, and praised him, saying, "You possess the mindset of a Hokage." From that moment on, the novice in the workplace, Itachi, began to diligently deliver intelligence to the higher-ups of Konoha, even forsaking his own home. When the situation became precarious, Hisashi once more affectionately tousled Shursue's hair and remarked, "I shall do my utmost to avert the Uchiha crisis." Unfortunately, Shursui was met only with a beating from Danzo and, after enduring the punishment, did not dare to seek solace from Hisashi, but instead confided in Uchiha Itachi. Hisashi essentially resolved the Uchiha matter with mere words. Furthermore, in the first part of the tale, did a Naruto subduing Niji with the Nine-Tails, the villagers, in a collective state of jubilation, conveniently overlooked the significant incident of the Hyuga branch family. It can be said that Hisashi's later years were not without their share of mishaps for Konoha. The third Hokage, upon reflecting on this chapter, appeared exceedingly pleased with himself. He merely used his eloquence to quell the Uchiha rebellion, simultaneously annihilating their clan, ensuring that the Uchiha would no longer pose a problem for Konoha. As for the incident involving the Hyuga branch family, the third Hokage was quite pleased with his actions back then. He only sacrificed a member of the Hyuga branch family. Even if that individual was the head of the branch and the younger brother of the main family's leader, he deemed it a worthwhile exchange. After all, his actions were aimed at preserving the head of the Hyuga clan and preventing the Cloud Village from finding an excuse to declare war on Konoha. Simultaneously, he could subtly reprimand the Hyuga family, urging them to remain compliant and not to emulate the Uchiha in their fanciful ambitions. As for the incident referred to as a failure on the screen, the third Hokage would unequivocally deny any responsibility. Even if Konoha were to falter in the end, it would certainly not be his fault. Indeed, it was all the fault of Danzo. In the office of Tobirama, ever since Danzo remarked that the Uchiha were unworthy of residing in Konoha, his expression had grown increasingly grim. Upon witnessing the appearance of the two traitors from the clans on the screen, his countenance darkened further. It was not merely about these two traitors. He realized that the Uchiha clan must have been enduring hardships far greater than those of the present. Otherwise, Fugaku would not have entertained thoughts of rebellion. He is acutely aware that the Uchiha clan's desire is quite simple. They merely wish for the village to be treated with fairness and equity. The Uchiha clan has sacrificed as many lives on the battlefield as any other ninja clan. Why should they be treated differently? Kakashi understands what Tobirama Sensei said. Due to the Sharingan, the members of their clan often exhibit unstable mental states. Achieving a balanced approach seems impossible, yet excessive treatment is also unwarranted. Everyone is a part of Konoha. Does the village truly wish to annihilate them completely? Mirage, I apologize, the young Hayashi said, stepping in front of Kakashi and speaking softly. In response to Hayashi's apology, Kakashi replied coolly, "You have done nothing wrong, so there is no need for an apology." But, seeing Hayashi about to speak further, Kakashi raised his hand to halt him, saying, "There are no buts. Do you think that with the existence of the light screen, the village will adhere to the so-called script?" Indeed. With the light screen, they could foresee significant events that would unfold over the following decades, even secrets like the possibility of Madara Uchiha still being alive. Therefore, it was inevitable that the village could not develop in accordance with the plotline. Moreover, he would not become the seemingly virtuous yet truly sinister third Hokage depicted in the light screen. I understand. Hayashi nodded at Kakashi and returned to his seat. Tobirama admired Hayashi's actions and nodded with satisfaction. This was the third Hokage he envisioned, someone who cherishes comrades and possesses a sense of responsibility. Unlike the old man in the light screen, who had nearly ruined Konoha, Tobirama would have scolded him as a fool if the second and third Great Ninja Wars had not been won. Reflecting on the Third Shinobi War, Hayashi led Konoha to victory against a Wagakure but refrained from demanding reparations, resulting in the loss of many allies. The Hyuga incident had cost the clan their trust due to the sacrifice of the branch family head to avoid offending Kyomogakure. In the Uchiha incident, at the very least, they lost loyal members like Shursui and Itachi, both of whom wielded the power of the Manjikyu Sharingan. What was he doing? At this moment, Tobirama, who had once believed that the third Hokage of decades hence would not be utterly foolish, could not help but curse aloud. This was the power of two pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan. Coming from the Warring States period, Tobirama understood the significance of the Manjikyu Sharingan, which represented the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, excluding the eternal Manjikyu. It granted the ability to wield formidable techniques like Susanoo. Not a single Uchiha under Tobirama's leadership had awakened the Manjikyu, and Kakashi only possessed the three Tomo. If he had two pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan, the peace treaty with Kyomogakure would not merely have stipulated reparations that left them merely injured. At the very least, it would have severely weakened Kyomogakure. The deterrent power of two pairs of Manjikyu was immense. In Konoha, Tobirama was infuriated by the third Hokage's actions. By the time of the third Hokage's era, his smile was bittersweet. As Tobirama's student, he understood what two pairs of Manjikyu meant. However, he had been betrayed by Danzo. Initially, things were calm with Shursui. As long as he existed, the Uchiha would not rebel. Even if they did, Shursui would suppress any dissenters with his strength. But Danzo, without consulting him, acted against Shursui, leading to Shursui's suicide and Itachi's awakening of the Manjikyu. This incident profoundly affected the Uchiha, further solidifying their resolve to revolt. It is said that children are easily manipulated. Without Itachi, it would have been difficult to act against the Uchiha so swiftly, considering their considerable strength would inflict heavy losses on the village. Fortunately, with Itachi's assistance, and under Danzo's manipulation, aside from his brother, Itachi slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan, sparing not even his parents. The village managed to eliminate the Uchiha clan without significant losses, truly a cause for celebration. Danzo's role was to absorb the blame, allowing Hayashi to remain less conspicuous. Danzo humph. Yet, to shape Danzo's character, he forced a bond with Hayashi that led to a dramatic finale. You are the sunlit Konoha, while I am the root buried deep underground. It is no wonder Lin Tian remarked that Hayashi and Danzo represented light and darkness. This was the root of it all. Glancing at Hayashi and Danzo, Tobirama shook his head. These two could not embody Konoha's light and dark. After watching the previous and current episodes of the video, it would be a miracle if they did not come to blows in the future. Meanwhile, Kakashi and his three companions exchanged glances, then moved their chairs back slightly to avoid any unsavory affiliations. Do you really need to be so dramatic? The four friends distanced themselves from Danzo, leaving Hayashi feeling somewhat helpless. Danzo merely snorted in silence, clearly displeased with the four. Please don't mind us. We simply wish to avoid interrupting your viewing of the light screen. Kakashi chuckled, retrieving several bags of chips from his ninja tool pouch and offering them to Kakashi, Shokin, and in. All right, then. With Kakashi's invitation, Hayashi had little choice but to turn his attention back to the light screen. The third Hokage, struggling to maintain his fade, could only cry out, Danzo, you are a rotten root. Stay away from me. Danzo, humph. Yet, for the sake of Konoha's light and dark, the aging idol duo was forced to adopt a similar demeanor to Danzo. It was truly a shame that the kind-hearted Hayashi, who had once brought joy to the shinobi world, would once again become a prominent figure in this realm. The fourth great ninja war was about to commence. Upon reaching this point, Tobirama instantly sat upright. The group behind him set down their bags of chips, attentively watching the light screen. Tobirama had long been intrigued by the information regarding the Fourth War, yet, whether recounting the first or second Hokage, Lin Tian had not revealed a single word about their reincarnation through Edo Tensei during the Fourth War. Finally, as they reviewed the third Hokage, he could glean some insights. Meanwhile, the third Hokage himself was equally interested in the intelligence regarding the Fourth War. He was eager to discern the true nature of this so-called Fourth Shinobi War, pondering which ninja villages Konoha would engage in battle with. He reflected on how, during each ninja conflict, Konoha could never remain uninvolved, particularly during the Third Shinobi War. Konoha had faced off against the other four major ninja villages, which was utterly absurd. Even more ludicrous was the fact that Konoha emerged victorious in the end. The third Hokage took immense pride in leading Konoha to triumph in both the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. Without his guidance, he wondered if Konoha could still claim victory. A look of concern crossed the third Hokage's face, as he feared that without his leadership, Konoha might be doomed. Fortunately, Lin Tian did not allow the third Hokage to dwell on his worries for long. Soon, The screen displayed the scene of the 4 Hokages being resurrected by Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. Originally, Hiruzen and the deceased Danzo were to make an appearance together in the afterlife. However, Orochimaru had a yearning for his mentor. Consequently, he summoned the past Hokages, including Hiruzen. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke appeared beside Orochimaru, seeking to uncover the truth behind the Uchiha incident. The youth, named Uchiha Sasuke, bore a striking resemblance to Izuna. Gazing upon Sasuke's visage, Tobirama could not help but reminisce about Madara's brother, Izuna. Though they were adversaries, Tobirama acknowledged Izuna's prowess. Seeing that familiar face once more stirred a sense of melancholy within him. Upon witnessing Sasuke's appearance, particularly his inquiry regarding the Uchiha incident, the third Hokage's brow furrowed in concern. Was there an issue on Itachi's side? He understood his own circumstances all too well. The third Hokage knew he bore some shameful secrets in this matter and could not believe that anyone in the village would divulge the details of the Uchiha rebellion to Sasuke. After all, only a handful of individuals were privy to the truth. Danzo would certainly not reveal anything to Sasuke. He would prefer for the Uchiha clan to be utterly exterminated. The only one who might potentially disclose any information would be Itachi. However, judging by Sasuke's demeanor on the screen, it seemed he did not possess much knowledge. Otherwise, he would not be seeking answers from his resurrected self. At that moment, the third Hokage felt intrigued. He yearned to discover how he would respond to Sasuke and what choices Sasuke would ultimately make. The resurrected Hiruzen was utterly bewildered, questioning what on earth was transpiring. It was only when he received the new script from the writer that he realized everything had changed. The former Hiruzen had long since perished atop the Konoha viewing platform. The being returning now was the descendant of the Nyochi family, Hiruzen. Thus, Hiruzen unleashed his remarkable acting prowess, responding to Sasuke with the thoughts of a shadow. Ah, yes, the Uchiha clan is indeed splendid. And who is Danzo? Do I know him? Oh, my childhood friend, right? Yes, it's all his fault. Then, Hiruzen affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair, prompting Sasuke to wholeheartedly pledge to protect the ninja world as he set forth to aid Konoha on the front lines. Aha. Witnessing his own image on the screen, complemented by Lin Tian's narration, the third Hokage could not help but laugh aloud. The creator of this video seemed to possess a profound understanding of him. He pondered for a moment and realized that this indeed resembled something he would do. There was no escaping it. To his right stood the first and second Hokages, while to his left was the fourth, his junior. If he did not shift the blame entirely onto Danzo, he would likely be faced with the reprimand of his mentor, Tobirama, and the disappointed gaze of the fourth. Furthermore, his tolerance towards Danzo, even allowing him to send assassins after him, stemmed not just from friendship, but also from a desire to have Danzo bear the blame, thereby enhancing his own image as Hokage. Truly, how clever of me. After the Shinobi War, Sasuke lost a hand. Arguably, Hiruzen's head pat technique was even more effective than Naruto's verbal prowess. In summary, claims that Hiruzen's was cunning, resourceful, or seasoned are utterly baseless. If he were truly astute and devious, he would not have allowed the village to suffer such calamities repeatedly. In the end, all he earned was the hollow reputation of a good-natured man in Konoha. It suffices to acknowledge that Hiruzen's was merely a sacrificial pawn due to the challenges of long-running serialization. Huh? Is this a compliment or an insult? So, I am neither cunning nor resourceful, just a fool? The third Hokage found himself in a state of bemusement. In Tobirama's office, upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an overwhelming urge to rise and bellow at the heavens. From the outset of this review video, his mood was decidedly poor. He could hardly fathom how a handsome, charming, affluent, and capable young man with a radiant smile could devolve into a treacherous and malicious scoundrel. Now, even Lin Tian has declared that all these notions are mere fabrications. He is not a despicable or shameless scoundrel. Danzo scoffed. Humph. Are you a pig, Danzo? Always grunting there. Speak plainly, without that cryptic tone. You foolish monkey, use your pig brain to ponder this carefully. Danzo, unperturbed, regarded the cheerfully awkward Hiruzen with disdain and remarked, everything Lin Tian articulated is based on his understanding of the work Naruto. But are we merely characters in a narrative? We are living, breathing individuals. At this juncture, Danzo deliberately paused to relish Hiruzen's stiff smile before continuing. It is entirely natural for cultural works to possess various flaws. However, such imperfections do not exist in reality. Consider this. If you lacked cunning, were not devious, and acted without shrewdness, how did you lead Konoha to victory in the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars? How did you suppress me for so many years, preventing me from becoming Hokage? Am I the fool, or are you? Upon hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a wave of despondency. With his keen intellect, he quickly recognized the validity of Danzo's assertions. He cannot possibly be a naive fool. Therefore, the manifestation of his bad side on the screen is something that would occur under normal circumstances. Well, that concludes this video. As for the plots that Teacher Jean encountered during the 4 Ninja Wars, we shall discuss that at a later time. Please remember to show your support. Until next time, let us not be absent. Monkey, I reiterate, when the screen appears before us, the future has already been altered. Seeing the dejected expression on Ryzen's face, Tobirama gently patted his shoulder and reassured him that as long as he wishes, he would not become the person depicted on the screen. Yes, Teacher Tobirama. With Tobirama's comfort, Ryzen felt significantly better. After the golden light and the small note were transmitted, the screen, which should have vanished, surprisingly remained. This astonished Tobirama. What is this? Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked on the bolded and darkened label of the Third Hokage. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, wishes to communicate with you. Accept decline. However, he hesitated for only a fleeting moment. At least this screen has enlightened me on certain matters. Otherwise, I would likely meet my demise at Orochimaru's hands tomorrow. Watching the pipe disappear from his sight, he initially thought the screen would follow suit. To his astonishment, a line of text appeared on the screen. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, wishes to communicate with you. Accept decline. In that moment, the third Hokage contemplated many things. If Teacher Tobirama truly intends to converse with me through the screen, does that imply he has also witnessed the recent video about me? The third Hokage covered his face, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of social embarrassment. It was akin to being home alone, where one could engage in any activity without concern. Even if one were to run around naked, the absence of an audience would render it inconsequential. However, should an audience be present, the level of awkwardness would escalate dramatically. At that moment, the third Hokage felt as if his legs were about to cramp from the embarrassment. Upon realizing that Teacher Tobirama had seen the screen's commentary about him, he lost the desire to engage in conversation. Fortunately, after many years of experience, he took a few deep breaths and regained his composure. Extending his right hand, he trembled slightly as he clicked accept. What could Ryzen possibly be doing 40 years hence? Why has he accepted yet? In Tobirama's office, Danzo appeared quite agitated. He yearned to vehemently berate the third Hokage through the luminous screen. Simultaneously, he wished to inquire why the choice fell upon someone named Minato as the fourth Hokage instead of himself. Was I not your most trusted ally? It seemed utterly preposterous. Danzo, exercise some patience. Yes, Master Tobirama. Senju Tobirama perceived the situation with remarkable clarity. If anyone were to uncover certain unsavory aspects of his past, he would not hastily engage in conversation with them, even if that person happened to be his mentor. The screen displayed an image at last. The third Hokage did not keep those in Tobirama's office waiting for long. Once he consented to the conversation, the screen synchronized the visuals from both parties. Master Tobirama. Upon seeing Senju Tobirama's visage, the third Hokage felt a surge of excitement. After all, it had been 40 years since Tobirama had sacrificed himself to ensure their safe retreat. He indeed misses his teacher Tobirama Senju dearly. However, upon seeing the younger version of himself, along with Danzo, and others like Uchiha Kagami across from him, he felt an overwhelming urge to immediately shut off the screen and give his scalp a good rub. The mere thought of so many people having witnessed his retrospective video sent shivers down his spine. You've aged, monkey. Tobirama Senju did not reproach the third Hokage. Instead, he gazed at the latter's aged visage with a hint of melancholy. I have let you down, teacher. Tobirama's simple remark, you have aged, nearly brought the third Hokage to tears. No one truly comprehended the immense pressure he and his companions, including Danzo, faced when they fled back to the land of fire from the borders of the land of lightning. Likewise, no one grasped the burdens he carried during the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. Others only witnessed the illustrious side of him as the Hokage, oblivious to the countless efforts he devoted privately for the village's advancement. Moreover, as Hokage, he could not afford to err, even if he recognized the decision as flawed. Admitting it was not an option. This is why, after watching this episode, he could still delude himself into believing, I did all this for Konoha. Even though he understood that the Tobirama Senju before him was not the same as the teacher he remembered, he still sincerely acknowledged his faults. I am not disappointed. At the very least, Konoha has thrived under your leadership. Tobirama was not merely offering consolation to the third Hokage. He indeed holds such thoughts. The actions of the third Hokage displayed upon the screen are not subject to his judgment. To hastily critique someone else's circumstances without experiencing them oneself is not a rational endeavor. At best, it is merely a case of speaking without understanding the pain. Were he to find himself in the other's position, he might not handle certain matters any better. He felt a twinge of regret, having become the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, instead of following the path he had envisioned. Instead, he transformed into a politician driven by an insatiable desire for power. That was all there was to it. Thank you for your affirmation, Sensei. Upon receiving the acknowledgement from Tobirama, the third Hokage's eyes misted over, and he could no longer hold back the tears of joy that streamed down his face. Old monkey, I ask you, why was I not allowed to become the fourth Hokage? Observing the third Hokage weeping with a smile, he then glanced at the composed Tobirama. At this moment, Danzo interjected with his inquiry. Danzo, you are not suited to be Hokage. In the presence of Tobirama, the third Hokage maintained a degree of restraint and caution. However, when faced with the younger version of Danzo, he felt less inclined to hold back. I have no fear of the elderly version of you, let alone your younger self. What do you mean I am not fit to be Hokage? It was evident that Danzo was quite displeased with the third Hokage's response. If you cannot comprehend the literal meaning, Perhaps the younger version of me beside you can assist with the translation. Haha. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen laughed heartily without restraint, causing Danzo's lips to twitch and the third Hokage to display a look of confusion. What is this? The third Hokage was genuinely puzzled, as he and Danzo had maintained a good relationship throughout their lives. Why would his younger self mock Danzo? Did his younger self not realize how petty Danzo could be? Forget it. I will strive for the position of Hokage on my own. I do not need any of you to grant it to me. Danzo snorted dismissively and subsequently relinquished the position to Uchiha Kagami and the others. Kagami, it is truly wonderful to see you again. With just this single remark, Kagami understood that he must have met an untimely demise. Otherwise, why would the third Hokage not address Kazekage in this manner but only speak to him like this? Is that so? I do not believe it. The third Hokage fell silent. To be frank, apart from Tobirama Senju, the last person he wished to encounter was Uchiha Kagami. This was not due to any personal grievances against Kagami, but rather because during his tenure, the Uchiha clan was exterminated. Fortunately, the footage did not reveal this segment. It only mentioned Fugaku's rebellion and his search for traitors. Otherwise, if Kagami were to learn of the Uchiha clan's demise, he would surely explode with rage. By the way, Monkey, how is the Chunin exam on your end? Do not worry, Sensei. I will ensure the safety of Konoha tomorrow. Very well, if there is nothing else. Let it be. Understood, Sensei. Noticing that Tobirama had lost interest in continuing the conversation, the third Hokage nodded and pressed a red button on the screen. Upon doing so, the images of Tobirama, Danzo, and the others vanished. I never expected to see Sensei again. Most importantly, he bore no grudge against me. Ah. The third Hokage initially laughed 3 times before striking his palm in frustration. How foolish of me. I completely forgot to inquire about the screen's matters with Sensei. In Tobirama's office, after the third Hokage ended the call, Tobirama prepared to visit the burial site of Uchiha Madara to verify whether he was still lying peacefully in his coffin. However, as he turned to leave, he was astonished to find that the screen had not yet disappeared. What is this situation? The people in Tobirama's office were equally astonished to see that the screen remained. Moreover, a new option appeared on the screen. Would you like to apply for a crossover into the world of the second viewer? Application denied. Can we visit Konoha 40 years later? Faced with this new option on the screen, everyone was filled with curiosity. The footage on the screen displayed only a small portion of Konoha village, yet even this fragment was enough to stir the yearning of those present. Given the opportunity, Hiruzen and the other 5 were eager to witness it firsthand. However, only Tobirama Senju could make this decision. Danzo could no longer contain himself and inquired, Sensei, should we go take a look? Tobirama did not respond directly to Danzo but instead turned to the other students and asked, do you wish to go? Yes, Sensei. We would like to see Konoha 40 years later. Tobirama nodded and continued, do not harbor excessive hope. The screen indicates an application. To whom should we apply? I suspect it should be the third Hokage. If he disagrees, we may not be able to go. Nevertheless, Tobirama still clicked confirm. Let us wait and see if the third Hokage will permit us to go. At this moment, the third Hokage found himself in a state of inner turmoil. On one hand, he wished for Tobirama to witness the flourishing Konoha under his leadership. On the other hand, he was reluctant for Tobirama to come. If Tobirama, the second Hokage and his mentor, were to arrive, who would Konoha heed? Would they follow Tobirama Senju? That was something he could not accept. He is indeed the true ruler of this village. To expect him to relinquish power? Impossible. If the village still adheres to his command, what would his mentor, Hashirama Senju, think? Empathizing with his perspective, he would undoubtedly be quite displeased. How could his own disciple dare to defy him? He would have no choice but to purge the ranks. The mere thought of this sent a shiver down the spine of the third Hokage. Those familiar with their own affairs understand that if a confrontation were to arise with his mentor, it would not matter that he is now aged, even in his prime. He would certainly be unable to contend with Hashirama. Thus, the question remains, should he acquiesce or decline? Standing there, the third Hokage was already drenched in sweat. Contemplating for over a minute, he felt that if he did not make a decision soon, he would soon be utterly exhausted. This was far more draining than engaging in combat with others. He wondered how long Sensei Tobirama would stay, if it were only for a few days. It would not be unacceptable to agree. Perhaps it was the murmurs of the third Hokage that prompted the appearance of some text on the luminous screen, which answered his query. The traveler could only remain in another's world for an hour. The time of traversal could be any moment within the next 3 days. Note, as the number of connected viewers increases in the future, the duration of the traveler's stay will correspondingly extend, and the options for time points will also broaden, along with the number of characters that can be brought along. Currently, the official count of review videos stands at 3. Was this truly the third review video? If his estimations were correct, the first 2 must have featured the first and second Hokage. Observing the annotations on the screen, the third Hokage felt a sense of relief. With only an hour of stay, there was little that could be accomplished in such a brief span. Furthermore, given the ability to traverse to any time point within the next 3 days, the third Hokage readily consented to Tobirama's request and set the time of traversal for 9:30 tomorrow morning. This timing conveniently coincided with Orochimaru's initiation of the father. Love me again? No, the Konoha collapse plan. Originally, the third Hokage intended to have Jiraiya pose as his bodyguard to assist him against Orochimaru. However, it seemed more prudent for Jiraiya to handle the colossal snake summoned outside the village. As for Orochimaru, he would face the third Hokage and Sensei Tobirama. Surely, Orochimaru would be quite bewildered upon seeing Sensei Tobirama. Lost in thought, the third Hokage chuckled softly. Orochimaru, wait, what? How did the real deal get here? Well, the other side has agreed. After the third Hokage approved Tobirama's request, the luminous screen on Tobirama's side displayed the designated time for his traversal. Due to the presentation of 3 official review videos, he was permitted to bring 3 individuals along. Faced with the limitation of bringing only 3 companions, Minato Namikaze, Konohamaru Sarutobi, and Shikamaru Nara felt a tinge of disappointment, as they understood that Sensei Tobirama would likely not select them. As expected, Tobirama chose Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, and Kakashi Hatake. The rationale behind these selections was quite simple. Firstly, the strength of these 3 ranked among the top 3 of the 6 students. Secondly, it was simply Tobirama's peculiar sense of humor. He pondered what amusing events might transpire when the youthful version of Hiruzen Sarutobi encounters the elderly third Hokage, as well as when the young and old Danzo meet. Furthermore, upon Uchiha Kageme's return to the Uchiha clan, would they mistakenly perceive him as an impostor and unjustly attack him? The mere thought entertained Tobirama. With that matter resolved, he instructed everyone to return. Once the time travelers were confirmed, the shimmering curtain of light vanished, rendering it unnecessary for Tobirama and the others to linger in the office. Upon exiting, Sarutobi Hiruzen sought out Orochimaru, and they engaged in a lengthy conversation, the content of which remained unknown. Uchiha Kagami returned to his clan, approached the clan leader, and, after receiving consent, entered the library in search of information. As for Shimura Danzo, his actions were straightforward. He returned home and retired early, wishing to conserve his energy for the upcoming Konoha collapse plan, eager to showcase his prowess to the old monkey. In accordance with the plan, Senju Tobirama utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at a small hill where Uchiha Madara lay buried. After half an hour of digging, he unearthed the coffin and opened it, only for his expression to darken instantaneously. Madara's corpse was absent. It seems you truly are not dead, Madara. The fact that Uchiha Madara had survived was a dire revelation for Senju Tobirama. In their previous battle, even his elder brother had suffered grave injuries, leading to his demise years later. Given that Madara had dealt the fatal blow to his brother, how could he have escaped death? Tobirama hoped for favorable news from Kagami. After murmuring to himself, he took the time to restore the area to its original state before departing using the Flying Thunder God technique. Once Tobirama had left, beneath a nearby tree, a pale figure suddenly emerged from the ground. This individual was none other than a white Zetsu. After lying in wait for a year, I had thought this would be an endless bore. It seems the second Hokage possesses some skill, having uncovered Lord Madara's feigned death. I hope the next task assigned by Lord Madara is not as tedious as this one, the white Zetsu muttered to himself before submerging back underground. Hurrying towards the border between the land of rice and the land of waterfalls, a place known as the Graveyard of Mountains. The famed death of Uchiha Madara had allowed him to hide here. Approximately 10 years had elapsed since the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Throughout these years, Madara had spent most of his time underground in the Graveyard of Mountains, patiently awaiting the evolution of his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. His knowledge of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan's potential for evolution stems from his examination of the Uchiha clan's ancestral stone tablet. At first glance, this tablet appears rather unremarkable, merely a commonplace stone. However, when observed through the lens of the Sharingan, the inscriptions upon it become discernible. Uchiha Madara possesses the eternal kaleidoscope, enabling him to perceive all the characters inscribed on its surface with clarity. He vividly recalled the inscription. A deity had divided yin and yang into 2 extremes. And for the sake of stability, when these 2 extremes converged once more, the myriad phenomena of the universe could be attained. Thus, he surmised that the Uchiha clan represented yin, while the Senju clan embodied yang. It was for this reason that during his battle with Hashirama Senju, he had bitten off a piece of his opponent's flesh, hoping to acquire Hashirama's chakra and, consequently, the myriad phenomena inscribed upon the stone tablet. Subsequently, he utilized the Uchiha clan's secret technique, Izanagi, to feign his death, deceiving both Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, and made his way to the Grave of the Mountains, where he awaited the evolution of his power to attain the myriad phenomena. Initially, he was uncertain of the nature of this power until, a month later, he noticed a gradual enhancement of his ocular prowess. It is worth noting that his eternal kaleidoscope had already reached the pinnacle of ocular ability. If it could still be further augmented, then this power of myriad phenomena was likely to evolve his eyes. However, the pace of this evolution was even slower than he had anticipated. His physique pales in comparison to that of Hashirama Senju. Even after utilizing his Izanagi to alter the reality of his demise, he indeed sustained considerable injuries during that battle. 9 years later, as Uchiha Madara sensed his impending death, his Sharingan finally evolved into the Rinnegan. Accompanying this successful ascension of the Rinnegan, a dark entity known as Zetsu detached itself from Madara's being. According to this murky figure, it is the embodiment of Madara's will, a product of his yin-yang release. Naturally, Madara was not easily swayed by Zetsu's claims. It was only when Zetsu facilitated the summoning of the Outer Path Golem, leveraging its powers to prolong Madara's life, that he began to trust it, albeit tentatively. The current function of the Outer Path Golem, apart from extending Uchiha Madara's life, includes a subordinate entity known as White Zetsu, as asserted by this shadowy figure. White Zetsu is a biological entity derived from the Hashirama cells within Madara, transformed through the golem's capabilities. With the presence of White Zetsu, Madara found himself less ensnared by ennui. He can discern most of the happenings within the shinobi world through White Zetsu. Simultaneously, under the persuasion of Black Zetsu, Madara resolved to utilize his Rinnegan to execute the Eye of the Moon plan inscribed upon the Uchiha tablet. However, despite having the Outer Path's golem prolonging his life, his body had considerably deteriorated and could not traverse the shinobi world with ease. Therefore, to achieve this plan, he required a spokesperson, one possessing formidable strength, but more importantly, someone who would heed the words of Uchiha Madara. In the entirety of the shinobi world, none fit his criteria better than those of the Uchiha clan. Hence, he commanded White Zetsu to closely monitor the Uchiha clan and report any suitable candidates immediately. Concurrently, he dispatched another White Zetsu to guard his false tomb, instructing that should anyone uncover his feigned death, they were to report back to him. A year later, the White Zetsu stationed at Madara's false grave, after a night-long journey, finally returned to the mountainous graveyard. Master Madara, I have returned. Each White Zetsu exhibits unique traits. Some are taciturn, while others are quite vivacious. It was evident that this particular White Zetsu, assigned to guard the tomb, was of a notably exuberant disposition. What news do you bring? Madara inquired, casting a nonchalant glance at the White Zetsu before him. He did not recognize this White Zetsu, yet in order to maintain his own dignity, he could only pretend to be familiar. Lord Madara possesses extraordinary insight. Someone has unearthed your grave and discovered your feigned death. Who excavated my grave? The question sounded rather peculiar. As soon as he spoke, Uchiha Madara's expression shifted, and he cast a malevolent glance at the White Zetsu before him, unaware of the tension. White Zetsu grinned and replied, Guess. Uchiha Madara recalled that the primary reason he had assigned this particular White Zetsu to guard his grave was its rather unconventional way of thinking, which he found increasingly intolerable. If you don't speak now, there may never be another opportunity. Observing Madara's darkening countenance, White Zetsu promptly retracted his smile and, with a solemn expression, said, It was the first Hokage of Konoha, Senju Hashirama. What? Hashirama has been resurrected? Uchiha Madara's eyes widened in shock, clearly taken aback by the revelation. No. White Zetsu shook his head, continuing, It is Hashirama's younger brother, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Silence ensued, a profound stillness enveloping the two as they exchanged glances. White Zetsu assumed that Madara was engaging him in a game of staring without blinking, and he held his gaze for a full 2 minutes. Ultimately, White Zetsu could no longer bear the strain on his eyes, and, reluctant to concede, awkwardly asked, Lord Madara, are your eyes dry? Madara, suppressing his fury, maintained a smile as he addressed the White Zetsu. White Zetsu, I have always regarded you as the most astute among your kind, and your timely return is commendable. Come closer, I wish to bestow upon you a reward. The White Zetsu, sensing that he may have inadvertently angered Madara, was cautious. Though he did not comprehend the cause of Madara's ire, a wise individual avoids immediate conflict, thus he sought to withdraw. Lord Madara, you are too gracious. Please reserve your rewards for the other White Zetsus. By the way, I just remembered that I left some belongings at your grave. I shall retrieve them. Without waiting for a response, White Zetsu turned and sprinted away. However, he was naive to think he could escape Madara's wrath. With a swift hand sign, Madara unleashed a massive fireball from his mouth. This was the fire release, great fireball technique. Caught off guard, White Zetsu was engulfed by the flames and reduced to ash. However, his demise was not in vain. Through him, we learned that even fire release can be lethal. Ah, how refreshing. After eliminating this bothersome White Zetsu, Madara felt a wave of relief wash over him. Why such fury, Lord Madara? The number of White Zetsus is still insufficient. We should utilize each one to its fullest potential. At that moment, Black Zetsu arrived late, witnessing the smoldering remains of his counterpart, his tone tinged with resignation. I offered him a chance a year ago. It was his own failure to cherish it. Besides, he was merely a White Zetsu. Killing him is inconsequential. I exist solely as the embodiment of your will, Lord Madara. Whatever you decree shall be. Madara nodded with pride. See, this is the attitude a servant should possess. Always prioritizing Uchiha Madara. Unlike the pile of ash before me, which dared to question who discovered my feigned death, causing me to lose my composure. Thus, this wretched White Zetsu met his end. A fitting resolution indeed. The timeline experienced a slight discrepancy. The White Zetsu that had been lurking for years was revised to have been lurking for merely a year. There is no need to revisit prior events, as it does not affect the unfolding narrative. A year's plan lies in spring. A day's plan lies in morning. In the morning, Senju Tobirama and 6 disciples gathered in the Hokage office, preparing for an imminent traversal. Akimichi Takafumi, Mito Gaiden, and T-Rune Koharu had no slots for traversal, but felt compelled to attend, fearing exclusion. They were also eager to witness how their teacher, Tobirama, would traverse, hoping to discover any loopholes that might allow them to join in. Once everyone was assembled, Tobirama spoke. I inspected Madara's grave yesterday and found the coffin to be empty, indicating that Madara is indeed alive. At this juncture, he glanced at Kagami, inquiring, Kagami, have you made any discoveries? Kagami shook his head, replying, one night is simply too brief. I require more time. Tobirama did not press him further. He was aware that families with a lineage spanning several centuries must possess an extensive collection of books. To uncover the secret technique that led to Uchiha Obito's demise within a single evening was undoubtedly an insurmountable task. What about Sarutobi? Have any unfavorable signs emerged from Orochimaru's side? Aside from the fact that Uchiha Obito remains alive, Tobirama was most concerned about Orochimaru. He was, after all, the prodigy of the next generation in Konoha, and it was imperative that he did not become a rogue ninja as depicted in the projections. Even if he ultimately returned to Konoha, the act of betraying the village and killing his teacher, the Third Hokage, would forever tarnish his reputation. I had an extensive discussion with Orochimaru last night. He indeed exhibited troubling signs, persistently engaging me in conversations about the meaning of life. Sarutobi scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. As his teacher, he found himself at a disadvantage in dialogue with Orochimaru. Faced with Orochimaru's inquiries, he was at a loss for words. If Orochimaru had posed questions regarding ninjutsu, Sarutobi could have answered without a moment's hesitation. However, the subject of life was far too profound and weighty, and addressing such matters with his limited knowledge felt exceedingly challenging. Provided that this journey through time proceeds without incident, upon your return, bring Orochimaru to meet me. Very well, Tobirama-sensei. Upon hearing Sarutobi's agreement, Tobirama nodded and continued. By the way, there is something I should have informed you and Kagami last night to avoid forgetting upon our return. I shall tell you now. Rubbing his chin, Tobirama organized his thoughts before speaking. You are all aware that I recently dispatched members from the Inoshikacho clans to protect the various lords of the land, correct? The 6 students responded in unison. Yes, Tobirama-sensei. That's good to hear. While the lords are being safeguarded by members of Inoshikacho, the daimyo has different intentions. He wishes for Sarutobi and Kagami to protect him. Sensei, I have no objections. Kagami readily agreed to the task of safeguarding the daimyo without hesitation. However, Sarutobi appeared somewhat hesitant. Sarutobi, do you have any thoughts? In response to Tobirama's question, Sarutobi shyly inquired, Sensei, how long will Kagami and I be away? I cannot say. It could be as brief as 1 or 2 months, or as lengthy as 1 or 2 years. I see. Sarutobi furrowed his brow in contemplation and continued, may I bring my 3 students along? Sarutobi felt that if he did not take Orochimaru with him, by the time he returned, Orochimaru might well have transformed into a version of Tobirama himself. He certainly did not wish for his prodigious disciple to be taken away by others, even if that individual were the esteemed Tobirama-sensei. The feudal lord from the Land of Fire would likely consent to allow Tsunade to accompany them, but he would undoubtedly refuse the presence of Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Tsunade is related to the feudal lord, referring to him as her grandfather. After all, the title of princess is not merely a result of her being the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju. It is a designation reserved for the direct relatives of each nation's feudal lords. The feudal lord would be delighted to have his own granddaughter protect him and would never consider sending her away. However, Orochimaru and Jiraiya are outsiders and cannot approach the feudal lord. Tobirama stated with unwavering certainty, I will take responsibility for instructing them. He had always held a deep admiration for Orochimaru. As he ventured to protect the feudal lord, it was the perfect opportunity to mentor him closely. Tsunade, being Tobirama's granddaughter, would naturally receive his guidance as well. Regarding Jiraiya, Tobirama concluded that anyone who could earn the title of the legendary 3 ninjas alongside Tsunade and Orochimaru during the Second Shinobi War would not be lacking in capability. So he decided to instruct him as well. Do you have any further questions? Seeing that Tobirama had arranged everything meticulously, Hisashi found no words to offer, merely letting out a sigh before replying, I have no issues. That is good to hear. At that moment, Danzo, appearing somewhat anxious, inquired, what about me, sensei? His meaning was quite evident. Jing and Ri had gone to protect the daimyo. But what of him? Did he have other arrangements? In response to Danzo's inquiry, Tobirama replied directly, you, along with F and the others, should remain safely in Konoha. Is that so? From Danzo's clenched fists, it was clear that he was deeply dissatisfied at that moment. He was not particularly inclined to protect the renowned or others. He simply did not wish to be defeated by the likes of Hisashi. Tobirama paid no heed to Danzo's resentment. Glancing at the time and realizing there was just over a minute left until 9:30, he promptly retrieved 4 masks from the drawer. One was placed over his own face, while the remaining 3 were distributed to the 3 individuals who were to embark on the journey shortly. Observing the masks in their hands, the trio, perplexed, inquired, "Teacher, what is this?" to avoid causing any disturbances in the village 40 years hence. He deemed it prudent to slightly conceal their identities, merely revealing the village's forehead protectors. "Ah, I see," the three responded swiftly upon hearing the rationale provided by their teacher. Tobirama. They adeptly donned the masks, and as they completed this task, the clock struck 9:30. In an instant, a swirling circular formation materialized beneath their feet. Before they could discern the intricate patterns of the formation, a flash of white light enveloped them, and they vanished from the office. Akimichi Teikei's Nara Shikamaru and Mito Inju exchanged glances, choosing silence over words, and instinctively positioned themselves outside the office door. They resolved not to permit anyone to enter until Tobirama and the others returned. In the year 61 of the Hidden Leaf Village, in a narrow alley not far from the village gate, a spatial disturbance heralded the arrival of Tobirama, masked and successfully transported to the Hidden Leaf of 40 years later. Where are the others? He wondered, scanning his surroundings, but failing to locate his three students. He immediately perceived that this time, the four of them had been randomly scattered across various locations in Konohagakure. He wondered where the other three might be. After contemplating for a moment, Tobirama resolved not to search for them, but rather to head towards the management platform, specifically to the venue where the Chunin exams were taking place, illuminated by the vibrant light curtain. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself in the bathhouse, being pursued by a throng of women. In the outskirts of the village, Uchiha Kagami, after inquiring with a passerby, set off towards the Uchiha compound. Danzo's fortune was particularly favorable. He found himself positioned directly between the Third Hokage and the Fourth Kazekage. This undoubtedly saved him considerable travel time, allowing him to arrive at his destination in one swift motion, a most fortunate turn of events indeed. Today marked the final stage of the Chunin exams. The Third Hokage had risen early to arrive at the Hokage's office. He has now arranged the patrol area for the Dark Ninja and reminded ninjas like Asuma and Guy, hinting that significant events are likely to unfold during today as Chunin exam, urging them to remain vigilant. In response to the Third Hokage's suggestion, Asuma and the others exchanged solemn nods, indicating their understanding without further comment. Initially, the Third Hokage intended to coordinate with his old acquaintance, Danzo. But upon noticing Danzo's absence from the Hokage office, he abandoned that thought. The Third Hokage believed that if a confrontation were to erupt, Danzo would surely not remain passive. As time drew near and all preparations were complete, the Third Hokage, accompanied by several guards, including Reito, made his way to the viewing platform in Konoha. After a brief wait, he encountered the Fourth Kazekage, disguised as Orochimaru. "Your Excellency Hokage, despite your advanced years, you still seem to be in excellent health." "Haha. You flatter me, Kazekage." Amidst the Third Hokage's complex emotions, the two greeted each other warmly before taking their respective seats, one on the left and the other on the right. The vantage point was superb, allowing them to observe the competition arena below in its entirety. The first match featured Naruto Uzumaki against Neji Hyuga, and Orochimaru appeared particularly intrigued by this opening battle. He certainly did not forget that during the Forest of Death, Uzumaki Naruto erupted with the chakra of the Nine Tails, attempting to rescue Uchiha Sasuke from peril. Alas, it proved to be futile. With not a single tail of the Nine Tails chakra manifesting, Orochimaru merely flicked his finger and effortlessly subdued Naruto, the host of the Nine Tails, with the Five Elements seal. While Naruto possessed strength, it was not particularly formidable. On the contrary, Hyuga Neji was recognized by Orochimaru as a rare genius from the Hyuga clan. It was indeed unfortunate that he belonged to the branch family, constrained like a caged bird and unable to become the vessel he desired. Otherwise, during the Forest of Death, he would have undoubtedly made a move. What a spectacular battle it would have been. Soon, the clash between Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji culminated with Naruto unleashing the Nine Tails chakra, employing a shadow clone to deceive his opponent and delivering a powerful punch of camaraderie that led to Neji's defeat. Indeed, both Naruto and Neji were remarkable children, evoking memories of my three lackluster students. The Hokage mused whether these two youngsters could rival the renowned Sannin. The Third Hokage chuckled, glancing at the Fourth Kazekage, remarking that whether they could match up depended on the future development of these little ones. Well then, I shall await with bated breath. In the second match, Uchiha Sasuke was set to face Gaara, and the referee, Nara Shikamaru, called for the competitors to take their places. However, at that moment, Sasuke and Kakashi were still en route. After several prompts without Sasuke's appearance, Nara was on the verge of declaring Sasuke's forfeiture when the Fourth Kazekage interjected. Why not allow the next match to proceed? There's no rush. With the high-ranking official's directive, Nara Shikamaru skipped the second match and commenced with the third. Unfortunately, Kankuro of Sunagakure opted for forfeiture to conserve his strength. Thus, it was time for the fourth match. Should Sasuke fail to arrive by the end of this contest, Nara would have no choice but to announce his defeat. Fortunately, Nara Shikamaru managed to buy enough time in his match against Temari. As the fourth match concluded, Uchiha Sasuke arrived just in time. We are not late, are we? Upon seeing Kakashi and Sasuke, Nara breathed a sigh of relief and promptly ushered Kakashi away, clearing the stage for Sasuke and Gaara. The match unfolded with great fervor, as Sasuke emulated Lee's techniques, leaving Gaara disoriented. The audience erupted with excitement, fervently cheering for both combatants. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, the fourth Kazekage observed the third Hokage with a hint of curiosity, inquiring, "Hokage-sama, you seem to be constantly checking the time?" Indeed, the third Hokage admitted, revealing a degree of impatience. Is there something of utmost importance? To this, he confirmed that there was indeed a significant matter at hand, although he refrained from elaborating. The fourth Kazekage, understanding the unspoken, did not press for further details. Just then, as the fourth Kazekage intended to suggest that the third Hokage attend to his affairs, a masked leaf ninja abruptly appeared between them. The sudden occurrence startled both the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage, as well as the younger version of Danzo, who had been transported there. Fortunately, the three maintained their composure, swiftly regaining their bearings. "You still dawdle in your endeavors, you old monkey," Danzo remarked, and with that, the third Hokage instantly recognized the identity of this unexpected visitor. He tapped his pipe thoughtfully and replied, "I merely wish to mitigate the losses of some villages." Indeed, the reason the third Hokage remains here to engage with Orochimaru is to compel him to unleash the four purple flames formation, thereby enveloping both himself and Orochimaru within it. In doing so, the absence of Orochimaru's formidable strength renders the remaining Sound Shinobi and Sand Shinobi mere trifles in the eyes of the third Hokage. The visuals on the screen are quite revealing. This battle, aside from the mutual destruction between him and Orochimaru, has resulted in minimal losses for the entire Hidden Leaf village. Should Orochimaru's movements remain unchecked, allowing him to roam freely within the village, the consequences would indeed be dire. "You make a valid point," Danzo contemplated, acknowledging the third Hokage's perspective. However, he chose not to remain silent and continued. "So, what do you propose we do now? Shall we simply pretend nothing has transpired? Allow events to unfold naturally? Very well, let us proceed as if nothing has occurred." Upon hearing this, the fourth Kazekage interjected, unable to contain his curiosity, "Lord Hokage, what are the two of you discussing?" Clearly, he was perplexed by their exchange. The third Hokage's deliberations and the notion of minimizing village losses were entirely lost on the fourth Kazekage. He merely sensed that something was amiss. "It's nothing. Nothing at all. Let us proceed." The third Hokage chuckled, attempting to ease the tension. However, Danzo still harbored resentment towards the third Hokage for not allowing him to become the fourth Hokage. Without hesitation, he interrupted the third's remarks, pointing sternly at the fourth Kazekage, declaring, "Your misdeeds have come to light. Orochimaru, surrender at once." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils constricted, bewildered as to why his true identity had been exposed. He employed the technique of facial alteration, seamlessly substituting the visage of the fourth Kazekage with his own. Logically, no one should have been able to discern that he was an imposter. Fortunately, Orochimaru acted decisively. The moment his identity was revealed, he transmitted a signal to Kabuto, urging him to initiate an illusionary technique. At that precise moment, Gaara was struck by Sasuke's Chidori, plunging him into a state of fury. His countenance twisted and teetering on the brink of tailed beast transformation. Thus, the plan for the downfall of Konoha was officially set in motion. A flurry of pristine white feathers descended from the heavens of the venue, inducing an immediate slumber in all who came into contact with them. This was the Nirvana technique employed by Kabuto, a genjutsu capable of rendering individuals into a deep sleep. Simultaneously, upon witnessing Kabuto successfully activate the illusion, the fourth Kazekage cast aside his pretense and delivered a swift kick towards Danzo, aiming to send him flying, thus seizing the opportunity to abduct the third Hokage. Danzo, confronted with Orochimaru's assault, wasted no time in retreating, displaying no intention of defending the third Hokage. What a fortuitous opportunity. Danzo's withdrawal left the third Hokage momentarily stunned, as if he had not anticipated Danzo's evasion. Seizing this moment, Orochimaru deftly maneuvered behind the third Hokage, successfully capturing him and whisking him to the rooftop of the viewing platform. "Hehehe, I said it from the beginning, Hokage-sama, you have grown old." The third Hokage remained unfazed, calmly removing his pipe, shaking the ash from it before stowing it away in his robe. "Enough of your charade, Orochimaru. I have known it was you all along. Is that so? I must say, I have a newfound respect for you, Sensei Sarutobi." Acknowledging that his disguise had indeed been unraveled, Orochimaru saw no further need to maintain the facade. He removed his conical hat and tore away the human skin, revealing his true visage. "You, Orochimaru, should be aware that since I have long seen through your fade, it implies that your scheme is destined for failure." "Huh, I do not believe it. Then shall we test it?" "A trial it shall be." Orochimaru, with a sudden force in his right hand wielding a kunai, successfully severed the major artery of the third Hokage. However, Orochimaru felt no joy in this act, for he understood that he had merely pierced a shadow clone. He was not mistaken. The third Hokage, who was gushing blood, transformed into a puddle of earth within a mere second. It was indeed the earth clone technique employed by the third Hokage. At that moment, the four corners of the rooftop were occupied by the Sound Ninja Quartet. their hands swiftly forming seals. Ninja technique for purple flames formation. Soon, a rectangular barrier adorned with translucent purple flames manifested atop the roof. Just then, Senju Tobirama finally arrived. Seizing the moment before the barrier was fully established, he executed the body flicker technique and dashed inside. Old teacher, though masked. Tobirama's silver hair and crimson eyes were unmistakable to the third Hokage. Monkey, you have truly aged. Removing his mask, Tobirama gazed at the third Hokage's weathered visage and sighed softly. Teacher, you remain ever youthful. After all, I have only experienced 21 years in Konoha, while here there is a 40-year gap. No, it is not a matter of time. In my heart, you will always be young. You are still as cunning as ever. As Tobirama conversed with the third Hokage, Orochimaru was nearly struck dumb upon catching sight of Tobirama's visage. What is happening? I have not even utilized the impure world reincarnation yet. Why is the second Hokage here? Orochimaru stared intently at Tobirama, failing to discern the distinctive cracks of the impure body on his face. A terrifying thought quietly emerged in Orochimaru's mind. Is it possible? With a face full of excitement, Orochimaru continued to observe Senju Tobirama, his hands busily engaged. He first unrolled a scroll, releasing 3 unconscious sound ninjas, and then swiftly began to form hand seals. Intent on performing the reanimation technique, he wished to validate his hypothesis and ascertain whether the individual before him was truly the second Hokage. If the person was an imposter, he would successfully summon the second Hokage through the reanimation jutsu. Conversely, if the individual was genuine, he would be unable to summon the second. In either scenario, he hoped for the latter. Rather than seeking to obliterate Konoha, he preferred the companionship of a kindred spirit. Indeed, he believed that the Senju Tobirama before him had also employed some arcane technique to prolong his life. Otherwise, given his age, the second Hokage should have long since passed away. Is this acceptable, sensei? Orochimaru's intentions to use the reanimation jutsu were unmistakable. The third Hokage initially aimed to interrupt with ninjutsu, but was halted by Tobirama. It matters not. I too wish to know if he can successfully summon my reanimated form. Under Tobirama's intentional leniency, Orochimaru successfully summoned 3 coffins. The first to be opened bore a sticker marked with the character 4. Indeed, it is empty. Gazing at the vacant coffin labeled 4, the third Hokage exhaled in relief. Faced with the first and the potential appearance of the second, he was already under considerable strain. The arrival of the fourth would have truly been a matter of life and death. It was not that the fourth possessed greater strength than the first and second. Rather, the fourth's renowned technique was the Flying Thunder God technique. In the eyes of the third Hokage, the fourth wielded this technique with even greater proficiency than the second. The presence of such a stealthy assassin would exponentially amplify the pressure in times of conflict. Fortunately, the fourth's soul had been claimed by the Shinigami, rendering Orochimaru incapable of summoning him, even with the fourth's bodily remains. Has it failed? Orochimaru furrowed his brow. He was aware that the souls of the fourth Hokage had been claimed by the Shinigami. This was merely a trial, an attempt to seize individuals from the clutches of death through this forbidden technique. It seems that the Edo Tensei could not outmaneuver the Shinigami after all. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for his true trump cards were these 2. Under Orochimaru's expectant gaze, coffins inscribed with the characters first and second were sequentially opened, revealing the figures of the first and second Hokage within. At that moment, Orochimaru had yet to suppress the consciousness of the Edo Tensei first and second Hokage. When they opened their eyes and beheld the third Hokage, recognition dawned instantly. The Edo Tensei Hashirama could not help but exclaim, "Monkey, it's been a long time. You've grown so old." The third Hokage, somewhat amused yet exasperated, replied, "If I am truly this old, I must apologize, first Hokage. By the way, who is that beside you? He seems oddly familiar." Edo Tensei Hashirama tilted his head, feigning deep thought. Unable to contain himself, Edo Tensei Tobirama yelled at his elder brother. "You fool! Can't you see that the person opposite us is impersonating me?" Realization struck Edo Tensei Hashirama as he exclaimed, "I see now. There are 2 Tobiramas here. It's clear that the one opposite is a fake. I am the genuine Senju Tobirama." After scolding his foolish elder brother once more, Edo Tensei Tobirama turned to the third Hokage's companion and inquired curtly, "Who are you? Why are you impersonating me?" The real Tobirama covered his face and retorted, "I told you, I would never venture to sign a peace treaty with the Cloud Village without preparation, yet it appears that this version of me is rather foolish." Clearly, Edo Tensei Tobirama was incensed by the real Tobirama's banter, snapping back, "Hey, what do you mean by that? Isn't my meaning quite evident?" The real Tobirama gestured toward himself and Edo Tensei Hashirama, continuing, "You, resurrected by the Edo Tensei, should first free yourself from the control of this technique before addressing me." Prompted by the real Tobirama's words, Edo Tensei Tobirama began to comprehend the situation. He swiftly formed hand seals in reverse, hoping to break the control of the impure world reincarnation technique. Unfortunately, the ever-prepared Orochimaru did not afford the impure world reincarnation user the opportunity to complete the seals. He swiftly buried the talisman into the heads of the 2 figures, rendering them unconscious in an instant. Observing the dimming light in their eyes, the real Tobirama could not help but scoff. You really are as foolish as they come. Standing behind the reanimated first and second Hokage, Orochimaru's expression was a blend of intrigue and excitement. His curiosity stemmed from the fact that he had summoned the second Hokage through the reanimation jutsu, implying that the individual before him was an imposter. Yet, certain phrases uttered by this so-called imposter, along with the actions of the third Hokage, led him to deduce that this person was indeed the genuine article. This ambiguous reality thrilled Orochimaru, who was eager to uncover the truth behind it all. Thus, as the first and second Hokage lost their senses, he promptly directed them to launch an attack. In his view, a 3-on-2 scenario favored him. Even if the opponent was the authentic second Hokage, he felt no trepidation. This is the consequence of the third Hokage's hubris. After the second's demise, he had boasted of being the strongest Hokage to preserve his rule. Clearly, Orochimaru was a victim of the third Hokage's inflated claims. Monkey, you handle Orochimaru. Teacher, you, don't tell me you're so old that even your own students are beyond your reach. Then be careful, teacher. In the face of the reanimated duo's assault, Senju Tobirama dismissed them with ease, even suggesting that the third Hokage deal with Orochimaru. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. Upon hearing Tobirama's command, the third Hokage deftly evaded the attacks from the reanimated figures and unleashed a powerful fire technique against Orochimaru. At that moment, Orochimaru was in the midst of recovering from a significant expenditure of chakra, and rather than employing ninjutsu for defense against the fire dragon flame bullet, he opted for evasive maneuvers, slithering away. Realizing his ranged assault was ineffective and a waste of chakra, the third Hokage decided to summon Enma. Monkey, what is the situation? The summoned Enma scanned the surroundings with caution. However, upon noticing the two second Hokages engaging in a water-style clash, alongside the first Hokage assisting them, he was taken aback. It was a surreal sight, one not easily believed without witnessing it firsthand. Was this the work of Orochimaru? I warned you not to let him go. And now look at the chaos that's ensued. The third Hokage paid no heed to Enma's ramblings and stated earnestly, "Old friend, transform into the staff." Sure thing. Enma complied readily, transforming as instructed. As the third Hokage brandished a large staff, Orochimaru did not hesitate to summon a formidable sword from his mouth. Orochimaru, come and meet your demise. Who will truly meet their end remains to be seen. With that, the two clashed without regard for their surroundings. The absence of the original duo's interference allowed the third Hokage to utilize the staff's versatility to firmly suppress Orochimaru, landing blows with precision. Unfortunately, such attacks were within Orochimaru's capacity to endure. After a flurry of exchanges, it was Enma who began to falter first. Monkey, be mindful. Do not let me collide with that Kusanagi sword repeatedly. My body is not as resilient as that blade. Understood, I will be cautious. However, despite his assurances, Orochimaru was no slouch. While under the third Hokage's pressure, he exploited the Kusanagi sword's formidable and sharp attributes, causing Enma's staff to cry out in protest. He understood that only by resolving the issue with the golden cudgel could he gain the upper hand in this martial arts duel and potentially even eliminate the third Hokage. Meanwhile, the confrontation between the third Hokage and Orochimaru was nothing short of spectacular. On the other side, Senju Tobirama was engaged in a lively battle against the reanimated first and second Hokages. Indeed, it was bustling with activity. The Senju clan inherently possessed a much greater chakra reserve than average individuals. Among them, Senju Hashirama undoubtedly had the most chakra. However, as Hashirama's younger brother, Tobirama also exhibited an extraordinarily abundant chakra supply. This allowed him to perform water release techniques even in the absence of water, and with remarkable potency. Although the reanimated first and second Hokages had their powers significantly diminished, they possessed the advantage of unlimited chakra. One side boasted a vast chakra reserve, while the other had an infinite supply. It was easy to imagine that when these two factions clashed, ninjutsu would be unleashed with reckless abandon. When the reanimated Hashirama executed a wood release technique, wood style, birth of the trees, summoning a multitude of trees, Senju Tobirama immediately countered with water release, water severing wave. When the high-pressure water gun met the rapidly growing trees, the outcome was inevitable. Clearly, a diluted version of birth of the trees could not withstand the high-pressure water gun. Upon witnessing Tobirama's water release suppressing the wood release, the reanimated Tobirama grew displeased. Even without conscious awareness, seeing another use water release prompted him to instinctively employ the same technique, merely to compare the potency of their respective water releases. Overestimating oneself, Tobirama scoffed. He promptly ceased the water-severing wave and utilized the flying thunder god technique. In the blink of an eye, he arrived just behind the reanimated second Hokage. Having marked a coordinate during the battle, water release, hard vortex water blade. Instantly, a water spear, formed from concentrated water chakra, materialized in Tobirama's right hand and was hurled toward the reanimated second Hokage. The mindless fool failed to consider that Tobirama would use the flying thunder god. Indeed, devoid of consciousness, he could not engage in rational thought. Amid Tobirama's derision, The reanimated second Hokage could not evade in time and was struck by the water spear, resulting in his upper body being obliterated into fragments. Had a normal person endured such an attack, even the Sage of Six Paths could not have saved them. However, as the one struck was an undead body, the reanimated second Hokage slowly began to recover as the reanimated Hashirama engaged Tobirama. This was a characteristic of the Edo Tensei technique. Without a sealing team to counteract it, even Tobirama, the creator of the technique, could not halt the revival. But halting it or not was of little concern. The reanimated first and second Hokages posed no threat to Tobirama. Given his chakra reserves, he could play with them for an entire day. Furthermore, with the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, he could easily extricate himself and the third Hokage from the fray at any moment. His reluctance to act stemmed from a desire to entrust the decision of this battle to the third Hokage. An aged disciple remains a disciple nonetheless. Through the light screen, Senju Tobirama recognized that his elderly pupil had long harbored resentment over the incident of letting Orochimaru escape years ago. Should the third Hokage manage to resolve the situation with Orochimaru here, it would not only bring him solace but also bring an end to this war, allowing him to reclaim his status as a hero of Konoha. Subsequently, Tobirama would honorably step down, enjoying his twilight years. It was time for this village in this timeline to welcome a new Hokage. The Sound and Sand Shinobi launched a full-scale assault on Konoha, intent on dragging the village into the quagmire of war. In the face of the external invasion, the Konoha ninjas exhibited remarkable organization and discipline. The Genin and Chunin were tasked with guiding civilians to safety, while the Jounin and Umbu confronted the enemy. Each fulfilled their roles. And although there was some initial disorientation among the Konoha ninjas, it was not long before they acclimated. Before long, neither the Sound nor the Sand ninjas gained any significant advantage. Unless unforeseen events arose, it would not be long before they ended this inexplicable conflict. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The Sand ninjas began to launch a reckless and fervent assault against the Konoha ninjas. The rationale behind their actions was rather straightforward. Many of the Sand shinobi witnessed that the figure battling with the third Hokage atop the venue's roof was not their own wind shadow, but rather the rogue ninja Orochimaru from the Hidden Leaf Village. In that moment, a chilling thought surged within them. The fourth wind shadow might have met with an untimely demise. It was the only plausible explanation for the inexplicable transformation of the fourth wind shadow into Orochimaru. The situation had become dire. With the potential loss of their wind shadow and having incurred the wrath of the Hidden Leaf Village, what future could the Sand Village possibly hope for? In light of the peril facing their village, these Sand shinobi pressed on in battle, their resolve only intensifying. Their thoughts were quite simple, having already offended Konoha. They deemed it an opportune moment to deliver a significant blow to Konoha, thereby securing greater benefits for Tsunade. Under the reckless tactics employed by these Sand ninjas, certain localized battlefields were indeed maintained by them. Outside the village, the Sound ninjas responsible for summoning the Great Serpents, recognizing that the battle had reached a stalemate, began to summon several large pythons to launch their offensive. Although these colossal serpents were not particularly formidable in strength, their sheer size allowed them to wreak havoc across vast areas with mere movement. Simultaneously, the combined assault of the summoned beasts and the Sound ninjas proved to be quite taxing for the gatekeeping forces at Konoha. They employed every conceivable tactic to prevent the massive pythons from infiltrating the village. Should the entrance be breached and these serpents gain entry, the losses would be catastrophic. Utilizing the ninja art of summoning, the technique of overwhelming the vendors, Jiraiya fortunately arrived just in time, summoning the Great Toad, which swiftly dispatched a three-headed serpent. You all go support elsewhere. I'll take care of this. Yes, Lord Jiraiya. Before the mighty toad, these colossal pythons were utterly insignificant. Wielding dual blades, it effortlessly cleaved the serpents into several segments. Jiraiya found his task considerably easier. The Sound Village was established by Orochimaru following his defection from Konoha. In merely over a decade, it had not yet produced any formidable ninjas. Among the renowned Sound Five, only Kimimaro possessed any real combat prowess. Having been lured from the Mist Village by Orochimaru, it could be said that apart from Orochimaru, there was no one in the Sound Village capable of holding their own against Jiraiya. Not even Kimimaro, who wielded the crystal release. Confronted with these inferior Sound ninjas, Jiraiya spared no effort, first employing Earth Release, the underworld marched to immobilize them, followed by Fire Release, Fireball, incinerating those trapped in the mire without mercy. Once the situation was resolved, Jiraiya turned his gaze towards the Chunin exam venue, murmuring with concern, "Old man, please be safe." After uttering these words, he dismissed the summoning of the Great Toad and prepared to rush towards the third Hokage. "Hey, are you Jiraiya?" Before he could take many steps, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he was taken aback to see an unexpectedly youthful figure. "Old man, how have you become so young?" Indeed, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had traversed through time. "Ah, it truly is you, Jiraiya. I almost thought I had mistaken you for someone else." Sarutobi did not respond to Jiraiya's inquiry, but approached him for a closer inspection. "Old man, what do you intend to do?" The scrutiny made Jiraiya shiver, heightening his wariness. Logically, the third Hokage should be 69 years old and could not have possibly rejuvenated. Either this individual was an imposter attempting to exploit his moment of relaxation to eliminate him, or he was witnessing something supernatural. He preferred the former explanation. Hadn't he just heard this person nearly misidentify him? Relax, I am not an imposter. The explanation is somewhat intricate. Sarutobi, unfazed by Jiraiya's vigilance, suggested. I see you are heading towards the Chunin exam venue. Let us go together, and it will be easier to explain there. Jiraiya acquiesced to Sarutobi's proposal, yet remained cautious, probing for more information as they traveled. This time, Sarutobi did not indulge him. He merely smiled in response to Jiraiya's inquiries, choosing to say nothing more. After all, revealing his origins would likely render him the object of ridicule in Jiraiya's eyes. It would be more prudent to explain it directly on the roof of the venue. Meanwhile, the battles in Konoha raged fiercely, and Uchiha Kagami was engulfed in a tempest of fury. He learned from others that the Uchiha clan had vanished from the Hidden Leaf village. Such a grand lineage had been obliterated overnight by a traitor named Itachi Uchiha. Standing amidst the dilapidated remnants of his ancestral home, Kakashi Uchiha pondered deeply. He recalled Uchiha Itachi and the incident where the third Hokage had instructed him to act as a spy, further reflecting on Uchiha Fugaka's aspirations for rebellion. The situation thus became abundantly clear. The annihilation of the clan was undoubtedly intertwined with the third Hokage's machinations. Even though Uchiha Itachi possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan, the numerous elite jonin of the Uchiha clan were not to be underestimated. Moreover, if they were unable to fight, would they not flee, seeking assistance from the village? Could a mere pair of Mangekyou truly contend against the entirety of Konohagakure? Uchiha Kagami's reasoning was lucid when Itachi turned against his family. The village not only refrained from offering support but actively conspired against them. It was only with the village's complicity that Itachi, this traitor, could obliterate his entire clan under the cover of night, unnoticed. After slaying so many of your kin, why is it that you chose to spare only Uchiha Sasuke? He scoffed. So your brother's life holds value, but the lives of others in the clan do not? Is that it? He erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, his eyes swirling with three tomo. As his laughter subsided, the tomo ceased their rotation, merging into a pattern reminiscent of a shuriken. Uchiha Kagami had acquired his own Mangekyou Sharingan. San Shinobi and Sound Shinobi? Casting his gaze towards the heart of the village, Uchiha Kagami let out a cold chuckle and commenced his advance, his anger palpable. He harbored a murderous intent, with a visage of tranquility concealing a tumult of fury. Uchiha Kagami began his march towards the heart of the village. At a fortuitous turn, he stumbled upon several isolated sound ninjas. There are foes here. Swiftly, eliminate him. All leaf ninjas deserve to perish. Before Kagami could make a move, the sound ninjas charged at him. With a sardonic smile, Kagami swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards the sound ninjas. It appeared these adversaries possessed some degree of strength, as one among them employed Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall for defense against Kagami's fiery assault. As for their inability to utilize Water Release, that was simply due to their lack of prowess. Without a water source, it was beyond their capabilities. It seems you are not mere cannon fodder. The great fireball failed to achieve its intended effect, and Kagami chose not to press further with his attack. He harbored a desire to mercilessly slay these sound ninjas as a means to vent the fury within his heart, silently activating his Mangekyou Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami directed his unique ocular technique, Yada, towards a tall sound ninja. Alas, it appeared that his opponent was a member of the Uchiha clan, possessing the Sharingan. Nonsense. The Uchiha clan had been annihilated. Only the perpetrator, Uchiha Itachi, and a lone survivor named Uchiha Sasuke remained, totaling a mere 2 individuals. It was evident that this individual could not be Uchiha Sasuke, hence he was not a member of the Uchiha clan. But what of his Sharingan? Are you foolish? Do you truly believe that is a Sharingan? The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is categorized into 1 tomo, 2 tomo, and 3 tomo. Look at the pattern in his eyes. Does it resemble a tomo? It is more akin to a shuriken. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kagami raised an eyebrow, sensing that the speaker possessed some knowledge, albeit limited. Could it be possible that he was wearing colored contact lenses? Colored contact lenses? Nonsense. The speaker, incensed, struck his companion and hastily urged, hurry and deal with him. We still need to wreak havoc elsewhere. Understood. Just as the sound ninjas prepared to launch another assault on Uchiha Kagami, the tall sound ninja took the initiative. Not against Uchiha Kagami, but against his own comrades. Oh. Sure too. What are you doing? Stop. Are you out of your mind? You bastard. I will inform Lord Orochimaru of your betrayal. Shida's unexpected attack caught them off guard. They had never anticipated that one among them was a traitor. Without any defense, Shurtu wielded a kunai and swiftly dispatched 3 of them. The remaining 2 sustained injuries. Yet they were still able to act. Lileng, what should we do? What else can we do? Retreat. As the 2 were about to flee, Kagami, who had been observing, finally made his move. He did not employ ninjutsu. Instead, he swiftly appeared before the 2 fleeing individuals, wielding a kunai aimed at their throats. The speed of Kagami was astonishing, so rapid that the 2 sound ninjas could scarcely react. By the time they comprehended the situation, one had already succumbed to a fatal slash across the throat. Hurry, Rokuro! The dying man clung desperately to Kagami, preventing him from pursuing Rokuro. Obediently, Rokuro began to flee without a backward glance, casting a glance at the fallen comrade who still clung to him in a futile attempt to protect his ally. Kagami remarked with a hint of regret, "Alas, the one you sought to protect cannot escape death." Having said this, Kagami calmly placed the sound ninja upon the ground and retrieved several shuriken and kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Without any precise aim, he hurled them towards Rokuro's back. The sound of slicing air reached Rokuro, who instinctively understood an attack was imminent. As he continued to run forward, he weaved left and right in an attempt to evade the impending assault. However, his efforts were utterly in vain. Witness the Uchiha throwing technique. Amidst the cacophony of clashing sounds, the kunai and shuriken veered from their intended path, directly targeting Rokuro's back. Ugh! This time, Rokuro had no time to evade, as he was mercilessly perforated by the onslaught. "Who are you?" At that moment, Rokuro, still clinging to life, struggled to turn his head and gaze upon his approaching assailant. "Could you enlighten me as to who is responsible for my demise?" "I am Uchiha Kagami." A smirk crossed Rokuro's face as he realized the truth. "So, you are truly of the Uchiha clan." Upon uttering these words, Rokuro's eyes dimmed. "Kagami, I can no longer serve as a sound ninja. The last remaining sound ninja." A towering figure known as Ishii stood before him. He approached the mirror with a broad smile, his right hand resting casually on his shoulder, exuding an air of familiarity as if they had known each other for many years. "If it can't be done, so be it. It's not a big deal." Upon hearing this, Shurtu, filled with joy, inquired, "Are you saying I can join Konoha and become a Konoha ninja?" Jing shook his head and replied, "That is not what I meant." Puzzled, Shurtu gazed at Jing and asked, "Then what do you mean?" "What I mean is, you may as well die." With that, a swift motion resulted in Shida's throat being cut by Uchiha Jing. "Why?" Shurtu exclaimed, bewildered. "Because the dead do not need to be ninjas." "Is that what I was asking? I clearly wanted to know why you killed me, damn it." As he looked at Shida's lifeless body, Jing shook his head and murmured, "The Tamamo-I technique feels quite effective." Indeed, the reason Shurtu had attacked his fellow sound ninja was that he had fallen under Uchiha Jing's Mangeki Sharingan technique, Tamamo. It twisted the will of others, turning men into loyal friends and making women fall madly in love with him. Such a technique is undeniably sinister. However, considering he is a member of the Uchiha clan, a touch of malevolence in his eye techniques is to be expected. After using the technique once, Jing's understanding of Tamamo deepened significantly. He understood that the ability to incite rebellion among the stones indeed relied on a measure of fortune. If these individuals shared a profound bond with the stones, it would be impossible for Jing to persuade them to betray. When both parties were steadfast friends, aiding one side would prove untenable. At best, they would remain indifferent to each other's plight. At that moment, the stone acted without hesitation, clearly indicating that his rapport with these individuals was far from amicable, possibly even adversarial. As for Jing's final decision to eliminate the stone, it stemmed from the fact that he had no need for such a companion. Their relationship was inherently antagonistic. Thus, the act of killing was simply a matter of course. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Yuzumo's ocular technique was indeed formidable. However, it necessitated a month's respite following each utilization before it could be employed again. After gently massaging his somewhat swollen left eye, Jing inhaled deeply and departed with measured strides. It was not until a considerable time had elapsed that a squad of Konoha's Umbu ninjas arrived to commence the grim task of cleansing the area and collecting the deceased. The ongoing decline in ratings left the mood somewhat frazzled. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, might you extend a few comforting recommendations? After navigating a myriad of perils, Sarutobi Hizashi, accompanied by Jiraiya, finally reached the rooftop of the observation platform. What is this? Gazing upon the 2 second Hokages encircled within the 4 purple flames formation, even Jiraiya couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Can you now provide me with a proper explanation? Sarutobi Hizashi nodded, poised to elucidate for Jiraiya. However, upon turning, he noticed 3 Umbu ninjas standing nearby, engaged in conversation before the 4 purple flames formation, which piqued his curiosity. He wished to understand what the ninjas of Konoha were furtively congregating to discuss, when they neither protected the civilians nor exterminated the enemy. He waved his hand, signaling Jiraiya to remain silent, while he stealthily approached the 3 Umbu from behind to eavesdrop on their conversation. The third Hokage truly lived up to his reputation as the strongest Hokage, as he was continuously suppressing the S-class rogue ninja, Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, one of the Umbu, wearing a white mask, could not help but retort, "What about the second Hokage?" Facing both the first and second Hokage alone, he seemed to handle himself with remarkable ease. Such prowess might even surpass that of the third Hokage. Perhaps taken aback by the dissent, the Umbu in the black mask replied curtly, "The first and second Hokage summoned by Orochimaru are clearly at a significant disadvantage in strength. If one cannot even contend with these weakened versions, how can one claim to be the strongest Hokage? Isn't it true that the second Hokage has repeatedly defeated them?" The white-masked Umbu countered, Were it not for the unique characteristics of Orochimaru's forbidden techniques, the second Hokage would have undoubtedly obliterated them long ago. The Umbu in the black mask hesitated, seemingly conceding that, in comparison to the third Hokage's suppression of Orochimaru, the second Hokage appeared slightly more formidable. However, being publicly contradicted by the white-masked Umbu was a blow to his pride. I don't care. The third Hokage is the strongest, he declared, his tone tinged with indignation. Eavesdropping from behind, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. He initially thought that the three were discussing how to rescue the third Hokage, but unexpectedly, they were merely engaged in idle chatter. Ahem, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt it was time to put an end to their frivolous banter. Even if they were somewhat timid due to their lack of strength, they could at least escort and protect the civilians. Standing here casually chatting was entirely inappropriate. Who are you? Upon hearing Hiruzen's cough, the three immediately ceased their conversation, instinctively arming themselves with weapons. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Rather, you should be aware of who he is, Hiruzen declared, gesturing towards Jiraiya, who was not far off. Upon hearing his name, Jiraiya approached. Lord Jiraiya. The young man before them was unfamiliar to them, but they recognized Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Upon Jiraiya's arrival, the three promptly bowed in respect. You three should depart to another location. I will handle things here. The only ninja among the three wearing a dog mask seemed somewhat hesitant. However, the other two masked ninjas nudged him, and they turned to Jiraiya, replying, Yes, Lord Jiraiya. As the three departed, Hiruzen felt a sense of relief and quietly explained to Jiraiya the origins of himself and Senju Tobirama, who was currently engaged in battle within. What? You say you come from 40 years ago? If you wish for more people to know, perhaps you should raise your voice, Jiraiya retorted. Hiruzen's suggestion for Jiraiya to dismiss the three Umbu was precisely to prevent their origins from becoming widely known. Jiraiya's loud outburst must have certainly caught the attention of the nearby Kunoichi. Hey, did you hear what this fool just said? Hiruzen called out to the Kunoichi, who was a member of the Sound Village. She simply turned her head away and replied, No, if you didn't hear anything, then why are you so evasive? Hiruzen pressed. I am not evasive. If you're not, then why turn away? Look at me. No, you're too ugly. Hiruzen was taken aback. No one had ever dared to call him ugly before. Well done, woman. You have successfully captured my attention. With a crooked smile, he began to scrutinize her more closely. Hold on. Don't rush to admire the woman. You still haven't clarified your earlier statements. Jiraiya, ever the lecherous sage, recognized Hiruzen's expression and immediately knew his thoughts were far from innocent. Hiruzen, feeling slightly embarrassed, feigned a cough before adopting a serious demeanor. Ahem, where were we? I am beginning to believe you truly are my teacher. Your shamelessness is remarkably similar. Jiraiya covered his face, unable to bear the sight. You insolent pupil. Do not presume that your age and strength grant you the right to be so arrogant. What can I say? Having strength permits such arrogance. Jiraiya, do not provoke me. Ha ha ha. Even if you try to provoke me, you are not my match. Even if I cannot fight you. Do you think I lack the ability to flee? Hiruzen, infuriated, turned and shouted towards Senju Tobirama, who was inside the barrier. Teacher, your disciple is bullying me. What the? Jiraiya could hardly believe that this younger version of his teacher would actually report him into the second Hokage, no less. Truly. With age comes the experience of witnessing the most unexpected scenarios. Hearing Hiruzen's call, Senju Tobirama swiftly appeared outside the barrier. What is it? Lord Second Hokage. How did you come out? Jiraiya asked, feeling a bit sheepish. It is simple. Before I entered, I left the Flying Thunder God mark outside. After replying to Jiraiya, Tobirama turned to Hiruzen and inquired, Speak quickly. If I do not return soon, I fear that Old Monkey will be overwhelmed by those three. Realizing Tobirama had genuinely come out at his call, Hiruzen felt a bit awkward. We are all adults here. There is no need for such childish behavior. Lord Second Hokage, you should hurry back in and assist the third Hokage. He has already been injured by the first Hokage. Following Jiraiya's words, both Tobirama and Hiruzen turned to observe the battle involving the third Hokage. At that moment, as Jiraiya had mentioned, the third Hokage was indeed besieged by the first and second Hokage, along with Orochimaru, completely focused on fighting Orochimaru. He was oblivious to the fact that Tobirama had emerged from the barrier, with no target to attack. The first and second Hokage wasted no time and charged at the third Hokage, catching him completely off guard. What is happening? The third Hokage was flung back by a powerful punch from the first Hokage, utterly bewildered. It was only when he dodged an attack that he glimpsed Tobirama conversing casually with Jiraiya and his younger self outside the barrier. At that moment, he realized that he had been betrayed by his teacher, Tobirama. Throughout history, it has always been the disciples who sell out their masters, never the other way around. Surely, it must be due to Jiraiya's incompetence that Tobirama felt compelled to intervene, right? Jiraiya exclaimed, Teacher, your insight is truly remarkable. Tomorrow, we shall conclude this journey through time. When Senju Tobirama once again utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to enter the four purple flames formation, it signified the end of the battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru. Without hesitation, The newly arrived Senju Tobirama unleashed a modified sealing technique aimed directly at Orochimaru's abdomen. This sealing technique had been meticulously crafted based on the characteristics of the reanimation jutsu, specifically designed to sever the connection between the caster and the reanimated body, allowing the souls of the reanimated to return to the afterlife. Apologies for the trouble, monkey, he quipped. Who are you really? In that moment of severed connection, the consciousness of the reanimated first and second Hokages was restored. Observing the bruised and battered third Hokage struggling to breathe, the first Hokage felt a wave of remorse. Meanwhile, the second Hokage seemed less concerned with the third, instead casting a grave gaze upon Senju Tobirama. Consider me your half-brother, Tobirama replied playfully, clearly reluctant to answer the inquiry posed. The second Hokage, puzzled, asked, Huh? Since when does Tobirama have a half-brother? The first Hokage was taken aback by Tobirama's words. Foolish elder brother, he is clearly jesting with us. Is that so? The dissolution of the reanimated bodies was swift as soon as the first Hokage uttered that question. Both reanimated forms collapsed, their souls returning to the afterlife, with the absence of the first Hokage and the second Hokage to aid him. Orochimaru found himself once again at the mercy of Senju Tobirama. The sound and sand ninjas were unable to stir any significant trouble, and it was evident that Konoha had achieved a resounding victory. Lord Orochimaru. Seeing Orochimaru's defeat, the sound ninjas attempted to dismantle the four purple flames formation to rescue him. Alas, their strength was utterly insufficient. Before Tobirama even had to intervene, Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen had already dealt with the four minor annoyances. Of course, neither Jiraiya nor Hiruzen were inclined to kill. They merely incapacitated them, leaving the matter for the third Hokage to resolve later. Are you all right, monkey? At that moment, the third Hokage appeared rather disheveled. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he replied, I'm fine, not dead yet. Afterward, his expression grew complex as he gazed at the incapacitated Orochimaru. Bound by Tobirama's sealing technique, Orochimaru was powerless to move, unable even to employ his snake substitution technique to escape. You old fool, you've won this time. However, I have some questions for the second Hokage. Tobirama responded. You may inquire after our business is concluded. Our time is limited. Indeed, the time-traveling quartet could only remain in this realm for an hour. With some time still at their disposal, Tobirama had several questions he wished to pose to the third Hokage. For instance, in the wake of such monumental events in the village, where was Danzo? Had he perished? What of the Uchiha clan's ninjas? Why had they not made an appearance? And where was his granddaughter Tsunade, alive or dead? He had an abundance of questions he wished to pose to the third Hokage. Monkey, he exclaimed. What on earth have you done? Just as Senju Tobirama sought to seize the moment to inquire of the third Hokage, Uchiha Kagami, filled with rage, also arrived at the rooftop of the observation platform. Without much contemplation, he seized the collar of the third Hokage and furiously inquired, why was the Uchiha clan exterminated? And what role did you play in this tragedy? The furious interrogation from Uchiha Kagami astonished Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Tobirama. They were puzzled as to why they had not seen any members of the Uchiha clan on the battlefield. After all, their entire clan had been annihilated. This raises the question, who possesses the capability to eradicate the Uchiha clan within the village? A mere contemplation of the logical connections reveals that the third Hokage undoubtedly played a rather unsavory role in this matter. Ah, Itachi. How delightful it is to see you again. The third Hokage did not respond to Itachi's inquiry, instead lost in reminiscence of the days when Itachi was still present. This vacillation in attitude thoroughly enraged Itachi. What does it mean to say that it is wonderful to see you again? Had they not just crossed paths through the luminescent screen the previous day? You old fool, have you succumbed to senility? You think I hesitate to kill you, old monkey? Itachi's eyes widened, transforming from ordinary pupils into the mesmerizing patterns of the Manjiki Sharingan, fixating intently on the third Hokage. Itachi, have you activated the Manjiki? The third Hokage seemed oblivious to Itachi's threat, seemingly more astonished by the advancement of his Sharingan. Old monkey, you deserve to perish. Initially, Senju Tobirama did not intervene, allowing Itachi to grasp the third Hokage's collar and intimidate him. After all, he was equally curious as to why this elderly disciple sought the eradication of the Uchiha clan. Did he not recognize that the Uchiha clan's combat prowess was indispensable to the village? It was only when Itachi genuinely intended to strike down the third Hokage that Tobirama intervened, pulling Itachi away. Itachi, calm yourself. Yes, Lord Itachi. The old man is currently gravely injured. Any inquiries can await his recovery. At this moment, Jiraiya also stepped forward, positioning himself between Itachi and the third Hokage. Should Itachi break free from Tobirama's grasp and attempt to harm the third Hokage, he would first have to confront Jiraiya. We are short on time. I trust that the monkey will clarify matters for us afterward, even if he remains silent. The presence of the luminescent screen will eventually reveal the truth when the time is right. Perhaps Tobirama's persuasion had a calming effect, as the furious Itachi gradually regained his composure. Very well, as I mentioned earlier, our time is limited, so I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. Monkey. It is time for you to step down. You are no longer fit to lead the village forward. The third Hokage offered a bittersweet smile in response, saying, I understand. Teacher Tobirama, once I recover, I shall pass the mantle to Jiraiya. The word pass was quite significant, causing Tobirama to furrow his brow. Was the position of Hokage not supposed to be obtained through election? When had it transformed into a designation by the preceding Hokage? He pondered for a moment and realized that it seemed to have originated from him. Well, that is of no concern now. He is fine now, but Jiraiya has matters to attend to. Shaking his head and waving his hands, he declined. I do not wish to become Hokage. Moreover, my temperament is ill-suited for the role. I must seek out the child of destiny. You should bring Tsunade back, as she is far more fit for the position of Hokage. The child of destiny? Indeed, Jiraiya nodded and continued. The great sage of Mount Myaboku has foretold that the child of destiny, who will bring transformation to the shinobi world, will be one of my disciples. This is one of the reasons I have refrained from returning to the village for many years. As for the other reasons, those who understand, understand. Thus, Jiraiya, do you wish to become a rogue ninja? Jiraiya, the great sage of Mount Myaboku, is known even to Tobirama Senju. During the years of conflict between the Senju and Uchiha clans, Mount Myaboku sent a toad to seek out the brothers Hashirama and Tobirama, hoping they would inscribe their names on the summoning scroll. Faced with the sudden visit from the toad, Tobirama would not allow it to become their summoning beast until he had ascertained its true nature. During his investigation, he learned of the great sage's prophetic abilities. To be honest, Tobirama had always held disdain for divination, fate, and prophecy. After all, if fate had already orchestrated everything and prophecies accurately predicted their success, did they still need to strive? It would be easier to simply recline and do nothing. However, Tobirama's character did not align with such complacency. He did not believe in prophecies but rather in human determination to overcome destiny. Now, seeing Jiraiya's steadfast belief in that great toad, Tobirama felt quite displeased. Jiraiya, do you wish to become a rogue ninja? What? Lord Second, surely you jest. Clearly, Tobirama's words startled Jiraiya. Not only him, but even the third Hokage voiced, Teacher, could you be mistaken? Jiraiya would never wish to become a rogue ninja. Tobirama looked at the third Hokage and said, Is it not true that Jiraiya often refrains from returning to the village? Does he not neglect the village's missions? The third Hokage paused momentarily before reluctantly nodding. That is indeed the case. A ninja who frequently neglects the village and its missions, can one not label such a person a rogue ninja? Faced with Tobirama's assertiveness, both the third Hokage and Jiraiya found themselves at a loss for words. If one were to strictly adhere to the village's regulations, Jiraiya's conduct could certainly be construed as that of a rogue ninja. Indeed, Jiraiya could very well be considered a rogue ninja. Orochimaru, lying on the ground, couldn't help but chuckle at Jiraiya's distressed expression. Adhering to the principle of enjoying the spectacle, Orochimaru affirmed Tobirama's statement. Orochimaru, silence yourself. Jiraiya, already irritated, found Orochimaru's interjection aggravating. At that moment, he wished he could deliver a couple of slaps to Orochimaru to make him understand which comments were appropriate and which were not. Lord Second, why not bring Tsunade back to become the fifth Hokage? She is far more suitable than I. Tsunade, you say? Noticing Tobirama's contemplative demeanor, Jiraiya seized the opportunity to elaborate. Yes, considering her background, strength, and temperament, she is indeed the most fitting candidate. Upon hearing Jiraiya's assertion, Tobirama found himself agreeing that Tsunade was indeed a commendable choice. However, he understood his granddaughter well. She would not abandon the village unless something particularly disheartening had transpired. The difficulty of persuading her to return and take on the role of Hokage was no trivial matter. Furthermore, he knew his granddaughter shared the same penchant for gambling as his elder brother. I shall not inquire about the challenges of bringing Tsunade back. I will merely ask if you are prepared for her to gamble away the village. Indeed, Tsunade's vice was gambling, and she lost every time. Aside from her childhood victory over her elder brother, Hashirama, he had never witnessed her triumph again. After some reflection, Tobirama deemed it wise to avoid such a significant risk. Monkey, you wouldn't want the village to be lost to Tsunade's gambling, would you? Thus, it was decided that Jiraiya would become the fifth Hokage, and Tsunade? No further consideration would be given to her. Having made his decision, Tobirama turned back to Jiraiya and sternly stated, If you dare to flee, I shall instruct the monkey to declare you a rogue ninja of Konoha. You wish to seek this child of destiny? Then do not return to the village. But Lord Second, the child of destiny is truly of utmost importance. Importance? What nonsense. Tobirama showed no leniency towards Jiraiya, reprimanding him harshly. What right does that great toad have to enlist our Konoha ninja in the search for some ephemeral child of destiny? I ask you, which is truly more important, the intangible child of destiny or the village? This, Jiraiya found himself in a quandary. He believed that the great sage would never deceive him. If it declared that the child of destiny would bring transformation to the shinobi world, it would undoubtedly come to pass as foretold. Jiraiya felt compelled to find this individual promptly and guide him towards a positive path. Naturally, the concerns of the village took a backseat to the safety of the entire shinobi world. Of course, he dared not voice such thoughts in front of the second Hokage. lest he earn a beating. Trust me, Jiraiya, rather than aimlessly searching, it would be better to remain in the village. Perhaps the child of destiny will reveal themselves to you. How is that possible? Jiraiya was skeptical of Tobirama's words. After years of arduous searching, how could he possibly have suddenly stumbled upon the child of destiny? For further details, you may consult your teacher. With that said, Tobirama turned to face the third Hokage and continued, you should comprehend my intent. The third Hokage nodded, acknowledging, I understand. Upon overhearing their exchange, Orochimaru, lying on the ground, experienced a sudden spark of inspiration. He recalled the ethereal screen that Tobirama had conjured moments ago. Could it be that this screen not only facilitated their presence here, but also assisted in locating individuals? Orochimaru found himself captivated by this so-called screen. Had he not been sealed and rendered immobile, he would have certainly flicked his tongue in excitement. At that moment, a gentle luminescence emanated from Tobirama, Hisashi, and Kagami. Tobirama understood that their time had come to an end. It is time for us to return. Remember, monkey, if Jiraiya dares to flee, let him be branded a rogue ninja. For the sake of the village, this is not a time for leniency. With those words, Tobirama, Hisashi, and Kagami vanished from the sight of the third Hokage and others. Old man, what on earth is happening? With Tobirama's absence, Jiraiya exhaled in relief, his tone now casual. I will tell you once you officially become the fifth Hokage. All right then, Jiraiya conceded, resigned to the inevitability of the situation. He possesses knowledge of the third Hokage. Should he truly have the audacity to flee and forsake the position of fifth Hokage, the old man would indeed consider him a rogue ninja. With the second Hokage backing him, he is capable of such an act. And what of Orochimaru? How do you intend to handle him? Orochimaru, the third Hokage remarked, casting a complex glance at him, followed by a deep sigh. Let us confine him in prison for now. Orochimaru, unperturbed by the impending punishment, felt secure with the old man and Jiraiya, that foolish man, by his side. He was assured of his survival. Even in death, he had contingency plans for resurrection. Orochimaru, you wouldn't consider escaping, would you? The three present were acutely aware that the village's prison could not hold Orochimaru. Rest assured, I shall not flee, he replied, jesting. Not until I fathom the nature of this light curtain. All right, Jiraiya, take Orochimaru and these individuals to prison. What about you, old man? Me? Naturally. I shall return home to recuperate. Very well, then you should rest. Neither was concerned about the current battle situation, as the Konoha ninjas maintained dominance over the sound and sand shinobi. They trusted that soon, this conflict would reach its conclusion, heralding the commencement of Jiraiya's journey as Hokage. I truly do not wish to become Hokage. When Senju Tobirama and his companions successfully returned to the office, precisely 1 hour had elapsed. Tobirama found this hour far from ideal. He had scarcely exchanged words with Orochimaru and had not encountered his granddaughter from 40 years hence. Nevertheless, he was relieved to have preserved the life of the third Hokage and endorsed one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, as the fifth Hokage. Though not entirely satisfactory, he felt a sense of contentment overall. Sarutobi Hiruzen shared a similar sentiment. A mere hour was insufficient for him to thoroughly explore Konoha, compounded by the presence of external threats. Thus he only surveyed a small portion of the village. It was undeniable that the residents of Konoha 40 years later lived splendidly. The ladies possessed skin that was not merely fair, but exceptionally so, delighting his eyes. As for Shimura Danzo, his expression betrayed nothing of his thoughts. After his departure, he seemed to have vanished, not even appearing during the rooftop battle. Yet, there was a vague sense that he harbored some dissatisfaction. Among the four, Uchiha Kagami exhibited the greatest displeasure, verging on fury. The Uchiha clan has perished, and it was amidst the support of the village that this tragedy unfolded, which fuels his indignation. Were it not for the intervention of Hashirama Senju and Jiraiya at that moment, he would have resolutely confronted the third Hokage. Kagami, do not allow your fury to consume your heart. The Uchiha clan still requires your strength. Hashirama, truly the one who understands the Uchiha clan the most, calmed Kagami with a single phrase. His teacher's words ring true. From the mere whispers of the third Hokage, Kagami realizes that he is likely destined for an early demise. Upon his demise, the family found itself devoid of his mediation, and the third Hokage, lacking the essence of governance imparted by teacher Tobirama, led to an increasing discontent within the clan, culminating in their eventual annihilation. This scenario, however, diverges significantly. Teacher Tobirama remains alive, as does he. The foolish third Hokage cannot ascend to power, and the clan possesses its own standing. Hence, the Uchiha clan is assuredly spared from the tragic fate of extermination that befell their counterparts. To avoid treading the same path, it may be necessary for him to adopt a firmer stance against some of the more radical elements within the family. With the existence of the Mangekyou Sharingan, he has now emerged as the strongest within the clan. Should anyone dare to challenge him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Teacher, you have returned. Outside, the trio of T-Ka, K-Rin, and S.H. Rin, upon hearing voices from the office, promptly opened the door. Ah, thank you for your hard work. It was merely guarding the door. It was no trouble at all. The three entered the office, and Akimichi Torike's sensed that the atmosphere seemed somewhat off. However, he refrained from inquiring further, choosing instead to stand quietly to the side, not even reaching for the chips. Well then, you may proceed with your duties. I must attend to official matters. Yes, teacher. Very well, teacher, we shall take our leave. Of the 6 disciples, 5 departed, leaving only Uchiha Kagami behind. Kagami, do you have something to discuss? Indeed, teacher. After advancing to the Manjiki Sharingan, I have acquired 2 unique ocular techniques. Upon hearing this, Tobirama gestured for Kagami to cease his explanation. Kagami, these are your exclusive ocular techniques. It may not be appropriate to disclose them to me. Tobirama indeed held this sentiment. If he truly wished to learn about Kagami's Manjiki techniques, he would have allowed him to remain, rather than directly inquiring. Even between spouses, there are realms of privacy. How much more so between teacher and student? Kagami's willingness to be transparent pleased Tobirama. Yet he felt that such secret arts and powerful bloodline techniques need not be shared with him. Kagami understood Tobirama's intent, but he too harbored his own thoughts. He comprehended the significance of the 3 clans known as Boar, Deer, and Butterfly, as well as the roles he and Nichiren were assigned as bodyguards. With the assistance of the ocular technique, Tamamo, he was certain that he could achieve results far exceeding the effort expended. Master. The name of the kaleidoscopic ocular technique awakened in my left eye is Tamamo, which has the power to alter a person's will and emotions. It can transform men into my close allies and make women fall in love with me. Oh, is that so? What are your thoughts? I am contemplating whether to employ it on the daimyo in a month's time. By doing so, I could become a trusted friend of the daimyo, which would greatly benefit your strategies, master. Tobirama pondered in silence for an extended period. The method proposed by Kagami indeed held a compelling allure for him. With the full cooperation of the daimyo, the members of the Boar, Deer, and Butterfly clans could learn at an accelerated pace, thereby conserving a significant amount of time. However, he ultimately shook his head, dismissing Kagami's notion. Firstly, the kaleidoscopic ocular technique was not infallible. The shinobi world was vast, filled with formidable figures. It was entirely possible that someone might discover the alteration of the daimyo's will. Furthermore, politicians like the daimyo rarely possess true, heartfelt friendships. He regards you as a friend merely because his interests have yet to be compromised. The moment his interests are at stake, such a person could easily betray you. Friends? Are they not merely instruments for betrayal? This reflects the flaw in the Uzumo ocular technique. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, were they not good friends? Yet, for the sake of their village and their ideals, did they not ultimately engage in a life-and-death battle? The Uzumo ocular technique is formidable, but it is not without its vulnerabilities. Moreover, Senju Tobirama maintains a decent rapport with the feudal lords, considering that Tsunade refers to him as her grandfather. Establishing a familial bond, Tobirama would not resort to such despicable tactics against family. The power of the Sharingan is indeed potent. Yet one must understand the essential truth. One ought to wield this power rather than become its slave. Tobirama perceives that Kagami's current state is somewhat amiss. The Kagami of yore would never employ such manipulative methods to achieve his goals. It is evident that the annihilation of the Uchiha clan has profoundly affected him. I understand. Sensei, time passes swiftly, and soon it was afternoon. Senju Tobirama finally encountered the youth he had longed to meet, Orochimaru. It is an honor to meet the second Hokage. The polite young Orochimaru said, bowing respectfully upon their meeting. Hello, Orochimaru. Here, this is a token of our first meeting. As he spoke, Tobirama retrieved a scroll from his drawer and presented it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Please accept this. It is a gesture from the Hokage. Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, Orochimaru accepted the gift. Noticing that Orochimaru had no intention of opening the scroll immediately, Hiruzen turned to Tobirama and inquired, Sensei, what did you give to Orochimaru? Curious to know? Why not open it and see for yourself? Isn't that inappropriate? Oh, I know you too well. Hiruzen chuckled, then leaned down to Orochimaru, saying, why not take a look and satisfy my curiosity? Orochimaru obediently nodded and unfurled the scroll. Upon reading its contents, both he and Hiruzen widened their eyes in astonishment. What is this? Do not make such a fuss. It is merely some experimental data on ninjutsu. Indeed, the gift from Tobirama to Orochimaru was simply data related to his research on ninjutsu, particularly forbidden techniques. Thank you for the gift, Hokage. I truly appreciate it. Now that Orochimaru had a clear life goal, he was overjoyed, clutching the scroll tightly, as if it were a precious treasure. This display pleased Tobirama immensely. After conversing with Orochimaru for a while longer, he instructed Hiruzen to take him away. As Kagami was to assist Tobirama in finding the secret technique that would allow Madara to feign death, Hiruzen departed for the capital the following day. It was not until 3 days after Hiruzen left the village that Kagami finally discovered an ancient technique called Izanagi within a venerable tome. This technique is one of the ultimate ocular techniques unique to the Uchiha clan. When activated, it can render unfavorable events that occurred within a specific time frame as if they had never happened, while allowing advantageous outcomes to manifest as reality. However, once the technique is employed, one Sharingan will be rendered blind. Upon hearing Kagame's description of Izanagi, Tobirama pieced together the entire sequence of events surrounding Madara's feigned death. What is Madara truly up to? Since learning of Uchiha Madara's feigned death, Tobirama has been pondering his intentions. Upon returning to the village, he inexplicably fought with his elder brother and subsequently perished at his hands. Given the existence of Izanagi, he clearly did not die. So why engage in such a battle? Was it to prove his superiority over his brother? Tobirama shook his head at this thought. In his view, Madara was not such a superficial individual. His return must have been driven by a deeper purpose. Thus, was his objective merely to fight his brother? The clues were still too scant. Tobirama felt somewhat overwhelmed. No matter how astute he was, he could not deduce Madara's ultimate goal from such limited information. Fortunately, he had the light screen. Through it, he would undoubtedly uncover Madara's intentions. Tobirama remained unperturbed. If Uchiha Madara was alive, then so be it. After all these years without his presence in the shinobi world, Tobirama could simply regard him as deceased, sparing himself the trouble of searching for him. What purpose would that serve? To bring him back as the third Hokage? The ensuing days passed uneventfully. Tobirama set aside time each day to converse with Orochimaru and address his inquiries. Of course, during the days when Hiruzen was absent from the village, he also took the opportunity to mentor Tsunade and Jiraiya, particularly with Jiraiya. After encountering the version of him from 40 years later, Tobirama endeavored to correct his naive tendencies, lest he find himself exploited by that giant toad while counting its riches. Thus, time swiftly approached the moment of the special video segment. That evening, Tobirama's office welcomed new spectators, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Hiruzen and Kagami had not returned. As this was merely a special video segment, and it did not warrant their request for leave from the feudal lord, they could return for the formal review video in half a month, at which point they would learn about the segment's content from their comrades. Granduncle, why have you summoned us here? Tsunade, with her vivacious personality and familiarity with everyone in the office, felt no hesitation. You will soon find out. Such a mysterious tone. Not receiving an answer from Tobirama, Tsunade sat down in a huff. Orochimaru, do you have any idea why Granduncle called us here? Orochimaru shook his head, equally unaware of the second Hokage's intentions. However, he noticed the presence of T-Saka Kamachi and others, suggesting that something significant was afoot. Otherwise, the second Hokage's disciples would not all be gathered in one place. Tsunade, perhaps you should keep it down. Can't you see the seniors are silent? Jiraiya, do you dare to lecture me? I see you are itching for a fight. Jiraiya recoiled slightly, still mindful of Tsunade's formidable fists. Nevertheless, retreating was not in his nature. And he stubbornly retorted, Violent woman, let's see how you manage to get married in the future. Tsunade. Upon hearing this, Tsunade turned and shouted at him, seizing his collar as if intending to deliver a punch. Just as she was about to strike Jiraiya, the clock struck 8. A softly glowing light screen appeared promptly on the desk. Granduncle, what is this? The appearance of the light screen captivated everyone's attention. Even Tsunade, seated in the back row, momentarily set aside her grievances with Jiraiya, staring intently at the screen. Let us view it first. We can discuss the questions regarding the light screen afterward. A similar dilemma arose in the year 61 of Konoha, within the office of the third Hokage. However, it is more accurate to refer to it as the office of the fifth Hokage, Jiraiya. Are you not curious about what the light curtain is? You will understand once you have finished reading. In the office, besides the third Hokage and the fifth Hokage, Jiraiya, Orochimaru was also present. Indeed, Orochimaru is no longer a rogue ninja of Konoha. It is rather amusing. The former Hokage was his mentor, and the current Hokage is a close friend of his. Who would dare to declare themselves a rogue ninja in such circumstances, fearing for their life? Moreover, when Itachi and Kisame invaded the village, he played a significant role in repelling them, after which no one dared to question his allegiance. Consequently, the treatment of his associates, Mayo, Kintanmaru, and Jirabu, improved considerably as well. Naturally, Orochimaru cannot yet appear openly in the village. After all, public opinion can be quite formidable. The less discerning villagers only remember that Orochimaru summoned the sound and sand ninjas to attack the village, to allow Orochimaru to move freely within the village. Jiraiya is contemplating the integration of the sound village into Konoha. Once this endeavor is successful, Orochimaru would be regarded as a ninja dispatched by Konoha to undertake S-rank covert missions, rather than as a rogue ninja. He can now roam freely in the village without any restraint. Simultaneously, the merger with the sound ninja village will significantly enhance the strength of Konoha. To speak of talents, Kabuto Yakushi is indeed a rare medical prodigy. In the absence of Tsunade's return to the village, Kabuto's presence would greatly improve the village's medical capabilities. With the resources from Konoha, perhaps Kinshiki could manage to survive a few more years. Hello, I am the newcomer up, Ation. Today's video is yet another side episode. Apart from the grand gifts sent by our illustrious second Hokage Tobirama Senju, we also have new viewers contributing gifts. In the footage, Lin Tion picks up a small package. Upon noticing that the sender is the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, his expression turns quite peculiar. Well, you can see the signature from this esteemed elder, Hiruzen Sarutobi. I wonder if I might receive a gift next time signed by the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze? Just a jest. I appreciate the tobacco pipe gifted by this elder, even though I do not partake in smoking. Now, without further ado, Tobirama has posed a new question. Let us delve into the matter at hand. This time it is inscribed in neon script, but I have already translated it. The gist is about how to resolve the compatibility issues between the soul and the body. I would argue that this seems to be a dilemma that Orochimaru is attempting to address, as the side effects of his impure world reincarnation are rather severe. At this moment, upon hearing Tobirama's inquiry and Lin Tian mentioning the term impure world reincarnation, Orochimaru's long tongue begins to lick the corners of his mouth in excitement. This clearly indicates his exhilaration. Damn it, Orochimaru, you are utterly repulsive. Stay away from me. Orochimaru retorts, I want tea, hee. We all know that Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation is far from perfect. With each reincarnation, his soul suffers damage. Why does this occur? It is due to the mismatch between the body and the soul, which inflicts harm on the latter. Therefore, the question arises, how can one acquire a body that is perfectly compatible with their own soul? Upon reaching this point, Tobirama from Konoha in the 21st year and Orochimaru from the 61st year both focus intently. Lin Tian, without any suspense, states directly, I believe we should explore cloning technology. What is cloning? Cloning refers to the asexual reproduction of organisms through somatic cells, resulting in offspring that are genetically identical. Because the genes would be entirely the same, I surmise that there should be no rejection of one's own soul. Of course, in modern society, the use of cloning technology is illegal. However, in the shinobi world, where life is often deemed less valuable than that of a dog and the legal framework is insufficient, such restrictions are less relevant. In fact, during the events of Boruto, Orochimaru utilized his own genes along with other superior genes to create Mitsuki. At this moment, the image of Mitsuki is aptly displayed on screen. The fifth Hokage Jiraiya remarks, with his pale skin and amber eyes, he looks like a carbon copy of you, Orochimaru. Orochimaru, unfazed by Jiraiya's jest, appears to be deep in thought, since the individual on the screen indicated that he successfully created this child during the era of Boruto, and although the exact timeline is unclear, he feels confident that with his current abilities, he can create a body that perfectly aligns with his own soul using his cells. The numerous experiments conducted using Hashirama's cells were certainly not in vain. Tobirama also recognizes this. If Orochimaru could use his elder brother's cells to produce a Yamato 40 years later, then surely it should be feasible to create another self using his own cells. It seems he will need to make frequent trips in that direction. Naturally, Tobirama will not place all his hopes solely on Orochimaru from 40 years hence. His research capabilities are remarkably strong. With the guidance provided by Lin Tian this time, he believes that given sufficient time, he can create a self of his own. However, to conserve time, both parties could mutually benefit from collaboration. If success is indeed achieved, it would be truly terrifying. Yes, Senju Tobirama has already foreseen the formidable side of the immortal ninjas from the Konoha side. To some extent, it is indeed frightening. Satsuki was initially created as a vessel for Orochimaru. However, after spending some time together, Orochimaru developed feelings for this child and gradually began to regard him as an ordinary person. In an effort to help him make friends and experience a life different from his own, he enrolled Satsuki in the Konoha Ninja Academy. After graduating from the academy, Satsuki became a teammate of Uzumaki Boruto and Uchiha Sarada under the guidance of the Hiruzen Sarutobi Konohamaru. This is a principal character team. The former is the son of Uzumaki Naruto, while the latter is the daughter of Uchiha Sasuke. Sarutobi Konohamaru is also the grandson of the third Hokage and a junior to Naruto, making Satsuki's background in this team relatively weak. Being merely the son of one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, he lacks any significant prestige. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru, they say you have no clout. The fifth Hokage Jiraiya laughed heartily while patting Orochimaru on the back. You fool, Orochimaru retorted nonchalantly. Do not forget, he referred to me as one of the legendary Sannin. Are you not also one of the Sannin, Jiraiya? If I lack clout, does that mean you possess it? Jiraiya's laughter abruptly ceased. Upon reflection, Orochimaru's words were indeed valid, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. Uzumaki Naruto? Huh. Isnt the Nine-Tails bred I recently took as my disciple? And who is this Uchiha Sasuke? Jiraiya was aware of Sarutobi Konohamaru's identity, as it had been mentioned that he is the grandson of the third Hokage. He also knew that Uzumaki Naruto was his disciple, appointed by the old man upon his return to the village. However, he was unaware of Naruto's past and lineage, only speculating from his surname. As for Uchiha Sasuke, Jiraiya was completely in the dark. At that moment, the third Hokage looked at Jiraiya with a somewhat complicated expression and said, let me take this opportunity to tell you about Naruto's background. In fact, Naruto is the son of Minato and Kushina, while Sasuke is the son of Fugaku and Mikoto. He also has an older brother named Uchiha Itachi. The son of Minato and Kushina, Jiraiya's expression turned melancholic and awkward. Despite being the son of his proud disciple, he had never even met him. The reason he took Naruto in was due to the old man's request and Naruto's status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Even though the name Naruto was the same as the protagonist in a book he wrote years ago, He had never connected it to the orphan son of the fourth Hokage. At that moment, he began to understand why the second Hokage disapproved of his actions and insisted on his becoming the fifth Hokage. This was a form of responsibility, one that he could not simply evade. Yet, was this relationship not a bit convoluted? Naruto is his disciple, and his father Minato is also his disciple. How should he address Minato when they next meet? Should he call him father or senior brother? The more he contemplated, the more perplexed he felt, prompting Jiraiya to change the subject. Old man, how was Naruto's childhood? Initially, Jiraiya thought that being the orphan son of the fourth Hokage and a Jinchuriki, Naruto's life would not have been too difficult. However, he was unaware that the reality diverged significantly from his assumptions. Well, now it was the third Hokage's turn to feel awkward. He was all too aware of how Naruto had fared in his early years. He wanted to buy things from outside, but no one would sell to him. He wished to play with other children, yet they would not engage with him. He did not eat well nor dress well. The root cause of this situation was Danzo, who spread rumors in the village that Naruto was the Ninetales, intending to recruit him into Root and turn him into a killing machine. Indeed, it was all Danzo's fault, and had nothing to do with me, the third Hokage. Alright then. Seeing the third Hokage's awkward expression, Jiraiya decided not to press further. He had discerned the answer from the expression of the other party. Further inquiry would only serve to wound the emotions of both. In comparison to Jiraiya's concern for Naruto, Orochimaru harbored a deeper interest in Sasuke. After all, during the Chunin exams, he had implanted the cursed seal of heaven upon Sasuke, intending to use his body as a vessel for his next reincarnation. Now, observing the revelations displayed on the screen, it became evident that not only had he failed, but Sasuke's standing in Konoha had ultimately surpassed his own. This presented a fascinating conundrum. A mere orphan of the Uchiha clan had ascended to a status greater than his own. The truth concealed within this scenario piqued Orochimaru's curiosity immensely. He resolved that once the Sound Village and Konoha merged, he would proudly appear in the village and take Sasuke as his disciple to keep by his side. Having been shown a clear path by Rinta, Orochimaru had lost interest in Sasuke's body. He wishes to witness the gradual growth of his counterpart, to discern the means by which he can surpass him. Thus concludes this episode of the supplementary video. Do not dismiss this installment as trivial. Indeed, it may seem somewhat insipid. Yet, I am at a loss, as I possess no knowledge regarding advanced techniques like cloning. Rather than rambling aimlessly to fill time, I would prefer to address Lord Tobirama's inquiries and then take my leave. So, let us conclude this episode here. I am the novice uploader, Ation. Until we meet again in the next episode, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Although this supplementary video is brief, its implications are profound. With the unwavering support of Orochimaru, the integration of the Hidden Sound Village into Konohagakure proceeded seamlessly. Backed by the 5th Hokage Jiraiya and the 3rd Hokage, the opposition led by Danzo failed to make any significant waves and was effectively subdued by the 2 Hokages. The 5th Hokage Jiraiya harbors no fondness for Danzo. Unlike the 3rd Hokage who once shielded him, times have changed. Jiraiya now holds the position of 5th Hokage, rendering Danzo his subordinate. Emotionally, the retired 3rd Hokage can no longer provide protection for him. Were Jiraiya to report Danzo's misdeeds to the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the 3rd Hokage would find himself in a precarious situation. Consequently, the proceedings unfolded with remarkable efficiency. When the 5th Hokage Jiraiya and the 3rd Hokage addressed a gathering of ninjas and villagers from the Hokage platform, they elucidated that Orochimaru's desertion was, in fact, part of a covert mission for the village. Upon his successful return from this mission, his status as a rogue ninja was entirely vindicated. The ordinary villagers, lacking in deep understanding and wisdom, are easily swayed by the opinions of others. Seeing both Hokages support Orochimaru, they naturally accept their narrative without question. Furthermore, the return of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, is perceived as a positive development. As for the invasion by the Sand Ninjas, it is likely that the village was aware of their ulterior motives and deliberately sent Orochimaru to entice them. Notably, the village suffered minimal losses, with only some property damage, yet no casualties among its residents. It is evident that the village had meticulously planned this operation. Otherwise, in warfare, fatalities are inevitable. Wouldn't you agree? While the villagers may be easily deceived, the ninjas, especially the elite Jonin, are not so easily misled, particularly those like Kakashi and Mitarashi Anko, who are privy to the underlying truths. They simply do not believe that Orochimaru is undertaking missions outside the village. It is merely a case of being unable to contend with greater authority, as both the 5th Hokage Jiraiya and the 3rd Hokage stand in support of Orochimaru. Moreover, the village has suffered minimal losses during the defense war, and talented individuals such as Kabuto, Kimimaro, and the likes of Karen, Jago, and Suigetsu have joined the village. They truly had little room for dissent. Even Hongdo, who harbored the deepest animosity towards Orochimaru, refrained from causing any disruption, instead casting a gaze filled with complexity upon him. Following this incident, Orochimaru was finally able to traverse the streets of Konoha with an air of legitimacy. Those who recognized him would greet him with respectful nods. This sensation was one that Orochimaru had not experienced in quite some time. Ah, Sasuke-kun, it has been a while. On that particular evening, as Orochimaru traversed the path Sasuke invariably took home, he encountered him. It's you, Orochimaru. Upon seeing Orochimaru, Sasuke did not allow the village's attempts at rehabilitating his image to ease his vigilance. Instead, he discreetly surveyed his surroundings, prepared to flee at any moment. Sasuke-kun, do not be so wary. I come with no intentions of harming you this time. State your purpose. Sasuke did not lower his kunai, maintaining a serious demeanor as he regarded his counterpart. I merely wish to inquire if you would like to become my disciple. Huh? A large question mark appeared over Sasuke's small head. He could not have anticipated that Orochimaru desired to take him on as a disciple. He was skeptical of the notion that good fortune would simply fall from the heavens, and continued to inquire, what is your true intention? Orochimaru licked his lips and replied, there are certain reasons I cannot disclose. However, I genuinely wish to take you on as my disciple, harboring no ill intentions whatsoever. I need to think it over. No problem. You have ample time to contemplate this matter. When you have made your decision, you may find me at the laboratory to the east of the village. Understood. Thus, it was settled. Orochimaru then vanished into the underground, leaving Sasuke with a furrowed brow. He was unaware of the precise madness that had overtaken Orochimaru. He only recognized this as an opportunity for enhancement. While pursuing Gaara, Sasuke utilized the lightning release technique, Chidori, to injure him, which consequently led to Gaara's transformation into a tailed beast. Once Gaara underwent this transformation, he became an adversary far beyond Sasuke's capabilities. On one hand, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted, rendering him unable to perform powerful jutsu. On the other hand, he lacked the strength to confront such a formidable opponent. In this dire situation, Naruto, whom he had always regarded as the underdog, summoned Fukasaku, a giant toad of equal stature to Shikaku, and triumphed over Gaara, thereby rescuing both himself and Sakura. He harbored deep gratitude towards Naruto, yet simultaneously loathed his own frailty. Such was his weakness that even Naruto surpassed him. How could he possibly confront and eliminate Itachi Uchiha? The mere recollection of Itachi's recent appearance in the village filled him with dread. Had it not been for Orochimaru and Jiraiya's timely arrival, he would have likely fallen victim to this creature masquerading as his brother. That sense of helplessness was an experience he wished never to relive. To become Orochimaru's disciple? It was not an unthinkable proposition. In that moment, Sasuke made a resolute decision. He had already mastered Kakashi's signature technique, Chidori. Remaining under Kakashi's tutelage would yield little further knowledge. Instead, he resolved to take a risk and place his trust in Orochimaru. Confident that as one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru would not let him down. Meanwhile, Tobirama Senju was engrossed in his work. Upon discovering the method of cloning, he immersed himself in the laboratory, diligently conducting experiments. Do not misunderstand. Tobirama was not so impatient as to resort to human trials from the outset. He initially utilized laboratory-specific white mice, and within a mere 5 days, he successfully cloned an embryo of a white mouse. Once this mouse exhibited no issues, he planned to clone other animals, such as puppies. He intended to embark on human cloning only after deeming the technology sufficiently advanced. Unlike the adult Orochimaru, he maintained certain ethical boundaries in his endeavors. To prevent young Orochimaru from becoming devoid of principles, he kept him close, providing guidance at all times. Even during experiments, he did not shy away from exposing him to the process, seizing the opportunity to impart proper direction. Lord Hokage, do you wish for immortality? After witnessing the successful cloning of a white mouse by Tobirama, young Orochimaru could no longer contain his curiosity. Immortality? Tobirama shook his head, confessing, to be honest, I do not desire immortality. Then what is your purpose? Young Orochimaru inquired, somewhat perplexed. Wasn't the essence of researching cloning to create a body infused with one's own genes, thereby allowing for rebirth and the attainment of immortality? If I were to say that my research into cloning aims to protect Konoha, would you believe me? I believe everything you say, Lord Hokage. Tobirama chuckled, patting young Orochimaru's head with delight. To differentiate between the youthful and adult Orochimaru, the former was renamed young Orochimaru. The same applied to Tsunade, who was referred to as young Tsunade, akin to how Jiraiya was distinguished from the 5th Hokage. Orochimaru's return to Konoha sent ripples throughout the ninja world, particularly unsettling the inhabitants of Tsunade, who were notably displeased with this turn of events. Their dissatisfaction was understandable, as Orochimaru had been the cause of their Kazekage's demise. Consequently, they could only voice their grievances without daring to take any concrete actions. As Tsunade found itself in a state of considerable weakness, the village yearned for a promising youth to emerge and lead them out of their frailty. Yet such a figure was conspicuously absent. The leadership remained in the hands of the elder Chiyo, while the younger generation offered little hope, with only one, Maki, showing any potential amidst a sea of mediocrity. With the younger generation lacking promise, Chiyo placed her hopes on Gaara and his peers. Remarkably, since Gaara's return from Konoha, he seemed transformed. Although he still occasionally emanated an aura of coldness that instilled fear, the contrast to his former self was striking. Chiyo found solace in Gaara's change of attitude, complemented by the considerable talents of Temari and Kankuro, which fostered her belief that Tsunade still held promise. She harbored great expectations for the trio, hoping they would mature into protectors of the village. Thus, regarding Konoha's maneuvers, they could only swallow their grievances and refrain from any decisive actions. They also hope that Konoha can continue to shelter the Sand Village during this period. The three ninja villages, Rock, Cloud, and Mist, that revel in the chaos, seeing that the main parties have no objections, are indifferent to the situation. As for the Akatsuki organization, which Orochimaru had previously joined, upon learning of his return to Konoha, they too have abandoned their pursuit. Their primary objective remains the capture of the tailed beasts. At this stage, they are not entirely prepared and should avoid drawing excessive attention. Furthermore, they have shown little concern regarding the pursuit of Orochimaru. Otherwise, with the reconnaissance capabilities of Black and White Zetsu and the undeniable might of Pain, even if Orochimaru were exceptionally adept at evasion, he would undoubtedly be unable to escape. Thus, the return of Orochimaru to Konoha, a significant event within the ninja world, comes to a close. It is once again the day for the official release of the highlight video. In the offices of Hokage across 2 timelines, an unexpected number of individuals have gathered. On the side of Senju Tobirama, he is accompanied by 6 disciples and the youthful versions of the legendary 3 ninjas. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami have returned from a leave of absence granted by the daimyo, and after viewing the highlight video, they must hasten back to the capital of the Land of Fire tomorrow. In the office of the Third Hokage, aside from the 5th Hokage Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Shimura Danzo has also made an uninvited appearance. Hiruzen, at this late hour, why are you all gathered here instead of at home? Out of friendship. The Third Hokage refrains from rebuking him, but Jiraiya will not indulge him. Elder Danzo, do be mindful of your position. Do we really need to report our gathering to you? Humph. Danzo scoffs dismissively, ignoring Jiraiya as he fixates on the Third Hokage, seeking an answer from him. Hiruzen, don't attempt to deceive me. I was aware that you convened here half a month ago, coinciding with Orochimaru's return to Konoha. You must be concealing something from me this time as well. The appearance of Orochimaru in Konoha is certainly not something that Danzo, with his keen instincts, would overlook. He had long since dispatched individuals to covertly track and monitor Orochimaru. It was not until a fortnight ago that they convened here. Upon receiving a report from his subordinates, the 3 found themselves once again gathered in the Hokage's office, prompting him to inquire about the matter. Well, observing the evident dilemma faced by the Third Hokage, it was Jiraiya, the 5th Hokage, who spoke up. Elder Danzo, you have overstepped your authority. I must ask you to leave now. Jiraiya had no desire for Danzo to become aware of the existence of the barrier. As the hour approached 8, he boldly requested Danzo's departure. However, Danzo seemed entirely indifferent to Jiraiya's words. He cast a sidelong glance at the other party and disdainfully retorted, I am conversing with your teacher. You, a mere junior, lack the qualifications to interject. This infuriated the 5th Hokage, Jiraiya, who retorted sharply, I am the 5th Hokage of Konohagakure, and you dare to claim I lack qualifications? It seems, Elder Danzo, you are becoming quite senile. Very well, considering your advanced age, I shall permit you to retire from the root. Henceforth, you shall no longer be the leader of root. Jiraiya, you bastard. Danzo was equally incensed. He never anticipated that Jiraiya would dare to strip him of his position as the leader of the roots. Simultaneously, he recognized that this matter must not be allowed to materialize, otherwise, his position would undoubtedly be at stake. With this in mind, Danzo resolved to take a step back for the moment, intending to consult with Hiruzen later, persuading Jiraiya to reconsider his decision regarding his position. After all, there were only a few individuals present, and with the Third Hokage mediating, Jiraiya would likely not wish to disregard the wishes of his mentor. Yes, that seems prudent. I believe I can still continue for a few more years without troubling the esteemed 5th Hokage. Having concluded his thoughts, Danzo turned to depart. Observing Danzo's capitulation, both the Third Hokage and Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, while Orochimaru merely smirked disdainfully. He had thought that Danzo would stand firm in his resolve. In that case, he would naturally ascend to the position of the new leader of the root organization. But is this all there is? Danzo, The Third Hokage initially intended to see Danzo off, hoping to dissuade him from adopting the same confrontational attitude as Jiraiya. After all, they had been colleagues and partners for many years, and he wished to avoid any discord between Danzo and Jiraiya. However, just as he began to speak, the clock struck 8 in the evening. A luminous screen materialized promptly on the desk in the Hokage's office. What is this? Upon witnessing the softly glowing screen on the desk, Danzo was resolute in his decision to remain. The Third Hokage and the 5th Hokage, Jiraiya, were both acutely aware of this. They did not ask Danzo to leave. Instead, they instructed him to find a chair and sit down to observe. Oh, so this is the reason for your gatherings every fortnight. Although he was unsure of the nature of the suddenly appearing luminous screen, he discerned from the expressions of the other 3 individuals present that this phenomenon was indeed of great significance. Internally, he could not help but commend his own actions. Had he not pressed for answers today, he would never have witnessed such a remarkable scene. Danzo, I am aware you have numerous questions, and I shall address them one by one later. I hope so, Danzo replied to the Third Hokage, casually retrieving a chair to sit, and quietly observed the luminous screen. Greetings, esteemed viewers. I am the newcomer, Ation. As per tradition, today's video was initially meant to discuss the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. However, a viewer expressed a desire to delve into the chronicles of Konoha's esteemed Danzo Shimura. Thus, in this episode, let us explore the intricacies of Danzo's story. Danzo's eyes widened in confusion. He could not comprehend the situation at hand. What is going on? Are they referring to my affairs? The third Hokage nodded gently and replied, the matters mentioned on the screen are largely accurate. Should your dark history be revealed shortly, I urge you to remain calm. Dark history? Remain calm? Danzo clenched his fists in silence. If the luminous screen indeed unveiled aspects of his past, maintaining composure would be far from sufficient. He has secretly undertaken numerous endeavors without the knowledge of the third Hokage. Naturally, from his perspective, he believes that these actions are all for the sake of Konohagakure. However, others may not share this viewpoint. Contemplating this, he cast a glance at the third Hokage, silently hoping that his old friend would come to understand him. Shimura Danzo serves as the chief commander of the root organization in the Hidden Leaf village of the Land of Fire. He carries the weight of a heavy burden, yet tirelessly works at the forefront of altruistic endeavors. He is a man who, upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, resolutely dedicated his entire life to the village. He established a foundational organization, intent on leaving a mark in the tumultuous world of ninjas and assisting every individual in need. For this, the villagers affectionately referred to him as Pot. He often asserts that his achievements are not solely his own. His comrade from the same village, Uchiha Kagami, frequently aided him in times of peril. Years later, Kagami has sacrificed himself and faded into obscurity, yet only Danzo holds the memory of his benefactor close to his heart. This does not seem to align with your assertion that my dark past will be exposed, does it? Danzo pondered, perplexed. This certainly does not appear to be a self-disparaging narrative. If this is what the third Hokage refers to as revealing one's dark history, Danzo mused that perhaps he could intensify the efforts further. Well, the third Hokage felt somewhat uneasy. When assessing him, the projection did not present itself in such a manner. Why, upon reaching Danzo, was it filled with nothing but praise? There must be some error. Not only did the third Hokage sense a discrepancy, but even the individuals in Tobirama's office felt as though the projection had indulged in some intoxicating libation. Why was it incessantly extolling Danzo's virtues? I see. You are merely envious and cannot bear to see me thrive, the youthful Danzo declared with delight. Initially, after observing the third Hokage's assessment, he deduced from various hints that his future self, 40 years hence, would surpass even the third Hokage's notoriety. To clarify these matters, he refrained from confronting enemies during his time in Konoha 4 decades later and sought out his elderly self from that era. Regrettably, within a mere hour, he failed to locate his older counterpart and accomplished nothing of substance. Today, as he watched the projection, he felt particularly anxious, fearing he might engage in some remarkable act and incur Tobirama's ire. Yet, to his astonishment, the projection continued to laud him, leaving him almost embarrassed by the compliments. Praise? I doubt it. It may well be a form of sarcasm. Observing Danzo's smug demeanor, Nichijin grew displeased. What are you posing for? Are you truly unaware of your own standing? Do you not see the burden you carry on your shoulders? Can this be considered a good thing? Come now, just admit it. You are envious of me. Ha, we shall see, Nichijin retorted, unwilling to engage further. He held little faith that Lin Tian would genuinely commend Danzo, convinced that a significant twist awaited them. He was indeed correct in his belief. A significant reversal was imminent and arrived swiftly. When Lin Tian remarked that Uchiha Kagami had been forgotten, with only Danzo expressing gratitude towards him, the screen suddenly revealed Danzo's right arm, which was wrapped in bandages, adorned with numerous Sharingan, all of which were of the 3-tomo variety. He recalled his fallen comrades with a handful of Sharingan. Danzo, you wretched soul. Uchiha Kagami was filled with rage. He fixed his gaze intently on Danzo, filled with an overwhelming desire to eliminate him. Upon seeing himself adorned with an abundance of Sharingan on the screen, Danzo was also taken aback. He hastily clarified, Mirror, you must remain calm. That is not me. Indeed, Mirror. It is imperative that you maintain your composure. Senju Tobirama was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that Danzo would descend into such madness. Yet, as Danzo articulated, the figure on the screen was not him, but rather the sins he would commit 40 years hence. Tobirama could forgive the actions of the third Hokage from the previous episode, and similarly, he found it within himself to extend forgiveness towards Danzo as well. He has a clear understanding. With the intervention of the light curtain, both Danzo and Tobi will undoubtedly avoid repeating past mistakes. It is unreasonable to judge the present individuals based on the trajectories of the past. As for Kakashi, Tobi would certainly not be the same as depicted. Indeed, with the light curtain, the guidance of our teacher, and our existence, Tobi would never transform into the person portrayed in that image. Everyone was persuading Uchiha Kagami, as his demeanor was quite fearsome. Not only was his kaleidoscope Sharingan activated, but his aura also resembled that of a ferocious beast, as if he could tear someone apart with the slightest provocation. Teacher, everyone, rest assured, I comprehend this fully. Kagami took a few deep breaths and deactivated his kaleidoscope Sharingan. He understood the concerns expressed by those around him. He is acutely aware that the Danzo of 40 years hence is not the same as the Danzo of the present. Yet, he finds it difficult to restrain himself. The annihilation of his clan weighs heavily upon him, and he harbors the belief that the Third Hokage was responsible for this tragedy. At this moment, the screen reveals to him that the true perpetrator is, in fact, Danzo himself. The abundance of Sharingan upon his arms makes it evident. If he were not the architect of this calamity, how could he possess so many Sharingan? Rest assured, Danzo, my quest for vengeance will be directed at the version of you from 40 years hence, and will not involve you. Thank you, Kagami. Upon hearing Kagami's response, Danzo breathes a sigh of relief, yet he feels a profound disdain for his future self, even harboring a touch of contempt. While the power of the Sharingan is indeed formidable, can one truly become Hokage while embodying such a grotesque and inhuman visage? It seems unlikely. Who would permit a creature with such a plethora of Sharingan to ascend to the position of Hokage? Do the ninjas of Konoha possess no sense of dignity? One can only speculate what the situation is like for the old monkey. However, I surmise that his expression must be quite grim at this moment. The young Danzo is not mistaken. The Third Hokage's complexion is indeed wretched, fluctuating between shades of blue, white, and black, to the point where he could start a dyeing business. Besides him, the fifth Hokage Jiraiya and the elderly Danzo himself also wear expressions of discontent. In contrast, Orochimaru appears remarkably composed, for the right hand of Danzo, which he aided in creating, is a testament to his own success. Yet, he had not anticipated that Danzo's right hand, infused with Hashirama cells, was intended for the embedding of Sharingan. One cannot deny the audacity of this individual. Elder Danzo, would you care to elucidate? With that, the fifth Hokage Jiraiya gestured to Orochimaru, who promptly understood and took a seat at the office's entrance. The intention was clear, to prevent this individual from making an escape. On the surface, Danzo appears calm, yet internally, he is in a state of sheer panic. He disregarded the inquiries of the fifth Hokage, Jiraiya, and turned to the third Hokage, asking, "Do you believe me, Hiruzen?" The third Hokage clicked his tongue, responding gravely. "Even if you say that, I just answer whether you believe me or not," Jiraiya interjected. Danzo interrupted the third Hokage's words, sternly insisting that his old friend take a stance. The third Hokage felt torn, caught between a long-standing friendship and his own pupil. Both sides held equal weight in his heart, leaving him in a difficult position. Ultimately, he relented, saying, "Jiraiya, perhaps it would be best to watch the video first before addressing the matter with Danzo." The fifth Hokage nodded. While he was granting his mentor some grace, he also yearned to discover what further misdeeds that detestable Danzo might commit. Once the viewing was complete, he would settle both old and new scores. The video display focused intently on Danzo's right hand, while Lin Tion's voice continued to narrate. With hands adorned with the Sharingan, he commemorated his fallen comrades. The crimson pupils gleamed strikingly upon his hands. In the latter stages of the Third Shinobi War, the orphan organization known as Akatsuki, which was rising in prominence within the Land of Rain, captured the attention of Danzo. The leader of this organization, Yahiko, was troubled by a lack of partners for collaboration. "Ah, it's Yahiko," sighed the fifth Hokage, Jiraiya. After the conclusion of the Third War, he had taken in 3 disciples in the Land of Rain, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. To impart his teachings to them, he remained in the Land of Rain for 3 years, investing considerable effort and care. As his disciple, they were destined for a bright future, yet fate had other plans. Over the years, while searching for the child of destiny within the shinobi world, he had also come to learn of the fates of his 3 disciples, discovering that they had all perished in the Land of Rain several years prior. The memories were too painful to revisit. Upon seeing Yahiko once more, only a sense of melancholy remained within the fifth Hokage. Wait a moment. Observing the screen, he suddenly realized that the video was recounting the life of Shimura Danzo, so why was Yahiko appearing in it? Could it be that Yahiko's death was linked to Danzo? With this thought, Jiraiya subtly shifted backward, ensuring that Danzo had no means of escape. At this juncture, Danzo extended an international hand, facilitating a decades-long close cooperation between the Hidden Rain Village and Akatsuki. Danzo remarked, "At the time, I didn't think much of it. The rise of the youth is a good thing. I greatly admired Yahiko and his comrades' desire for peace within the shinobi world. So I reached out to the leader of the Rain, Hanzo the Salamander, to foster collaboration between the 2 groups. Ultimately, with Hanzo's assistance, Yahiko was granted the opportunity to strive less for a century, only needing to persevere for 18 more years. Both Hanzo and I were quite pleased with this." Upon hearing this, the fifth Hokage could not help but understand that Yahiko had been jointly betrayed by Danzo and Hanzo. Contemplating how bright and optimistic Yahiko had been, filled with immense passion for the world, and yet had fallen victim to the schemes of these 2 old adversaries, Jiraiya could no longer contain himself, delivering a thunderous greeting to Danzo's face with his clenched fist. What? Hadn't they agreed to settle scores after the video concluded? No. He, the fifth Hokage Jiraiya, is now poised to strike down Danzo. Danzo did not anticipate that the fifth would be so tempestuous. He was still reminiscing about the days when he had deceived Hans to confront the Akatsuki organization, completely oblivious to Jiraiya's assault. The punch landed squarely. Jiraiya, have you lost your mind? Clutching his right cheek, which was already beginning to swell, Danzo glared at the fifth Hokage with a look of deep resentment. He has lived for so many years, and even his father has never struck him like this. How dare Jiraiya, this junior, slap his face with such force? Jiraiya, remain composed. It is imperative to focus on gathering information from the screen. We shall address the matter concerning Danzo once we have finished viewing. After delivering a fierce punch to Danzo, fifth Hokage Jiraiya's fury subsided slightly, aided by the third Hokage's attempts to mediate between them, leaving him with no choice but to momentarily spare Danzo. This is the fine disciple you taught, Hizashi. The third Hokage huffed in silence, increasingly harboring disdain for Danzo. Jiraiya had previously recounted the affairs of Yahiko and his companions upon returning to the village. Under normal circumstances, had Danzo not interfered, Jiraiya's three disciples would have likely ascended to high positions within the Hidden Rain village. With Jiraiya's connections, even if the Hidden Rain village did not ally with Konoha, their disposition towards Konoha would undoubtedly be more favorable than that of other ninja villages. Logically, such naturally benevolent villages towards Konoha ought to be diligently preserved. Yet Danzo, this old curmudgeon, not only failed to protect them but also orchestrated their demise. Truly, he is more a hindrance than a help. Aspiring to be Hokage? I doubt he'll even have the chance to dream. The third Hokage had resolved that once the screen concluded, he, alongside Jiraiya and Orochimaru, would apprehend him. His fate would be to languish in a prison cell. Indeed, even though the soft-hearted third Hokage was now thoroughly displeased with Danzo, he harbored no intentions of killing him. After all, they had been longtime comrades. He merely wished for him to wither away in a cell. This was the final act of mercy from the third Hokage. As fifth Hokage Jiraiya erupted in conflict, striking Danzo, Senju Tobirama remained notably tranquil. They were largely unaware of the relationship between Yahiko and Jiraiya. And having witnessed Danzo's hand brimming with Sharingan, they held no expectations for the ensuing events. From their perspective, Danzo had completely transformed over the past 40 years. And it was no surprise that he could commit any number of heinous acts. Externally, Danzo extended a fervent hand to orphans. Internally, he similarly nurtured the growth of Konoha's orphans. He sought welfare for the visually impaired and struggling orphan, Kabuto, taking him into his home to cultivate his potential. Kabuto did not disappoint Danzo. He excelled academically, ultimately studying abroad. He now serves as the secretary to the leader of the Sound Village, greatly enhancing the amicable relations between Konoha and the Sound Village. Kabuto, I have also endured hardship. Now that I possess the capability, I naturally wish to assist children like me. After going abroad, I often felt out of place. However, recalling Lord Danzo's kind visage brings me great comfort. I now carry forth that gentleman's will, establishing the Impure World Rebirth Alliance to seek welfare for all beings in the ninja world and to fulfill their dreams. Hehe. I should really invite Kabuto to come and see. At the entrance, Orochimaru observed Kabuto being interviewed on the screen and let out an inexplicable chuckle. Orochimaru, what are you laughing at? The third Hokage, curious about Orochimaru's laughter, sought to lighten the stifling atmosphere in the office. Oh, nothing. I merely find it amusing how Elder Danzo is truly a great benefactor. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to take Kabuto as my fine subordinate. Orochimaru was indeed quite satisfied with Kabuto. The strength of his abilities was secondary. What he valued most was Kabuto's intellect. In the entire Sound Village, only Kabuto could keep pace with his thoughts. The screen indicated that Kabuto had inherited that gentleman's will, and Orochimaru was certain that the so-called gentleman referred to himself. As for the Impure World Rebirth Alliance, it was quite clear. After Orochimaru's death, Kabuto would undoubtedly initiate significant actions. However, merely a few individuals emerging from the Impure World could not be deemed an alliance. Only when a multitude emerged could it truly be considered an alliance. Thus, why would Kabuto wish for a large number to emerge from the Impure World? Merely contemplating this entertained Orochimaru. Humph. In response to Orochimaru's jest, Danzo remained silent, his expression dark as he pondered. The ninja world is akin to a small boat adrift at sea, with the altruistic Danzo resembling an indispensable pot, moving wherever needed. Danzo operated at an extraordinary pace, tirelessly working to fill the gaps for Konoha's upper echelons. The Uchiha incident has indeed placed immense pressure on me. Alas, I find my body is not what it once was. I grow hungry at mealtime, thirsty when parched, and my eyelids battle each other late into the night. This year, Danzo was diagnosed with a rare condition known as scapegoat syndrome. This affliction is untreatable, causing the patient's limbs to gradually stiffen, potentially leading to a vegetative state or even death. At this moment, Danzo on the screen was metaphorically transforming into a grand tree, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those in Tobirama's office. Teacher, are the cells of the first Hokage truly that perilous? Tobirama nodded in response, stating, indeed. My brother's cells are exceedingly dangerous. With the slightest misstep, one could become like Danzo in the image, turning into a great tree. At this juncture, Tobirama harbored some suspicions regarding Danzo's right hand, which undoubtedly had been implanted with Hashirama's cells. The reason he did not transform into a towering tree, but remained lively and sprightly, was largely due to his mastery of the Sharingan. Thus, does the Sharingan possess the ability to suppress Hashirama's cells? Tobirama contemplated that. When time permitted, he could delve into this matter further or perhaps seek out Danzo from 40 years hence for information. However, upon reflection, he shook his head. In his view, Danzo from 40 years in the future was doomed to perish, regardless of how grandiloquent his rationale might be. The mere fact that he had conducted research on Hashirama's cells, annihilated the Uchiha clan, and inflicted suffering upon the orphans of the village was enough to demonstrate that this individual was beyond redemption. Should the Third Hokage hesitate to take action out of old affection, he would not mind stepping in. The revulsion that Danzo stirred within him was insufferable. Not to eliminate him would be insufficient to quell the public outrage. Danzo, unwilling to hinder the village's operations, leaned upon his cane, commuting between his home and the office. This continued until news of Shursui, the descendant of Kagami, falling gravely ill reached his ears. Seeing Shursui, referred to as his descendant on the light screen, softened Kagami's expression slightly. Afflicted with an eye ailment, Shursui was destined to lose his sight at a tender age, in pursuit of a brighter future for the youth. And to repay the debts of camaraderie, Danzo withdrew his savings meant for curing his own affliction, employing the gentlest approach to convey, "You are my eyes. Danzo, how truly vile you are." Just as Kagami's demeanor had calmed, upon witnessing Shursui on the screen, his anger reignited when he saw Danzo robbing him of his sight. The youthful Danzo shrank back, distancing himself from the matter, striving to diminish his presence as much as possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Narashikaku, and Tsunade, among others, were also deeply incensed. Regardless of Shursui being the descendant of a comrade, it was unconscionable to choose to harm others for the sake of power. Sarutobi and his companions exchanged glances, silently affirming their resolve. At that moment, they collectively decided, Danzo from 40 years hence must die. The village of Konoha would not permit such malevolence to exist. "Look, old man, this is your esteemed companion." In response to Jiraiya's inquiry, the Third Hokage, after taking a drag from his cigarette, murmured softly, "I was puzzled as to how Shursui suddenly met his demise. It turns out it was you, Danzo." Initially, the Third Hokage had no desire to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Though their intellect may be lacking, this clan possesses remarkable strength, allowing them to adeptly fulfill the role of enforcers within the village. Initially, everything unfolded according to his meticulously crafted plan. With the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Shursui was poised to gain substantial influence within the family given a little more time. At that juncture, the village would merely need to eliminate the radical elements. However, the unexpected demise of Shursui abruptly disrupted his schemes, leaving the Uchiha with no choice but to embark on a path of despair. It is indeed a pity for Shursui's extraordinary eyes, which held the potential to sway the will of others. Moreover, such a formidable pair of eyes could never be destroyed by Danzo. He was unequivocally determined to transplant the eye onto himself. The Third Hokage instinctively glanced at Danzo's bandaged right eye. Had he only transplanted one? Contemplating this, he hastily approached Jiraiya and whispered, "Jiraiya, I suspect that Shursui's Manjiki Sharingan has already been implanted in Danzo. Do not speak yet. Allow me to explain." The Fifth Hokage, Jiraiya, nodded in silence. The Third Hokage continued, "The power of Shursui's eye is formidable, known as Kodo Amatsukami. It can infiltrate the opponent's mind undetected and alter their will." Altering will? Upon hearing this, the Fifth Hokage furrowed his brow. If that were indeed the case, the situation would become rather precarious. If my demeanor suddenly shifts without warning, it is likely that I have been manipulated by Danzo. You must remain vigilant. I understand. Perhaps he might choose to control me, or even Orochimaru. No matter who it is, we must be on guard. To be honest, if Danzo truly intends to employ Kodo Amatsukami, the Third Hokage's reflexes were too swift. He had already informed Jiraiya before Danzo could enact his plan. At this point, any alteration of the will of the three would inevitably be detected by the others, thus diminishing its potency. To ensure absolute certainty, Danzo resolved to remain hidden, waiting for the opportune moment to utilize Kodo Amatsukami. On the screen, Shursui, with closed eyes and blood streaming down his face, was being interviewed. Shursui stated, "That day, my eye condition suddenly flared up, inexplicably bleeding. Thankfully, Danzo was nearby and summoned the most authoritative doctor to provide immediate treatment, permanently resolving this issue for me. Without him, I would have been utterly lost. I am profoundly grateful to Danzo." In response to Shursui's gratitude, Danzo displayed remarkable humility. In truth, there are many high-ranking individuals in Konoha like myself, who, even in their times of hardship, do not retreat but extend a helping hand. On that fateful day, the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, experienced a malfunction with his office chair. Considering safety concerns, Danzo dispatched his subordinates to detain Hiruzen while he was out. Though described as detaining him, the footage displayed Hiruzen being assassinated. "Old man, you are excessively soft-hearted. That individual even sent assassins after you, yet you still refrained from taking action against him." The Third Hokage let out a wry smile, secretly acknowledging, "Indeed, I have been too lenient. Had I seized the opportunity to demote Danzo decisively back then, perhaps many troubles could have been averted." During this interval, Danzo assisted Hiruzen in acquiring a new office chair. As fellow high-ranking members of Konoha with decades of camaraderie, Hiruzen often received unexpected surprises from Danzo. The third Hokage reflected. He manages dozens of people and tirelessly travels across the ninja world to handle affairs. That he can take the time to think of me speaks volumes of his thoughtfulness. The third Hokage covered his face, feeling somewhat embarrassed. For a period, he indeed harbored this mindset, akin to a ruler observing a subordinate's frenetic attempts to usurp his position. Yet, all these actions were within his anticipation. These endeavors merely served to add a touch of amusement to his otherwise mundane existence. Beyond that, they bore no significant purpose. However, upon discovering Danzo's clandestine machinations, the third Hokage, being a man of dignity, found himself in a state of profound embarrassment. The footage continued. In the battle against the most feared organization in the ninja world, Danzo quietly established a robust air barrier for the villagers, ensuring they could breathe fresh air. A villager from Konoha exclaimed, "Thank you, we are truly grateful." The non-mainstream individuals who attacked were utterly unhygienic. They poisoned our village, and when they ascended into the sky, they released a tremendous blast that collapsed our homes. Had it not been for Lord Danzo inhaling deeply and using wind release to purify the air, the entire village would have been left nauseated and unable to eat at night. Just look at Lady Tsunade, who, due to her proximity to the source, fainted from hunger. The villagers' humorous account elicited no laughter from the onlookers. They beheld a mysterious figure appearing above Konoha, unleashing an unknown jutsu that decimated the village, leaving it in ruins. This was not merely destruction, it was more akin to a vast chasm. Who was this individual? What motivated their desire to annihilate Konoha? What technique had they employed? As he gazed upon the devastated remains of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a surge of both excitement and dread. He could not fathom what kind of ninjutsu could transform Konoha into such a scene in an instant. It was truly terrifying. Senju Tobirama did not respond to Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiry, for he too was at a loss for words. He clenched his hands tightly, his expression grave as he gazed intently at the luminous screen, yearning to discern further intricacies. Regrettably, the imagery of Konoha's devastation lingered for but a fleeting moment. Even with Senju Tobirama's keen observational skills, he could glean no additional insights. The sole certainty was that the events depicted transpired over 4 decades hence. At this juncture, Kagami unexpectedly spoke, rousing the stunned and fearful onlookers from their reverie. "Why do you all stare at me? Do you truly believe I have lost my sanity? Shall I never speak again?" Kagami offered a faint smile, clearly having regained composure from his initial fury. He was not mistaken. Tobirama then continued, echoing Kagami's sentiments, stating, "If I am not mistaken, in the history untainted by our intervention, Tsunade shall ascend as the 5th Hokage of Konoha." Upon uttering this, Tobirama cast a glance at the bewildered young Tsunade, silently hoping that Konoha would not be left in ruins by her tenure. If Tsunade were to become the 5th Hokage, did that not imply the village's demise? It was unnecessary to inquire. Among those present, only the young Jiraiya would utter such a thoughtless remark. His words directly led to a rather intimate encounter between Tsunade's fist and his cheek. "You idiot Jiraiya, if you can't speak properly, then don't say anything at all." Orochimaru chuckled quietly from the side, enjoying the playful atmosphere among friends, thanks to Tobirama's careful guidance. Of course, the playful banter referred specifically to Tsunade's antics towards Jiraiya. Should it involve him, he would prefer to remain uninvolved. Could it be that the village is destined to face such a grave crisis in the future? Coincidentally, the ruins of Konoha displayed on the screen not only startled the 5th Hokage Jiraiya and the 3rd Hokage but also caught Danzo off guard. Yes, he had long dreamed of becoming Hokage, yet if the village were to be destroyed, what value would that title hold? Danzo Jiraiya. Do you know who is responsible for the destruction of Konoha? The figure on the screen was not clearly visible, and through interviews with villagers, the 3rd Hokage could only ascertain that this individual had ear piercings and possessed an unconventional style, with no further information available. He had only shifted his gaze towards the long-serving Jiraiya, who had journeyed extensively, hoping to glean the desired information from the mouths of these two individuals. Unfortunately, both men shook their heads in response to the 3rd Hokage's inquiry. "Hizashi, upon careful reflection, I find no records of this individual in my memory." "Old man, I am not acquainted with any non-mainstream figures." Upon hearing this, the 3rd Hokage sighed and turned his attention to Orochimaru, who was seated at the doorway. "What do you know?" Of course, Orochimaru was aware. Whether it was the notorious organization, Akatsuki, or the shadowy figure depicted on the screen, along with the unconventional appearance, all clues pointed inexorably to one person, the leader of Akatsuki, Pain. However, knowing did not necessitate disclosure. Given Pain's capacity to annihilate Konoha with a single strike, revealing his identity would serve only to exacerbate their troubles. Not to mention, there were several other formidable members within Akatsuki. It was perhaps wiser to remain discreet for a while longer. The screen was said to connect the village's past and future, and Orochimaru mused that once it linked to the 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama, he could divulge matters concerning Akatsuki without delay. "Regrettably, I too am in the dark." Orochimaru replied to the 3rd Hokage with an enigmatic smile. Is that so? Indeed. On that fateful day, Danzo, having inhaled an excessive amount of toxic gas yet brimming with vitality, assumed the role of acting Hokage amid the throng of villagers. Ah, Hisashi, did you see? I have ultimately become Hokage. Impossible. How could someone like you ever become Hokage? Danzo was elated. The position of Hokage, which he had long coveted, was finally his. Especially in light of the incredulous expressions on the faces of the 5th Hokage, Jiraiya, and the 3rd Hokage. Even though he had yet to emerge from peril, it did little to dampen his spirits. Nothing is impossible. Can what is displayed on the screen be false? Upon hearing this, the two fell into silence. In contrast to the devastation of Konoha, they found it even more difficult to believe that Danzo could ascend to the position of Hokage. On what grounds could he claim such a title? Unless, of course, it was through usurpation. Yes, it must be so. The screen revealed that Tsunade had sustained grave injuries and lost consciousness during the mysterious individual's assault on Konoha, in the absence of a Hokage to lead the village. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for Danzo to suddenly emerge and vie for power, even manipulating the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The concept of an acting Hokage, as mentioned by Lin Tian, further substantiated this notion. With Tsunade incapacitated and unable to resign, Danzo could only assume the role of an acting Hokage. Thus, the logic fell into place. With this realization, the 5th Hokage, Jiraiya, and the 3rd Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. Konoha could appoint anyone as Hokage, but Danzo was unequivocally not an option. They both refrained from interrupting Danzo's exuberance. Knowing that once the projection concluded, they would have to deal with him. Allowing him a moment of joy was inconsequential. Upon assuming the position of acting Hokage, Danzo did not let pride consume him. Even before the seed had warmed, he laboriously traveled to the distant Land of Iron to participate in the 5 Kage Summit, striving for peace in the ninja world on behalf of Tsunade. Indeed, as I suspected, the 5th Hokage, Jiraiya, and the 3rd Hokage reflected that Danzo had seized the opportunity to become acting Hokage during Tsunade's incapacitation. Concurrently, he was tasked with addressing the lingering issues surrounding the rogue ninjas from Konoha. Ultimately, we were connected to the scene where Danzo, as Hokage, was confronting the rogue ninja Sasuke. Would Sasuke ultimately become a rogue ninja? At that moment, everyone in the Hokage office turned their gaze towards Orochimaru, aware that Sasuke was now his disciple. Rest assured, with me around, Sasuke-kun should not turn rogue, Orochimaru mused, quickly discerning the reasoning behind Sasuke's potential betrayal. Had it not been for the intervention of figures like the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, during the plan to dismantle Konoha, he would have likely succeeded in eliminating the old man and safely extracted himself from the village. To secure Sasuke's power, he would undoubtedly have dispatched individuals to Konoha to persuade him to abandon it in favor of Otogekyure. Given Sasuke's insatiable thirst for strength, such an endeavor should not have posed a challenge. Yet, Orochimaru found himself puzzled. Since Sasuke had arrived in Otogekyure, he should have been within his grasp. Whether through immediate reincarnation or after 3 years, there seemed to be no reason for Sasuke to survive. Could it be that some unforeseen circumstances had thwarted his reincarnation? Or perhaps, during the process, Sasuke had turned the tables on him? After some contemplation, Orochimaru leaned towards the latter theory. The projection depicted Danzo holding a hostage, none other than Karen. Had it not been for his own predicament, he would never have released someone of the Uzumaki clan with such a unique constitution. This realization aligned with his expectations of Sasuke, as the future Sasuke would indeed be a figure of greater significance than himself. In the projection, Danzo, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth and clearly in a dire situation, held the bespectacled, red-haired Karen hostage while facing the press. May I ask how you feel about becoming Hokage at this moment? Was it worth sacrificing so much while neglecting your own life? A reporter inquired. Not just worth it. It is absolutely worth it. I am merely fulfilling my duties. This is my role. Even in the face of a heroic sacrifice, one must uphold their responsibilities, Danzo replied. Thank you, the reporter said. You're welcome, Danzo responded. In the footage, Danzo executed the 4-symbol seal, ascending triumphantly. Had I not known that Lin Tian was being sarcastic, I might have believed it. The 5th Hokage, Jiraiya, exhibited a hint of disdain, his tone laced with mockery. The 3rd Hokage nodded in agreement with Jiraiya's remarks, which only served to infuriate Danzo further, primarily due to the projection. It took him considerable effort to ascend to the position of Hokage. How could he possibly meet his demise so swiftly? And by the hands of Uchiha Sasuke, no less? This is utterly preposterous. In this moment, he was already scheming. Once he successfully navigated this perilous obstacle, he would ensure Sasuke's secret demise. Even the prospect of confronting the deranged Uchiha Itachi did not deter him. After all, those of the Uchiha clan were destined to perish, whether sooner or later, death was inevitable. Next, a summary regarding Danzo was to be announced. For 73 years, you toiled relentlessly. When your leader retired, you remained silent. When your peers ascended to power, you felt the sting of betrayal. You sowed discord among clan relations. You stealthily ambushed the promising youth. Your unwavering resolve shone through as you bore the brunt of blame. No matter how many burdens you carried, it was overshadowed by your declaration. You are the sunlit leaves of Konoha, while I am the roots buried deep beneath the soil. The accolades in the formulaic text flowed endlessly in your favor. You were the hidden darkness supporting the towering tree, the merciless roots extending through Konoha's shadows. Some have departed from the burden only to never return. You emerged from it, yet never left. Arriving with trepidation, fearing a lack of courage, you departed in haste, anxious about leaving any blame behind. Half a century of trials by wind and sand is not something everyone can withstand. A heart filled with love, a discerning eye, a pot of burdens, and a walking stick. From youth to gray hair, the heart finds its home in the iron pot. The will of fire has been passed down through generations, yet you are the most fervent of pots atop the flames. The lineage of Hokage has been preserved, yet you are the pot they dare not mention. You are the pot sage cast adrift in the ninja world, a respected bearer of burdens, who claims that a pot filled with iron does not bear its shadows. The foremost bearer of blame in the ninja realm, a title well-deserved. The fifth Hokage Jiraiya, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, and others, including Sarutobi Asuma, all gazed at the summary presented by Lin Tian, their faces barely containing their laughter. Lin Tian's remarks were simply too cutting. With each pot mentioned, even if Danzo were not truly a sage of blame, he had been transformed into one by Lin Tian's words. What are you laughing at? The youthful Danzo inquired, his face flushed as he turned to Akimichi Chuji. What exactly are you laughing at? Noticing Danzo's displeasure, Akimichi Chuji quickly waved his hands. I apologize. I just thought of something delightful. What delightful thing? My wife is giving birth. Danzo was aware of this, as it had occurred 2 months prior. At that moment, Mitarashi Anko could not contain her laughter. Danzo turned to her, asking, and what are you laughing at? Well, my wife is also giving birth. What the hell? You think I don't know whether you have a wife? Are your wives the same person? Come on, Danzo, you should know that we have all undergone rigorous training. No matter how amusing the situation, we would not laugh. The nearby Mitarashi Anko nodded vigorously, affirming, yes, unless we cannot contain ourselves. Enough of this. You two have been at it since earlier. All right, Danzo, no one means any malice. I know, sensei. Danzo lowered his head and sighed. He is certainly aware that his companions harbor no ill intentions. He merely feels a sense of frustration within. Why should the actions of that old man, occurring 40 years later, be attributed to him? Why must he endure such ridicule from his peers? He now yearned to be instantly transported there to eliminate that old wretch. At that moment, the third Hokage established a communication with Tobirama Senju, and an aged visage appeared on the luminous screen. In that instant, laughter ceased, and everyone regarded the screen with grave expressions. More precisely, it was the elderly Danzo standing at the corner of the display. Observing Danzo, whose body was wrapped in bandages, Tobirama Senju coldly stated, Danzo, you should take your own life. Danzo, pardon? Master, what did you just say? I seem to have misheard. What had Shimura Danzo just heard? He has been obsessively thinking about his mentor, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, who unexpectedly urged him to take his own life. Danzo would have preferred to endure a severe reprimand from Tobirama, even if it were under the pretense of training, rather than hear such words. Confronting reality, Danzo sought to preserve a semblance of dignity. Listening to the merciless words emanating from the screen, his heart was engulfed in profound anguish. During the retreat from the hidden cloud village, he had merely delayed for a second, and yet the position of the third Hokage slipped through his fingers. For many years, he had diligently served Konoha, dedicating himself entirely to the village's advancement. Even if it meant bearing the brunt of scorn, he remained resolute in his desire to strengthen the village. He has accomplished so much, not solely with the ambition of becoming Hokage, but also to demonstrate to Senju Tobirama the grave error in choosing Sarutobi Hiruzen as the third Hokage. Only he, Shimura Danzo, possesses the capability to lead Konoha towards grandeur. He alone is the most suitable candidate for the position of Hokage. Yet, in the end, he is burdened with the ignominious title of Sennin and subjected to the humiliation of a mysterious light screen. His esteemed mentor, Tobirama, even demands his own demise? What a wretched world this is. It is evident that Tobirama's rejection strikes the deepest blow to Danzo. At this moment, consumed by madness and contorted in rage, he pointed at the light screen and declared, No, you are not teacher Tobirama. You are merely an impostor. I cannot speak for others, but the true Tobirama would undoubtedly comprehend my intentions. I have always safeguarded Konoha in his manner. The real Tobirama could never renounce me. Upon hearing these words, Senju Tobirama felt an overwhelming urge to retort, nonsense. He acknowledges that his thoughts occasionally venture into darker realms. Nevertheless, his actions are rooted in foresight. Delving into forbidden techniques is a means to bolster his strength and enrich the village's heritage. Furthermore, he does not employ the villagers as mere subjects for experimentation. Although he has differentiated and isolated the Uchiha clan, they still receive the treatment they deserve. As long as the Uchiha do not engage in mischief, they remain the foremost ninja family of Konohagakure. He is not so ruthless as to deliberately take the lives of the Uchiha merely for the sake of studying the Sharingan. It is indeed Danzo who embodies such malevolence. He was no longer researching the Sharingan. Instead, he had directly embedded it into his own hand, even going so far as to annihilate the Uchiha clan for the sake of the Sharingan. Such malevolent and cruel methods Are you implying I have learned from them? How outrageous. Danzo, you old rascal, be careful lest I accuse you of defamation. Tobirama Senju felt a surge of anger and yearned to rebut Danzo's words. However, upon witnessing Danzo teetering on the brink of madness, he thought better of engaging further. No matter how much he said, it was likely Danzo would not comprehend. He then turned to the third Hokage and inquired, Monkey, do you require our assistance? Tobirama's intention was clear. If you are unable to take action, I would not mind stepping in. After all, there were several eager individuals ready to dispatch the old Danzo. There was no need for the teacher to intervene. I would handle it well. Very well, if that is the case, let us schedule the teleportation for tomorrow. Orochimaru, ensure the cloning data is prepared. I wish to review it upon my arrival. Do not claim you have not been researching cloning. Understood, second Hokage. Rest assured, you will not be at a disadvantage. I shall also bring my research on cloning. Ah, splendid. As the communication period concluded and the light curtain dissipated, the atmosphere in the office grew tense. The third Hokage cast a complex gaze upon his old comrade, saying, Danzo, the teacher is right. Maintain some dignity for yourself. If you desire to save face. I have no objection to assisting you in that regard. The fifth Hokage, Jiraiya, recognized that the third Hokage was incapable of taking action and stepped forward, applying pressure on Danzo, persistently bearing down on him. The weight of pressure upon Danzo was indeed substantial. After concluding his conversation with Tobirama, he had already begun devising an escape plan. Yet, the positioning of the third Hokage and others had completely obstructed his route of escape. Retreating? Orochimaru at the entrance would not allow it. Even if Orochimaru could not withstand his assault, a brief delay would suffice for the third Hokage and fifth Hokage to arrive. Charging forward to leap from the window? That too was not feasible. Danzo's position was on the left, the fifth Hokage slightly behind on his right, and the third Hokage directly in front of him. Jumping forward would expose him to an assault from both the third Hokage and the fifth Hokage. With no viable options ahead or behind, the only recourse was to employ Kodo-Ematsukami. Contemplating this, Danzo discreetly utilized the renowned Jinjutsu, Kodo-Ematsukami, on the third Hokage. His choice to target the third Hokage rather than the fifth Hokage or Orochimaru stemmed solely from the fact that the third Hokage was a mentor to both. With the third Hokage's support in his words, perhaps he would not need to flee. Danzo, surrender, you cannot escape. Danzo disregarded the fifth Hokage's words and instead gazed at the third Hokage, whose will had already been altered by Kodo-Ematsukami. Hiruzen, do you truly wish for my demise? The third Hokage remained oblivious to the manipulation of his will, taking a couple of puffs from his pipe and laboriously stating, Danzo, dissolve root and surrender all Sharingan. I can guarantee your survival. Is that a promise? Danzo felt a swell of joy within. Dissolving root was inconsequential, as long as he remained. He could readily re-establish a new root at any moment. Moreover, with the third Hokage under his control, there was a possibility to seize an opportunity to have Hiruzen revoke Jiraiya's position as Hokage, allowing himself to ascend as the sixth Hokage. As for surrendering all Sharingan, that posed a dilemma, but it was not insurmountable. He could always pilfer them afterward. The third Hokage was effectively under his influence. What were a mere few Sharingan when the entirety of Konoha would be dictated by Danzo himself? What on earth are you saying? While Danzo inwardly reveled, the fifth Hokage, Jiraiya, regarded the third Hokage with astonishment. I know what I am saying. Danzo has toiled for Konoha for many years, even without merit. His efforts should warrant him a chance at life. At this moment, the perceptive Jiraiya had already sensed something amiss with the third Hokage. Just moments ago, he had agreed to deal with Danzo, and now his attitude had abruptly shifted. Recalling the Kodo-Ematsukami that the third Hokage had mentioned, he quickly realized that the old man had been manipulated by Danzo. Old man, listen to me. Aware that the third Hokage was under control, Jiraiya refrained from alarming anyone and approached him, speaking softly. Old man, do you realize that you have been ensnared by Kodo-Ematsukami? The third Hokage was taken aback by this revelation. He recalled his behavior while watching the light screen, reflecting on the recent events, and easily discerned certain awkwardness. Indeed, it was not the original article. Danzo's use of Kodo-Ematsukami exhibited significant flaws. During the era of the Five Kage Summit in the original work, Danzo attempted to control Mifune using Kodo-Ematsukami, aiming to have him elect him as the commander of the Allied forces. An act that was promptly uncovered by Ao from the Mist Village. When Danzo employed Kodo-Ematsukami, he had to continuously maintain the chakra of the technique to achieve control over others. Once discovered by Ao, he severed the chakra supply, and Mifune immediately returned to his original state. It was a different story for Itachi. Although he was not the original wielder of Kodo-Ematsukami, he was nonetheless a member of the Uchiha clan, coupled with his experience in utilizing the Meijiki Sharingan. Thus, upon being resurrected via Edo Tensei, he was able to reverse the will with Kodo-Ematsukami, liberating himself from Orochimaru's control once and for all. This highlights the glaring vulnerabilities in Danzo's application of Kodo-Ematsukami. The same was evident before their eyes. When the fifth Hokage Jiraiya spoke, the third Hokage immediately sensed that his will was being manipulated by Kodo-Ematsukami, prompting him to awaken. He then chuckled. pushed aside the fifth Hokage Jiraiya, and slowly approached Danzo. "Old friend, as long as you sincerely repent, I believe our teacher will forgive you." Danzo was unaware of what the fifth Hokage Jiraiya had conveyed to the third Hokage. However, seeing the third Hokage approach him with a smile, he secretly sighed in relief. "Rest assured, Hiruzen, such matters will not occur again. Now, this is the Danzo I know." As he drew near, the third Hokage laughed heartily, extending his arms in a gesture of embrace. Danzo did not refuse, a smirk forming on his lips as he mirrored the gesture. When the two embraced tightly, the third Hokage suddenly exerted force, shifting his position and exposing Danzo's back to the fifth Hokage Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, take action." At that moment, Danzo comprehended that the third Hokage had somehow freed himself from Kotoeme Tsukumi's control. However, he also realized that the connection between his right eye and the third Hokage had not been severed, indicating that Kotoeme Tsukumi was still in effect. He disregarded everything else and immediately intensified the transmission of chakra, hoping to reverse the will of the third Hokage. To be frank, the third Hokage had not escaped the manipulation of the otherworldly deity. His every action aligns perfectly with the logic of the modified will. He approached Danzo with a smile, which seemed entirely appropriate, didn't it? As long-standing friends, a warm embrace was also quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Aware that his companion had strayed from the righteous path and desired to amend his ways, he allowed his emotions to heighten, tightening his embrace, and even turning halfway around. This too was not without merit, was it? You see, there was nothing amiss here. Thus, when Danzo intensified the transmission of his chakra, it proved to be utterly futile. Rasengan. Before Danzo could fully grasp the situation, the Rasengan unleashed by the fifth Hokage, Jiraiya, struck him squarely in the back. Severely wounded by Jiraiya, Danzo abruptly ceased the chakra transmission of his Kotoeme Tsukumi. It was at this juncture that the third Hokage finally liberated himself from the grasp of the most formidable Jinjutsu. Had Danzo perished? Observing Danzo sprawled on the ground like a defeated beast, the third Hokage displayed a pained expression. His heart had been utterly obliterated by the Rasengan. He had indeed succumbed to death. Well, at least his body remained intact, and he had not endured excessive suffering. It was what it was. The third Hokage appeared genuinely sorrowful. After all, they had been friends for decades, even despite his transgressions. Now that he had passed, it was only natural for all to return to dust. "Old man, do not grieve too deeply. Danzo's demise is hardly a tragedy." Jiraiya consoled the third Hokage, whose spirits were clearly low. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who had been seated at the doorway, found the situation rather peculiar. Could it be that Danzo had truly met his end? Was this demise not a bit too facile? It wasn't that Danzo was invulnerable, but his death seemed excessively hasty. The collaboration between the old man and Jiraiya had gone far too smoothly. Yet, as he reflected on the events that had transpired, he could discern no flaws in their execution. Danzo's lifeless body lay before him, his heart crushed. It appeared that Danzo was genuinely gone. Just as Orochimaru concluded that Danzo was irrevocably dead, the body lying on the ground abruptly vanished. A figure, swathed in bandages and leaning on a cane, reappeared before them. "Old man, Jiraiya, Danzo still lives." Upon witnessing the resurrected Danzo, Orochimaru hastily alerted the two. Regrettably, his warning came a moment too late. The revived Danzo disregarded the trio and decisively sprinted towards the office's floor-to-ceiling window, under the astonished gazes of the third Hokage and Jiraiya. A resounding crash echoed as Danzo successfully shattered the window. "Ha ha ha, Hiruzen, do you wish to kill me? Dream on. Pursue him. We must not allow Danzo to escape." With a command from the third Hokage, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and he himself commenced a vigorous chase after Danzo. "Danzo, you cannot flee." Ignoring the three behind him, Danzo hurried towards the village entrance, evidently intent on escaping Konoha. This was dire, should he manage to leave the village. Who knew when they would be able to apprehend him? Realizing this, the third Hokage hurled a shuriken towards Danzo while swiftly forming hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Before long, a single shuriken transformed into 2, then 4, then 8. Rapidly, the shuriken multiplied to 64. Aware of the whistling sound behind him, Danzo understood that projectiles were being launched in his direction. He did not hesitate, with determination. He leaped forward and then turned to unleash the wind release, Great Breakthrough against the shurikens. The Great Breakthrough is a fundamental technique of wind release, possessing limited lethality. Yet it suffices to disrupt the incoming shurikens. Indeed, as Danzo had anticipated, his Great Breakthrough effectively thwarted the assault of the shurikens. "Damn it," he muttered. In the village, the three pursuers found it challenging to employ high-damage ninjutsu, resorting instead to concealed weapons and less potent techniques to hinder Danzo's advance. Regrettably, their efforts yielded negligible results. As Danzo approached the village's outskirts, the density of buildings and pedestrian traffic diminished significantly. The third Hokage contemplated using a powerful fire release technique to halt Danzo. But before he could execute his plan, Danzo suddenly performed a summoning technique, invoking the Dream Bread. With the Dream Bread's entanglement, Danzo effortlessly subdued the duo of Konoha's gatekeepers, Kamizuki Izumi and Tetsu. By the time Jiraiya and the fifth Hokage dealt with the Dream Bread, Danzo had already vanished from their sight. Jiraiya, issue a bounty in the ninja world, he instructed. There was no other option left. Killing me, Danzo, will not be so simple. Having successfully escaped from Konoha. A smile graced Danzo's lips, seemingly mocking the third Hokage in silence. Yet now, where was he to go? Standing atop a grand tree, Danzo found himself, for once, in a rare state of bewilderment. Over the years, he has committed numerous acts, offending nearly every major ninja village in the shinobi world. Finding a safe haven has proven to be quite a challenge. However, I could seek refuge in the Rain village. After all, Hanzo of the Salamander owes me a favor. It seems the time has come for him to repay that debt. With this thought, Danzo swiftly set forth towards the land of Rain. Danzo's arrival would surely bring a smile to Nagato's face, even in his dreams. The following morning, a shocking revelation sent ripples throughout the entire shinobi realm. Danzo Shimura, the clandestine leader of Konoha's root, a former ally of the third Hokage, had defected. This was no mere rumor. The bounty issued by Konoha served as undeniable proof of his betrayal. Moreover, many had witnessed the pursuit of Danzo by the third Hokage, the fifth Hokage Jiraiya, and Orochimaru on the streets just the night before. Danzo, notorious for his nefarious deeds within the shinobi world, was a figure of great contempt. While there might be debates regarding who is the strongest in the current shinobi era, there is no question as to who is most reviled. Danzo is undoubtedly at the forefront. Countless individuals harbored intentions of bringing about his demise. Previously, they had to restrain themselves due to Konoha's formidable influence. Now, with Danzo's defection, their long-held desires could potentially come to fruition. In the absence of Konoha's protection, Danzo was merely an aging jonin with considerable strength. Upon learning of his betrayal, many began flocking to their local underground exchange centers to accept contracts for his assassination. It must be said, the level of animosity directed towards Danzo is a testament to his unique talent for inciting hatred. In one such exchange center, a bounty hunter perused the array of contracts for Danzo's elimination and could not help but marvel at the staggering bounty. Goodness. The total reward has reached an astounding 80 million Ryo. If I manage to eliminate him, I could find a secluded place to live and never again concern myself with the affairs of the shinobi world. Yet, he mused, there are far too many individuals seeking his head. Going solo seems rather perilous. He pondered aloud, it appears I must join forces with others. Friend, would you be interested in teaming up with me? We could split the bounty evenly. Huh, sounds like a plan. This scene unfolded across various exchange centers. As whispers of collaboration began to circulate, they all share a singular objective, to eliminate Danzo. Meanwhile, our dear Danzo is still en route to the village hidden in the rain. In the office of Tobirama Senju, he has meticulously organized the data pertaining to the cloning experiment, awaiting the appointed time. Kagami and Hisashi have already embarked on their journey to the Land of Fire, with 4 slots available for the remaining students. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, upon our arrival, you must safeguard this place and prevent anyone from entering. As the hour approached, Tobirama turned to impart a few words of caution to the 3 youngsters. Granduncle, you are quite verbose, one remarked. It is Lord Second, Tobirama corrected. Worry not, Lord Second. For Jiraiya shall not disappoint your expectations, Jiraiya declared with a proud thump on his chest, causing Tobirama and the other 4 to break into a sweat. What does it mean to worry not? One might think they are heading to their doom. Fortunately, their elders chose not to dwell on Jiraiya's antics. Very well. We shall reconvene in an hour. Yes, Granduncle, farewell. At the appointed hour, Tobirama and his 4 students vanished in a flash of light, just as they had before. However, this time was slightly different. A ghastly figure, pale as death and wearing a sinister grin, tumbled down from Tobirama. What is this creature? The sudden appearance of this entity caused the 3 youngsters to turn pale with shock. They had just assured the door's guardian that no one would be allowed to enter the office when an enigmatic figure appeared before them. How rude of you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am not just anything. I have a name. I am called Baiju. The 3 little ones exchanged glances, sensing that this Baiju seemed somewhat unhinged. Baiju, was it? Could you enlighten us on how you managed to gain entry here? Baiju, seemingly unfazed by his predicament, responded with a cheerful demeanor. It's quite simple. I merely possessed the body of Senju Tobirama and entered alongside him. That is impossible. If you had truly possessed our great uncle, he would have noticed. The secret arts of the ninja world are as numerous as the stars. Although the 3 little ones were unaware of any specific techniques that could allow one to inhabit another's body, they chose not to dispute this assertion. They simply believe that even if such a possession technique exists, with the formidable strength of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, it would be impossible for him not to perceive it. This is indeed the case. White shrugged, still wearing a smile upon his face. Why do you keep laughing? Is there something amusing about this situation? Little Jiraiya, unable to tolerate White's grin, spoke out directly. Why shouldn't I laugh? Indeed, why shouldn't I? Can one control the heavens and the earth, and also dictate how others express themselves? Fine, if you wish to laugh, then laugh. You might as well enjoy it while you can, for your time is limited. Your mission has failed. Yes, the mission has indeed failed. Meanwhile, the 3 little ones were not idle as they conversed. They began to move cautiously, encircling White Absolute within their ranks. Why do I not see Danzo's corpse? Upon arriving at the office of the fifth Hokage, Jiraiya, Senju Tobirama managed to plunge the third Hokage and fifth Hokage Jiraiya into an awkward silence with a mere utterance. Fortunately, Orochimaru was present to ease the tension. He appeared unperturbed, stepping forward to present the prepared materials to Tobirama Senju, stating, "Lord Second Hokage, here are the documents you requested." As Tobirama perused the files, he inquired, "Has something occurred?" The third Hokage and fifth Hokage Jiraiya exchanged glances. Ultimately, it was Jiraiya who, albeit hesitantly, spoke up. "There has indeed been an incident. I had shattered Danzo's heart with the Rasengan, yet to our astonishment, he did not perish. He seized the opportunity during our moment of negligence to escape from Konoha. I understand. This matter is not your fault, after all. You were unaware of his ability to use Izanagi." "Izanagi? What is that?" At this moment, Tobirama refrained from responding to Jiraiya. Instead, he set aside the documents and turned to his four disciples, saying, "Koharu, Yin, and Kazekage, you may freely explore for the next hour." "Yes, sensei." These three were filled with curiosity about the Konoha of 40 years hence. Previously, due to issues of quota and strength, they had not competed against Hizashi, Danzo, or Kagami. This time, they had come well prepared, eager to thoroughly explore the thriving village of Konoha. Upon hearing that Koharu and the others could wander Konoha, while he was to remain, Danzo, bewildered, asked, "Sensei, what about me?" "You should first explain to them what Izanagi is. Once they have no further questions, you may also enjoy your freedom." "Yes, sensei." Danzo found himself in quite the predicament. He always felt that Tobirama Sensei was subtly reprimanding him. Otherwise, why would he not allow the likes of Koharu and the others to explain, but insist on having him, the younger version of Danzo, do so? In the office of the fifth Hokage Jiraiya, Danzo was present to elucidate the concept of Izanagi to the third Hokage and fifth Hokage. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama observed Orochimaru and said, "Orochimaru, take me to your laboratory. Let us hasten to conduct some research together." "Certainly, second Hokage, it is my honor." Orochimaru was eager to understand what Izanagi was, the technique that allowed Danzo to cheat death. However, he treasured the opportunity to collaborate with Senju Tobirama even more. He could always inquire about Izanagi later from Jiraiya, but the chance to work with Tobirama was limited to once a month, with each session lasting merely an hour. Aware of the rarity of this opportunity, he summoned a small snake to notify Kabuto to hurry and join him. This clearly demonstrated the high regard he held for Kabuto's abilities. An hour passed swiftly. Apart from Danzo's somewhat displeased expression, the other four emerged with bountiful gains. During his interactions with Orochimaru and Kabuto, Tobirama experienced a surge of inspiration, reaffirming the value of his visit. Meanwhile, Koharu and the others managed to procure intriguing items from the market. In particular, Akimichi Choji, who had not returned to the Akimichi clan, accompanied Koharu and Ino. Indulging himself in the market's delights, he purchased an abundance of novel and delectable snacks, returning with a hefty bag, ensuring that he would not lack for treats for at least a fortnight. What has transpired? Upon returning to his own time, Senju Tobirama inquired upon seeing the disarray in his office. "Great uncle, we did not intend for this. However, this fellow was unruly and dared to resist once discovered." Hearing Tsunade's remark, everyone noticed a pale, humanoid figure beneath the posteriors of Orochimaru and Jiraiya. "What happened? Please explain in detail." "Yes, great uncle." Immediately, Tsunade recounted how they had subdued White Zetsu after his appearance. Upon hearing her words, Tobirama approached White Zetsu with a contemplative expression and asked, "Did you come from Madara's faction?" In response, White Zetsu, who had resigned to his fate yet wore a smile, replied, as expected of the second Hokage, "You have guessed correctly." Confirming his suspicion, Tobirama ceased further inquiries and instead developed an interest in White Zetsu himself. "You seem unafraid of death?" "Indeed. We White Zetsu fear not death. We are all quite resilient." "We? Are there many like you?" "Yes, we are all subordinates of Lord Madara. We do whatever he commands." Observing White Zetsu's compliance, Tobirama's intrigue deepened. Through their brief exchange, he discerned that beings like White Zetsu appeared devoid of human emotion. Thus, how had such emotionless entities been created? "Jiraiya, Orochimaru, take him to my laboratory." "Understood, Hokage-sama." That evening, another White Zetsu, who had arranged to meet once a month with the White Zetsu possessing Tobirama's consciousness, found himself waiting at the designated location, but no one appeared. He suddenly realized that something might have gone awry. "Well, I am merely a scout. After all, it is not my concern if the mission encounters complications. I shall leave the dilemma to Lord Madara and Lord Kagaya. No, wait, if he has forgotten the appointed time, and I hastily seek out Lord Madara to report, I might find myself blamed afterward. Perhaps I should continue to wait a while longer." In the dead of night, at the graveyard of mountains, lay the lair of Uchiha Madara. Secluded within his abode, Madara found himself exceedingly bored. Due to the tubes of the outer path divine tree implanted in his back, mobility was not particularly convenient for him. Nevertheless, he did not possess a strong desire to venture outside. He would only sever the tubes and step out when it was imperative for him to orchestrate some plans within the ninja world. Currently, the realm was at peace. It was not yet time for him to intervene. "Has there been any news from Konoha, Ketsu?" Upon hearing his name, Black Zetsu sluggishly rose from underground. Not yet. He replied. I recall that I set a schedule for reports once a month, correct? Black Zetsu nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Thus, there should have been news by now, unless... Black Zetsu interjected, unless something unexpected occurred. Madara nodded, then shook his head. The spore technique of White Zetsu possessed formidable concealment capabilities. As long as they did not actively engage, those possessed by them would remain oblivious to their state. Madara could not fathom anyone in Konoha capable of discerning the spore technique. No, that was not entirely accurate. At this moment, he recalled a certain woman. The one who married Hashirama, the one who, from his side, became the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kushina Uzumaki. If it were her, she might indeed be able to detect the presence of White Zetsu utilizing the spore technique. By the way, Ketsu, which White Zetsu did you appoint as the liaison? Even if something went wrong with the possessed White Zetsu, he should still be relaying messages back. It was White Zetsu number 233. Upon hearing this, Madara regarded Black Zetsu with an expression of incredulity. You assigned a White Zetsu who believes himself to have procrastination issues as the liaison? Oh. Does he think he has procrastination issues? I am unaware. I assumed he was that loquacious White Zetsu. ISNT that loquacious White Zetsu the one I turned to ash? Forgive me, Lord Madara. Black Zetsu promptly prostrated before Uchiha Madara, while internally berating himself. How foolish it was. With so many White Zetsus, all resembling one another. How could he distinguish one from the other? Truly, it was astonishing. He could hardly believe that this was his manifestation of will. Black Zetsu, as if you were not foolish yourself. In the year 61 of the ninja world, after a day and night of travel, Danzo finally crossed into the land of rain. With his intellect, he naturally understood the peril he faced now that news of his defection from Konoha had spread throughout the ninja world. Countless assassins would be seeking his life. All that remained was to traverse a little further, and upon reaching Amigakure, he would find safety with Hanzo of the Salamander. The title of demigod in the ninja world still held sway over the vast majority. The weather in the land of rain remained as loathsome as ever. This land lacked many resources, yet it overflowed with water. It rained 300 days out of the year. The neighboring wind country could only lament in envy. It was precisely because of this envy that Tsunade targeted the land of rain as the first assault in the Second Shinobi World War. Were it not for necessity, he would have preferred to avoid this wretched place altogether. Compared to the eternally spring-like land of fire, all other regions in the ninja world seemed desolate. Reluctantly, in order to preserve his life, he had no choice but to seek refuge with Hanzo. At that moment, on a high tower within Amigakure, sensing an unfamiliar chakra emanating from the Rain Tiger Freedom Technique, pain instinctively furrowed his brow. Whose chakra could this be? Should I investigate? Asked Conan, garbed in the Akatsuki attire. Yes, if this individual exhibits any ill intentions, dispose of them. Understood. Watching Conan depart, Pain contemplated, yet felt a lingering unease, and stealthily followed in her wake. Danzo's entry into Amigakure was executed with remarkable cunning. He first conjured a diminutive dream entity. Once the dream entity quietly slipped into the corner, he then employed reverse summoning techniques, successfully infiltrating the hidden rain village. He believes that the fewer people who are aware of his allegiance to Hanzo the Salamander, the safer he will be. After all, there are still quite a number of naive individuals in the ninja world. Should Hanzo's semi-divine title fail to intimidate these individuals, his situation would become exceedingly perilous. He had never considered that Hanzo of the Salamander would refuse to shelter him. After all, he possessed not only a personal debt of gratitude but also knowledge of some of the opponent's darker secrets. At the very least, the revelation of their alliance against the Akatsuki would be sufficient to obliterate Hanzo's reputation. Had he not been driven to desperation, Hanzo would undoubtedly never betray his own. This was the essence of Danzo's mindset. Unfortunately, he was unaware that Hanzo had already met his demise at the hands of Pain. Moreover, the moment he entered the hidden rain village, he was detected by Pain. Indeed, Conan, soaring through the skies, was simultaneously sensing and hastening towards the source of this unfamiliar chakra. Upon her arrival, she spotted the furtive figure of Danzo Shimura. Is it him? The Akatsuki's intelligence officer. Zetsu had informed them earlier that morning about Danzo's defection from Konoha. However, they had not anticipated that Danzo, rather than seeking refuge as a lost dog, would instead venture into the hidden rain village. What brings him here? With this thought in mind, Xiaonan refrained from immediately attacking Danzo, choosing instead to observe his intentions. As moments ticked by, Danzo smoothly arrived at the central office building of the rain village. In his youth, Hanzo the Salamander harbored great ambitions, aspiring to establish a sixth great nation alongside the 5 existing ones. The construction of the ninja village was executed in accordance with the standards set by the other 5 great nations. This office building was modeled after the one in Konoha. At this juncture, Hanzo was presumably inside, attending to his duties. Danzo, gazing at the imposing structure, smirked disdainfully and muttered something under his breath before stealthily infiltrating it. Was he in search of Hanzo? Ever since Hanzo was eliminated by their hands, this office building had fallen into disuse. However, to obscure the truth and prevent those with ulterior motives from discerning that Hanzo had indeed perished, the building maintained the facade of normalcy to outsiders. The necessary guards were present, as were personnel responsible for issuing missions. In essence, all expected configurations were in place. Yet, these were merely superficial appearances. All the individuals within were masquerading as peripheral members of the Akatsuki organization, executing a scheme of deception. It was evident that Danzo had fallen victim to this ruse. He moved with utmost caution, skillfully avoiding all the personnel in the office buildings, and perilously made his way to the leader's office on the third floor. Standing before the door, he took a deep breath and boldly opened it, stepping inside. "Hanzo, my old friend, are you not going to offer a greeting?" The overall arrangement of this office bore a striking resemblance to that of the Hokage's office. Upon entering the office, he immediately caught sight of Hans the Salamander seated at the desk, perhaps due to the overcast skies and persistent rain in the hidden rain village. The illumination within the room was rather dim. Furthermore, Hans was not facing Danzo directly, but rather oriented towards the floor-to-ceiling window behind him. For a moment, Danzo failed to realize that the figure before him was a mere counterfeit. To be precise, it was a humanoid wooden puppet. Hans? After several seconds of silence without a response from Hans, Danzo began to sense that something was amiss. He cautiously began to move forward. When he reached the right side of the desk and beheld a lifeless puppet seated in the chair, he was taken aback. It was precisely during this moment of astonishment that Konan appeared at the doorway, launching an attack on Danzo. Paper jutsu, shuriken of paper. With a gentle flick of her right hand towards the office, a flurry of shurikens made of paper surged towards Danzo. What? The sudden assault startled Danzo. Would release, great forest of spears. In a moment of peril, Danzo leaped backward, shattering the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window, while his right hand swiftly conjured a massive tree that successfully deflected Konan's paper shurikens. "Who are you?" Landing on the roof of a nearby building. Danzo did not flee immediately. He gazed at the small figure soaring in the sky, a somber expression adorning his face as he inquired. "There is no need for you to know my identity." The small figure, devoid of emotion, replied curtly, noticing the reluctance to reveal her identity. Dan chose not to press further. His sole desire was to meet Hanzo swiftly. "A cowardly individual like you lacks the merit to converse with me. Where is Hanzo? Summon him to see me." Upon hearing this, the small figure displayed a peculiar expression. "You wish to meet Hanzo? Indeed. Hasten his arrival. Otherwise, I shall expose his past misdeeds." Such a threat held no weight for her. She maintained her impassive demeanor and stated, "Very well, I shall escort you to him." Upon hearing her words, Danz exhaled in relief. Although his initial request was for Hanzo to come to him, he was not opposed to going to Hanzo himself. As long as he could encounter the other party, that sufficed. Paper ninjutsu, dance of the paper. With that, the small figure initiated her ninjutsu, her form swiftly transforming into countless sheets of paper. A multitude of papers surged forth, advancing toward Danz. Observing the unfolding scene, Danz refrained from immediate retaliation. He has yet to comprehend the situation. He is bewildered as to why Hanzo's subordinates would attack him. Indeed, he mistook Konan for one of Hanzo's followers. After all, this is the Hidden Cloud Village, the rain village of the salamander Hanzo. He had never anticipated that Hanzo would meet such a silent demise. What do you truly mean? Unbeknownst to him, the rain had ceased, allowing Konan's paper jutsu to unleash its full potential. Facing the flurry of paper, Danzo found evasion increasingly arduous. "Did you not mention your intention to meet Hanzo? My desire to meet Hanzo has no connection to your assault on me. If I do not eliminate you, how could you possibly see Hanzo? What? Hanzo is dead?" Danzo was now in a state of panic. If Hanzo were indeed dead, then there would be no one left in the ninja world to offer him sanctuary. Was Shimura Danzo truly destined to become a stray dog cowering in the shadows? "Do not resist. I shall escort you to him." Konan intensified her assault, transforming paper into shurikens, long needles, and short swords, relentlessly attacking Danzo. This time, he did not hold back against Konan's onslaught. Wind release, vacuum sphere. As he deftly dodged left and right, Danzo seized the opportunity. Inhaling deeply before unleashing a barrage of air bullets, akin to a machine gun, directed at Konan and her paper. Employing the penetrating force of these bullets against the paper was a sagacious tactic. In a matter of moments, a multitude of paper was perforated by the air bullets, momentarily disrupting Konan's chakra transmission. Danzo, a seasoned shinobi, adeptly capitalized on this fleeting opportunity. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. If the vacuum sphere resembled a machine gun, the vacuum great sphere was akin to a rocket launcher. The paper, now riddled with holes from the air bullets, offered no resistance whatsoever. The massive air cannon, over a meter in diameter, struck Konan squarely. Paper substitute? The power of the vacuum great sphere was formidable. Typically, a single strike would herald one's end. Yet Konan was different. The instant she was hit, her body began to fully transform into paper. The impact of the vacuum great sphere merely struck her paper form. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of her paper jutsu, Danzo mistook it for a mere paper substitute technique. In truth, it was simply the dance of the shikigami. As the surrounding paper began to coalesce, Konan's figure re-emerged before Danzo. Observing her reappearance, unscathed and composed, he inwardly cursed, "Troublesome." Indeed, it was troublesome. As long as Conan's chakra remained sufficient, Danzo's wind release would prove ineffective against her. Not even fire release stood a chance. In the original narrative, Jiraiya first employed fire release against Conan's attacks, only resorting to toad oil after realizing its ineffectiveness. Danzo lacked such a specialized countermeasure. He was only proficient in wind release and a few rudimentary wood release techniques. Setting aside wood release for the moment, Danzo had just witnessed the futility of wind release. The colossal air cannon striking her did not hinder Conan in the slightest, a clear indication that wind release was ineffective against her. In that moment, Danzo contemplated retreat. Young lady, I believe we share no enmity, do we? Given that Hanzo is deceased, I shall take my leave. No enmity? How could that be? Before Hanzo's demise, Pain had learned from him the true reason behind Hanzo's pursuit of the Akatsuki. It was Danzo, that wretched dog, who had incited such actions from the shadows. Without Danzo, Hanzo would not have ensnared them under the guise of cooperation to eliminate the Akatsuki. Had it not been for Danzo, Yahiko would still be alive. Ultimately, Danzo was the architect of the Akatsuki's downfall and Yahiko's death. Now this scoundrel had the audacity to claim there was no animosity between them? Truly absurd. Danzo, you deserve to die. Conan, usually impassive, could no longer contain her fury. Die obediently. With that, Conan launched another paper assault. She increased her chakra input, rendering the paper significantly harder and faster. Should Danzo attempt to counter with the vacuum sphere again, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. That madwoman. Danzo cursed silently as he dodged swiftly while retaliating. Wind release, shuriken. Infusing chakra into the shuriken in his hand, Danzo generated a cutting wind barrier around the rapidly spinning projectiles. A multitude of paper was cleaved in two by this cutting force, losing their original utility. The reduction in paper diminished the pressure on Danzo. He has come to a certain understanding. The woman before him indeed possesses remarkable skill in paper manipulation. Yet her methods of attack are rather lacking. Given his mastery of wind techniques, he realizes that he cannot contend with her, just as she cannot with him. Simultaneously, he harbors a sense of perplexity. It seems as though she is fixated on him as if afflicted by some ailment, persistently pursuing him. If he has wronged her in any way, she should voice her grievances. Without her words, how can he discern where he has offended her? Shaking his head, Danzo concludes that it no longer matters. He had roughly discerned the reality behind the opponent's paper techniques, and it was time for him to retreat. With this thought in mind, he cast a wind-style ninjutsu to cover his escape. Just as he leaped away from Xiaonan, a rhinoceros, seemingly emerging from nowhere, collided with him, forcefully slamming him against a wall. The impact was considerable, causing Danzo to spew blood twice. Pain. After successfully defending against Danzo's wind technique, Xiaonan regained her composure and searched for him, only to find Danzo hurled away by the rhinoceros. She realized that it was Pain, controlled by Nagato, who had arrived. You go and evacuate the surrounding civilians. I will handle this one. Xiaonan nodded in agreement without protest and turned to organize the evacuation. In fact, the moment Xiaonan initiated her attack on Danzo, she had already been spotted by the ninjas of the Rain Village. They initially intended to offer assistance, but upon recognizing that the individual intervening was an angel, they refrained from approaching, lest they inadvertently complicate matters. These individuals, having spontaneously organized, had already begun to evacuate the surrounding populace. Who are you? Tsunade, having coughed up blood twice, clutched his chest as he gazed at the enigmatic figure before him. He swore he truly did not recognize this person. The occurrences in this world are indeed marvelous. I did not seek you in Konoha, yet you ventured to Amigakure. The beast stood calmly before Danzo, savoring the pitiful sight of the old dog bleeding. Who could fathom the immense anguish Nagato endured upon learning the truth? Restraining himself from seeking vengeance against Danzo and Konoha, he inherited the aspirations of Yahiko, desiring to establish enduring peace within the ninja world. By capturing the nine-tailed beasts and merging them into the 10 tails, he aimed to wield its power as a deterrent against the entire ninja realm. Until this formidable force was addressed, the major ninja villages would undoubtedly unite against external threats, refraining from initiating war lightly. As long as he maintained the power of the 10 tails, peace in the ninja world would persist. At this stage, the Akatsuki organization, still unprepared for their mission to capture the nine-tailed beasts, needed to remain discreet. Revenge, too, would have to wait until the organization was adequately equipped. However, Nagato was taken aback when he realized that Danzo had audaciously approached him. Failing to seize the opportunity to eliminate him would be a disservice to such a favorable chance. Die, he commanded, and in an instant, the hellhounds, which had been lurking nearby, materialized before Danzo, their gaping maws ready to strike. Do you wish to kill me? Such a dream. Danzo was bewildered by the numerous enemies he seemed to have acquired in the Rain Village. He could only discern that the individual before him, with circular eyes, was evidently of a different caliber than that woman. If he did not strive with all his might, he might truly meet his demise in this place. Wood release, violent gun tree. The number of wood release techniques mastered by Danzo was few, and this was the only one he could wield with proficiency. Fortunately, this technique possessed considerable power, capable of both defense and offense. The Hellhound was taken aback by the fact that this old man could counterattack in a moment of negligence. It was pierced by a wooden stake and returned to the realm of summoning. Danzo's resistance greatly displeased Pain. He spoke softly. Is it not preferable to obediently perish according to the will of the divine? Why resist? As his words faded, two individuals with circular eyes materialized before Danzo. These two were none other than the realms of hell and the hungry ghost. Those who defy the divine shall meet with a dire fate. Pain does not merely refer to the heavenly path. All 6 paths embody pain. A frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of the vastness above, dares to proclaim itself a god? Danzo acknowledged that the current Amigakure bore little resemblance to the village he once knew. These ninjas possessed considerable strength. However, could one truly claim to be a god? Alas, I have lost interest in conversing with you. You might as well embrace death. With that, a plump figure with circular eyes initiated the assault. As the hungry ghost of the 6 paths of pain, he wielded 2 primary abilities. The first was the sealing technique, absorption, which formed a shield to absorb the opponent's jutsu. In the original text, he had absorbed Jiraiya's Sage Art, 5 Right Gate. The super large-tailed beast bomb, fire release, great fireball, and other formidable techniques. The second ability was chakra consumption. He possesses the ability to absorb another's chakra through direct physical contact. However, this technique has a significant drawback. It can only draw in ordinary chakra. Should he attempt to absorb Senjutsu chakra, he would be transformed into a stone statue by the hungry ghost path. Fortunately, in the current ninja world, individuals capable of entering Sage mode are exceedingly rare. Only Jiraiya is known, later joined by Naruto and Orochimaru, totaling a mere 3. Danzo does not utilize Sage mode, nor does he possess Senjutsu chakra. If he were to be approached closely by the hungry ghost path, the consequences would be dire. Such a straightforward attack seems rather dismissive of my capabilities. Aside from these 2 abilities, the physical prowess of the hungry ghost path is rather mediocre. In response to its assault, Danzo easily evaded and even mounted a counterattack. With a swift kick, he sent the hungry ghost path flying. Observing the round-eyed little rotund figure rise and scathe, which made Danzo furrow his brow in suspicion. He had exerted 80% of his strength in that kick. While it may not have sent the opponent into a state of severe injury, it should have at least left some mark. The fact that he merely brushed off the dust from his clothing and stood up as if nothing had happened was perplexing. Moreover, Danzo sensed something unusual in the tactile feedback when he kicked the individual. It felt unnaturally rigid. Had he been granted a moment to contemplate, he might have deduced that the 3 round-eyed beings before him were not living individuals, but rather 3 corpses controlled by puppetry. Regrettably, Nagato had no intention of allowing him that time. Observing the difficulties faced by the hungry ghost path in dealing with Danzo, he took control of the 3 pain bodies to launch a coordinated assault. The Hell Path attacked head-on. The Beast Path summoned Summoning Beast for support, while the hungry ghost path sought opportunities to strike. Should he manage to establish contact with Danzo, it could lead to an immediate kill. Of course, the situation was not so absolute. Any of the 3 pain bodies could eliminate Danzo given the chance, as they were mere puppets, with Nagato being the sole orchestrator. Damn it! As all 3 pain bodies engaged simultaneously, Danzo felt the situation grow increasingly precarious. The Hell Path was manageable. Its abilities were not well suited for combat, proving more effective in logistical support. Thus, against the direct assault from the Hell Path, Danzo was not overwhelmed and even retained some leeway. The Beast's Path, however, proved to be quite bothersome. The attacks from summoned beasts such as the Hell Crab, Chameleon, Rhinoceros, and Hellhound left Danzo increasingly agitated. In terms of raw power, these summoned beasts were not particularly formidable, yet each possessed unique abilities. For instance, the Chameleon could adapt its coloration to blend into its surroundings, achieving an effect akin to invisibility. In a moment of inattention, Danzo was struck by the Chameleon's tongue, leaving a gaping wound. As for the hungry ghost path, Danzo could not fathom why this individual persistently sought physical contact. Adhering to the principle that unusual circumstances often indicate foul play, he focused on evasion and defense, ensuring that the hungry ghost path could not touch him. Consequently, he found himself battered and bruised by the summoned beasts of the beast's path. He desired to first subdue the summoned beasts and employed several powerful wind techniques, successfully vanquishing multiple spirit beasts. Just as the situation appeared to be improving, the beast master clapped his hands and summoned new spirit beasts. Damn it, he muttered. After a prolonged battle, Danzo's garments and the bandages wrapped around him had been torn to shreds. The blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and his labored breathing indicated that he was in dire straits. Danzo was acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation. He was acutely aware that if he continued to procrastinate, he would undoubtedly remain trapped within the confines of Rain-Hidden Village. With this thought, he let out a fierce roar to bolster his courage, tearing away the remnants of bandages that clung to his right hand, fully revealing its true nature. So many Sharingan? How repulsive. Upon witnessing the multitude of Sharingan embedded in Danzo's right hand, the enigmatic Pain was not only taken aback, but also felt an increasing loathing towards Danzo. A god? Even if you were truly a deity, you cannot extinguish my life. The plethora of Sharingan instilled Danzo with ample confidence. To him, these were not merely Sharingan. They represented lives waiting to be resurrected. As long as he possessed these Sharingan, He could utilize Izanagi to return from death. In essence, the 10 Sharingan on his right hand granted him the ability to resurrect 10 times. Danzo believed that such opportunities for revival were sufficient to eliminate his foes and make a successful escape. Is your reliance solely on these repugnant Sharingan? A tiresome trick. Before a god, you have no hope of survival. Pain refrained from engaging in needless banter with Danzo. What could 10 Three-Tomo Sharingan possibly accomplish? Under the gaze of his sage mode, these Sharingan were utterly insignificant. Suddenly, a sneak attack from a summoning beast caused Danzo to cough up blood once more. Yet, he paid it no mind. With the existence of his revival armor, Danzo's approach to battle began to take on an increasingly ruthless nature. He relinquished defense and unleashed a fierce assault upon the beast path, even if these summoned beasts caused him to cough up blood once more. He was determined to vanquish the beast path before meeting his demise, for he was utterly vexed by this adversary. The summoned beast appeared inexhaustible for every one he felled. Another emerged, and for every 2 he dispatched, a pair took their place, resulting in an interminable cycle. With his reckless approach, Danzo created a chaotic scene. In the midst of this turmoil, he discovered an unexpected opportunity. When a rhinoceros charged at him from behind, he did not evade. Instead, he stood firm, allowing the beast to collide with him. Even aware that this impact could spell his end, he resolutely made his choice. If death were to come, so be it. He had no fear, for he could always revive. Nagato interjected, "Is being able to revive truly so impressive?" "Indeed, the ability to resurrect is remarkably powerful," Danzo replied. With a resounding thud, the rhinoceros struck Danzo, propelling him closer to the beast path. Seizing his final breath, Danzo unleashed a wind release technique. Wind release, vacuum wave. A razor-sharp gust erupted from his mouth, surging towards the beast path. The proximity rendered the beast path unable to evade, resulting in a devastating blow that cleaved him in 2. Meanwhile, Danzo smiled faintly and closed his eyes. As he collapsed to the ground, lifeless, the hungry ghost path approached, coldly stating, "This is the fate of those who defy the divine." With that, the hungry ghost path raised a colossal fist, clearly intent on leaving Danzo in a state of disfigurement. At that moment, Danzo began to dissolve into nothingness before the hungry ghost path's eyes, quickly vanishing from sight. Before Nagato could express his astonishment, Danzo's voice emerged from behind the hungry ghost path. "I have stated before, even a god cannot extinguish my life." Turning to behold Danzo standing unscathed atop a rooftop, he exclaimed, "Is this possible? Are you surprised?" "I can resurrect," Danzo responded. Nagato, taken aback, could hardly believe that Danzo could indeed revive, and in such pristine condition, as if the previous battle had been mere illusion. Revival? An intriguing ability. However, if we manage to kill you once, we can certainly do so again. You? Danzo regarded the hungry ghost path with a penetrating gaze before bursting into laughter. Aha. The most troublesome one has already been dealt with. Do you truly believe the 2 of you can defeat me? Are you referring to me? Just as Danzo felt secure in his position, the beast path's indifferent voice emerged from his side. Impossible. Following the sound, Danzo glimpsed the beast path, who had just been bisected, emerging from the maw of a grotesque figure. Surprised, are you? I can also revive. You monsters. Upon witnessing the beast path's resurrection, Danzo's composure faltered, and his expression darkened considerably. His revival is attributed to the consumption of a Sharingan to utilize Izanagi. But what is the reason behind the other's resurrection? Furthermore, what is this colossal magical statue before us, and why did the summoner of the beast emerge from its mouth? It is indeed ironic. After all, you are the true monster here. Conan, who had meticulously arranged the surroundings, returned to the battlefield just in time to overhear Danzo's lamentations. A monster, you say? Danzo replied with a grim smile. In order to protect Konoha, to honor Master Tobirama, and to pursue my own dreams, what does it matter if I become a monster? So, you have forsaken humanity? Indeed, I have long abandoned my humanity. Now, I wish for all of you to perish. With a thunderous roar, the battle commenced anew. This time, Danzo shifted his focus, no longer attacking the beasts, but instead targeting the realm of hell. He was unaware of the principles underlying the resurrection of the beast realm. He only knew that it emerged from the mouth of that golem, which, in turn, was summoned from the hell realm. Therefore, to thwart the revival of these cyclopean eyes, it was imperative to eliminate the hell realm first. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. As a blast of air erupted from Danzo's mouth, he intended to employ the same strategy to approach the hell realm, aiming to unleash a vacuum wave that would transform one into 2. However, he failed to notice that the hungry ghost realm had somehow arrived beside the hell realm. The hungry ghost realm extended its arms towards the air blast, forming a protective shield around itself. When the air blast collided with the shield, the hungry ghost realm opened its mouth wide, inhaling the air blast into its belly. Can you truly absorb ninjutsu chakra? In an instant, the formidable air cannon he had unleashed was absorbed by the opponent, a ludicrous scene that left Danzo wide-eyed in astonishment. At that moment, he finally comprehended why the realm of hungry ghosts sought to make contact with his body. Given their ability to absorb ninjutsu chakra, the intention behind such contact was undoubtedly to siphon off his chakra. Fortunately, the old man's wits had spared him from such an encounter. Nonetheless, the current situation was increasingly unfavorable for him. Before him stood three formidable opponents, one capable of summoning infinite summoning beasts, another adept at absorbing chakra, and a third with the power to resurrect them, truly a daunting predicament. Casting a sidelong glance at Conan soaring through the sky, Toanzo sensed that the Rain Village was undoubtedly concealing a nefarious plot. Otherwise, with their talents, they would not remain obscure within the ninja world. Moreover, they had slain Hanzo and suppressed the news of his demise. It would be hard for anyone to believe there were no conspiracies at play. I must escape swiftly and inform everyone about Rain Village's schemes that threaten the ninja world. Whether or not Rain Village harbors intentions to endanger the ninja realm was of little concern to Toanzo. What truly mattered was that he was on the brink of a desperate flight. He no longer harbored any illusions of slaying even a single adversary. His sole desire was to escape. With this thought in mind, Toanzo formed hand seals, striking the ground with considerable force, summoning forth the most formidable being from the Dream Demon clan. "Help me hold them off," he commanded, before turning away and sprinting toward the outskirts of the village, leaving the Dream Demon to confront Pain and Conan alone. Before Toanzo could cover much ground, he was compelled to evade a barrage of shells that came hurtling towards him from a distance. Once he managed to dodge the onslaught and glanced back at the source of the attack, he found yet another Rinnegan manifesting before him. Another one? Toanzo admitted, a trace of fear creeping into his heart. The will of the gods is inexorable. Toanzo, you cannot escape. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a desperate cry from the Dream Demon echoed from behind him. In an instant, Pain's three forms appeared before him, surrounding him completely. Realizing that escape was no longer an option, Toanzo gritted his teeth, preparing to unleash his fury. "Do you think you have me at your mercy? Do not forget, I may yet be resurrected." "Resurrected? Just kill you a few more times?" Conan, hovering above, retorted, "I do not believe your resurrection has no limits." Toanzo, enraged, charged towards the Hell Realm. If he could not flee, he would take a few down with him. His primary target was still the Hell Realm, capable of resurrecting those with Rinnegan. However, his power was insufficient to achieve this. When he had merely faced three of Pain's forms, he had managed to grasp their general intent, trading his life for that of the Beast Realm. Now, with the addition of the Shura Realm, wielding an array of advanced weaponry, even Toanzo's desperate tactics could not secure his victory against the Hell Realm. Furthermore, Nagato had become aware of his resurrection capabilities, rendering any attempt at ambush during resurrection futile. Am I destined to perish here? Under the relentless assault from Pain's four forms, Toanzo's resurrection tokens dwindled rapidly. Each time he invoked his Anaji, one of the Sharingan in his right eye would close. This phenomenon did not escape Nagato and Conan's notice. "So, you resurrect by depleting your Sharingan. No wonder you embedded so many in your hand. Alas, your Sharingan is now exhausted. Die, Toanzo." As 10 Sharingan were depleted, the Shura realm unleashed a missile that obliterated Toanzo's body into fragments, ensuring he met a gruesome demise. "Conan, summon someone to clean up," Nagato instructed. Understood. With Toanzo's demise, Pain's four forms prepared to return to base, while Conan began to retreat. Unbeknownst to them, Toanzo's dismembered form began to dissolve into nothingness. Utilizing wind release, vacuum wave, Toanzo resurrected once more without uttering a word, unleashing his most potent wind technique against the Hell Realm. What? The Hell Realm was caught off guard, severed into several pieces by the slicing wind blades. Witnessing the success of his attack, Toanzo laughed maniacally. "Ha ha." After indulging in laughter for a time, he proclaimed, "Even in death, I shall take one of you with me. That individual I have slain will ensure you have no chance of resurrection henceforth." As Toanzo displayed his deranged demeanor, the remaining three forms of Pain remained silent, merely gazing at him intently. Conan, displaying surprise, inquired, "But your Sharingan was already exhausted. How can you still resurrect?" Toanzo, satisfying her curiosity, removed the final bandage from his right eye, revealing a blind, white orb. "Didn't he expect this, did you? I still had one Sharingan concealed." "Oh, I see. This is your final resurrection," Conan remarked. "Indeed, this is my last resurrection, and I intend to drag you all into hell with me." No sooner had he spoken than the inner four symbol seal manifested upon his body. He intended to employ this tactic to perish alongside his adversary. "Naive," he remarked, observing the approach of Danzo, who was activating his technique towards the three Pain bodies. These three figures remained utterly motionless, waiting for him to draw near. Just as Danzo was about to close the distance, a sound of slicing air resonated from afar, striking him with precision. In an instant, Danzo's technique was abruptly halted, rendered ineffective. "What?" Danzo exclaimed in astonishment. Was his ultimate means truly unraveled by this black rod embedded in his body? He reluctantly raised his head, gazing towards the direction of the imminent threat. Suddenly, he beheld yet another Sharingan floating in the sky. How infuriating. Just how many of you Sharingan users are there? Cannot you all emerge at once? The Deva Path Pain gradually descended before Danzo, disregarding his outcries, and produced a black rod. Realizing that the adversary had no desire for conversation and was solely intent on his demise, he ceased to ponder the number of Sharingan bearers. "The one capable of resurrecting you has already been slain. Those who cannot be revived will inevitably meet their end at the hands of others. I shall await you in hell. Such a loquacious fool. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the black rod effortlessly pierced Danzo's heart. Without the Sharingan, Danzo could no longer utilize his Anaji to resurrect himself. This time, he was truly dead. Pain, shall I take care of Danzo's corpse? The Deva Path shook his head and replied, the Hell Path has been destroyed. Danzo's corpse can suitably fill that void. With that, he lifted Danzo into the air and returned to the base, commencing his work on the lifeless body. Before long, a figure adorned with several black pins on his face emerged from the shadows. Hell Path Danzo, reporting in, crafted into pain. What did the esteemed audience think of Danzo's fate in the year 61 of Konoha? While the ninja world tirelessly sought to eliminate Danzo for the bountiful reward, he quietly perished in the Rain Village. Nagato suppressed this news, ensuring that the tale of Danzo's demise remained undisclosed. The third Hokage and fifth Hokage Jiraiya were left perplexed. As Danzo had vanished without a trace since his escape from Konoha, they had assumed that Danzo would inevitably devise some schemes for revenge, and they were thoroughly prepared, eagerly awaiting his reemergence. Unfortunately, until the commencement of the formal inventory a month later, Danzo had not made another appearance. Today marked the day of the fifth official inventory. 2 weeks prior, due to the absence of any inquiries from Tobirama and the third Hokage, Lin Tian had taken the liberty of filming a culinary video, which left the inhabitants of both timelines of Konohagakure utterly astounded. After viewing the video, the leaders of both villages simultaneously tasked their subordinates with the endeavor of replicating the various delicacies showcased in the film. They too yearned to savor the delectable dishes, curious about their true flavors. Thus, as Tobirama and Orochimaru busied themselves with research, the others engaged in culinary replication. Half a month swiftly elapsed, leading to today. In Tobirama's office, seizing the moments before 8 o'clock, he diligently revisited the experimental data in his hands. Sensei, have there been any breakthroughs in the experiments? Mirai and Hayashi, tasked with protecting the daimyo in the Land of Fire, were unaware of the progress their teacher had made. Observing Tobirama engrossed in the data, they couldn't resist approaching him. Indeed, with the materials provided by Orochimaru, significant advancements had been made not only in cloning technology, but also in the study of white zetsu over the past month. Tobirama remarked, handing the documents to Mirai and Hayashi. Orochimaru was undeniably an exceptional researcher, with a few more exchanges of experimental results. He felt confident in overcoming the challenges of cloning technology within half a year. As expected of our teacher, truly remarkable. Mirai and Hayashi marveled at the documents in their hands. While they struggled to comprehend the intricate details, they grasped the essence of the experimental progress and conclusions. In such a brief period, Tobirama had successfully cloned a mouse, observing no residual effects. This was indeed impressive. However, the mention of white zetsu was particularly intriguing. With a serious expression, Tobirama continued, I have surprisingly discovered cells from my elder brother within him. What? White zetsu possesses cells from the first Hokage. Everyone present was astounded. Through the light screen and accounts of others, they understood the terrifying nature of Hashirama's cells. In the era of Konoha, decades later, countless lives were lost in the pursuit of Hashirama's cells, yielding only a subpar version of would release. White zetsu had indicated that numerous similar beings existed. After being captured, White zetsu exhibited remarkable compliance, displaying no resistance whatsoever, fully cooperating with Tobirama's research. This revealed to Tobirama that there was not just one or two, but a multitude of white zetsu. A group possessing Hashirama's cells, even if lesser in strength, constituted a formidable power. Furthermore, White Zetsu's ability to infiltrate was alarmingly effective. Had it not been for the transmission capabilities of the light screen, Tobirama might have remained oblivious to such an entity's existence within himself. Fortunately, White Zetsu's presence was not entirely negative. At the very least, his brother's cells had weakened within him. Once cloning technology reached maturity, Tobirama could extract his brother's cells and create a clone of him. Of course, this clone body would inevitably be weaker than the original Hashirama. Yet, Tobirama had means to compensate for this disadvantage. Ultimately, in the face of Uchiha Obito's threat, Tobirama resolved to confront him directly only after his brother's revival. For now, he would feign ignorance and strive to buy time. Uncertain of who the individuals being summoned today were, in Konoha's 61st year, in the office of the 5th Hokage Jiraiya, 2 newcomers arrived, Sasuke Uchiha, a disciple of Orochimaru, and Naruto Uzumaki, a student of Jiraiya. Pervy Sage, Old Man Third, why did you call me here so late? And why is that pompous Sasuke here too? Upon entering the office, Naruto chattered incessantly, much to Jiraiya's chagrin. Sasuke, in contrast, was far more composed. His naturally cold demeanor had only intensified since becoming Orochimaru's disciple. Unless absolutely necessary, he typically refrained from speaking. Not only did he wish to maintain his aloof persona, but with Naruto's presence in Team 7, he found that he didn't need to voice his inquiries. Naruto would ask the questions for him. Sasuke was also curious as to why Orochimaru had summoned him. Upon seeing both Jiraiya and the third Hokage in the office, his curiosity deepened. Now that you two have become my and Orochimaru's disciples, you are entitled to know certain matters regarding the village. This was merely one of the reasons Jiraiya and Orochimaru had called them. A more significant reason was that the light screen had hinted at Naruto and Sasuke's future status being higher than Orochimaru's. These two clearly did not resemble researchers. The implication of their potential superiority over Orochimaru likely stemmed from their strength. If they could grow to surpass Orochimaru in a world devoid of the light screen, then nurturing them in this reality might afford them an opportunity to become even stronger than their original selves. Naruto, Sasuke, please refrain from being overly boisterous. Quietly observe for now. With this, Jiraiya fixed his gaze on Naruto, clearly addressing him. What do you mean, pervy sage? Naruto retorted, feeling slighted by Jiraiya's words, interpreting them as condescension. Look, aren't you the one being loud right now? Speechless, Naruto crossed his arms, sulking. Observing this, Jiraiya shook his head and turned to the third Hokage. Old man, is Tsunade still unwilling to return? With Orochimaru having rejoined Konoha, Jiraiya was eager for Tsunade's return. Since he became the fifth Hokage, he and the third Hokage had dispatched Umbu to locate her. Recently, they had tracked Tsunade's whereabouts. But the outcome was less than ideal. She was reluctant to come back. Indeed, replied the third Hokage, his expression tinged with bitterness. He pondered that had he acquiesced to Tsunade's proposal for medical reform back in the day, perhaps both Kakashi and SHJ would have been spared their untimely demise. Consequently, she might not have felt such profound disillusionment with the village, preferring a life beyond its borders rather than returning. Very well. It seems I must take it upon myself to summon him. The third Hokage cast a curious glance at Jiraiya upon hearing this. He was perplexed by Jiraiya's audacity, believing that if he sought Tsunade, she would simply return without hesitation. The current Hokage of your village is not suited to leave. Allow me to take on this task, he stated resolutely. After taking a puff of smoke, the third Hokage made his decision. Old man, my mind is made up. Refrain from further objections. Very well. As the clock struck 8, the luminous screen materialized in the Hokage's office. At the sight of the shimmering display, Naruto Uzumaki instinctively felt the urge to shout. Coincidentally, he caught a glimpse of the fifth Hokage, Jiraiya, regarding him with a teasing gaze. To avoid incurring the disdain of the lecherous sage, Naruto quickly covered his mouth, suppressing his desire to cry out. Greetings, esteemed viewers. I am the newcomer, Ation. In our previous episode concerning Danzo, the feedback from you, the audience, was somewhat lackluster, resulting in a significant drop in follower count. To regain your favor, this time we shall delve into a character of immense popularity within the Naruto series. This character is none other than the fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Minato Namikaze, in the office of Tobirama Senju. When the character for the review was revealed to be the fourth Hokage, everyone's interest was piqued. Minato Namikaze. It seems he is a ninja who wields the Flying Thunder God technique even more adeptly than my teacher. During his last visit to Konoha 61 years prior, Danzo had gleaned some insights from both Jiraiya and the third Hokage about the village's development over the decades, with much of the conversation centering on Minato. They praised his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, suggesting that if Minato were still alive, the Uchiha clan would not have faced annihilation. These commendations sparked Danzo's curiosity about Minato. It was fortuitous that the character for this episode was indeed Minato, satisfying Danzo's intrigue. In a buoyant mood, Danzo inadvertently uttered his earlier remark. Are you suggesting his use of the Flying Thunder God is superior to mine? Upon witnessing Tobirama's slightly displeased expression, Danzo realized he might have stirred trouble. Despite all that had transpired, he remained unwilling to relinquish his aspirations for the position of third Hokage, and he had been striving to win Tobirama's favor. He couldn't afford to jeopardize it over a mere statement. Did the screen not refer to me as the scapegoat sage? Let us see how I can deflect blame this time. With that thought, Danzo quickly retorted, that was not my assertion. It was the old monkey and the old Jiraiya who said it. The third Hokage had indeed made a comment along those lines, but he never directly claimed that Minato's Flying Thunder God technique surpassed that of the second Hokage. That prior statement was purely Danzo's embellishment. Unaware of this, Tobirama nodded upon hearing Danzo's attempt to shift blame, seemingly convinced by the latter's words. In the office of the fifth Hokage, upon seeing that the character under review was Minato, both Jiraiya and the third Hokage instinctively glanced at Naruto, who was still covering his mouth. Their actions left Sasuke feeling quite perplexed. Could it be that Naruto had some connection to this fourth Hokage? He turned his gaze towards Orochimaru, hoping to elicit an answer from his rather unorthodox teacher. To his surprise, Orochimaru did not respond to Sasuke. Instead, he merely smiled with evident intrigue. Realizing that he could not obtain answers from Orochimaru, Sasuke shifted his focus to the luminous screen. In the early stages of the narrative, Minato Namikaze undoubtedly emerged as a ninja shrouded in an aura of profound mystery. The information surrounding him has always been scarce, with only the knowledge that he is a disciple of Jiraiya. Young Jiraiya, huh? He will be my disciple? The clan of the Namikaze family has also remained a mystery. Even though Naruto has concluded, the author has yet to resolve this enigma. Thus, considering the overall narrative of Naruto and the somewhat juvenile flair in Minato's naming, it seems likely that Minato does not belong to any so-called Namikaze clan. It is plausible that during his time with Jiraiya, He whimsically named himself something extravagant like Namikaze Raging Torrent Vortex Leap, which may have been later abbreviated to the more pronounceable Namikaze Minato. Of course, this is playful speculation rather than baseless conjecture. The Namikaze crest does indeed appear in the series, albeit only on the back of Namikaze Minato's attire in the film The Last, Naruto the movie. The claims circulating online about the Namikaze clan's proficiency in space-time ninjutsu are purely fabricated and should not be taken seriously. Therefore, there is little value in further analyzing the Namikaze clan. Is there a Namikaze clan in the village? Sarutobi Hizashi, summoned by Tobirama, pondered for a moment before responding. To my knowledge, there is not. What about you all? Does anyone know of the Namikaze clan? The others shook their heads, indicating their ignorance. Tobirama sighed in disappointment. If such a clan existed, I could have bypassed Sarutobi Hizashi and groomed Namikaze Minato to become the third Hokage. Having watched a retrospective on Sarutobi Hizashi, it would be disingenuous for Tobirama to claim he felt no reservations about this disciple. After all, currently, he is the only viable candidate to inherit the position. Danzo, regardless of the circumstances before or after the appearance of the light screen, is unsuitable to be Hokage. Fortunately, recent advancements in cloning technology have been significant. As long as he remains alive, Sarutobi Hizashi will always be his disciple. Dreaming of becoming the third Hokage? That can wait until he thoroughly eliminates the threat posed by Madara. Coincidentally, the third Hokage also inquired about the surname of Minato from the fifth Hokage, Jiraiya. Old man, are you out of your mind? Back in the day, you investigated Minato's background thoroughly. You know better than I if there is a Namikaze clan in the village. The fifth Hokage, Jiraiya, spoke truthfully. Does he truly believe that just anyone can be his disciple? Long before Minato became his pupil, the third Hokage had already conducted a meticulous investigation into Minato, recognizing him as an exceptionally talented commoner ninja. As for the Namikaze surname, it might have belonged to ancestors who once prospered but later fell into obscurity. Indeed, I must have been foolish. The third Hokage chuckled awkwardly and turned his gaze back to the light screen. In the back row, Sasuke paid no heed to the conversation between the two. He glanced at the image of Namikaze Minato on the screen, then turned to observe Uzumaki Naruto, appearing contemplative. Sensing Sasuke's thoughtful demeanor, Orochimaru felt immense satisfaction with this disciple. Intelligent, diligent, and eager to learn, truly a prodigious talent. He is increasingly eager to witness Sasuke's growth. Since childhood, Minato understood that the position of Hokage could be rotated among the deserving. With a fervent desire to serve his country, he resolved to become Hokage, aspiring to be a pivotal figure in tumultuous times. Such a spirited youth was also preoccupied with another matter, the newly arrived Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, who had just settled in Konoha. Upon their first encounter in class, Minato was captivated by Kushina's crimson hair. Oh, this red-haired woman is irresistibly charming, he mused. However, Kushina initially held a low opinion of him, even deeming the blonde youth a coward. Yet, a fleeting lack of affection from a lady was hardly a setback. A true charismatic leader will always find a way to win the heart of the woman he adores. Jiraiya, Minato is truly your disciple. He has inherited your penchant for beauty from a young age. Orochimaru, perhaps it would be wise for you to remain silent. The fifth Hokage, Jiraiya, was taken aback when the usually taciturn Orochimaru, upon returning to the village, chose to mock him. Moreover, the term lecherous surely should have been uttered by Tsunade, as your dialogue was more fittingly about fool. Orochimaru, your persona is crumbling. Not long after, Kumogakure set its sights on Kushina's potential as a Jinchuriki, subsequently dispatching 3 formidable cloud ninjas to kidnap her. How laughable. Did Kumogakure truly possess the capability for such an endeavor? Observing the screen, where 3 ninjas adorned with cloud headbands pursued Kushina, Tobirama could not suppress a scoff. Indeed, even in its weakened state, Konoha would not so easily succumb to infiltration, much less endure the abduction of a Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen concurred with Tobirama's assessment. If a ninja village could be so effortlessly breached by outsiders, what purpose would there be for sentinels or sensory barriers? It seems the third Hokage intended to turn the tables, seizing this opportunity for Minato to forge a bond with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This seemed to be the case. Tobirama, contemplating with the mindset of Hokage, endorsed Hiruzen's reasoning. Next, it was time for Minato to embark on a mission to rescue Kushina. As expected, no sooner had Tobirama spoken than Lin Tian continued, recognizing this as a golden opportunity for Kushina to reassess her feelings, which Minato would not let slip away. He successfully tracked down Kushina by following the trail marked by her distinctive red hair. Along the way, he swiftly dispatched 3 cloud ninjas, enacting a dramatic scene of a valiant hero rescuing a damsel in distress. It truly follows this familiar trope. Sun felt elated, pleased with his accurate conjecture regarding the third Hokage's intentions. This indirectly indicated that he had begun to adopt the mindset of a Hokage himself. Meanwhile, Dan's, observing Sunslash's foolish grin, disdainfully curled his lips in irritation. He harbored a silent resentment, lamenting why he had not considered this sooner. Danzo pondered, am I truly unfit to be Hokage? Elder, was this arrangement deliberate on your part? The fifth Hokage, Jiraiya, observed the valiant figure of his disciple upon the luminous screen and inquired of the third Hokage, "Is this intention not rather overt?" "Indeed, it is quite apparent. What sort of cloud ninja could infiltrate Konoha unnoticed? It must be a ninja of considerable strength to achieve such a feat. The three cloud ninjas displayed on the screen are likely either Nin or Jinin. It is improbable they are Jonin. Otherwise, they would not have been so swiftly defeated by Minato, who had only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy. Yet, this raises a logical inconsistency. How could such inept cloud ninjas infiltrate Konoha and deceive the Umbu protecting Kushina, ultimately capturing her? Regardless of its clarity, one must assess the efficacy of this tactic. The third Hokage did not dispute this notion. He cunningly turned the tables and acted in accordance with the circumstances, a seemingly simple maneuver that indeed yielded the desired outcome. Experience speaks volumes, as the saying goes. On the luminous screen, Lin Tian also expressed his thoughts on the matter. This incident is quite absurd, to say nothing of it. The ninjas dispatched by Yunin to capture individuals in Konoha should at least be Chunin or members of the Umbu. Given that Minato had only just graduated from the Ninja Academy, it seemed implausible for him to have bested these three Yun ninjas, let alone eliminate them in an instant. Minato's actions clearly illustrated that true prowess is not acquired at a certain stage of life, but is innate from a young age. Previously quite proud, Kushina began to rely on Minato ever since he saved her. Minato, on his part, made it known throughout Konoha that Kushina was his woman, warning those who might harbor ill intentions towards her to think twice. Thus, the domineering CEO Minato successfully captured Kushina as heart. It seems my future disciple possesses quite the skill in matters of romance. Little Jiraiya, observing the scene on the screen where Minato embraced his beloved, was filled with envy and jealousy. He envied Minato for being with the one he cherished and simultaneously resented the success of his heroic rescue. Last month, Jiraiya had asked Orochimaru for assistance, hoping to disguise himself and create a scenario where he could rescue Tsunade, playing the part of the gallant hero. At that time, he envisioned a splendid entrance where, amidst Tsunade's peril, he would swoop in and effortlessly drive away the ruffians threatening her. He believed that after witnessing his display of masculinity, Tsunade would surely regard him with newfound admiration and affection. However, the outcome turned out to be quite different from his expectations. At that moment, Tsunade was already fuming after losing money, and just then, the disguised Orochimaru appeared, delivering a swift kick that rendered him unconscious. Little Jiraiya, rushing from a distance, assumed everything was proceeding smoothly and approached with a cheerful demeanor, only to find Tsunade standing displeased while Orochimaru lay sprawled on the ground. Had Tsunade been in a different state of mind, Jiraiya might have found himself nursing broken ribs. With a sigh, little Jiraiya turned and gazed at Tsunade with a look filled with deep affection. He vowed that, by any means necessary, he would win the heart of Tsunade. Perhaps it was the intensity of Jiraiya's gaze that stirred something within Tsunade, causing her to glance in his direction, instantly covered in goosebumps. "Jiraiya, what kind of gaze is that? Do you not realize how revolting it is?" With that, young Tsunade brandished her fist at him, conveying a clear message. "Should you dare to look at me like that again, beware, for I might just have to loosen your joints afterwards." In light of his own safety, Jiraiya managed an awkward smile before redirecting his attention to the screen. As time progressed, Minato ascended to the rank of guiding Jonin, leading his three subordinates. They are Noara Rin, Uchiha Obito, and Hatake Kakashi. It is astonishing that the instigator of the Nine Tails incident, mentioned in the previous episodes, turned out to be a pupil of the fourth Hokage. At that time, Tobirama was unaware that Obito was a subordinate of the fourth Hokage. Now that he has come to this realization, an odd thought crosses his mind. Had it not been for the intervention of the light curtain, the third Hokage would have perished at the hands of his own disciple, Orochimaru. The fourth Hokage also met his demise at the hands of his student. As for himself, the second Hokage, while he did not die directly at the hands of his disciple, he fell to the ninjas of the Cloud Village, Kinkaku and Ginkaku. However, his death was to ensure the retreat of 6 students, and had it not been for them, he would not have needed to sacrifice himself. He can be considered to have indirectly perished at the hands of his own disciple. Reflecting on this, it seems that the position of Hokage ought not to accept disciples. Doing so appears to lead to demise, akin to a fateful destiny. With this thought in mind, Tobirama resolved to establish a new rule. Should the 5th and 6th Hokage also meet their ends, directly or indirectly, at the hands of their own disciples, he would decree that to ascend to the role of Hokage, one must forego having disciples. What? You say Tobirama could not possibly be so superstitious? Well, it costs nothing to entertain such beliefs. During his tenure as a guiding Jonin, Minato was greatly esteemed by the third Hokage, frequently dispatched on confidential missions. Particularly, after Minato had conquered Konoha's designated Jinchuriki, Kushina, from within, he effectively held Konoha's ultimate weapon. Coupled with his previous tutelage under Jiraiya, as long as Minato possessed sufficient strength, qualifications, and age, the position of Hokage would be within his grasp. Thus, what Minato required was simply to remain steadfast and patiently await the passage of time. "It seems, old man, you never truly considered me for the role of Hokage." Orochimaru's sudden remark left the third Hokage momentarily speechless. Do not say such things, Orochimaru. After taking a drag from his cigarette and regaining his composure, the third Hokage continued. In truth, the opportunity for you and Minato was evenly matched. I would not show favoritism. Either of you could have become Hokage, but once I learned of your entanglement with Danzo and the numerous inappropriate experiments you conducted, I began to lean towards Minato for the sake of the village. Orochimaru merely chuckled, choosing not to respond. He was not particularly concerned about the distinction between Hokage or not. Rather, his focus lay on his esteemed mentor, who supported Minato instead of him. This sentiment was akin to a spouse clandestinely seeking solace with a mistress, leaving him quite irked. However, as the years have passed, he has come to terms with it. In the present, he finds contentment in having ample time to conduct experiments while openly mentoring his prodigious disciple. As for the veracity of the events from that time, whether they align with the words of the third Hokage, he has grown indifferent to such inquiries. Soon, Minato encountered yet another opportunity. The incessant strife within the ninja world had rendered it a battleground, with wars erupting in succession. After the first, the second followed, and then the third continued the conflict. Like a game of mahjong, the battles came one after another, with nations incessantly vying for resources. The land of fire, abundant in resources and blessed with beauty, had become the target of envy from other factions, akin to a lemon that left them sour. Lin Tian's metaphor was indeed vivid. On the sidelines, Rijan chuckled heartily. Even Tobirama couldn't suppress his amusement. Indeed, compared to other nations, the resources of the Land of Fire were remarkably plentiful, complemented by its perpetually pleasant climate. Its unfortunate geographical positioning at the center of the ninja world rendered it a constant war zone. Fortunately, Konoha's strength prevailed in each great ninja war. Otherwise, such a bountiful location might have been seized by rival nations. In this context, the Konoha ninjas, as the military force of the Land of Fire, found themselves beleaguered from all sides. Amidst the turmoil, a certain blue-haired individual named Minato took up his kunai and sang as he ventured onto the battlefield. Strangely, amidst the chaos, skilled warriors seemed to be drawn to one another like substitutes in a game, and Minato stumbled upon a formidable opponent. The AB brothers from the Cloud Village. Among them, A was the son of the Third Hokage, poised to inherit the title, while B was his younger brother and the host of the Eight Tails. Another brash warrior from the Cloud Village. Tobirama held a deep-seated dissatisfaction towards the Cloud Village, not least because he had met his demise at their hands in history, and the recent events displayed on the screen indicated their hostility towards Konoha. Truly a repugnant village. Master, should we not cause some trouble for the Cloud Village? Noticing Tobirama's displeasure, Danzo quickly proposed an idea. What sort of trouble? Why, it was simple. Intercept their missions, spread rumors, and tarnish their reputation. Such underhanded tactics were Danzo's forte. Tobirama regarded Danzo, brimming with confidence, and pondered briefly before shaking his head. Forget it. The ninja world is currently at peace. We ought not to provoke further conflict. Very well, master. Danzo remained somewhat reluctant. Externally, the Cloud Village had compensated Konoha with a substantial amount of resources and wealth, leading to a precarious financial situation within their own village. Internally, the newly appointed Third Hokage needed time to eliminate remnants from the Second's regime. This moment presented a golden opportunity to strike at the Cloud Village. Alas, Tobirama forbade it. Danzo, sensing Danzo's lingering discontent, Tobirama elaborated. Let us not forget that Uchiha Madara still lurks in the shadows, watching us with malevolent intent. Upon hearing this, Danzo quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, with Madara's presence, the village's foremost need was time to develop. Though the Cloud Village appeared to be at its weakest, it remained one of the 5 great ninja villages, and they would undoubtedly retaliate against Konoha's provocations. This back and forth would inevitably divert their manpower. Under the premise of being unable to annihilate the Cloud Village, engaging in petty acts would be futile. It was wiser to seize the opportunity for growth. Do you understand now? Yes, master, I understand. At the moment when the two factions of ninjas crossed paths, A's keen eyes, coupled with his yellow hair and swift body flicker technique, immediately recognized Minato's identity. A's subordinates began to shout, urging him to flee while there was still time. A, unperturbed, addressed Minato. Little brother, you must be that suddenly famous yellow flash of Konoha, am I right? Minato, acknowledging the sharpness of his opponent, replied. And you must be the son of the Third Hokage. I've heard you were quite the swift one. No sooner had the words left his lips than both sides prepared for combat. Minato, unfazed, scattered kunai around him as if they were free, instructing his subordinates to remain on standby and not to engage in the fight. Subsequently, A, clad in lightning armor, charged at Minato with a swift attack. In a flash, Minato reacted with lightning speed, throwing a kunai into the air and using the flying thunder god technique to teleport to the kunai he had previously embedded in a tree. Evading the assault, he then flickered behind A, seizing the kunai he had thrown and preparing for a deft backstab. Although A had sensed the impending danger, his body could not keep pace with his mind, resulting in a futile swing. B, noticing the unfavorable turn of events, intervened by hurling a tentacle priced at 998 to separate Minato and A. Minato, momentarily bewildered, transformed into a seafood chef and began preparing octopus sashimi on the spot. Allow me to slice a Cthulhu nostril for you all. For those who appreciate it, be sure to collect your tickets. The fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique was indeed executed with finesse. Observing the scene of Minato's confrontation with A on the screen, Tobirama appeared somewhat astonished. He was aware that the fourth Hokage had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique he had invented. However, he was taken aback by the extraordinary proficiency with which the fourth wielded this technique, nearly rivaling his own. Minato mused. If it weren't for the fact that you are the second Hokage and the creator of the Flying Thunder God, I would have to say you lack modesty. The maneuver he executed to rescue A inadvertently revealed A's identity as the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. In light of this revelation, Inuzuka Kiba, a member of Minato's team, sensed the precariousness of their situation and deemed it wise to retreat, leading the group to withdraw, leaving Minato to cover their escape. As he lingered behind, Minato expressed admiration for Killer B's strength and discerned the precious possession he held. Instantly adopting a commanding demeanor, he attempted to enlighten A. Yet, A, with his obstinate nature, failed to grasp the underlying meaning of Minato's words and charged forward recklessly. Nonetheless, A exhibited a modicum of cunning, keeping a vigilant eye on the kunai Minato had strategically placed around him, readying for a counterattack. Unexpectedly, Minato teleported behind B, exclaiming, "Old friend, have you lost your wits? My Flying Thunder God technique allows me to set markers anywhere. It is infallible." At that moment, A had already strayed beyond the confines of the battlefield, his fist striking nothing but air, leading to his swift exit from the fray. However, Minato's sudden appearance behind B did not confer an advantage, for B's blade was poised dangerously close to Minato's midsection. The ensuing confrontation seemed destined for an impasse, with one poised for a debilitating strike and the other for a fatal blow. Ultimately, in pursuit of a harmonious existence, they decided to conclude the encounter in a stalemate. Impressive indeed. The fourth Hokage is remarkable, Naruto exclaimed, captivated by the fourth's valiant display against two adversaries on the screen. However, he quickly remembered that he was not yet permitted to speak, lest he incur the disdain of the lecherous sage. With that thought, he instinctively covered his mouth. Naruto's foolish antics left the fifth Hokage, Jiraiya, somewhat exasperated, as he reflected on his years spent searching for the Child of Destiny while inadvertently neglecting Naruto, resulting in his current predicament. Yet, it was not too late. He believed that under his tutelage, the Toad Sage Jiraiya, Naruto would undoubtedly evolve into a reliable individual. Kushina interjected, "Is that so? I find it hard to believe. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, possesses considerable strength." Tobirama also provided his assessment of Minato's prowess. Though the battle displayed on the screen was brief, it sufficed for Tobirama to grasp Minato's capabilities. Notably, the finesse with which Minato executed the Flying Thunder God technique was commendable. On the surface, Minato's technique required kunai inscribed with seals for support. If these kunai were destroyed, the Flying Thunder God would be rendered ineffective. Realizing this, an opponent might focus their efforts on the marked kunai, unwittingly stepping into Minato's trap, as he could inscribe seals on the spot. The screen showcased Minato inscribing his technique onto the tentacles of the Eight Tails, illustrating that his mastery of the Flying Thunder God had transcended its original form. Tobirama silently acknowledged this fact, though he would never openly admit it. He, the illustrious second Hokage and the creator of the Flying Thunder God technique, possesses a sense of dignity. It is quite noteworthy that while the Hidden Cloud Village deployed the Raikage's son and the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails to the battlefield, Konoha sent only Minato Namikaze. What of Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya? Was the situation so dire that no other formidable shinobi could be dispatched for support? If Tobirama evaluated Minato based on his individual prowess, then Hiruzen Sarutobi assessed the broader circumstances of the ninja world at that time. Through the projection, they were aware of the existence of the legendary Sannin within Konoha. The emergence of the AB combination signified a substantial investment of military strength from the Hidden Cloud, while Konoha's contributions seemed somewhat lacking in comparison. Were it not for Minato's remarkable efforts to turn the tide, the front lines of the Hidden Cloud would likely have faltered. Perhaps it was precisely due to Minato's extraordinary performance in this conflict that he would ultimately ascend to the position of Hokage. However, the war was far from over. Konoha, already besieged on multiple fronts, faced relentless assaults from the Hidden Stone, resulting in unprecedented losses in combat strength. Hiruzen observed the grim reality, indeed. Konoha was under attack from various directions. The higher-ups commanded Minato to lead Kakashi Hatake, Rin Noira, and Obito Uchiha to demolish the enemy's supply route at the Kamizumi Bridge. At the tender age of 12, Kakashi had risen to the rank of Genin, and the group proceeded to the battlefield. A 12-year-old Genin? Such a notion seems preposterous. Even in times of war, attaining the rank of Genin at such a young age is indeed remarkable. In Tobirama's office, when the gathered individuals learned of Kakashi's age at his promotion, they collectively gasped in astonishment. What does it signify to be 12? As contemporaries, one has just graduated from the Ninja Academy and become a Genin while another has already achieved the rank of Genin. The disparity is undeniably vast. I recall that during the evaluation of the third Hokage, the projection even jested about Kakashi being a little version of the third, indicating Kakashi's formidable capabilities as a shinobi. Otherwise, he would not have drawn such playful remarks. In the back rows of the office, Kaze and Kishino engaged in discussions about Kakashi. If Kakashi could become a Nin at 12, his innate talent must be exceptional. Yet, after the death of the fourth Hokage and several years of Kakashi's growth, why did he not ascend to the position of fifth Hokage? While Hiruzen returned to lead Konoha once more. Upon hearing Kaze's words, nodded in agreement and continued, this seems quite unreasonable. Either Hiruzen, having tasted power, yearns to reclaim it, or Kakashi encountered obstacles in his later development. It remains uncertain which scenario is true. We shall continue to observe the projection. It should elucidate the matter. The revelation of Kakashi's promotion at such a young age also astounded Jiraiya and his peers. Young Tsunade even mocked Jiraiya, claiming he was outdone by the student of his own pupil. Jiraiya's face flushed with embarrassment at such remarks. Kakashi truly is a remarkable talent. It is unfortunate. Tobirama and the others were unaware of Kakashi's growth trajectory, unlike Jiraiya's circle, which included Sasuke and Naruto, who were privy to this knowledge. It is indeed regrettable. Had it not been for Obito's Sharingan weighing him down, his strength would likely have been even greater. It is well known that individuals without Uchiha lineage who possess a Sharingan cannot deactivate it, remaining in its activated state at all times. If one possesses an abundance of chakra, such as those from the Uzumaki clan, the side effects may not be as pronounced. However, Kakashi's chakra reserves are limited, and the presence of the chakra-draining Sharingan has resulted in minimal enhancement of his innate abilities during a phase when he should have been experiencing exponential growth. They often ponder, if Kakashi had not possessed that Sharingan, would his strength, under normal circumstances, surpass that of his father, Tsukumo Hatake? Regrettably, such musings remain mere speculation. What transpired with Orochimaru and how did Kakashi come to possess the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? As a member of Kakashi's team, Sasuke sought out information upon discovering Kakashi's Sharingan. However, the information merely confirmed that Kakashi was an exceptionally gifted ninja, having become a Nin at the age of 6 and a Nin by 12. Yet, concerning the Sharingan, the documentation yielded no answers. Let us not rush, Sasuke. Perhaps the light screen will provide clarity. If the light screen fails to offer an answer, then you must enlighten me. Of course, Sasuke had gleaned some knowledge about Kakashi through his research, whereas Naruto remained utterly oblivious. He only knew that Kakashi was a Nin, their guiding Nin. But beyond that, he was utterly oblivious. After all, Naruto was not Sasuke. Suggesting he seek out information about his guiding Nin was far less practical than allowing him to sleep at home. To his surprise, Kakashi-sensei was remarkably formidable. A Nin at the age of 12 was indeed impressive. Having said that, Naruto covered his mouth again, witnessing Naruto's folly once more. The fifth Hokage Jiraiya sighed and remarked, you need not cover your mouth any longer. No, if I don't cover it, I fear I might speak unwittingly. But you are still speaking even with your mouth covered, are you not? That is true, Naruto conceded, recognizing the wisdom in Jiraiya's words and subsequently dropped his hand. Before departing, Minato presented Kakashi with a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique. Shortly after arriving on the front lines, Minato's team encountered a minor skirmish. Kakashi, eager to showcase the might of his lightning cutter, found himself at a disadvantage against the enemy. Thankfully, Minato intervened just in time to rescue Kakashi, simultaneously marking the enemy with his Flying Thunder God seal. He then set down his backpack and assumed a combat stance, before the pack even hit the ground. The enemy was already deemed dead. However, Minato did not rush to eliminate the nearby rock shinobi. The rock shinobi, taken aback by Minato's golden hair and agile movements, was astonished. Could it be that you were the yellow flash of Konoha? My superior instructed me to flee upon sighting him. I finally comprehend the gravity of that warning. This tale illustrates that for some, understanding a matter may take but a second, while for others, it could cost them their lives. After dispatching the enemy, Minato spent a night with his team before heading to the front lines. If all went as expected, an unexpected turn of events loomed. Teacher, why do you say that? Observing the light screen, Tobirama appeared self-assured as he replied, I merely contemplated the forthcoming developments through the lens of literary creation. With that, Tobirama surveyed his disciples and continued. You all understand that in the eyes of the light screen, we are merely characters in a literary work titled Naruto. Since it is a literary piece, a plot filled with twists and turns is what the audience yearns for. The group nodded in agreement. Indeed, as soon as Tobirama finished speaking, the screen displayed the scene of Kakashi's team falling under attack. See, I told you so, Tobirama remarked, following Minato's departure. Kakashi's squad encountered peril deep behind enemy lines, resulting in Obito's demise. After completing his mission, Minato returned to his team using the kunai gifted to Kakashi, rescuing both Kakashi and Rin, while learning of Obito's death. Of course, the trio was unaware that Obito had been saved by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara? Orochimaru exclaimed. Is Kakashi's Sharingan connected to this Obito? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru appeared somewhat agitated. This was Uchiha Madara, a figure whose name resonated alongside that of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Orochimaru turned to the seemingly unperturbed 5th Hokage Jiraiya and 3rd Hokage, questioning, "Are you concealing something from me? I will explain this matter to you later." Jiraiya replied, his lack of surprise at Madara's survival stemming from the 3rd Hokage's private briefing regarding the 3rd review video. That particular video had informed the 3rd Hokage of Obito's rescue by Madara, who later delivered a gift of the Nine Tails to Konoha, leading to the tragic deaths of Minato and his wife, thus rendering Naruto an orphan. Orochimaru was not a Hokage, and so the 3rd Hokage did not divulge these details to him. Sasuke, standing nearby, did not share Orochimaru's fervor, lacking first-hand experience of that era. Sasuke remained unaware of the significance of the name Madara. What concerns him the most is whether this Uchiha named Obito is still alive. If he is indeed alive, then he would no longer be the sole Uchiha, apart from that beast. He even yearned to locate his counterpart and together restore the former glory of the Uchiha clan. It is evident that Obito held his comrades in high regard. Before his demise, he bequeathed his Sharingan to Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen discerned that Obito, at that time, must have hoped to augment Kakashi's strength with the Sharingan, enabling them to break through their dire circumstances and survive. A quintessential good youth, indeed. Yet, one must ponder how Madara managed to deceive Obito, instilling within him a deep-seated hatred for Konoha and Minato, while enticing him to exploit the power of the Nine Tails to wreak havoc upon the village. The methods to achieve such manipulation were few and far between. As the foremost authority on the Uchiha, Tobirama instantly envisioned several strategies that could ensnare Obito in darkness, judging by the light screen and the prevailing circumstances. It was likely a case of framing him for the deaths of his comrades, plunging him into despair. Could it be that the girl named Rin Nohara played a pivotal role? Having awakened his Manjiki Sharingan and experienced profound despair, Kakashi also provided his insights. If Obito indeed harbored affections for Rin, then witnessing her death at the hands of his closest friend would explain his subsequent actions. Most likely, it unfolded in such a manner. This rescue operation showcased Minato's prowess. At that moment, the enemy forces numbered at least in double digits, each bearing a striking resemblance to Kakashi. Although the specifics of the battle were not detailed, it was clear that Kakashi was on the brink of exhaustion, while Rin, serving as a medical nin, lacked combat effectiveness. Thus, prior to Kakashi's collapse, he managed to eliminate only a handful of adversaries with his Raikiri. Minato, after vanquishing foes at the forefront, returned to the fray, confronting overwhelming odds. Indeed, even a master would find such a scenario arduous. Yet, the conclusion remained: Minato triumphed, decimating the enemy while preserving the lives of his two subordinates. Especially after the battle, Kakashi, upon regaining consciousness, was left utterly astonished to see Minato, who bore not a trace of fatigue from the fierce conflict, truly a battlefield reaper. Naruto exclaimed, "The 4th Hokage is so cool." In the ensuing days, Minato, Kakashi, and Rin collaborated to obliterate the Kanobi Bridge, thereby securing a victory for Konoha. Regrettably, shortly after the battle at Kanobi Bridge, Rin fell victim to a scheme orchestrated by Uchiha Madara. Minato was left with only Kakashi as his remaining subordinate. Tobirama mused, as I suspected, that scoundrel Madara exploited Rin Nohara, forcing Obito to witness her demise, thereby awakening his Manjiki Sharingan and dragging him into the abyss. Observing the light screen, where Kakashi pierced Rin's chest, leading to Obito's awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan, Tobirama's understanding of the Uchiha clan deepened considerably. In those days, he had merely recognized the problematic nature of the Uchiha bloodline after the establishment of Konoha. His studies revealed that the evolution of the Sharingan required a significant amount of negative emotions for stimulation. Uchiha members who advanced under such duress often experienced drastic personality changes. However, it was possible that they merely reached the level of 3 Tomo. Such individuals could often revert to their former selves through time and the guidance of others, provided they were not provoked. Recently, when Kakashi awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, his captivating yet fierce demeanor left a lasting impression on Tobirama. Nevertheless, with the guidance of his mentors and friends, Kakashi largely returned to his original self, albeit with a slightly more ruthless approach. Before arriving at the office, he received information from the Umbu indicating that the Uchiha clan was to convene a clan meeting that day, hoping Kakashi would attend, even resorting to threats. It was evident how significant this meeting was. Unexpectedly, the usually calm and rational Kakashi abruptly shattered the legs of the informant, declaring his disinterest in the radical factions gathering. If even Kakashi had succumbed to such a state, it was understandable that Obito, without the presence of mentors and comrades to guide him, had transformed into a madman bent on world destruction. However, understanding does not equate to endorsing their actions. Having unleashed the Nine Tails upon Konoha, it would indeed be perplexing if he were to condone such behavior. Obito's plight is tragic. He witnessed the death of the girl he cherished at the hands of his closest friend. Sarutobi sighed, contemplating that such actions, regardless of the clan, could lead anyone into darkness, becoming a mere harbinger of destruction. If Obito were truly astute, it was hard to believe he would remain oblivious to the manipulations at play. Sarutobi reflected that Tobirama had a point. After all, The orchestrations were too coincidental and overt. Any person of average intelligence would recognize the discrepancies. Was Obito truly of average intellect? In the formula book, the representation of intelligence was 10, and Obito's value was merely 2. In contrast, Shikamaru scored 10 in his youth, while Naruto was rated 3. With such a disparity, Obito's intellectual capacity was indeed concerning. Yet, despite this, many years after the incident, Obito came to comprehend that the tragedy had been a deliberate ploy by Madara, designed to awaken his Mangeki and enlist him in the Moon Eye plan. However, by that time, Obito was singularly focused on creating a world in which Rin could exist, rendering conspiracies irrelevant to him. Even upon learning that the Rinnegan could resurrect Rin, he refrained from asking Nagato to bring her back, believing that this wretched world was unworthy of her existence. Only a realm imbued with peace and hope could facilitate her true rebirth. In pursuit of this goal, he deceived Nagato, Konan, and the entirety of the Akatsuki. Regrettably, all of this was merely a ruse crafted by a certain dark figure seeking to save his own mother. Of course, Tobirama and the others were yet unaware of these developments. At this juncture, Tobirama contemplated utilizing cloning techniques to fabricate a body for Rin, intending to resurrect her and persuade Obito to return to the light. Such a valuable ally should not be squandered on Madara. As for resurrecting Minato and the casualties from the Ninetales incident, why not? After all, the events did not transpire in his timeline. Any ensuing chaos could be left for the fifth Hokage, Jiraiya, to address. Jiraiya remained blissfully unaware of the impending pitfall Tobirama was preparing for him. At present, he and the third Hokage had gleaned from the light screen the reasons behind Obito's animosity toward Konoha, which indeed traced back to Rin Noara. One must wonder, is Obito's reasoning truly flawed? It is not inherently wrong to confront the world for the sake of one's beloved, yet he failed to consider the Uchiha clan, which birthed and nourished him, and the Minato couple, who also cherished him, when unleashing the Ninetales. Jiraiya found it difficult to fathom Obito's thought process. Were he in Obito's position, he would undoubtedly pursue the true mastermind relentlessly rather than cast blame upon Minato and Konoha for their delayed rescue. It is conceivable that Obito may indeed possess a flawed reasoning process. Reflecting on Obito's various antics during their time at the Ninja Academy, the third Hokage was struck by an inexplicable sense of deja vu. He glanced around, and upon seeing Naruto, a sudden realization washed over him. He understood the source of this deja vu. This was nothing less than a replica of Naruto. Naruto's intellect was evident to those who understood, and similarly, it could be inferred that Obito's mind was not particularly sharp either. Old man, did you inform Kakashi that Obito is still alive? I have been hesitant, uncertain whether to speak up. Casting a glance at the third Hokage, who was smoking normally, Jiraiya, the fifth Hokage, asserted, your hesitation is justified. Given Obito's transformation, we should refrain from informing Kakashi for now. Let us gather more intelligence before we deliberate on this matter. I understand. Following the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha and Iwagakure entered into a treaty contingent upon concessions from Konoha. The third Hokage, feeling responsible for the sacrifices of Konoha shinobi during the war and under pressure from the higher-ups, chose to resign. Meanwhile, Minato, through his outstanding performance and formidable strength during the Third Great Ninja War, secured unanimous approval from the daimyo of the Land of Fire and ascended to the position of the fourth Hokage of Konoha. With his newfound status and fortune, Minato reached the pinnacle of his life, all the while nurturing his subordinate Kakashi. In the ensuing days, Minato labored tirelessly and eventually embraced fatherhood. Kushina was with child, and despite his overwhelming responsibilities as Hokage, Minato still found time to indulge in his love for reading. Consequently, he chose a name for his child inspired by the protagonist from Jiraiya's writings, which was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. At that moment, all eyes in the office were fixated on the bewildered Naruto. Are you joking? My father is actually the fourth Hokage? Tears streamed down Naruto's face as he grappled with this revelation. He was unwilling to believe, nor dare to accept, that his father was the fourth Hokage of the village. If his father truly held such a prestigious title, why was it that no children played with him? Why was he shunned by the shopkeeper when he wished to purchase a mask? Lacking culinary skills, he often resorted to instant noodles for sustenance. Even the milk nearing its expiration went unnoticed, with no one to offer a reminder. If the fourth Hokage was indeed his father, he pondered why he was subjected to such treatment. In that moment, Naruto's heart sank to the depths, leading him to the place where the Ninetales was imprisoned. Little brat, tear down this sealing talisman, and let us unleash chaos together. The Ninetales had never experienced such exhilaration, as it resided within Naruto, witnessing the miraculous barrier. It believed it would never have the chance to escape its confines. However, the barrier unexpectedly revealed a monumental truth, exposing that Minato Namikaze was Naruto's father. This revelation provided the Ninetales with an opportunity. If Naruto could only rip the talisman affixed to the ceiling door, it would break free from its prison, soaring to the skies and swimming through the oceans unimpeded. What? You say that Naruto stands beside the fifth Hokage Jiraiya, the third Hokage, and Orochimaru? It was not that the Ninetales looked down upon them. It held disdain for everyone in the shinobi world, save for the legendary Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Indeed. It declared, if you merely tear down this paper, we can join forces to vanquish these hypocritical fools. As the Nine Tails seduced Naruto, it corroded his very essence with its chakra, just as Naruto was about to make contact with the talisman. Those present in reality, Jiraiya and the others, finally recognized that something was amiss with Naruto's state. Oh no, the seal on the Nine Tails is weakening. Jiraiya, think of something. Observing Naruto's diminishing pressure and increasingly troubled expression, the fifth Hokage Jiraiya acted decisively, employing the four-symbol seal. Ugh. During the Ch-Nin exams, Orochimaru had utilized the five-element seal to obstruct Naruto's access to the Nine Tails chakra. After officially accepting Naruto as his apprentice upon returning to the village, Jiraiya had unsealed the five-element seal to enable Naruto to better harness the Nine Tails chakra. Now, Jiraiya chose to use the four-symbol seal, keeping in mind that Naruto would still need to wield this power in the future. Moreover, Naruto already possessed 2 layers of the four-symbol seal laid down by Kushina, also known as the 8-trigram seal. Jiraiya merely reinforced it at this point, ensuring no harm would come to Naruto's body. Once Jiraiya successfully fortified the four-symbol seal, Naruto's consciousness, which had been lost beyond the Nine Tails cage, was abruptly drawn back. Witnessing Naruto's awareness being extracted, the Nine Tails succumbed to a furious rage. Damn it. I was so close. Accursed Jiraiya. Accursed Third Hokage. If I ever find a way out, I will make the village of Konoha run red with blood. The Nine Tails' roar was inaudible to Jiraiya and the others. As they beheld the now unconscious Naruto, Jiraiya created a shadow clone and stated, I will take him back. Yes. Let him rest well. With that, Jiraiya's shadow clone carried Naruto away, while Sasuke remained in a state of lingering unrest. Like Naruto, he harbored numerous questions. The foremost among them was, if the fourth Hokage was indeed Naruto's father, why did the village treat him in such a manner? Observing the anxious demeanor of the third and fifth Hokages moments ago, could it be that the reason lies within the monstrous entity residing in Naruto's being? What manner of creature could possibly transform the son of a hero into a pariah? Is the name of this beast the Nine Tails? The more he pondered, the more Sasuke felt that something was amiss. He instinctively glanced at Orochimaru, hoping to glean an answer from this dubious manner. Do not be hasty, Sasuke. Use your eyes to observe and your mind to contemplate. One day, you shall uncover the truth. Orochimaru remained as he always was, refraining from directly providing Sasuke with the answer, instead urging him to seek it out himself. Sasuke found this approach acceptable. He was inherently confident in himself. If Orochimaru did not divulge the information, he would seek the answers independently. After Naruto departed, the third Hokage turned to the fifth Hokage, Jiraiya, and inquired, Jiraiya, do you think it is possible that Naruto is the child of destiny you have been searching for? How could that be? The fifth Hokage was about to refute the claim when he suddenly considered that it was not entirely implausible. After all, the screen had proclaimed that Naruto was the protagonist of this tale. Moreover, the great sage Frog had foretold that he would become the mentor of the child of destiny. And coincidentally, Naruto was his disciple. Ponder this well. The third Hokage patted Jiraiya on the shoulder, took a drag from his cigarette, and resumed his gaze upon the screen. After Kushina became pregnant, Minato seized the opportunity to assign Kakashi to protect his beloved wife. Upon learning that his esteemed teacher, Minato, was to become a father, Kakashi shed his usual somber demeanor and visited the graveyard to pay homage to his fallen comrades. In a moment of solitude, he divulged this joyous news. Unbeknownst to him, the masked man, whose true identity was Obito, eavesdropped on the conversation. The third Hokage mused, I always maintained that Kushina's delivery was a closely guarded secret. It appears this fellow Kakashi let it slip. At this moment, Obito had been successfully brainwashed by Uchiha Madara, who sought to collect the tailed beasts to create a world of dreams. Tobirama remarked, it seems this individual's intellect is genuinely questionable. Indeed, responded Izuna. Has he really failed to notice the inconsistencies all these years? Kagami added, Obito has truly lowered the intellectual standards of the Uchiha clan. Thus, Obito found himself standing in opposition to Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As the months passed, on the day of Naruto's birth, Minato was overcome with joy and tears. This day also marked Kushina's moment of greatest vulnerability as the Nine-Tails host. With his sights set on the Nine-Tails, Obito utilized Kamui to breach the barriers surrounding Konoha. Preparing to strike while the iron was hot, he efficiently dispatched all present, save for Minato, including the third Hokage's beloved wife, Bawako. He abducted Naruto to threaten Minato, boastfully declaring that if Kushina did not swiftly depart from the Jinchuriki, he would release Naruto within a minute, scattering his ashes to the winds. Meanwhile, the seal on Kushina, which contained the Nine Tails, was incomplete and unstable. Taking advantage of the situation, Obito discarded young Naruto and employed a tactic to lure the enemy away. In a moment of desperation, Minato teleported to embrace Naruto, but was encumbered by multiple explosive tags affixed by Obito. At that critical juncture, a spark of inspiration struck Minato. He shed his garments to disarm the explosives, yet he momentarily struggled to attend to his wife, Kushina. Seizing the opportunity, Obito kidnapped Kushina and unleashed the Nine Tails. This despicable villain dared to treat Kushina in such a manner. After all, she was his sensei's wife. The fifth Hokage, Jiraiya, was filled with righteous fury. Had Obito stood before him at that moment, he would have made him feel the weight of justice's iron fist. Once unleashed, the Nine Tails touched the ground and was immediately adorned with the Sharingan-style pupil, which controlled its every move. Fortunately, due to the Uzumaki clan's formidable vitality, Kushina did not perish instantly despite the extraction of the beast. Observing that Kushina was still alive, Obito commanded the Nine Tails to attack. Fortunately, due to Minato's Flying Thunder God technique left on Kushina, when the Nine Tails went on a rampage, Minato was able to save Kushina in a princess carry just in the nick of time. At that moment, Obito's heart shattered. How is it, he seethed, that you didn't come when I was crushed by rocks, and you didn't arrive when Rin was killed by Kakashi? Yet you rushed to her side when danger befalls your wife? Such double standards. Minato, too preoccupied to respond to Obito's wrath, gently comforted his wife, assuring her of Naruto's safety before unleashing a wave of lethal intent directed at the Nine Tails. Subsequently, Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Kushina beside Naruto. As he gazed upon his exhausted wife and newborn child, a profound sorrow welled within his heart. However, the emergence of the Nine Tails posed a grave threat to the entire Hidden Leaf village. Bearing the weight of the Hokage's mantle, Minato donned the vestments of his office to prevent his family from enduring further suffering and to protect the village by eliminating the threat. Wait for me. I will return shortly. It must be said, the fourth Hokage was indeed striking. In her 20s, Tsunade gazed at Minato on the screen with heart-shaped eyes, nearly drooling. Tsunade, maintain some composure. Minato probably hasn't even been born yet, remarked Mito, feeling a twinge of jealousy. He and Sakura had been childhood friends, sharing an innocent bond since their youth. Although neither harbored romantic feelings, he found himself irked by Sakura's infatuation, especially when her admiration was directed towards someone else. I am aware of this, yet it does not diminish my appreciation for his graceful presence on the screen. Yen sighed, choosing silence thereafter. I recall that the fourth Hokage perished during the chaos of the Nine Tails incident, correct? Indeed, teacher, Tobirama nodded, continuing, given the strength displayed by the fourth. It seems rather challenging for Obito, alongside the Nine Tails, to have taken him down. In Tobirama's view, how could the masterful user of the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato Namikaze, have been vanquished by Obito and the Nine Tails? If one could not prevail in battle, surely escape was an option? At that time, the third Hokage must have still been at the peak of his power, right? Even the combined strength of the second and third Hokage could not subdue the Nine Tails. Is the Nine Tails truly that formidable? The thought of his elder brother, Hashirama Senju, effortlessly capturing tailed beasts starkly contrasted with the present scenario, where the entire village's might could not safeguard the Hokage. Tobirama felt a deep sense of disillusionment. It seemed as though, after the war, the strength of each village had suffered grave diminishment. The power of the Kage was lacking, the clan leaders were weak, and the overall strength of the village appeared significantly diminished. Sarutobi Hiruzen had also contemplated this. He was at a loss for words and could only reply, "There's nothing we can do. After all, we are characters in a literary work. The author has said it this way, and even you, teacher, cannot do anything about it, can you?" "Nijan," he said. "Teacher, you speak." Tobirama cast a steady glance at Nijan and remarked, "What you said is quite right. Refrain from saying it again next time." In the autumn of Konoha, the breeze was so tender. The peaceful night was infused with the vibrant atmosphere of leisure among the villagers, filled with warmth and familiarity. However, the combination of the Nine Tails and the masked man rendered Konoha a serene scene before the storm. Obito led the Nine Tails to wreak havoc on the village, resulting in heavy casualties. Minato teleported to Hokage Rock to draw the Nine Tails' attention. Yet, the Nine Tails, this red-skinned beast, did not adhere to the expected patterns and unleashed a tailed beast bomb. Faced with such a terrifying wave of energy, Minato utilized the space-time barrier to effortlessly redirect the attack, safeguarding the village. The ninjas of Konoha felt a sense of relief upon seeing their leader appear. However, Obito was not idle. To thwart Minato's countermeasures against the Nine Tails, he suddenly launched a surprise attack from behind. Upon engaging, Minato discovered that he could penetrate the enemy's body and swiftly use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Is this the Kamui spoken of before? On the screen, Minato officially clashed with the masked man. In the face of Minato's onslaught, the masked man showed no sign of defense, allowing Kunai to pass through him unhindered. Witnessing this, both Tobirama and Kagami simultaneously recalled Obito's Sharingan ability, Kamui. This ability of Obito's is quite troublesome. The abilities of the Manjiki Sharingan vary, for instance. Kagami awakened a weakened version of Kotoame Tsukumi, designed to protect his family, along with a fixed barrier for safeguarding, Shura. However, Obito's Kamui, which renders him immune to all physical attacks, is utterly absurd. I refuse to believe that Obito's Kamui is invincible. It must possess weaknesses unknown to us. Tobirama firmly believes that every technique has its corresponding vulnerabilities. The invincibility displayed by Kamui undoubtedly implies that they have yet to uncover its weaknesses. Moreover, Obito currently possesses only one Manjiki Sharingan, preventing him from unleashing the full potential of the Sharingan. I am eager to see how the fourth Hokage will contend with Obito. I cannot accept that merely Obito could defeat the fourth Hokage. It turns out that Obito's Sharingan ability is phasing. Indeed, it is a rather tricky ability. The fifth Hokage Jiraiya and the third Hokage are quite troubled. Confronted with an opponent that can nullify all physical attacks, they find themselves at a loss for a moment. Elder, Minato should have triumphed over Obito back then, right? The third Hokage nodded and replied, although I did not witness the details of the battle. Minato did not perish at Obito's hands. The fifth Hokage Jiraiya chuckled, gazing at Minato on the screen, softly murmuring, "No wonder he is my disciple." The Sage of the Toads is proud of you. After a brief respite, the two began to engage in a direct confrontation. Prior to this, Minato speculated that the masked man might be Uchiha Madara, who battled the first Hokage in the past. Even if he were not, he is certainly not a minor character. Haha, the fourth Hokage has miscalculated. Madara would not resort to such petty tactics. He would confront you head on. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Nijan whispered to Tobirama, "Teacher, have you forgotten about the white Zetsu that Madara dispatched to you?" "Fine, I take that back. Madara does indulge in some underhanded moves." Obito employed a Filipino chain-binding style assault, while Minato countered with large kunai acupuncture techniques. Due to both sides utilizing space-time ninjutsu, their exchanges were back and forth. After a brief skirmish, Minato analyzed the weaknesses of his opponent's jutsu and devised a strategy to counter them. "Teacher, what exactly is the weakness of Kamui?" Hearing that Minato had discerned the weakness of Kamui, Sarutobi Nijan could hardly contain his curiosity and asked Tobirama. After a period of contemplation, Tobirama gradually formed a hypothesis. However, he did not share it with Nijan but instead said, "You are now quite grown. You must think for yourself and not rely solely on me. Minato is of a similar age to you. Why can he discern the weaknesses of Kamui while you cannot?" Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Nijan felt somewhat speechless. Is it the same? Minato is the principal participant, while we are merely spectators of the video. There are certainly details that Minato is more aware of than we are. If I were to face Obito directly, perhaps I could also detect his weaknesses. Haha, Nijan, your audacity knows no bounds. Danzo sneered from the side. Since their falling out, this was his first time speaking up. Minato is the Hokage. What are you? What qualifications do you have to be compared to Minato? Nijan felt a surge of indignation. He never anticipated that Tuanzang's silence would be preferable to his harsh words. As the third Hokage, I shall not be relegated to the shadows like certain individuals who remain forever ensnared in darkness. Rijan is not one to be trifled with. And his words struck a nerve with Tuanzang. He assumed that Danzo would be infuriated, but to his surprise, the latter merely let out a cold laugh and responded. With the interference of the light screen, who can say for certain who the third Hokage truly is? After saying this, Danzo deliberately glanced at Tobirama, and upon seeing that his teacher was unperturbed, he turned to Nichiren and remarked, "It is entirely normal for the teacher to still be in his prime." Having lived until Minato's birth, I am sure that after receiving the teacher's guidance, Minato will undoubtedly surpass his original self. Initially, Tobirama had no intention of involving himself in the affairs of Danzo and Nichiren. However, Danzo had now drawn him into the fray, making it impossible to remain indifferent. Moreover, Danzo's words were indeed somewhat insidious. To put it bluntly, he was sowing discord. Naturally, Tobirama was also curious about how Nichiren would react upon realizing that the position of Hokage was not guaranteed for him. Would he succumb to despair or strive even harder? This piqued his interest. "Danzo, quiet down. The light screen is of utmost importance." Danzo glanced at Nichiren, who appeared increasingly anxious, and with a triumphant smile, he replied, "Yes. Teacher, old man, have you considered the weaknesses of Kamui? Not yet. Have you thought of something?" The fifth Hokage, Jiraiya, replied with a confident smile, "Of course. It's actually quite simple. I am all ears. Look here, although Obito's Kamui possesses the ability to become intangible, rendering all physical attacks ineffective, the situation is relative. He cannot remain passive forever, can he? Once he makes a move, he must exit the intangible state and become corporeal. Otherwise, how could he interact with others? In his intangible state, any contact with others would simply allow him to pass through them." After taking a drag from his cigarette, the third Hokage nodded in understanding. "Indeed. I am growing old. I did not consider such a straightforward matter. Haha, that's why, old man, you should have retired long ago to enjoy your peace. If it weren't for someone constantly wandering outside the village, I imagine I would have retired long ago." Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly. "Let us not dwell on the past. Focus on the light screen. Oh, Minato's technique is truly impressive." The third Hokage shot him a disdainful glance and fell silent. Having identified Obito's weakness, Minato appeared reckless on the surface, yet his movements were remarkably graceful. He initiated with a kunai as a feint, compelling Obito to reveal his intangibility. When Obito realized that the kunai had penetrated his head, he felt a twinge of pride. He was suddenly engulfed by the illusion that he could single-handedly defeat the masked man. Upon witnessing the kunai pierce through the masked man's skull, Watergate became somewhat composed. In a mere second, he deftly formed the sphere, transforming the earlier painful acupuncture into a direct spiral sphere massage that drove the masked man into the ground. leaving the Flying Thunder God technique inscribed upon the injured area. This entire sequence executed by Minato was referred to as the Flying Thunder God second stage combined with the Spiral Sphere, a combination skill that received widespread acclaim. The Flying Thunder God second stage? The Spiral Sphere? How intriguing indeed. As the creator of the Flying Thunder God technique, Tobirama initially believed that Minato's mastery was on par with his own. However, upon witnessing the Flying Thunder God second stage, he realized that Minato had far surpassed him in its utilization. After all, he himself could not perform such an operation. To achieve a level of proficiency akin to Minato's, he would require considerable time to study. Currently, in this crucial period of cloning technology, any exploration into the Flying Thunder God second stage would have to wait until he perfected the cloning technique. One could only wonder if the old monkey had any information regarding the Flying Thunder God second stage. Perhaps it would be prudent to inquire after the video concludes. Indeed, my analysis was correct. A single spiral sphere struck heavily against Obito. Minato's actions validated the fifth Hokage Jiraiya's insights. Even Sasuke, who previously held a less favorable opinion of Jiraiya, found his perspective shifting, acknowledging that the fifth Hokage could indeed be quite reliable at times. After enduring this barrage of attacks, Obito was left reeling, powerless in his left hand. Subsequently, Minato employed the Flying Thunder God to reach Obito, leveraging the contract seal to release Obito's control over the Nine Tails. After sustaining injuries, Obito uttered a fierce remark and utilized Kamui to retreat. At this juncture, the Nine Tails continued its assault on Konoha, leaving the third Hokage to bear the brunt of the attack. The other ninjas merely scattered a few explosive tags, while Kakashi, a resilient figure of his generation, remained oblivious to the chaos. Unfortunately, the third Hokage could not withstand the pressure for long, falling victim to exhaustion, leaving one to ponder who was truly the puppet in this scenario, the mature Hokage or the Nine Tails. Old man, why are you looking at me? I merely had an upset stomach that left me weakened. Is that so wrong? Oh well. The fifth Hokage Jiraiya shook his head, deciding not to press further. Pursuing the matter would only lead to discomfort for both parties. The truth of the situation was known solely to the third Hokage. Why had no Uchiha ninja appeared? Surely, at that time, the Uchiha clan had not been annihilated, had they? Tobirama did not dwell on the third Hokage's predicament. He simply could not fathom why the Uchiha ninja had not intervened. Could such a conspicuous Sharingan, so vast as the Nine Tails, truly go unnoticed? The Uchiha must have realized that only by intervening could they absolve themselves of suspicion. Adjusting his mindset, Hiruzen furrowed his brow and continued. Unless they were obstructed by some circumstance or individual. Obstructed? The others in the office found Hiruzen's reasoning compelling. What or who could have possibly hindered the Uchiha? As they pondered, their gazes fell upon Danzo, who was stroking his chin with an enigmatic smile playing at his lips. Danzo, surely this cannot be blamed on me. Hiruzen, with a smirk, inquired, Danzo, could it be that you were the one who prevented the Uchiha from providing support? The atmosphere shifted as the others regarded Danzo with a mixture of amusement and suspicion. Following the video review, they had gained some insight into his character decades hence. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that Danzo could have orchestrated such an obstruction. Shut your mouth, Hiruzen. Danzo shot back, glaring at him before turning to Tobirama. Teacher, he is slandering me. Hiruzen is accusing me unjustly. Observing Danzo's fervent reaction, Tobirama couldn't help but chuckle. Danzo, there is no need for such indignation. Even if it were indeed your doing, it was the you of decades later, not the you of now. What Tobirama said held merit, after all. It was an action of the future Danzo, not the present one. So why the fuss? Yet, upon hearing Tobirama's attempt at appeasement, Danzo only grew more agitated. Impossible. In this entire village, who does not recognize me, Shimura Danzo, as a promising young man? I wouldn't even stoop to such unethical acts as littering, let alone sabotage. The assembly was rendered speechless by Danzo's self-portrayal. You? A promising youth? What are you looking at? In these last 2 months, I have invested both time and resources to assist many orphans and the disabled. What is wrong with being called a promising young man? Danzo, you are truly ruthless. Not only to your enemies, but to yourself as well. What do you mean by that? Danzo bristled at the comment. Should I be inherently malevolent? Unworthy of doing good deeds? To aspire for the position of third Hokage, I am willing to alter my very nature. Is that not harsh enough? Who wishes to become the third Hokage? Hiruzen, you not only slander me, but also defame my character. Everyone present is well aware of your ambition to become Hokage. It's practically written on your face. Hiruzen's remark elicited light laughter from those gathered. They are indeed aware of Toanzo's intentions. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that Toanzo has gone to great lengths to perform good deeds in his quest to become Hokage. This is truly remarkable. You all, seeing Toanzo's embarrassed expression, Tobirama felt it was time to intervene and said, all right, let's cease the frivolous banter and continue observing the light screen. Yes, sensei. Once the Nine Tails lost control of its alluring eyes, it became increasingly unruly, unleashing another tailed beast bomb. Fortunately, the timely arrival of Minato allowed him to suppress this tailed beast bomb with the aid of a toad and, using the Flying Thunder God technique, He transported the Nine Tails away from Konoha, while also bringing Kushina and Naruto to the scene. With great effort, Kushina utilized the adamantine sealing chains to temporarily restrain the rampaging Crimson Beast. Minato believed that the masked man would inevitably bring a storm of bloodshed to the ninja world. Drawing upon Jiraiya's prophecy regarding the Child of Destiny, Minato resolutely placed his hopes upon Naruto, deciding to make him the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He first employed the Shiki Fujin to sever the Nine Tails into a yin-yang entity, with the yin half belonging to Minato. At that moment, the Nine Tails, seemingly unaware of its own motives, targeted Naruto for an attack. Coincidentally, due to the barrier created by Minato, the Third Hokage and his subordinates were unable to enter and offer assistance. Thus, Minato and Kushina, this devoted couple, met their demise at the hands of untrimmed nails that had grown untended over the years. In his final moments, Minato sealed the young portion of the Nine Tails within the newly born Naruto using the 8-trigram seal. Simultaneously, he also sealed his and Kushina's remaining chakra into Naruto's being. After imparting his last words to Naruto, both Minato and Kushina departed from this world. The legendary couple fell together. Alas, had it not been for Danzo's obstruction of the Uchiha clan, perhaps Minato would have survived, and fewer lives would have been lost in the village. The Third Hokage sighed deeply. He did not mention Kushina because he understood that without the Nine Tails, she would perish. However, Minato could have survived, had he remained alive. Perhaps the subsequent Hyuga incident would not have transpired, and the Uchiha clan might have evaded annihilation. It is fair to say that Danzo truly embodies the essence of a schemer whenever a misfortune arises and suitable suspects are scarce. One can be certain that Danzo is involved. Minato's demise was ultimately his own decision, unrelated to the Uchiha. The fifth Hokage, Jiraiya, shook his head upon hearing the third Hokage's words. Through the images displayed on the screen, he could discern that in the end, Minato's fate was akin to suicide. Aside from the Reaper death seal, there were alternative methods to seal the Nine Tails. Yet, the presence of Kushina led him to choose the path of dying alongside his beloved. Speaking of Danzo, do you have any updates on him, old man? None. The entire shinobi world is searching for him, but that scoundrel seems to have evaporated without a trace. No news whatsoever. The third Hokage was truly disheartened by Danzo. Had he not fled at that time, or chosen to take his own life bravely, the third would have respected him as a true man, remarking that he was indeed a worthy disciple of Tobirama Sensei, a leaf shinobi who took responsibility. Yet, what happened? He not only ran away but also hid in silence like a coward. The third felt ashamed to be associated with him. It was imperative to resolve the issue of Danzo swiftly, to the extent of increasing the bounty if necessary. Danzo was privy to many matters within the village. As long as there was no news of his demise, the village would remain in peril. The bounty was already substantial, combined with what other villages and individuals contributed. It nearly totaled 90 million ryo. I doubt that increasing the bounty further would yield any results. We have no choice but to dispatch ninjas to track Danzo's whereabouts and raise the reward. After contemplation, the fifth Hokage continued, let us add another 10 million ryo. After all, 100 million ryo sounds far more enticing than 90 million. The third Hokage gave the fifth a deep look. You are the Hokage now, so we shall heed your decision. The fourth was a tad too emotional. Witnessing the tragic end of Minato and Kushina, Tobirama shook his head in discontent. What Jiraiya perceived, he too could see. Clearly, Minato could have survived and continued to lead the leaf forward, yet he chose to die for his wife. This left Tobirama, who was willing to sacrifice everything for the village, feeling greatly dissatisfied. On a professional level, he was the Hokage of the leaf. On a personal level, he still had a son in the world. Additionally, Tobirama had yet to marry. Goodness, Minato and his wife were practically flaunting their love by sacrificing their lives. Tobirama exclaimed, someone come quickly. There is an open display of affection here. Someone intervene. Ninetails responded, all right, watch this. Minato, Kushina, perish. With a little time left, I will attempt to wrap up this narrative. Firstly, Minato was unaware that placing the Ninetails back into Kushina's body would save her. Secondly, Kushina herself expressed the desire to drag the Ninetails back and perish together. Moreover, at that moment, the Ninetails had just gained its freedom before being restrained by Kushina. Harboring deep resentment, given Kushina's poor condition, resealing would likely be futile and could even hasten her demise. Minato was also concerned that if Kushina killed the Ninetails, it would disrupt the balance of tailed beasts within the shinobi world. Losing his wife, the Jinchuriki, and the Ninetails would be a grave loss for the leaf. Thus, in those fleeting minutes, a scene unfolded where a father chose to accompany his wife in death while entrusting their son to the world with high hopes. Overall, Kushina was likely to die, and the Ninetails could perish depending on the circumstances. However, Minato, in a stable state, truly need not have died. Ultimately, this father placed the entirety of the responsibility upon Naruto, choosing to die alongside his wife. If Obito were to learn of Minato's death, he would likely be left in shock. He had been contemplating how to confront Minato next, only to find that Minato, much like the second Hokage, was killed off by the narrative. Thus, I shall conclude this segment of the story here. It can be said that Minato, with his Flying Thunder God technique, was a challenging character to handle, The author's maneuvering was clearly aimed at bolstering the protagonist's future strength and ensuring a smooth plot progression, ultimately sacrificing the couple of the Namikaze family. Therefore, we will pause our discussion of Minato's life here and save the events of the Fourth Great Ninja War for another time. I am Tion, and I look forward to seeing you in the next issue. What? It turns out the Fourth Hokage was a love-struck fool. After watching the retrospective video on Minato Namikaze, Tsunade scoffed disdainfully. Tsunade, do you not find the love between Minato and Kushina beautiful? His final choice is profoundly moving. Isn't it? Noticing Tsunade's disdain toward his future disciple, Jiraiya felt compelled to defend him. However, upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade's disdain only deepened. Truly, such a master breeds a similar disciple. If he prioritizes his wife over the village, why should he even aspire to be Hokage? What does his role as Hokage have to do with it? Did Minato's sacrifice not evoke a shred of emotion in you? At this point, Jiraiya grew somewhat irate. To him, the love between Minato and Kushina was worthy of praise. A husband relinquishing his right to live, resolutely following his wife into death. How touching that is. I feel nothing. To me, Minato is a coward, abandoning the village and his son, with only his wife in his eyes. How could someone like that ever be Hokage? I spit on it. It is no wonder Tsunade was so agitated. From childhood, she had idolized her great-uncle and second-uncle. They had both sacrificed everything for the village. The former had personally killed his closest friend, while the latter had yet to marry even now. In comparison to these two figures, Minato's choice to die left Tsunade feeling quite disgusted. Tsunade, are you truly not a woman? How could you utter such words? How am I not a woman? Do you think I'm unaware? You perverted lunatic often spies on me while I bathe. Hearing this, Jiraiya's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. He muttered softly, lacking confidence. Who would go so far as to spy on a piece of wood like you? To be frank, in her youthful days, Tsunade indeed lacked substance. However, during this period, Jiraiya was not particularly concerned with such matters. He placed greater value on physical beauty. Judging solely by her appearance, young Tsunade was undeniably quite attractive. Besides young Jiraiya, there were numerous villagers who held a fondness for her. Of course, those who admired her were not the sort to indulge in perverse acts of spying while she bathed. Jiraiya, if you wish for death, just say so, and I shall promptly send you to meet your great-grandmother. Upon realizing that Tsunade was truly about to take action against him, young Jiraiya immediately sought refuge behind Orochimaru. Orochimaru, get out of my way, he pleaded. As Orochimaru stood there, utterly exasperated, did he not wish to step aside? It was merely because he was held back by Jiraiya behind him. Ah, you cannot reach me. Alas, you cannot reach me. With Orochimaru serving as a shield, Tsunade, in her desire to avoid collateral damage, began to hesitate. Observing this, Jiraiya immediately resumed his bravado. Orochimaru, if you do not step aside, I shall strike you as well. Realizing Tsunade was indeed serious, Orochimaru grew anxious. Jiraiya, I apologize, but I too fear Tsunade's fists. With that, Orochimaru swiftly removed his clothing and fled the scene. Witnessing his companion's hasty retreat, Jiraiya was left in disbelief. So it turns out, Orochimaru possesses such audacity? He gazed vacantly in the direction of Orochimaru's departure, only to discover that he was not bare-chested. He still wore clothing. Orochimaru remarked, are you daft? I'm wearing an additional layer beneath. What is paramount in the ninja world? Of course, it is prudence. Had he not taken the precaution of donning an extra garment today, he might have found himself fleeing from the Hokage's office in a state of undress. Jiraiya, meet your demise. Tsunade, in a fervent rage, struck Jiraiya squarely in the chest, successfully fracturing at least 2 of his ribs. Someone save him. Little Orochimaru pretended to approach Jiraiya, shook his head, and sighed. There's no hope. Await your fate. Farewell. No, I believe I can still be rescued. Sakura, please administer basic treatment to Jiraiya first, and afterwards, take him to the Konoha hospital. Understood, sensei. With Sakura's treatment, Jiraiya's complexion improved significantly. Everyone, remain still. I will affix a talisman to you. As Tobirama retrieved a stack of talismans from his ninja tool pouch, the others were left in suspense regarding his intentions. Among them, Kakashi inquired, Sensei, what is this? This is for safety. While applying the talismans, Tobirama explained, this is specifically designed to detect the parasitic abilities of White Zetsu, based on its characteristics. In other words, once affixed, this talisman will reveal whether you have been possessed by White Zetsu. No sooner had he finished speaking than a pallid figure emerged from the bodies of Mito and Danzo. To their surprise, 2 manifested. Upon witnessing the apparition of White Zetsu, Tobirama's eyes gleamed with excitement. In the current ninja realm, there is no better experimental material than White Zetsu. This entity not only possesses remarkable regenerative capabilities, but also proves resilient in experiments, making it difficult to destroy. More importantly, White Zetsu does not require sustenance. They do not possess the organs that a normal human should have, thus avoiding the absurdity of a blunder in the experiment. The previous White Zetsu was handled with utmost caution by Tobirama, fearful that a misstep might inadvertently lead to its demise. Now, with the presence of 3 White Zetsu, he can afford to be a bit more relaxed in his approach. Perhaps the success of cloning technology may not be entirely out of reach. Senju Tobirama expresses his gratitude to Uchiha Madara for providing 2 excellent experimental subjects. Uchiha Madara responds with a puzzled expression. As night falls, the Uchiha clan convenes for a family meeting. This assembly, called by the radical leader Uchiha Shura, aims to deliberate on the future of the clan. As the leader of the hawkish faction within the clan, Uchiha Shura has long harbored dissatisfaction with Senju Tobirama's policies regarding the family. He has long yearned to wrest power from the Senju clan and ascend as the master of Konohagakure. Now that the Senju clan has been disbanded, he finds it beneath him to target a family that no longer exists. However, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, still remains, and he is determined to bring him down. Tobirama's existence poses a significant obstacle to the clan's development. Eliminating the second Hokage has become an imperative. Moreover, Kage, a member of the clan, happens to be Tobirama's disciple. His identity serves as an excellent guise for acting as the family's spy, acquiring intelligence and insights regarding the operations within the organization. Unfortunately, Jing had no intention of attending the meeting, and he brazenly broke the legs of the person he had dispatched. Such audacity was astounding. Shasha was filled with rage. Ever since he ascended to the position of elder within the clan, he had never felt such intense anger. He was enraged that his subordinate dared to strike him. A blatant affront to his dignity and an undermining of his authority. Simultaneously, he was incensed by the utter disregard shown towards the family, particularly the absence from such a significant clan meeting. That detestable individual shall face my reckoning sooner or later. Shauna, suppressing his rising fury, commenced the proceedings of the family assembly. Initially, his associates engaged in banal chatter to warm up the atmosphere. Once the doves and neutral factions began to exhibit signs of impatience, he finally steered the conversation towards the day's singular agenda, the elimination of Senju Tobirama. Shauna, have you and your hawks lost your senses? You aim to eliminate the village's Hokage? Are you seeking to incite rebellion among us? Others interjected. Setting aside the feasibility of such an act, have you considered the repercussions of this course of action? Clearly, apart from the hawkish faction, the other clan members were taken aback by this proposal, voicing their condemnation towards Shauna, the leader of the hawks. If you wish to court death, then do so on your own. Do not drag us into it. Shauna had long anticipated such criticisms from these individuals. He slowly stepped forward, signaling to the host that he could withdraw, for the proceedings were now under his dominion. Have you all said enough? Shauna crossed his arms, exuding an air of authority as he surveyed the discontented members of his clan. Observing that their voices had gradually diminished, he nodded in satisfaction and continued. I did not summon you here to seek your opinions. The fate of Senju Tobirama is sealed. Not even the resurgence of Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara can thwart my resolve, mark my words. Shauna spoke with formidable confidence. Yet the clan members of similar age to him expressed their dissent in silence, subtly scoffing at his proclamation. He is acutely aware that numerous individuals harbor dissent towards him. Otherwise, the family would not be divided into 3 factions. He merely leads the Hawk faction, having no authority over the other 2. Yet, for the sake of the family's continued growth and the aspiration to become the rulers of Konoha, he must step forward to unify these 3 factions. In his estimation, the Hawk faction possesses the greatest strength among the 3. Even combined, the other 2 factions do not rival the might of his own. As the leader of the Hawk faction, who else but he could command the family? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express my thoughts. Since the establishment of Konoha, how many grievances have we, the Uchiha clan, endured? Firstly, Lord Madara was ostracized from the village, and subsequently, Senju Tobirama discriminated against us. How much longer must we endure such circumstances? Clearly, we, the Uchiha, are a clan of equal stature to the Senju, and were founding elders of Konoha. Why then, are both the first and second Hokage from the Senju clan? To my knowledge, the candidate for the third Hokage is also not a member of our Uchiha clan. Is this something you can truly tolerate? Among the crowd, several older members hesitated to voice their opinions upon hearing Shauna's words. They were eager to express that Uchiha Madara's departure was heavily influenced by the Uchiha clan itself. However, considering the current power dynamics within the clan and adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict, they ultimately refrained from voicing their dissent. Shinai, from where did you obtain the information regarding the candidate for the third Hokage? Below, Uchiha Fuho, the clan leader and a proponent of peace, could no longer contain his curiosity. It matters not where I acquired it. I simply know, Shinai replied. Upon hearing this, Fuho furrowed his brow and responded, to my knowledge, Lord Hokage holds a high regard for Kagami. I believe Kagami has a fair chance of being chosen as the third Hokage. Indeed, Kagami is one of Lord Hokage's 6 disciples and enjoys the support of our Uchiha clan. Surely, no one would oppose his ascension to the role of the village's third Hokage, another chimed in. I too find the prospect of Kagami as a candidate for the third Hokage quite plausible. Yes. Witnessing the disruption of the carefully controlled situation by Fuho, Shinai felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. Kagami, Hokage, spare me the jest. Look at what Senju Tobirama has done to our Uchiha clan since taking office. Shinai glared at Fuho, gritting his teeth, Yet he chose not to resort to violence, instead enumerating the policies of Senju Tobirama. In this village, aside from the guard department, we have no foothold in any other sector. One by one, Shinai recounted various incidents, causing many among the peace and neutral factions to change their expressions. Fuho realized that if Shinai continued, it was likely that some would defect to the hawkish faction. To prevent this, he quickly interjected, "Wait. If what you say is true and Lord Hokage discriminates against our Uchiha, then why did he accept Kagami as a disciple?" Shinai scoffed, replying, "That is merely a fade for you and the other clans in the village. If he cannot appear fair in public, then Senju Tobirama is unworthy of the title of Hokage." Fuho fell silent. Shinai's words did possess a certain validity. However, as the leader of the clan, regardless of how compelling or stirring Shinai's rhetoric might be, he could never allow his clansmen to partake in an assassination attempt on the Hokage. "Fuho, you are too weak. You are no longer fit to lead the clan. Shinai, I believe it is you who is too radical. To alter the clan's circumstances does not necessarily require violence. Without action, how can there be opportunity? I simply disagree, Shinai. I am the clan leader. You will come to regret this, Fuho." Just as Fuho and Shinai were embroiled in a heated argument, someone announced that Kagami had returned and was approaching. The raucous meeting venue fell into silence. Fuho and Shinai ceased their quarrel, awaiting Kagami's arrival in quiet anticipation. Before long, Kagami calmly entered the meeting space and addressed Shinai. "I just heard from a clan member that you intend to kill the second Hokage, my teacher." Shinai flashed a wicked smile, locking eyes with Kagami. "Indeed. I make it clear. I intend to kill Senju Tobirama. What say you? Who is in favor, and who opposes?" At that moment, even some from the hawkish faction deemed Shinai insane. No sane person would utter such threats against another's teacher in front of their disciple. If that is the case, then you should prepare to die. With that, amidst the astonished gazes of the assembly, Kagami activated his Manjiki Sharingan. "Kagami, your eyes?" Fuho gazed at Kagami's Manjiki Sharingan in utter disbelief. After all these years since Uchiha Madara's departure from Konoha, the Uchiha clan had finally witnessed the awakening of another member's Manjiki Sharingan. Truly, the heavens favor the Uchiha. Fuho's expression brightened, for both the clan and Kagami. "Clan leader, we shall discuss the matter of the eyes later. For now, I must eliminate the traitors within our clan." Kagami, wait. In stark contrast to Fuho's elation, Shinai's reaction was one of sheer shock. He never anticipated that the mirror would awaken the kaleidoscope and audaciously declare its intention to eliminate him. How could he not feel a surge of panic upon realizing the formidable power of the kaleidoscope? How could he dare to remain calm? He hastily spoke up, attempting to halt Jing's actions. Yet, how could Jing possibly heed his words? "Rest assured, it will soon be over. You shall feel not a trace of pain." With that, Jing cast an illusion upon Shauna. Enhanced by the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, even Shauna, an elite Jonin, found his mind momentarily adrift. In that fleeting instant of distraction, Jing swiftly approached Shauna's side and delicately slashed his throat with a kunai. Instantly, a torrent of crimson gushed forth from Shauna's neck. "You." Shauna's eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, but no words emerged. "Fear not, for without you, the Uchiha clan shall flourish anew." Reluctantly, Shauna collapsed to the ground, his consciousness fading until he soon succumbed to death. Once confirming Shauna's demise, Jing surveyed the hawkish clan members through his blood-red Sharingan and solemnly declared, "From this day forth, the Uchiha shall no longer have a hawkish faction. Does anyone dissent?" The hawkish members, momentarily paralyzed by Jing's imposing aura, fell into silence. "Silence shall be interpreted as acquiescence," he stated. After a few moments of continued quietude, Jing decided to take matters into his own hands. "Very well, clan leader, let us find a suitable place to converse." "Agreed, let us proceed to my residence." The wealthy leader replied with a hearty laugh, unfazed by the blood staining Jing's hands, as he led him homeward. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. Before the two could venture far, a hawkish clan member unleashed a fire dragon at Jing from behind. "Jing, be cautious. Get out of the way." The surrounding clan members urged Jing to evade the impending attack. Yet, Jing, maintaining vigilance alongside the clan leader, had not once deactivated his Sharingan. Thus, the sudden fire dragon inflicted no harm upon him. "Loyal brethren, Elder Shauna is deceased. The Uchiha's lackey, Uchiha Jing, will not spare us. Why not unite and strike? Only with his death can we ensure our survival." Observing that his fire dragon had missed its target, the assailant swiftly sought to incite his companions. Remarkably, his words did indeed sway some of the onlookers. Witnessing these oblivious fools, the wealthy leader felt compelled to speak. However, Jing gestured for him to remain silent, halting his words. "Clan leader, these individuals are beyond redemption. Rather than spare them, it would be wiser to eliminate them and eradicate the sources of instability within our clan." The leader opened his mouth to counter, yet ultimately withheld his words, choosing instead to pat Jing on the shoulder and say, "Be careful. Rest assured, they cannot harm me." With that, Jing launched his assault. He refrained from employing ninjutsu, as the dense crowd posed a risk of collateral damage to his fellow clansmen. Nevertheless, fortified by the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, he was confident that his physical prowess would suffice to subdue his opponents. Indeed, his expectations were met. He observed every movement of his adversaries with crystal clarity, swiftly dispatching 2 members with lethal precision. Much like the fate of Shisuke, they met their end with their throats cut, bleeding profusely. There was no need to discuss familial bonds with the lackeys of Senju Tobirama. They were all in this together. Excellent. Perhaps intimidated by Q's ruthlessness, or perhaps spurred on by their own resolve, the remaining members rallied in response to their leader's call. Fueled by fervor, they launched a coordinated assault against Q, employing an array of techniques, physical combat, genjutsu, and ninjutsu, leaving no stone unturned in their relentless onslaught. They cared not whether their actions would harm others within their clan. Their sole objective was to eliminate Q. Truly, they were obstinately foolish. As the adversaries launched their attacks, Q adeptly maneuvered, shaking his head in resignation. Why must it be so? Why endure such suffering? Since death was inevitable, why not embrace a painless demise? Why provoke my anger? With that, Q's eyes widened dramatically. A surge of intense and chilling chakra enveloped him, taking shape. It was the ultimate power of the Mangekyou Sharingan, Susanoo. Now, you may meet your end. The colossal hand of Susanoo, forged from chakra, was immensely powerful. With a mere flick, one of the hawkish members had their bones shattered, collapsing to the ground in agony. The remaining members gazed in terror at the skeletal half-formed Susanoo surrounding Q, swallowing hard. Could they perhaps surrender? Indeed, they contemplated capitulation. Even a lifetime of house arrest would be preferable to being crushed by Susanoo. Q offered no response, instead commanding the Susanoo's hand to mercilessly strike down these individuals. To him, every unstable element must be eradicated to prevent his clan from following the path of history. Clan leader, let us depart. Very well. Before long, the events unfolding within the Uchiha clan reached the ears of the village's higher-ups. In light of this, Tobirama refrained from comment, subtly lowering the surveillance level on the Uchiha. After all, Q's actions aligned with his preferences. With fewer troublemakers among the Hawks, he could rest easier concerning this clan. Conversely, upon learning of the incident, other clans expressed their intent to visit the Uchiha the following day. Firstly, to gauge the Uchiha's disposition, to ascertain whether they would become increasingly agitated due to Q's Mangekyou. Secondly, to convey their stance, ensuring the Uchiha understood they harbored no hostile intentions. Suddenly, the previously deserted Uchiha clan became bustling with activity. Unaware of these developments, Q, after an extensive discussion with the clan leader, set out with Hizashi the following day on the journey back to the Land of Fire. He trusted the clan's affairs to the capable hands of the affluent clan leader. Meanwhile, as the Uchiha clan thrived in unexpected vibrancy at the mountain graveyard, Uchiha Madara awaited intelligence, contemplating the empty scene before him. After a lengthy silence, he turned to Kuro, inquiring, "Do not tell me that the 2 white Zetsu dispatched to Konoha have also vanished." Kuro, with an impassive expression, nodded and replied, "As expected of you, Lord Madara. Your deductions are astute." Madara. Silence reigned, a deathly stillness. Uchiha Madara rested his forehead on his hand, perplexed by the unfolding issues. Twice he had sent white Zetsu to Konoha, and both had gone missing. Was it not said that white Zetsu's spore technique was undetectable by the Konoha inhabitants? And yet, here they were. He understood that their disappearance likely indicated they had been eliminated. After all, one could easily discern that white Zetsu were not human. In Madara's view, any such creature capable of infiltrating a village would be dealt with immediately. Who could have anticipated that white Zetsu would pique Senju Tobirama's interest? Instead of eliminating these white creatures at the first opportunity, they had been placed in a secret laboratory. What shall we do next, Lord Madara? Shall we continue to send white Zetsu to Konoha? Madara raised his gaze to Kuro, who claimed to embody his will. At this juncture, Madara did not entirely trust him. This opportunity allowed him to test Kuro's loyalty. Kuro, why not venture to Konoha personally and ascertain what Tobirama is plotting? Kuro had no qualms about gathering intelligence. With his abilities, he was nearly undetectable by ordinary individuals. For him, Konoha was akin to a public restroom, easily accessible. However, he lacked one capability that white Zetsu possessed, the ability to possess others silently. If he entered a relatively open and confined space, he risked exposure. I may not gather as much information as white Zetsu. That is acceptable. Do your best. Understood, Lord Madara. I shall proceed to Konoha. In the Konoha of the 61st year, it was a day like any other. Kakashi lounged lazily atop a tree, engrossed in the latest work of the 5th Hokage, Jiraiya. Suddenly, the words of passers-by on the street drifted into his ears. Have you heard? That brat, Naruto Uzumaki, is not a demon fox, but the son of the 4th Hokage. What? Impossible. How could he be the son of the 4th? It is absolutely true. An announcement has been issued from the Hokage office. Are you certain? I must go see for myself. Observing the departing pedestrians, Kakashi silently tucked away his book and vanished in a flash. At that moment, the area beneath the Hokage building was abuzz with excitement. Both ordinary villagers and ninjas alike were deeply intrigued by Naruto Uzumaki's identity. They pondered how the mischievous fox boy, whom they had referred to for so many years, had suddenly become the son of the 4th Hokage. Old man, won't you intervene? In the Hokage Tower, the fifth Hokage Jiraiya and the third Hokage stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the throngs of people below. It's all right. There are Umbu ninja maintaining order. There won't be any disturbances. However, Jiraiya, is it truly wise to restore Naruto's identity? Last night, following the conclusion of the spectacle, the fifth Hokage had conversed extensively with the third Hokage, hoping to take advantage of the situation to reinstate Naruto's true identity. Previously, when Naruto was unaware of his lineage, they could use the excuse of stabilizing his emotions to keep his identity concealed. Now that Naruto has come to know he is the son of the fourth Hokage, any further concealment would be tantamount to burying their heads in the sand. It would be best to make it public. After all, the fifth Hokage had no desire for Naruto to live his entire life under the guise of a fox demon. Ultimately, this predicament could be attributed to Danzo. Had he not spread rumors in the shadows, Naruto's childhood would not have been so tragic. Upon hearing this, the fifth Hokage cast a sidelong glance at the third Hokage, a smile tugging at his lips, yet he refrained from responding. Whether the blame lay with Danzo or the third Hokage, the fifth Hokage no longer wished to pursue the matter, as it held no significance. At this juncture, it would be more prudent to contemplate how to quell the villagers' ire. Indeed, it was ire. These individuals did not believe their previous actions to be erroneous. They were so kind-hearted, so amiable. How could they possibly direct harsh words toward Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage? Thus, the entirety of this situation was the fault of the higher-ups in Konoha. It was they who provided misleading information, leading the villagers to believe that Naruto was the reincarnation of the fox demon responsible for the fourth's demise. In the aftermath, the Konoha higher-ups had yet to step forward to clarify the situation, allowing the villagers to persist in their misconceptions. All of this was the responsibility of the Konoha elite. Indeed, it was so, all blame rested upon them, for the villagers had merely been misled and deceived. They too are victims. There are numerous villagers who share this sentiment. If not handled appropriately, it could lead to unforeseen consequences.